our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Shot clock at 4. Doncic. The step back 3. You bet! Luka Doncic, as Jason Kidd likes to say, is a bad man.
And that is how the Mavs start off the season late in San Antonio, and that is how we start the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station, your home of the World Series-bound Texas Rangers with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy. We got Pay running things live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube, and Ryan in the back. It was not pretty. It was not all that enjoyable. It was pretty depressing defensively in the first half, but 2 plays late separate the Mavericks to get the win over the Spurs. Luka finds Kyrie in the corner for a 3. Luka hits the bomb from straightaway center. Mavs win. That's my story of the game.
Did you find it a little bit more difficult to get into the opener considering the Rangers' success? And that we've just been I don't even know. I'm waiting for these Cowboy games, and I'm like, you know what? It's even watching a Cowboy game is a little bit different with so much focus on the World Series.
Not for me. NFL Sunday, maybe I was like, okay, Cowboys aren't playing. No, I didn't feel that last night. I was excited for Wemby Mania. All the LeBron comparisons are stupid. All these people saying more anticipated than LeBron. This guy's going to be better than LeBron. I think those are going to end up. Well, the anticipation was definitely wrong. Maybe we're just in a different sports period in terms of covering the NBA or not being as excited about it as when LeBron debuted 21 years ago. But I was looking forward to seeing A, Wemby, B, Luka, C, Kyrie and Luka. Was it going to be any different? And I mean, the Mavs defensively in the beginning, it was like, all right, this team's missing the playoffs. They're just going to miss the playoffs. They gave up 43 points after the first quarter. They gave up 68 points by halftime. And then Mike Bassick's boy, the Dookie for Kevin Hagelin, Derek Lively, comes in, has an immediate defensive and overall impact in the second half. The Mavs lock down, the Spurs miss shots, and you get the W.
Wemby had the second best debut on the floor. Lively's was better.
Yeah, someone said, who's the number 1 pick?
Yeah.
Who actually drafted the number 1 big man?
Yeah, because, man, if you had paid attention to Derek Lively at all in college, you did not see any. This is very Micah Parsons-y, because he had no offensive game in college. None whatsoever.
Well, he didn't really show an offensive game, No,
he just dunked.
He dunked.
There
was some alley-oops. There were some putbacks. There were some second-chance opportunities. There was some, garbage, junkyard dog points. But
pick and roll, pick and pop, dunk it, alley-oop. They didn't do any of that hardly at Duke. Hardly any. The guy scored 4 points in two NCAA tournament games. 4. That was terrible. So you didn't. There wasn't much of this, but you knew he could rebound. You knew he could block shots, and I mean he was impactful. Wemby was impactful on the defensive side. With the shot blocking, especially early on.
Yeah.
And he that may be the easiest transition for him is the ability to block shots.
Well,
coming into the NBA,
put your arms out. Shouldn't be too hard.
What was he 7'5"?
Well, that was a disappointing debut for him. For the hype. Hitting it with 15 points, 5 rebounds, 1 block. It was on his first defensive possession of his career, getting Kyrie's shot, but he couldn't stay out of foul trouble.
Nope. And that's, who knows what the transition is like in, from Europe to the NBA. The old, I remember when I was in the G League that they were saying that guys in Europe struggle when they come over here because it is as physical, but things get called differently here than they do over there. And that creates a problem for some of these players, and we'll see what happens with him as he goes on with his career in terms of being able to stay out of foul trouble. That's a big problem for him. Lively was in foul trouble too, and that's going to be a big problem for him. That was a problem for him at Duke.
Well, I was like, is Wemby just going to stand out there and shoot threes? Is that what we're going to do here? Are they going to get him into the interior? Are they going to post him up? Or we're going to see the easy mid-range game? Is he going to punish people underneath? Grant Williams took some turns, but Wembanyama, in terms of the shot chart, 6 of 9, 3 of 5 from 3. Pepe, opening thoughts on the Mavs and the freak over there. Does he have a nickname? Is it just Wemby?
Wemby.
That's it?
Wemby.
The big freak, Wemby. Yeah. Well, it's fun when all your sports teams are winning. I mean, Mavs are winning, Stars are winning, Cowboys have a winning record. I don't know what was more impressive, the late win or Mike Bassick's tweets or text on the group message. Man, he was blowing up. If this is what we're going to get all season long, I'm for it.
It won't be all season long.
No.
Oh, no.
He'll get dejected. He'll become dejected, Mike.
They'll lose one game, and he'll be like, it's over.
He wants everyone to join his side right now. That's what he's doing. Mavs are terrible. Mavs should just lose out. Lively is an absolute bust. He's going to go on his Derrick Jones Jr. rant of no other team in the NBA would start this guy. Why is he out there playing 12 minutes, 0 for 3, 1 point?
Didn't play in the fourth,
but Mike had to eat it a little bit when it came to Lively, and the Mavs eventually locking things down a little bit more defensively because he was going off about the defense, deservedly so, going off on Jones Jr., and we know how he's felt about the draft pick as well. But,
yeah, I mean, look, they allowed 40 in the first quarter. That was always the
43.
Yeah, I mean that was always the benchmark though. Like if you allow 40 in a quarter, any quarter, but especially the first, it's like, oh God, like that's a bad defensive quarter, man. I mean, you're allowing almost 4 points a minute.
What did we notice at all, if anything, about the style of play differences for the Mavericks? They said they wanted to play faster. What do we notice about Luka, and if he looked differently physique-wise? Did he play differently? And Luka-Kyrie chemistry? Those are all the Maverick questions.
I don't know that they played. I mean, you could say maybe they played faster. To me, it was Luka's fourth quarter. He had something. He had something in the fourth quarter. That was a bugaboo for him last year. He had a really nice fourth quarter. He had a good fourth quarter defensively. He had a good fourth quarter running the point, and he had a good fourth quarter scoring the basketball. Like that to me is a huge difference for him and for this team. Like if they don't lose close games, how differently is their playoff season last year without close late game losses? You know, he played pretty well, I thought, in the fourth quarter.
33, 13, and 10 as he registers the triple-double. He only went 3 of 11 from 3, but 50% from the field, 13 to 25. My answers to all those questions, Luka doesn't look all that much different. I was thinking and hoping he was going to look even leaner. I didn't see any increased great chemistry with him and Kyrie. Kyrie was in one-on-one street ball scoring mode. That's all it was all night long. Get the ball, little dribble show, pull up near. It was like a fancier Jalen Brunson. He was going to get the ball, and he was going to go ahead and try and score. I'm surprised he had 6 assists on the night, but he was trying to go ahead and score. Bad shooting night for Kyrie, 10 of 24. He hits the big 3. His only 3 of the night, 1 of 8. And I didn't really notice the Mavs playing that much faster either. So no dramatic differences for me from the debut.
Yeah, no. I mean, I know Bassick thought they played a little bit faster, or Luka was playing a little bit faster. I didn't really notice. It's one of those things. Like, do you want to see it or not? If you want to see it, you'll think he played faster. If you don't want to see it or don't, have a take on it, then you probably didn't notice. It's not like they were out there playing 40 minutes of hell.
But who would have thought the big man to talk about was the rookie Dookie, Derek Lively, 16 and 10 off the bench, getting the start in the third quarter. Jason Kidd on Lively's debut.
I thought Derek was great tonight, to come off the bench. And, he, as I've talked to you guys about him playing with the second group and what that's looked like. And then we've shown him in the game, in that last preseason game, starting him. So he's been really good with both groups. And I thought, being able to bring him off the bench tonight and then being able to start him in the second half was something that we've had talked about doing. And again, he was great on both ends, being able to rebound the ball, being able to change shots, give us, second or third opportunities. And then, again, it's not easy, playing with Luka, because Luka's going to throw it. He expects you to, catch it and finish. And he has some great lobs tonight. I think I was told he's had the most points as a rookie coming off the bench. So a lot of good things from our rookie tonight.
Absolutely. So the Mavs start off 1-0. Disappointment for Wemby and the Spurs, and the Mavs are going to get Brooklyn for their home debut at the AAC tomorrow. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy with you on a messy Thursday morning, so be careful out there driving. We have the Payload at 6:40, Billy Ripken to preview the World Series at 8 o'clock, Babe Laufenberg to preview the Rams at 8:40, and Patrick Walker, final hour, DallasCowboys.com. We got some station drama, though. We have some radio station collusion and drama here within the building, and we have some drama with two Hollywood dads that we all grew up on. We're just getting started. Glad you're waking up with us on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up in the
First time in Sean and RJ morning show history, we got the 4 a.m. bailout call from one of our teammates. Good morning, Metro.
Ow.
Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Shreve, RJ Choppy, and Pepe with you. Is it a nasty drive for you coming in?
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Pretty bad. It was. I mean, we have not had rain like this in 6 months, where it's been 2+ days or a day plus. It's pretty bad. You?
It was like nothing at my house, and then it started like it wasn't hard rain. It was some drizzle. It was some defrost conditions out there driving in on 30 to 75. Peyton, did you get anything at 3 a.m.?
Terrible. It was the worst driving experience. For the first time ever, I had to stop on the highway because I could not see.
What?
And every car in front of me did the same thing. They either veered off to the side because as soon as you get on the bridge, there's no shoulder. It's just a straight highway. And like, there's no lights out there. And like, I thought I had my lights off on my car. I could not see a foot in front of me. It was awful. I think it took me almost an hour to get here at 3 a.m.
Wow.
When did it start? When did this all start?
As soon as I left my house, I left the neighborhood, got it close to the highway, and it started to come down a little bit. As soon as I got on the highway, just absolute downpour. And I thought I could wait it out because, I was like, okay, well, I'll drive a little bit. And it was just bad the entire time. Then I get close to Dallas, and there's an 18-wheeler that's going the width of the highway. Like, he crashed. And so the only way to get around him is from the shoulder. So be careful. It's dangerous out there.
And
or was.
All the stoplights are out. Yeah, I didn't feel it was too dangerous driving in. And of course, it's going to be a wet and rainy week. It's sad. The first thing I think of whenever I see any rain, I'm like, yes, my water bill, sprinklers off. I just shut the sprinklers off 3 weeks ago. I can't pay $300 water bills anymore.
Do you have a rain sensor? Like if it rains, they won't go on.
I don't know. I asked the crew to do it.
Yeah, I mean, you would probably see a little sensor on top of your fence.
I just turned it off.
Oh, you just totally off.
I'm testing the water company. I want to see. It's like when you leave your home for a week on vacation and you keep it at 82, and you're like, okay, I know that the AC bill is going to be lower. It has to be.
Yeah, you would think so.
Yeah, you would think so.
You would think so.
And then the water bill, I'm like, okay, let's see. What running pipe are you going to try to dig me for this week, City of Dallas? You crooks.
Yeah,
except for my boy Michael Tolo.
When I don't have my sprinklers on, the water bill is usually $80. That's with showers and then the trash. I think the trash is included in your water bill. So for me, it is at least. It's like $30 a month, whatever it is. So so that'll kick in. Whatever service fees they have.
Yeah.
So it should be for me when I have my sprinklers off. It's usually about $80 a month.
So look at this forecast.
Oh, it's nasty.
Rain today, rain tomorrow with thunderstorms, Saturday rain, Sunday rain. Do you know what I'm going to say about Monday?
Rain, 90.
Monday's high is 45.
Oh, man.
81, 83, 71, 70, high of 45 Monday. We're going from 70 to 45.
I hate the state.
With a low of 38. Is Monday Halloween? What day's Halloween?
The 31st.
Okay. So the 31st, a high of 52, low of 34. But rain for the next 5 days, which I don't mind. I love it. Just be careful driving out there. But then we go from 70 to 45.
Jeez, man.
That's crazy. I didn't know that in the weather report.
That's a lot of rain and a lot of temperature droppage right there.
So at 4 a.m. this morning, 4:01, Bobby Belt. I just woke up and vomited twice, and I've got a low-grade fever. I'm out today. I'll keep you posted. Peyton, feel better, Bobby? RJ, I don't think we've ever had a that morning call in show history, and I was just like, WTF? What the? This guy, he's so dramatic.
Very dramatic.
He's just drama. He really is. Every other day I go home, Amanda's like, I thought he was supposed to make y'all's lives easier. And I was like, he does make the life easier in some ways, but then like managing his personality. Do I think that Bobby thinks that he's sick? Yes. Do I think I just don't believe Bobby's body. I just don't believe anything.
He thinks he has ALS.
The other day he was posting about rhabdomyolysis or whatever.
Spondylitis.
Does anyone have spondylitis out there? It's like this guy's head is all mixed up in terms of the wiring. And never before is it like I'm out. We're all staying up till midnight watching the Mavericks. We're texting 7 hours ago. We have the entire radio station on a group message. He's texting. You would have thought he would have been like, hey, man, off to the side. I'm not feeling so good. I got something coming on. Nope, just the instant wake up, throw up, and I'm out.
Yeah, he doesn't like. There's no throw up and then give it a second.
I used to go on single child tangents. I apologize for my 12 years, except for talking about Troy. All that applied. But my single child tangents, I apologize to all you single children out there without the siblings. I'm
having 8 of them is bad.
I'm redirecting it to homeschool.
Yeah.
We have to ban homeschool.
We have to ban homeschool.
We have to stop.
1,000%. There's no doubt.
A, B, 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 D, and Z.
Yes. Now, I'm skeptical on this.
But I don't think he's lying.
No. I think he'll be in here at 6:12.
Oh, you think he's coming in?
I think he's
Messing with us?
You feel guilty?
I think he's pulling a fast one on us.
Why?
Just doesn't make sense. Like we've never seen this before. We've never seen this.
Yeah. You don't wake up at 4. At 4, man, you're leaving your boys. You're hanging your boys out to dry. Now, if it would have been like Friday or Monday when I was out, he would have forced himself in, I think.
Right, I would think
you would have needed a co-host.
Oh, boy, I'd have been miserable.
And Ross.
Yeah, me and Ross, man. Howdy, guys.
I think this is legit. What's the motivation for pranking?
There's no motivation, but it's Bobby.
Yeah.
That's the only thing. He's pulling a Russo or something like that. He's gonna miss the first segment and come back. I don't know. That's why I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful because
that was the other day of the Firehouse tour when he missed the first few segments. So we got some radio station drama that we need some help with on the truckwreck.com text line 877-881-1053. My phone started blowing up yesterday from Jared Sandler. Are you seeing this? Are you kidding me? Now, we try not to talk too much fantasy football. We just need to know. This is like an NFL trade, though, that you can analyze and you can tell us what to do about it. Zach Wolchuk and Will Chambers pulled off a trade in the Fantasy League. Cooper Kupp for Sam Laporta. Straight up. Sam Laporta goes to Will Chambers, and old quiet Wolchuk is bringing out the gun and holding up Will Chambers for Cooper Kupp. So Kupp for Laporta. Will Chambers, though, has his explanation why he did the deal. Oh, he left me a nasty voice memo. He was not happy.
Really?
He was not happy whatsoever.
Okay, here's the deal. First off, what kind of league are we running here where trades are vetoed because people don't like the trade? I mean, what is this, communist Russia? I mean, Jared's acting like Joe Stalin here. I have on my team right now, Puka Nacua, DJ Moore, their top 6 wide receivers in points right now, and Calvin Ridley and Cooper Kupp. Ooh. I don't want 2 wide receivers on the same team, especially if I think one, Kupp, maybe could get injured again. He is just coming off of one. Also, production from Nacua, I think, stays, and I think Kupp, maybe not so much. Could I be right? Yeah. Could I be wrong? Yeah. Who f***ing cares? This is fantasy football. Run my team the way I want to run my team. Instead of being told I cannot make a trade or run it like I want to, I'm getting no production at a tight end the last 3 weeks. So I wanted to get a tight end who I like, who I think is going to produce towards the rest of the year. And it's vetoed? What kind of axis of evil is running this show?
All right. So all the questions. So the trade got vetoed. So number 1 to the Tolos. Should it have been vetoed? Do you veto trades in your league? Number 2, does Will have a point? He's got a ton of wide receivers. If you look at it straight up, it's highway robbery. It's criminal. It needs to be vetoed. Cooper Kupp for Sam Laporta. But he's got Puka. He's got DJ Moore. And he's got Calvin Ridley. So when you have a surplus of something, you can afford to go ahead and get rid of something in that category. That's what he did. The league did not have it. And yesterday, this set off social media with the Tolos.
You know, Sam Laporta is having a good year. All right, he's a top 10 tight end.
Better than our tight end.
Yeah.
Better than Schoon.
Yeah. He's a top 10 tight end in the league. Cooper Kupp, I mean, he's better at what he does. Now, what's wrong with having the top number 4, number 6 wide receiver in the league on your team? I would want that. I get it. You're from a position of
not enough spots.
Right. you're from a position.
Not enough roster spots to play them all.
This is why. Now, if he has a real problem, my other league that we're in, they got rid of kicker. They added another flex spot. There you go. That's what you should do.
Yeah.
But we don't.
Yep.
And I don't know what Will's thinking. I mean, every league I've ever been in, you have the authority to veto. You have to approve or veto the trade, which you can get hairy. I get it. But and people are saying the Fantasy is actually a fair trade. I didn't think this was fair.
Hey, how do you vote?
Veto. Exit out. I was right here with Carter, and he looked at me and showed me his phone. Yep. He said, nope, it's not happening in my league. And then I get the text from Jared outside the GM.
Oh, man.
And I'm like, oh, no, he's mad. Because the thing is
Jared's nasty.
Jared's 5-2. He's near the top of the league, so he's protecting
5-2?
5-2.
Oh, 5-2.
5-2. So he's protecting his winnings right here.
Sure.
And the first thing I look at is, okay, is there, is one team really bad? Is Will really bad? And he's just trying to make, Zach good?
He's tanking.
They're both 3-4, so they both suck right now. So that kind of factored into it. But yeah, I thought straight up this was a bad trade.
All right, so there it is. Let us know what the verdict is. If it was y'all's league, you are the 105 through the Fan Fantasy Commissioner throughout the show. We'll go ahead and poke at all the participants, including Zach Wolchuk. I bet he's steaming. Zach is just furious behind the scenes. He got robbed of Cooper Kupp, who the Cowboys play on Sunday. But we have game one.
He likes to fart in bed.
We have game one starters set in the World Series. RJ is excited now for the Rangers-Cardinals matchup. And Howie Roseman, he's actually picking up the phone to try to make the Eagles better. Plus the Mavs over Wemby. It's all with the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ next.
Through your phone, smart speaker, or more, name your device. Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club, our number one audience of the entire show. I'm Sean Sharif, next to RJ Choppy. Bobby Belt says that he's out sick today. We'll see if he returns tomorrow. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on, including Bass Muscle on Twitter. He's got the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Rainy day out there, but still waking up with my boys. You are appreciated. Back to the Mavs. Opening season victory over Wemby and the Spurs at 6:20. But game one starters are set for the World Series tomorrow on this radio station. Zach Gallen against Nathan Eovaldi. Gallen, 28 years old, 2-2 with a 5.24 ERA in 4 games this postseason. So he struggled somewhat, Choppy, in the playoffs. A 5.24 ERA.
Holy smokes!
And you're talking about him not being the same pitcher on the road as he is at home.
Well, not even that. Also, don't forget, this is the longest he has ever pitched in his career. So if you were to go look at Zach Gallen's career throughout the entirety of it, he has thrown more innings this year in the regular season. Obviously, he's gone now. This is his 4th round in the postseason. And this is a dude that went 121 innings. So in 2020, it was his first real true year. 2020, he had 72 innings, then 121, then 184, and now 210. 10 plus 60, it's 26 extra innings. That's, in today's baseball, 26 extra innings is about 4.5 extra starts this year. And then you add the rounds of the postseason, 1 in the first round, 1 in the second round, 2 in the third. Now, that's probably about 10 extra starts he's had this year. 10 extra starts.
Yeah.
And then you factor in, some splits where, Zach Gallen is really, really good at home versus really, really meh on the road. You find yourself in trouble. You find yourself in a tough spot. He did not, and I was wondering if, last series was just a bad matchup for him. Maybe Philadelphia was a bad matchup. Hey, guess what? The Ranger lineup ain't exactly a bunch of singles hitters.
Gallen's ERA almost 2 runs higher on the road. He allows twice as many home runs on the road, walks more, and strikes out fewer against the Phillies. 11 innings against Filthy in the NLCS. Gallen surrendered 9 runs on 14 hits, including 5 homers. He got rocked. Now in the regular season, 17-9 with a 3.47 ERA. Led the Diamondbacks in wins, strikeouts, and innings pitched. Remember what he did to us.
Yep.
August 22nd. He struck out 11. Allowed 1 run in 6 innings of a 6-3 Snakes win. So against the Rangers for his career, 1-1 with a 3.57 ERA in 3 career appearances.
Yeah, he also faced the Rangers in May, and that was when the Rangers and D-backs split. That was here, that game. 5 innings, 3 runs, 6 strikeouts, no walks. So his strikeout numbers were pretty solid against the Rangers. He had 11, and then he had another 6 or 17. And from a walk perspective, he kept guys off base, just 1 walk. That's pretty good. He did not pitch well this last series. I wonder how much of that is him tired. I think he might be running out of gas a little bit. He's never pitched this deep into a playoff season. He's never pitched as many innings before. Again, he's probably had this year 10 extra starts that he's ever had before in his life.
The great Nathan Eovaldi, is going to get the game 1 start in Arlington. A 2.42 ERA in 4 starts this postseason. Won games 2 and 6 against the Armpit. Unbeaten in these playoffs. Unbeaten for your boy Nate Eovaldi. Now, the Diamondbacks' resume is crazy. All right, this is a crazier, more unlikely story than the Rangers even getting here. They won 84 games, 10 more than they did a season ago, 32 more than in 2021. They were outscored by 15 runs this year. Their run differential was minus 15. They were below the big league average in OPS plus, ERA plus, whatever y'all make of those numbers. Arizona not supposed to be here, and then obviously running through Milwaukee, running through the Dodgers, coming back, basically identical fashion to the Rangers coming back against the Astros. Arizona did it as well.
So they were 52-39 at the All-Star break. Okay. Write that down. Peyton, write that down. 52-39 at the All-Star break. And the All-Star break, by the way, was July 14th was the first game back. On August 11th, so 52-39. On August 11th, they were 57-59, which means they went 5-20 out of the All-Star break. 5-20. 5-20 out of the All-Star break, and they went on a nice little run. And they kind of recouped their season, and they wind up winning, 30 out of their next 40-something games. Played really, really solid mid-August to the end of the year. They came back on. Who knows why they had a tough spot out of the All-Star break? Nobody can really tell. What got them healthy, what got them better, was facing a Ranger team out there in Arizona when the Rangers started off their, losing 10 out of 12 stretch, the really bad stretch that they had that really kind of continued for almost a month. Where they just were not playing good baseball. The Rangers got them healthy. The Rangers got them better and got them back on the track.
Vegas has chimed in. By the way, we got the answer we were looking for yesterday. If you had the crystal ball, if you called Dionne Warwick and she told you.
She's still around?
I have no idea. If she told you it was going to be Rangers, Diamondbacks in the World Series at the beginning of the baseball season, the odds were 965-1. 965-1. The Rangers were 50-1 to win the World Series. The Diamondbacks were 125-1 the day before the season started. You got a 50-1, you got a 125-1. And now, what does Vegas think happens? Rangers have a 63% chance of winning this thing. They're minus 175. Arizona is plus 155. The exact outcome that they're predicting. Rangers win in 6. That's what Vegas thinks. That's the number one odd. Rangers in 6, then Rangers in 7, then Rangers in 5.
Wow.
Then Diamondbacks in 7, D-backs in 6, D-backs in 5. If you think the Rangers are going to sweep, 9-1 odds on that. If you think Arizona's going to sweep, 16-1.
What was the Rangers in 5 number?
9-2, plus 450.
Okay, so 4.5-1. All right.
World Series MVP favorite? Care to take any guesses?
Corey Seager.
I'll go back with El Bumby.
You are correct, Pepe.
Wow.
But that's 1 and 2. Adolis is 5-1 to win World Series MVP. Corey Seager is 11-2.
Is number 3 a Ranger?
No.
Okay, so it's Corbin Carroll.
Yes.
And then it is Nate Eovaldi.
No.
Ranger?
Nope.
Oh, Zach Gallen?
Uh-uh.
Okay.
Christian Walker.
Cattell Marte.
Marte, then Walker. Marte, then Walker, then Evan Carter.
Wow.
Marcus Semien, Nate Eovaldi, they're all tied.
Yeah.
Then Jordan Montgomery, Josh Young, Mitch Garver, Zach Gallen. So they're probably going to have a pitcher less than an everyday position player.
Yeah, a pitcher's going to have to win. If a pitcher wants to win the MVP of a World Series, they got to really, win both games in dominating fashion they pitch in. Maybe even start a third. Game. But also have nobody else that has this massive, offensive output. I thought you could have made a case going into Game 7 of the Houston series that Eovaldi could have won the MVP. Because, part of, Adolis's, part of his greatness in that series was in a loss, whereas Eovaldi would have won a couple of games in that series.
So tomorrow we have on Jeff Bannister.
Yes, we do.
RJ booked Banny at 8 o'clock tomorrow. So tomorrow, Banny, Mike McCarthy live, high-low, since Bobby screwed that up for us today. We'll do that tomorrow. All right here on the show, Nick Eatman to preview Cowboys Rams. Today, we have Billy Ripken at 8 o'clock. and Babe Laufenberg at 8:40. So
You should make Bobby do double prep work tonight. He needs a punishment. He needs a punishment for this.
the 4 a.m. bailout call.
It's tough. Man.
You don't do that.
Is that like throwing up and in? 95 up and in. It's a little warning out there. You don't like it.
Well, this is more like getting drilled.
Oh,
this is more like Garver to the ribs.
Garver to the ribs, man.
Garver to the ribs. Which, by the way, Brett Boone joined us yesterday. He's not buying it. Bassey didn't buy it. That Abreu was accidental. The first one, that was intentional. The one to Garver, both pitchers think accidental, and then Aroldis 104 on purpose to go ahead and light up the Astros. So that's where the former big leaguers stand on that. I got the word last night that I'm also going to game 1.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Well.
Little home mini sweep
Nice.
of attendance.
Now, are you allowed to say with who?
Yeah, I am allowed. It's a sponsor of the station, so I'm allowed to talk about it for 3 hours if I want. I got the text from Kyle, Emerald Custom Pools.
Okay.
So Kyle goes, "Hey, what are you doing for game 1?" I'm like, chilling. I'm getting ready for Saturday. I'm taking the wife Saturday to game 2. He goes, "I have season tickets. You want to join me?" And then he flexes by sending me the seats. And I was like, Shaquille O'Neal, I was not familiar with your game. My bad, Emerald Custom Pools. And he sends me these seats. I was like, thank you, man. I'm in. I'll go Friday. All the drinks on me. He goes, well, our seats come with free food and drink. And I was like,
Are you?
what are we in the booger picker section? Are we on TV? Are we right there behind the catcher?
So are those the seats that are out in center field? Those tables? They come with free food and drink.
No, man. We have center field. No.
Yeah, because those
What
are
are
like
you sit in the rocking chair?
Those
Sit
are
in
the
the rocking
middle
chair
class.
too?
Yeah, those are the free food and drink seats too.
He said, make sure you get there early. We get into the first base club for dinner before. And I was like, what? Dude, here I am. Spittle called me about this the other day. I was like, yeah, I'm going to game 2. He's like, oh, must be nice. I'm like, you're the boss. You're the head of the Ranger station. What do you mean, must be nice? He can't get tickets. People think that we just have all these tickets available to us, which you would think would make some sense that we could have some access. Spittle can't even get tickets. So here's Emerald Custom Pools with greater access. I'm kind of embarrassed by it. Kind of ashamed.
Yeah.
They get better. He's got better Rangers access than I do sitting here on the radio station, on the flagship.
Unbelievable.
Section 17.
That's right by the dugout.
Yeah.
It's right by the first base.
And I was like, dude,
dugout.
I've never seen you post Ranger pictures or anything. And he's like, I'm working, man. I got to work on your pool design. I don't have time.
I
don't have time to go to Arlington.
I actually think you're inside the dugout. Like, I think you're like closer to home plate than the dugout is. I think the dugout's further down the right field line at section 17.
So
here's
here's
a
what
good seat. You'll have fun.
Here's what I'm going to do because I have extra money to burn now because I was planning on buying the drinks. The first 25 Tolos that I see, I got your first beer. First 25 tomorrow night. I'll make a little post about it with a reminder. If you see me out there, maybe I'll rock the Emerald Custom Pool sweatshirt. I'm supposed to go on today with Laura Harris, NBC5, right after.
Oh.
So I'll go ahead and announce that. First 25. And then Sandler's like, you better be careful because a crowd gathers. Is G-Bag broadcasting from there tomorrow?
Yes, tomorrow.
Okay. Maybe I'll do this for Saturday.
Do it for Saturday.
Sandler goes, oh, the whole crowd, all the Tolos are sitting there standing by G-Bag. So I could just have a bill of 20 to 25 beers just off that with G-Bag out there. But no, if you see me out there and we're by the concession stand, I got your first drink. But yeah, I'm going out to game 1 and game 2.
You will not have to post where you are for them to find you.
Because of my popularity?
No, the amount of people, that recognize you out there, that recognize me out there when we go, and it'll be the same for you because we're on the fan cam. You will not have to post where you are; they will find you.
So let me know. Shoot me the message, DM me where you're going to be tomorrow for game 1 and Saturday for game 2. Thanks to Kyle for letting me live the sweet life on the home of the Rangers. I can't provide it. Thank you for providing it. The Mavericks provided a spoiler for Wembanyama's debut, and San Francisco may be losing again. That's all next with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
The fan segment here brought to you by Ciroc Vodka and Window Nation.
He didn't seem like being nervous, so he played sorry.
It's the first game. We're getting back into it. No worries.
Luka dropping the curse words on national TV, talking about the rookie, Derek Lively.
I'm happy here.
Who says Wemby was going to be the show? It was Derek Lively off the bench, providing the second half spark for your Dallas Mavericks as they won a late one in San Antonio, 126-119. Lively, 16 and 10, 7 of 8 from the field in 31 minutes. Luka and Kyrie win it late. Luka finds Kyrie in the corner with a huge three, and then Luka with the dagger three from the top of the key. He ends up with the 33-point triple-double. All the Wemby hype, disappointing, letdown. He couldn't stay on the floor. He was saddled with foul trouble. He played 23 minutes, had to leave with the early fourth foul in the third quarter, and then bam, immediately, as soon as he's back on the floor, picks up number 5. And he doesn't seem like he's going to be a guy that argues a lot. So the referees are going to love him. But it's tough to judge his debut. Obviously, it's crazy to watch his length. Like when Kyrie gets switched up on him and Kyrie's just sitting there at his waist. Watching Grant Williams, who had a nice, solid debut, try to guard him. Just the length is going to be fun to see throughout the year because he's such a physical freak. But he was shooting some threes. He only grabbed 5 rebounds, scored 15 points. San Antonio was fun throughout this game, though. Now, a lot of, again, the biggest cult in town is
Spurs fans.
It's Mavs Twitter.
Mavs
Twitter's the biggest cult. It kind of rotates. It used to be A&M, and now, and that was during the Manziel days. That was back in the day.
It was Ranger Twitter before that.
Then the annoying Longhorn fans, all the Longhorn blogger dorks. That's why I can't stand Texas. Sorry, Peyton.
Shout out Chip Brown.
And not Chip. He's all right. But now it's Mavs Twitter. And I was like, man, San Antonio is playing fun. This is a fun brand of basketball. And then these morons at the end of the game, that didn't age well. It has nothing to do with the style of play, you dummies. San Antonio's going up and down the floor. Ball movement. They had 18 assists at halftime. 18 assists at halftime. Everybody was getting involved. All 5 of their starters were in double figures. They had 7 guys in double figures. I was just saying the brand of basketball was fun. They had 9 more assists than the Mavericks. That proves my point. Doesn't matter who ended up winning the game. But first half, it was like, oh, Mavs defense is terrible. They're just letting everything by as usual. Now, some were saying don't judge San Antonio's free-flowing offense and their excitement because you're going up against the Mavs defense. But that building was popping early on.
It was. And, Wemby he did not have the biggest,
put it like this real quick.
scoring.
I'll put it like this to finish that point. I was hoping that the Mavs were going to play more the Spurs style this year. I was hoping it was going to be faster. I was hoping it was just going to be nonstop ball movement, that it wasn't going to be Kyrie one-on-one and Luka one-on-one.
I mean, but, that's the NBA, too. When you got a guy that can ISO, you ISO him. You just do my man, my best versus your best, or whoever he's matched up with, and then you go. Wemby, I think Wemby's like, especially early on, his ability is going to be shown more outside the box score. he even though he only had the one block, he was able to contest a lot of things. He was able to have the rest of the Spurs defenders find loose balls, pick up loose balls, get open shots. He was able to do that, and I think that's just going to really show. I think Pop is probably way more happy with his first game than maybe a Spurs fan would be, or that any NBA fan would be just looking at the box score, because there is a way to impact a game without scoring, without blocking shots, with somebody his size and his skill set.
And look, 15 points on a disappointing night is good.
Yeah, that's
6 of 9 shooting, 3 of 5 from 3. If that's disappointing, which it feels like, given all the hype, that's great.
Yeah, if that's his floor, cool, man. Like, I have to go back and I wonder what LeBron's first box score looked like. I wonder what KD's first box score looked like. I don't remember.
We have the internet.
We do. But like, I mean, this is not the worst. It wasn't the best debut. It wasn't even the best debut of the floor. Derek Lively's debut was probably better. Well, I know Porzingis' debut with the Celtics was better. My goodness.
We'll get into that in a second. Real quick, the former Celtic. Look, everyone loved the Grant Williams trade when it was made. He's just going to be a solidifying force. He just is. He had on Luka's shoes out there as well with those teal blues, whatever color you call it. 17 points, 8 in the fourth quarter, 6 rebounds, 1 block, 4 of 8 from 3. And he was trying to D up Wemby as much as possible. Grant Williams just one of those glue guys that you absolutely are going to love. Now you get to Porzingis. Wow. The Boston Celtics go into the Garden. They're trailing throughout much of this game, and KP finishes with 30 points, 8 rebounds, and 4 blocked shots, including 9 straight points to put the Celtics ahead for good in the fourth quarter. Wow.
Yeah.
What a debut for KP, their 4th best player, you could argue. That's why a lot of people, when Dame went to Milwaukee, majority of people are like, championship. Milwaukee, it's a no-brainer. And then you had some other people like Stephen A. Smith kept saying, no, Boston. Last night or the other night, TNT, no, it's still Boston and Milwaukee. And when you really think about the Celtics roster, Tatum, Brown, Drew Holiday, one of the best all-around guards in the league, just not a sexy name or flashy player, and then Kristaps Porzingis is your 4th. Kenny Smith is like, dude, there's no comparison. No one has a better 4th player than KP.
Yeah, and I mean, truthfully, like he could easily be the 2 on any given night, and he could be the 1 on any given night. Like he's solid, man. He's a good player. I think we were going to look back and I wonder if we kind of gave up on that pairing a little bit too fast. That was a quick hook. They had a very quick hook,
or used them incorrectly.
That's another.
Carlisle just wanted him as a spot up shooter in the corner.
Yeah, because
they were chanting F Porzingis too loud.
Yeah, they were. Look, that's a great crowd there, though. I mean, the Knicks have always had a good crowd. I thought they were going to win that game. They'd have a comeback, and then I thought they took the lead. I was like, man, this team's going to wind up beating the Celtics, and nope, came right back. That's a scary team, Boston is.
Okay, I had to go and check to see if, by the way, it's the first player in NBA history with 5 threes and 4 blocks in a team debut. He held the Knicks to 20% shooting when contesting a shot. They shot 3 of 15 when KP's length was out there defending.
If he can stay healthy, it's always his thing. If he can stay healthy, but having that with that organization, having the most points in a team debut in that organization, it's impressive.
Same for Zion. Oh man, it's never going to happen. There's less likelihood of Zion staying healthy compared to Porzingis, but if he could. See his dunks last night? This guy's a freak. He's an absolute freak. He threw one down on Jared Jackson, and then he caught an alley-oop right after that. It just doesn't make sense how that much weight and that little height can get up and soar over everyone. But damn, he's fun. He's the best. I really wish he could stay healthy for a while. And then I had to check the NBA schedule here. And say, did the Chicago Bulls start off like the Dallas Stars? Did the Chicago Bulls have everyone else in the league play 4 games while they're just playing their first? Well, no. Everyone's playing their first game. And the headline, I gotta click on this just to make sure this is the right Bulls. Frustrated Bulls meet after blowout loss in opener. Is this the earliest team.
Game one.
This is the earliest team meeting in sports history. Chicago met after getting blown out by the Oklahoma City Thunder. They already met. They already talking amongst themselves. What?
They only lost by 20.
They aired it out. It
Are
says
you embarrassed?
they aired it out after this.
The Rockets lost by a bigger margin.
Had a heated exchange during the third quarter with Vucevic. He's saying I've expressed myself a little bit too much. Him and Billy Donovan are going at it.
The Pacers lost by a bigger margin. This is a 20-point game. You ever a team meeting already? The heck?
After game one. How incredible is that? After game one.
Will it work? Will it work?
Well, it sounds like Billy Donovan's going to be fired at some point during the course of the year. That is crazy. Most points in the triple-double in season opener. Luka with the third highest amount. The Big O. Oscar had... Who's the Big O? Pepe?
That would be Oscar Robinson.
There you go.
Well, he said Robinson.
Robinson.
The Admiral. The Big Admiral. Oscar Robertson. All right, it's okay. It's you get enough points for that. Around the NFL, real quick, Brock Purdy in concussion protocol with the Bengals coming up, and they think that he may have suffered the concussion. Check out the numbers after the hit. He threw both of his interceptions after a tush-push quarterback sneak play, and you're saying history says he won't play against the Bengals?
Yeah, history says he won't play again, at least this week. No player that has been placed in concussion protocol this year has played that week. Okay, so that's that. So the last time that happened, who played in the same week, was Kenny Pickett in 2022. That's from Schefter. So again, no player placed into concussion protocol this season has played the same week. Pickett had a concussion in week 6 and was cleared to play in week 7. Obviously, there was a Tua situation that the league is just more sensitive to. The team's more sensitive to. So there you go. Now, there are people on Twitter disagreeing with Schefter and saying that some guy did do it. Schefter says no, that did not happen this year.
What do you think the spread is? Don't look.
By Cincy, I will say it is San Fran by 2.5.
3.5. Why is this even on the board right now?
It's a good question. It's a
surprised,
very good question.
I'm surprised it's even out there.
Yeah, I would have thought they would have taken it completely off the board. Look, maybe I can go on because I have an account. I wonder if I could even bet it right now. I don't know. I haven't tried to bet this game, but it makes no sense for them to keep it on the board if you don't know. If you don't know whether he's going to play, you're going to leave yourself exposed. You want to make San Francisco a 3.5-point favorite without Brock Purdy out there?
Yeah.
I don't. Let me.
Or maybe there's just no drop off to Sam Darnold. Maybe they know Brock's a system quarterback.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, Cincinnati. Then they've made it so Cincinnati has a little juice, -120 on that 3.5, but that ain't enough.
Up next is The Payload with Peyton Russell. Soft launching, silent walks, and more spying on filthy audio. The Payload on Sean and RJ is next.
And segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Texas, it is Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Unprecedented one-time offers. Claim yours before it's all gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment?
I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right, Laura. And by the way, Daddy not doing work a day. Daddy doing sleep. Bobby Bell out today, missing another payload. Golly, Bobby. He just
screwing up high-low.
Screwing up the show sheet. Sean put so much effort into it, and then, just...
Supposed to record an RJ Choppy World Series song with Bobby.
Now we're not doing it. We're not doing it now.
I get scratched as
all
well.
Bobby's fault.
Now we're not doing it. It's all
This
Bobby's
is the Payload.
fault.
This is where Peyton Russell, myself, runs the segment here. They let me have a segment for 15, 20 minutes. They let me do what I want to do here. That's just amazing. So 6:40 on Thursdays, that's what we do. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com fan text to get involved. Guys, I spied on Philly yesterday after the Phillies lost to the Diamondbacks. We wanted some juicy audio. We got some from 94 WIP in Philly, but man, it's out there now. The golden audio Philly fans, just instant reaction is just incredible audio. And they had a guy out there with a microphone and just said, "Take it away, Philly fans." Right as they were walking out of Citizens Bank Park after the Phillies Game 7 loss to the Diamondbacks the other night, and Philly fans go off, and here's a minute and a half of just golden audio here.
We had home field for 2 games, and you let them come here and beat us?
Phillies need to sell Trey Turner. That guy's a idiot. We went farther without that guy. The Phillies, honestly.
Trade the whole team. This team blew. I want to say that I'm depressed. I had to ask 9 people for this cigarette.
Philly fans, we always stink.
Disappointment.
Oh, man, that was just straight garbage.
This sucks.
I hope they never play a baseball game again.
Fire Topper. What's up, man?
Feeling like I want to go lay in traffic.
All them bitch-ass motherfuckers that couldn't get a hit when we motherfucking needed it.
I love how we spent $700 million for guys to go 0 for 12 combined. Let's go Jets.
I'm feeling good because, we still got the Birds.
Go Birds! Go Birds!
Hit the fucking ball, man. Come on, really? Hit the fucking ball.
Overpaid
That.
Hey, wait, where'd you get this banana?
From a homeless guy.
Hey, how do we feel about Dancing on My Own as a song moving forward?
You got to cut it.
Time to retire it. Find something new.
Still fires up the crowd.
Well, I'm pretty sure it didn't work this year, so it's got to go.
I'm crying instead of dancing!
I get shitty ass song. They need to ditch that
I don't want to hear that song ever again.
How about you shut up?
This is what I think every loss in the history of Philly sports.
It's what it sounds like.
What song are they talking about?
It's a Callum Scott song.
I'm dancing on my own. It's like they played it last year in their run to the World Series. Yeah. So after every win, that's what they play, and they played all throughout the stadium. That's what they danced to, and then
they even stole a banana from a homeless person.
How great is that? That to me is amazing. I got it from a homeless guy.
The girl that wants to lay in traffic. Oh my goodness. I mean, that's the thing. It's like you make it all the way to Game 7 of the NLCS, 1 loss, and it's fire everyone. It's I want to just steal bananas from homeless man. Screw the whole city. But then at the end, go Birds. It's football season now for them.
Yeah, I had a major fear that they were going to become a dominant sports town, that they had like Boston Light in their future with the Eagles and the Phillies. 76ers, and God just said, no, it's never going to happen. You don't deserve it.
We would kill for that though. They have they lost in the Super Bowl. They lost in the NLCS. They lost in the Western or Eastern Conference Finals in the NBA. Like they've had their teams go deep. That's cool to have that, but you want to actually win the title every now and then. They haven't.
Guys, okay, so my dear friend, I call her my girl. I've called her my girl before, Mackenzie.
Dear friend.
Well, I didn't want to say girlfriend, so I was trying to find sorry.
How about you call her your friend girl then?
Friend girl, that's a good one.
Why won't you just make it official?
Soon. I said soon because I'll see her. I think I see her tonight, so maybe tonight is, or if I feel the vibes right, I'll go the weekend. But we're there. We're basically official without being official. We know it.
What are you doing tonight?
Going to dinner.
Oh.
Which I need.
Any of the
plans.
25 places we said not to?
Yeah. Chili's, Applebee's was on my list. Olive Garden was there. I was thinking of Gloria's.
Oh, yeah.
But the thing is,
I got your number.
Oh, really?
It's a song, Peyton.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, Gloria. Yeah, okay, I got you.
So you're looking for a place in Rockwall.
Place in Rockwall. Gloria's is right off the harbor, so it's a nice place right by the water.
One margarita.
That's right. It's Thursday, But I got to go queso, right, Chop? Got to go queso on Thursdays. That's what you do.
You have to. You have to go queso when you go there.
That's what I'm thinking. Gloria's maybe a nice Italian restaurant too, right around the harbor. So, but maybe after dinner things become official. You never know.
Yeah, we'll get the update tomorrow morning.
We will. So I think dinner's around 7:00 tonight. So
Get Mike McCarthy to congratulate you.
Really? You think he will?
Of course.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, Coach plays along 6:30 tomorrow morning.
Let's do it.
We'll
All
see
right,
if we can
Coach.
bless the relationship.
So I was joking with Mackenzie the other day. I was like, oh, we're almost official. Maybe I can start posting on my social media. And I was like, I'll just post a picture when we're hanging out. She's like, well, no, you gotta soft launch it. And I said,
yeah.
But soft launch? And I knew what this was. I didn't know there was an actual word for it. But so soft launching is where you're in the late talking stages of almost being in a relationship with someone. And you don't want to post the full body picture of them because it gives it away. You want to post a hand, a leg, their back.
What?
Something where
we're doing this in body parts?
It's a tease. It's a tease to your followers of, hey, I'm seeing someone. Because if I just did this with every date, then it wouldn't mean anything, right? It's like if I'm going on a first date with someone, I'm not saying, hey, smile, I'm going to put you on my social media. That's just super weird. That kills everything, kills the vibes. So she's like, well, what if you posted like a hand or something like off to the side where it shows people, hey,
who's
you're
that?
Talking to someone. Yeah, that'll get them to swipe up. That's what the kids say. They'll swipe up on your story and say, who is this? I haven't heard this. Now the real homies know who it is. Like they know who Mackenzie is, but the people that only know me by follow me on social media have no idea. I think it's a great tactic here, but it's funny that she brought it up. That she's like, no, you can't just post the whole thing. You got to do it this way.
Wow.
She's right. We did this. Sarah and I did this. We you were at a sporting event and you tag her in your story. There's no photo. You're just taking a picture of the state of the arena floor, and she's tagged.
You give the at though?
Huh?
You give her username?
You can.
Okay.
Or
that's what a tag is.
Yeah. Or you guys are you're at dinner and you just take a picture of 2 drinks. Right? It's your drink and then her
well,
drink.
Well, it's not my second drink.
Your drink
that
in
would
the
cost too
foreground.
much.
Yeah, your drink in the foreground and hers in the background across the table. And you can see someone's there, but you're not. There's no face. It's blurred out because you're going to do it on portrait mode, Peyton.
Oh my god!
Because you have an iPhone, you're in portrait mode, and you're going to have your drink is going to be very, very clear. The one in the background is going to be blurry.
God.
And that's your post. There's no tag, nothing like that.
Peyton, don't do all this. This is the microcosm of dating that people hate. This is nothing but games. What's the point? What's the point of it?
So she says
it is kind of cool. She's suggesting it. I would imagine a girl 99 times out of 100 would be like, what, you just don't want to put me on there? Why do you want to play these games? You trying to hide me? You're trying to hide me? So it's kind of cool she's suggesting it. I just don't understand the point.
It was funny. She brought it up. She said it gets people to talk about us. It gets people. Yeah. You're in their group message now, and I'm like, that's a little selfish, but you know,
desperate for attention.
I get it. I understand. She is Gen Z, so this totally makes sense.
You're trying to create a stir. That's you're trying to create a major, minor stir.
I'm on the radio. I can stir the pot however I want.
So tonight, let's pick a body part.
Whoa.
Let's pick a body part. You want to go with a hand? You want to go with the hair?
Well, I think I go her dinner plate, my plate, her drink, her dinner plate, and then everything but her face.
Okay.
Does that make sense? So it's like she's kind of, she's across the table, so she's a little far away, but it shows, hey, there's 2 people in this picture.
So you just got so tonight at between 7 to 8 p.m. What's your handle at Peyton Russell?
Peyton_Russ1 or Russ9.
Really difficult.
You don't even know your username.
I made it when I was like 10.
All right, Peyton 10. You made Twitter at 10.
Wow.
Tonight from 7 to 8 p.m. on Peyton's account, we will look for the dinner at Gloria's or just at Gloria's tonight in Rockwall, and then you have the soft launch, and then it'll blow up from the Sean and RJ listenership.
I think it
soft
will.
launch, but you got to do it. You got to do. We did this. It's the way things are done. Whether it's stupid or not, it is probably dumb, but it's the way things are done. I still can't. You just blow my mind though. You were 10 years old when you got so. You know what we didn't have when I was 10 years old? Cell phones.
Yeah, that's right.
You guys are boomers.
All right, let's see how you do it then.
Gen
You got to
X.
get her approval. The soft launch tonight at dinner.
Do
When
I
you
ask?
Try and make it
Do I
official.
just do it? We've been talking for like 2.5 months now.
Do you ask what?
Like, do I ask, like, can I put you on my social media?
Of course.
Yeah.
She's got to approve the picture. For God's sake,
Her
whatever
face
you
isn't
do.
in it. Her face isn't in it.
Listen to me.
Really?
Listen to me.
Yes.
God almighty. No matter what you do.
You got to approve it, man.
No
You
matter.
gotta-
This is more important than paying for dinner. More important. You have to say, all right, I'm doing the soft launch. What do you think? She could think it's an unflattering angle. She could think that you're catching the wrong body part. She could think that the cleavage is showing too much, the cleavage is showing too little. For God's sake.
She have cleavage.
You didn't listen to me over Olive Garden. She's got it. We've seen her. You didn't listen to me over Olive Garden. Show her the damn photo.
Yeah.
And be like, look, I'm doing it. Soft launch. We previewed this on the show. You should be more worried about how you're going to ask her to be your girlfriend or what you're going to say there versus this permission.
I know I don't, and I bet you Sean doesn't either. Even at our stage of the relationship, I'm not posting a photo of Sarah without her approval.
Hell no.
Not a chance.
Hell no.
Think I'm dumb?
You want to get in the doghouse? It's got to go through this filter. It's
Yep.
got to get this angle. And maybe why don't you hold
And
the
we
phone
got to change
up?
the live version of the photo. Maybe they have a better photo. Maybe iPhone picked the wrong photo, so we got
Yes.
to do the live version. We got to check it out.
Hold the phone up and angle it down. That's what
Yeah.
I've learned. You got to do that for the photo taking. So there you go, Pepe. Good luck.
This is why we have the payload, baby.
Yeah.
This is why we have it. Okay, so this next story here, real quick, we're sticking with Gen Zs. They're going on silent walking. Now you're thinking, what is silent walking? They're refusing to listen to music, guys, on walks. They're going for walks and runs. They're working out without music. RJ, you work out every day. You cannot work out. You cannot do anything physical activity without music. This is beyond disgraceful, and it's disrespectful at this point.
You know, I
cannot believe it.
I do use earbuds for workouts, but I don't always. Sometimes I forget them, and it's fine. Like there's a peaceful aspect to it. I gotta tell you, I am anti a lot of things Gen Z does. I love this. A walk without headphones.
I agree with you.
In your own thoughts.
If you live in the mountains and there's 6 people around you, then yes.
Very peaceful, very serene. I am a big. I think Gen Z's onto something here, man.
I agree. I totally agree with you. Yo, man, try it one time.
Yeah.
Have you ever just sat there, the TV off? I do it with Ollie. I'm like,
read a book, man.
I want to keep. Yeah.
Oh,
What was the last book you've read?
I read a book in college.
Finding Narnia.
Yeah. So I'm like, all right, let's just no screen time. And it's a nice little change. Just give yourself 15 minutes of dead quiet. You listen outside. You live in Rockwall. Deal with the nature. Hear the water. Right?
Yeah.
Try it.
Okay, I'll try it.
Try
If
it.
I don't like it,
You're
then I'll put my
lying.
AirPods in.
Yeah,
Drive home. Start drive home today. with
Well, I
the
did it on my way to
silence.
work. It was pouring down rain. I can't listen to music while I'm trying to focus on the road.
Okay,
so I did that
Grandpa.
for an hour and a half.
You can't listen to music while driving in the rain?
Well, not on the downpour. I had to the tsunami I
Why does
suffered
people's
through.
eyesight get better when they turn the music on? Hey, look, hang on.
It is
We're
weird. It
looking-
really is weird,
I'm
but it
looking for
works.
the street. Let me turn the radio down so I can find this street.
All right, it's more concentration. It's the Payload every Thursday. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club on Sean and RJ. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Why are Tolos already mad at Jason Kidd? Already mad at Jason Kidd. There's a story you could root for on the Diamondbacks. Dusty Baker is making it official, and Buster Olney on the World Series matchup. All of that on the way on the home of the AL champs next.
Let's get you over to Boomer.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Thursday edition of Sean and RJ, like the announcer guy said, on your home of the American League Champs. Game 1 of the World Series tomorrow in Arlington. Hit me up as a Tolo. Let me know where you're going to be. I'm just going to start off by G-Bag. So where G-Bag broadcasts from, I'm just going to post up there. Kyle, station sponsor from Emerald Custom Pools, is giving me the hookup. So I'm going to be out there for Game 1 with Emerald. And then Game 2 with the wife. So trying to represent as a Tolo in Arlington for 1 and 2 of the series. And we have our Game 1 starters. It's going to be Nathan Eovaldi going up against the guy who got the Rangers pretty good this year, Zach Gallen. Eovaldi versus Gallen. Vegas has the Rangers winning this series, and they have them winning it in 6 games.
Yeah, he did pitch well against the Rangers this year, but his 2 starts against Philadelphia were very bad. And I wonder if he is a little bit on the tired side.
Yeah.
He had more innings pitched this year than ever before in his career. He had 210 innings pitched. He's never gone over like 185. So that's a couple extra starts. And then you factor in the fact that he has had 4 extra starts in the postseason. He's at minimum 7 more starts and deeper into games than he's ever had before. And I wonder if he has hit that point where now it's diminishing returns. Hopefully it is, because you're going to see him twice. The Phillies beat him twice. They lost both games.
Beat him down twice.
Yep. He gave up 5 runs in 5 innings on the 16th. And then he gave up 4 runs in 6 innings on the 21st. So tomorrow he will have an extra day's rest. So maybe for him, that'll be good. Bad for us, but look, he has thrown so many innings right now. He was pretty decent against the Rangers this year, though.
So look, they have Merrill Kelly and Zach Gallen, but there's less pressure for them to work deep, less pressure than the Rangers have with their big 2, because they're aggressive with their bullpen.
They are. Lovella will go to the bullpen quick. He didn't mind having a quick hook. Merrill Kelly got on him in Game 6. He wanted to stay out there. He thought he had more. His pitch count was not tremendously high. But Lovella, he ran it by the book. They're not a strict, necessarily third-order team, but they're pretty darn close to it. And he was not going to go there in that situation, backs against the wall. So they went to their bullpen, and then they went to the bullpen the other day. And, the addition of Seawall was big for him. They've got Salfrank and Thompson and Ginkle. I love that name. He was nails in Game 7. He had 2 big outs. And I think he may have gotten away with one. He grooved one to Harper, and Harper flew out to center field on what was the biggest at bat of the series. And he got him to weekly fly out to center.
Billy Ripken, our buddy from MLB Network, will preview the World Series at 8 o'clock, and Choppy has booked Jeff Bannister, coach for the Diamondbacks, tomorrow at 8 o'clock as well, here on Sean and RJ. No Bobby Bell with the last-minute bailout on his Ranger teammates. Bruce Bochy comparing this team to some of the other championship ones he's had.
You go to World Series, it's obvious you have the talent, but this team has played with as much heart and determination as any club I've had, and they've all have. But it's just amazing how they kept getting up. I mean, we went through some ups and downs this year with the injuries, with the we ran into a lot of streaks. And I'll start with Houston. First of all, congrats on them. It's amazing that they've been in 7 consecutive championship series, and they had their way with us pretty much all year. And to come in here and do this just shows you how determined they were to find a way.
By the way, Dusty Baker making it official yesterday, telling USA Today he's retiring.
Yeah, and that's 26 years now, and he's had a long, distinguished career.
Dude, I don't know how these guys have this energy at 74, 75 years old. I'm like, I tell my dad, I'm like, there's no way I will live to your age. I'll be dead way before then.
You think so?
I know so. Yeah, I won't have the will. I barely have the will now.
A lot of people who have worked.
No one's dying,
and have had
Jason.
I saw this firsthand on my dad, and happy birthday, Dad, by the way.
Oh, wow.
I saw this firsthand with him. The moment he retired, he literally started to die. his brain started to go.
Oh, yeah.
If you keep moving,
I'll move.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I'm not going to be. I'm not. That's how my dad will be. My dad, if he didn't work, he would be 6 feet under already.
Yeah.
But no, I'm ready. I'm ready to live.
Yeah.
It's not a post-retirement thing.
No. It's went to the Ranger game with the great.
I think waking up at 4 a.m. is the part that's killing.
That'll kill you.
Yeah.
That'll kill you. Went to the game with the great Bennett Glazer, who's up there in age, and he is sharp as a tack, man. It's because he keeps moving, keeps that mind sharp. You got to keep doing stuff like that. You got this, man. I don't see you as a sit around, do nothing.
No, I'm not going to sit around and do that anyway.
Party it up.
Enough morbid talk.
LIVIN.
That's right. So the Rangers with Evaldi versus Gallen and the Diamondbacks tomorrow night on this radio station. The G-Bag Nation will be there getting you ready. I'm going to be out there as well.
Trying to go out on Friday. Trying to go out to one of these games. Real quick, in terms of Bochy and his other teams, they were 92 wins, 94 wins, and 88 wins. So the Rangers kind of right in the middle of all that with 90. They had Mad Bum and they had Lincecum and Kane, especially at the early part. Then they had Mad Bum. Mad Bum was on all three, but he was the ace in the second and third. And then, big time Timmy Jim and Matt Kane were the aces in the first one when they played the Rangers. That wasn't this lineup is much better than any of those Giants lineups. Now, I don't know that we have a player as good as Buster Posey. Historically, Seager is, but like in the all-time great catcher category versus the all-time great shortstop. Where are they? Seager would be the guy that would be as good historically as Buster Posey. Even though Buster Posey won, he's got an MVP, and I don't think Seager has an MVP. Should have this year. You can argue he should this year because, Shohei didn't play the last month and was on a last place team or close to second to last place team. So you've got that was he's an all-time great player, like an all-time great. But this lineup of the Rangers have is much, much better than anything Bochy had with San Francisco.
Tolos are already upset with Jason Kidd. He's trending this morning despite the Luka dagger.
Got clock at 4. Doncic. The step back 3. You bet! Luka Doncic, as Jason Kidd likes to say, is a bad man.
Look, that's our boy Ryan Rucco, who joined us yesterday from ESPN on the call with Richard Jefferson and J.J. Redick. What did we think of that? What did you guys think of Jefferson and Redick?
I thought they were okay. I mean,
I love
I
RJ.
think. What's that?
Oh, you do? You love RJ.
And Richard Jefferson.
It's weird. Like their voices yet are not like household in my ears.
Mm-hmm.
So it was hard for me. Like, man, is that okay? Now who is that again? So that was.
Well, it's good that you don't hear color.
I don't.
Good.
I don't. I didn't take my LSD yesterday.
Yeah.
I didn't hear color. I didn't do that. But so it was. I was trying. All right, who is that? Who's that? It was. It's Richard Jefferson. Yeah.
You know who the worst voice was last night? Doc Rivers.
Oh man,
I can't hear him. He's got his raspiness, and I was like, Doc did broadcasting before. I don't recall. Is something wrong with his microphone? I was like, just let Doris Burke talk for real. Let Doris Burke be the number one analyst. You can feel the coaching just coming out of Doc when you could understand him because he was just in all the film sessions, doing all the video reviews. I'm like, I cannot understand him as Porzingis has an historical debut for the Celtics at Madison Square Garden. Celtics winning over the Knicks with KP scoring 30. I just could not understand Doc. But anyway, back to the Mavs. We've talked about Wemby, foul trouble, Luka, triple-double, dagger, Kyrie, a lot of one-on-one trying to score last night, struggling, then finally hit the big three. I got to give props to Tim Hardaway. Tim Hardaway's start kept the Mavericks around. He ended up shooting 5 of 14 from the field, which is not good, but Hardaway was scoring early. I felt like the Mavs could have gotten blown out with how bad their defense sucked, but he scored 17. Tolos are mad at Jason Kidd for not starting Lively. Derek Jones Jr. in the starting lineup, and Jason Kidd is trending right now because they're like, why are you playing Lively like you did in the preseason, and then all of a sudden you're starting Derek Jones Jr.? Jason's explanation was something that bit San Antonio. He said, I wanted to protect Lively from foul trouble. And people are like, just play your freaking best players. Stop screwing around. Play your best players. But the foul trouble got Wembanyama, and Jason said he did not want that to happen to Derek. So 16-10 for the rookie out of Duke. Derek Lively 1, Mike Bassett nothing.
You know, it's interesting because you don't really. How can you kill him for not starting somebody in game 1 of his NBA career and not knowing exactly what he has?
People are out for Jason Blood, man.
They are, man. They are out. What's up?
And that's our head coach.
I haven't heard that drop. Mike's going to come in here today, smart ass. Well, championship. Oh, winning the title. We're going to win the championship now after that. So 126-119. Mavs get the W. All right, we told you Brock Purdy is in concussion protocol. San Fran may lose their 3rd straight game. They're taking on the Bengals. Let's go, Joe Burrow. But how about the drama in Cleveland with Deshaun Watson, Brady Quinn, and the Browns quarterback coach? This is so juicy.
Oh, this is so juicy. This was a Twitter beef between Brady Quinn and then Quincy Avery, who is Deshaun's private quarterback coach. Now, he went after Brady Quinn because Brady Quinn is being critical of Deshaun Watson.
He's a football analyst, former Browns quarterback, right? And the Deshaun drama continues as he got hurt in their recent game.
Yep, he's in rehab, and now he'll do rehab. Not rehab. He will do rehab this week, and P.J. Walker will start. Well, Brady Quinn posts on social media, everyone with a medical opinion, all right, every single person with a medical opinion has cleared Deshaun Watson. The situation is almost similar to a kid getting a $230 million trust fund. You ask them to get a job, and they have no incentive to do it. Quincy Avery, Deshaun's private QB coach, says, Brady, I'm going to be real, man. You don't know what the blank you're talking about. And sit behind a microphone gossiping like a little high school chick.
Woo!
All right, he said chick. Wow, he went there. After a little bit of a back and forth that went on after this, Brady hits him.
Night-night.
With a night-night. Quote, how about we massage this conversation and get it to a happy ending?
Dang!
Does that sound satisfactory?
Night-night.
Ball game.
Wow.
You got to throw the red flag on that one. I mean, they're going to challenge it, but that call stands as called right there. All right. Quincy Avery needed a 20-second timeout to get over that one. Can't do it. There's no comeback for that.
Now you're taking up for Deshaun here.
Well, look, I mean, can he throw? If he can, and does this really have anything to do with the contract?
Right.
That's the question.
All guaranteed.
Yeah, he's not sitting out because he's paid. He's sitting out because he's hurt. He doesn't want to play or doesn't want to hurt his stats because he wants another deal. You know, a lot of this is going to have no impact, I don't think, on future contracts because they're not going to give these future contracts anyway. It's not going to hurt it. They're already not getting them. They're already not getting guaranteed deals. It's a terrible look for the Browns, for Watson, and the league's not going to give this deal out for a while because they don't anyway. But, I mean, maybe he's just hurt. If he can't throw, he can't throw. I don't want him out there if he can't throw.
There it is, getting you ready for your Thursday here on Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Your home of the Cowboys and your American League champs. Buster Olney was on the G-Bag Nation yesterday, the great baseball insider on who's going to win the World Series and can the magic of Adolis Garcia continue. Plus, the best radio ranter in sports goes off again on one of RJ's heroes and Dwight Howard's lawsuit, and all the details coming out on the big man's personal life. The Expressway is commercial-free, and it is next on Sean and RJ.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by QC Kinetics.
Choppy is getting it on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We are in a World Series mode, and this is the Expressway. We're commercial free for the next 40 minutes. No reason, any day, to go anywhere else. Billy Ripken, our buddy from the MLB Network, will join us to preview Game 1 tomorrow night. Billy will join us at 8. Babe Laufenberg at 8:40 for Cowboys Rams. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy. Bobby is out throwing up. Let's do a little Rangers true or false with the Tolos on the truckwreck.com text line at 877-881-1053.
All right. True or false? This Ranger team is better than 2011.
Ooh. Have you gone back and... Well, you think that this offense is better or no?
I think it's got better components at times to it. I think that Ranger offense had a lot. I was more scared of that one. Like, I think this Ranger offense got the depth to it that, I mean, a lot of offenses don't have.
So here's some of the names, just a refresh. Moreland, Kinsler, Elvis, Beltre, Josh, Nelly, Michael Young, Mike Napoli, David Murphy. And what was your question? The exact
this Ranger team, or this Ranger team is better than 2011.
Okay, so that's the offense. For the offense, I will say no. I would still take that offense. That looks scarier. Pitching wise, CJ Wilson said deed. Where's he been? Has he been ever mentioned?
He blocked me.
Oh, he did. That's right.
He's got a bunch of car dealerships he owns in California. I know that.
CJ Wilson, Colby Lewis, Derek Holland, Matt Harrison, Alexio Gondo.
So their bullpen was much, much better.
Nefty, Darren Oliver, Scott Feldman, Mike Adams, Koji.
Yeah. Their bullpen was much better. Their starting pitching was deeper come postseason time. Like during the regular season, when this team is healthy, this team has the components to be better with Scherzer, DeGrom, Montgomery, and Evaldi. But this is a two starter rotation right now.
I won't say I will not say that this team is better than that one.
Yeah, I won't either. I think that this team has got less, maybe I don't say less holes in the lineup, but let's not forget that team had two. Like, Beltre's obviously in the Hall of Fame. Josh Hamilton is a Hall of Fame talent.
Yep.
Nelson Cruz he's not a Hall of Famer, but he's one of the most feared DHs that we've had in the last 20 years. So that team had a lot of scare. They had a lot of scare. Forget about Napoli. Yeah. You haven't even talked about Michael Young,
right?
Who's a professional hitter, and Ian Kinsler, who was pretty good for the leadoff spot when he was hitting leadoff.
But when it comes to this team, Chris Young, along with John Daniels, don't forget, I know no one wants to hear that, built it. Buster Olney, the great insider from ESPN, joined G-Bag yesterday, and he talked about CY's job.
I love the fact that he had a distinct plan of what he wanted to do. He followed his instincts, and this is where they are. And look, it's not something that you typically see in front offices these days. You have a general manager go to a manager and say to him, look, I want you to run my team and I want you to take it over. Like, I want you to do that job. I'm not going to come down into your office on a daily basis and tell you what to do. He knows Bruce Bochy and said, I want that guy. It's pretty clear that he also has a very distinct opinion about what he wants in a clubhouse. And I talked about the personality of the Rangers. These are all players brought in by Chris. And look, you can make an argument that, his tenure has not been out without mistakes. He goes after Jacob deGrom at a time when other people were like, boy, the injury risk is there. And she makes a big trade for Max Scherzer. That didn't probably pay off the way that he wanted to. But Chris was aggressive and knew what he wanted to put together, and now here we are. They're in the World Series. He did a tremendous job.
Yeah.
And he was talking about the personality at the beginning of the interview. He was asking the Rangers, when everyone was doing their different home run celebrations and, the Shohei headpiece and the chains. And he's like, what's y'all's? And they're like, that's not really our thing. That's not really our thing. So he was talking about they're a little bit more business. And I think he said Garver. This was a great question and point to ask others about within the sport. I think he said Garver loved baseball the most of like a lot of players in the majors. Who's like a baseball fan? I think he said it was Garver. Correct me if I'm wrong on the TruckRack.com text line. I think he said it was him.
All right, remember after Game 6, Garver goes to the Fox booth with A-Rod and Ortiz and Jeter. He gets there, and he said, and before he says that, he goes, oh, my God, wow. And then he's done, and he gets up, and he just does a wow. Like that, that's he's showing like a history love of the game.
Yes.
Which is kind of cool. And a lot of players don't care about players of yesteryear.
Yeah.
Those players aren't players of yesteryear. Those players are your players of 8 years ago. That's not like they're played in the 70s where it's, Joe Morgan, 20 years ago doing the Sunday night broadcast.
Yep.
These are guys that, all these players grew up on. Like if you wear,
I think it was Pena who sat down for Houston and told like Jeter, "You're the reason I played."
It was Dubon.
Yeah,
it was Dubon.
You're the reason I got into this.
Anybody who wears the number 2 in the sport right now is probably wearing it for him. Like they probably just are. They're at that age.
Yeah, you made your kid wear it.
Well, I didn't make him. I wanted him to wear my number.
23.
Yeah, it's mine. I made it famous. Still making it famous every day.
What's next?
Every day. They tried to give me number 8 in high school, and I was like, no, I don't wear number 8.
For Cal?
No, it would have been for Bo.
Oh, for Bo.
Bo Jackson.
Yeah.
Bo Jackson, right? He's the most famous number 8. Or 16.
Troy.
He wore both.
Troy.
In baseball, Troy. In baseball, Peyton.
Okay.
In baseball. Okay, so that was the first one. Next one. Evan Carter had just 2 RBIs this series, both in Game 7. True, false? He should probably move out of the 3-hole.
It did feel like some of the Evans sizzle faded as the series went on. How would you build the lineup 1 through 5? Like, I need a better alternative.
So right now, I'd probably bump down Carter. I put Garver 3, or Adolis, either one.
Okay.
I know they want to do lefty righty, so they would have to do that, and they did lefty righty like that. They would obviously move Adolis to the 3-hole, and then you can mix and match how you want to, but they don't really have that option. I know initially they had Grossman in the 3-hole there. They can move him around because he can obviously switch hit. You have guys that switch hit. You can do the lefty righty. I would probably move Carter down to 5 or 7.
What were his numbers again?
He had just 2 RBIs.
See, here's the problem. You can't have Carter next to Simeon if Marcus keeps swinging like this. Because,
right.
At first it was, oh my God, Evans getting on base for Seager and Simeon. Seager was crushing it, starting off like, Corbin Carroll on the other side before fading and then picking it up at the very end against the Astros. So it's like, man, if Evans struggles and you're still waiting for Marcus Simeon to pick it up, I would not be opposed to it. So I could say, true, you could move him out.
Yeah, on the fan text, 877-881-1053. 214 says, true, I think there's less pressure on him at the 9 spots. 469 follows up and says, yes, he did better in the later spots of the lineup, so they want him moved down more than, around 3 or 4.
Now, speaking of 9, man, Leody Taveras deserves his love.
Mm-hmm.
He has stepped up.
Yeah.
He's a fun player, and not just with the defensive play, but he stepped it up at the plate as well. So props to Leody.
Maybe Leody makes an appearance in the next song that we do.
Oh!
You never know. You never know how this is going to happen.
Well, Bobby would have to, show up to work first.
Yes, he would have to.
Yeah.
Next one, true, false. Max Scherzer is going to decide who wins this World Series.
Okay, I'll give my pessimistic answer. He's not going to decide it like in a good way. He's not going to be like the X factor that puts them over the top. Maybe he decides it the other way.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm afraid of. So I will not say that that's false, but my true that he could decide it is to the negative in just not having it still like he did not have it against the armpit.
Right. That's it. You know,
Max Scherzer's not going to put you over the top with an amazing electrifying performance.
I agree.
That I feel 1,000,000% true in. I mean, Bochy was on yesterday with KMC, and they asked him, was it tough to pull Scherzer against Houston?
Well, it's never easy to take out somebody like Max Scherzer. You know, I said something to him during the game. He goes, he right away he said, I just want to win. That's who he is. With Max, his resume, I mean, come on, it's never easy to do that. But when you're in Game 7 and you talk about, all right, all hands on deck, you're going to throw everything at him. Now with Max, he had one start. It got a little bumpy at times, but the stuff was really good. And we kind of had it figured out, mapped out. Well, if these lefties come up and, if we're in a situation where we need to go to them, we need to be ready. And I can't hold back. I was in a similar situation with Tim Hudson in Game 7 in 2014, and it wasn't easy taking him out in the second inning. But when you know that you have a loaded bullpen and some really good guys on there, they can help each other. It just gives them a different look. And so, no, it in that way was not a hard decision. It really wasn't, because my job is to do what I think is best for the club and what's going to give us the best chance to win. And that can't ever get away from you.
And that's Bochy and Chris Young on the home of the Rangers, back-to-back with KMC and G-Bag. And some were questioning, did they take Max a little bit? They take him out a little bit too early. So that was some total was thinking maybe Max had a little bit more left in Game 7. But no, I do not expect to see Cy Young Scherzer in the World Series.
No, I don't either. They got this cut in his thumb they're talking about. Or his hand. It's just a nightmare for a pitcher to have to deal with. All right, next one. We just heard from Bruce Bochy. Bruce will not use Chapman in a big spot with men on base.
Ooh.
True or false?
877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. What do y'all think? I think it's false because I think he'll have to. I think. So I was going off on this over the weekend, and I don't know whether Bassick, Mikey, if you're listening, text me. I don't know whether Mike was responding directly to me, but I was saying it's clear here. I think it was Game 6. I was like, the plan here is for Spurs to go 4 outs, then Leclerc, or it was Leclerc to work more. Either way, Noah Rodas, and that's what happened. He stayed away from him. And I was like, dang. During the regular season, you worry about that because you're destroying his confidence, right? Yeah. Postseason, doesn't matter. You got to do what you got to do. Right. We're talking about Game 6 and Game 7. I don't think he wants to go to him. I think he will have to. We will see a Rodas in a high leverage situation because I don't think they'll have a choice.
Yeah, I don't think they'll have a choice either now.
But I think he's lost faith.
Oh, yeah.
How could you not?
No,
Everyone's lost faith.
He definitely has lost faith in him. I think he'll go to him. I think he has to go to him. I don't think there's any question about that. The question is that, when he gets into a shred of trouble, how quick is the hook? If it's the 7th inning, or let's just say it's the top of the 8th. They're on the road. They're at home. Sorry, they're at home. Top of the 8th in Game 2. All right, they're already up 1-0 in the series, and the first 2 runners get on. The first runner gets on, and then he gets an out, and then the second runner gets on. They're going to pull him with 5 outs. Now, here's the question: if they're down 1-0 in Game 2, and they're up by a run or tied in Game 2, and they've already lost Game 1. Do they even go to him in the 8th inning? Or do they just say, hey, Jose, we need 6 from you tonight, man? Like, what do they do? Those are questions. It's very possible. Look, I mean, the Arizona's in the World Series. It's possible that, they're in a position in Game 2 that they have to win that game. Like, it's possible.
Tolo Trey saying, as to Evan Carter hitting third, you need his quality at bats in the 3-hole behind 2 super aggressive hitters. That's a great point.
That's true. I mean, you could get 3 pitches and 2 outs with Seager and Simeon.
No doubt.
Okay, one more here. Speaking of Simeon. Jesus.
Come on. There's no way. Got him. He can't even recover.
What was that drop from yesterday? I feel like I'm trying to figure out if that could apply here. What was that viral video? Was that Brittany? The Brittany?
Oh, yeah. Faux shiz, genuine. What's up, homie?
All right. Didn't really apply. I just wanted to hear it. The slippery floor is yours. Wet floor is yours, Choppy.
Marcus Simeon has earned the right to stay in the leadoff spot.
You know how they have the Amber Alerts? They need the Choppy Alert. Texas William, I need you to get that as a GIF. Expressway every day, especially after yesterday. We need the Choppy Alert for all the Tolo parents with the kids in the car. Choppy Expressway Alert here on the Fan every day when this man talks.
Man, if we were on like a radio station that had like there was no dump button.
Yes.
And I could tell the story of what my 10-year-old asked me yesterday.
Wow.
Oh my God. The embarrassment on my face when he asked me that.
Man, he could be the next endorser for Zerez.
Good.
He could clean all the carpets.
Or Blue Chew.
Yeah, or
the way what he's talking about. My goodness.
Man.
Marcus Simeon.
I'm president.
Has earned the right to stay in the leadoff spot despite a 192 playoff batting average and no RBIs since Game 2 of the Baltimore series.
Oh, my God. Say that again.
He's batting 192 this postseason, and he has not had a run batted in since Game 2 of Baltimore.
Well, as I always ask, what's your alternative and better option? Is it really Evan Carter after you gave those numbers? Yes, he's earned the right. You lead the majors in hits, you've earned the right. I've paid you to be a franchise guy. You've earned the right. I got to go down like that. That's my answer to that.
I agree. It's 8 games.
Yeah.
Every player, and it's not like he's. I mean, look, he was 1 of 5, 2 of 3, 0 of 5, 1 for 4, 0 for 3, 2 for 5, 0 for 4, 1 for 4. I mean, like
he got unlucky a little bit too with some line drive outs. He had some better swings and approach in the last 2 games.
He's only struck out twice in all those at bats.
Yeah.
He's still putting bat to ball.
Yep.
He's just not getting hits. You absolutely keep him there. This is baseball, man. This is baseball. The things now, if you're swinging and missing and flailing and everything, and you could tell he's really pressing. You know, I don't think his approach has changed. I mean, he still swings early in the count. Maybe that needs to change. But, dude, if you just got paid $180 million or whatever it is, you do what got you there. You do what got you in that position to get you all that cash.
A little Texas Rangers true or false on your home of the AL champs with Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station. Final clip from the great baseball insider Buster Olney. G-Bag asked him, without a doubt, are the Rangers the better team in this series?
Well, on paper, and I picked them, but I mean, anybody who at this point is going to give you a straight face and say, yes, here's a prediction, and I'm pretty sure this is what's going to happen. I mean, forget that. Like the Diamondbacks, to me, if they wind up, winning the World Series, they'll be the most improbable baseball champion ever. You know, having come through multiple rounds of the Brewers and the Dodgers and the Philadelphia Phillies, I didn't think anybody was going to beat the Phillies. An 84-win team going through 3 rounds of playoffs against teams which on paper are better than them. Like, so I'm laughing at myself and saying, I'm an idiot. I have no idea what's going to happen. I picked the Astros to beat the Rangers in the American League Championship Series. So I don't know about a prediction. I do know this, that you're talking about 2 teams that are playing really well right now. There's a lot of confidence, and they believe in their own resiliency. So the Diamondbacks, go back to Philadelphia needing to win there, and the players at this stage, they believe they can do that. The Rangers the other day after they beat the Astros, remember talking to Boch and asking him that question about, what defines you guys? And he spoke about the resiliency of the team. All those players believe in that now. All those players believe they're going to figure out a way to get it done.
So there you go. Buster Olney yesterday on your home of Rangers baseball. Billy Ripken at 8 o'clock from MLB Network. All right, you said it was your pop's birthday. You have another update on Chop Sr.? He's hanging on strong.
Yeah, he is. He is. That's a different topic. Man, so it is my dad's birthday. Let's see. He was born in 1946. So that would put him at 77 years old today.
Wow.
So happy birthday, Dad.
Happy birthday.
And, you know, he had a choking incident a couple of weeks back. Probably more, a couple of months now. It's where they had to do the Heimlich on him a couple times. He's forgetting how to swallow. He's forgetting how to do a lot of things. You look at
with dementia.
Yeah, bad dementia. Doesn't speak, doesn't do anything. He'll kind of grunt, moan, smile. We think it's gas, but whatever. So I went to see him the other day, and he just looked. He looked all right, you know, like he looked like he'd been looking for, you know, several months now. But it is what it is. So the place he's in is a really nice place. Like it's boy, you want to talk about highway robbery? You know, he luckily, and I'm going to start doing this. You should probably start doing it. In his 40s, he took out long-term care insurance, which was really, really inexpensive to get it in your 40s. And they are paying for everything. My mom doesn't have to pay a dime for this.
Wow.
This facility is over $7,000 a month.
What?
Highway robbery, man. Over $7,000 a month.
Is it like that nice?
It's just, I mean, it's a home. It's a memory care center, right?
Wow.
But that's the cost on these things because they've got 20 nurses on staff. I mean, you know, in order to you have to have that. So they've got to pay these nurses. Look, they're massively underpaid.
Yeah.
For the literal crap they're doing is massively underpaid. And they can't keep them on staff because these places are constantly trying to get they're poaching. So they're constantly having to get new people to come and work for them. So anyway, it's a nice place. But I go over to my mom's house yesterday and I see her hammering away at this email. I'm like, what are you so interested in over there? Mm-hmm. And she shows me this photo. She goes, well, you know, your father, I went over there and I smelled something awful, and he's just sitting there in his own you-know-what, and his pants are soaking wet. And that's the third time in a row she's gone over there, all at different times, and they haven't been changing he wears diapers. They haven't been changing his diaper or his pants throughout the day. She installed a nanny cam in there, and nobody ever goes in there to check on him. Nobody ever goes 5 a.m. to 5 p.m. Not a single diaper change. Wow. Not a single pant change. His pants are soaked through. And, you know, she's writing this letter. This thing had exclamation marks all over it, okay? Oh. I took a look at this thing.
For your mom, that's
saying something.
Dropping F words.
And, you know, like, you just, you know, come on. Like, this is you don't have to treat him like an animal.
I'm surprised that they let people install cameras in their rooms and facilities. My mother-in-law did this. She trusts no one, including me. But she put it in there for her dad, and she just ends up like getting glued to it. You're watching it. And that anger I bet can build with every passing moment. They don't go in and check.
They didn't go in. So for 3 straight days, nobody went in and checked. And he had obviously, so she finally went in there. At the end of the day, she was like, okay, it's like 3 o'clock in the afternoon, 4 o'clock. I'm going to drive over there and I'm going to do it myself. So she goes over there and she changes his diaper. She changes his clothes. And she finally wrote a letter. And oh, man, I took a look at this thing. She was heated.
Ooh.
And like I said, exclamation marks everywhere. And just, you know, caps. You know, these old people love to write
like
capital
she was
letters.
writing a letter to Biden.
Like she was writing a letter. That old man would never read my email.
About Biden may be in the same place.
Stop it.
I'm joking, y'all. I'm joking.
So there you go. That's it. Then my dad. My dad is just it's inhumane, man. Like, just, you know, if you want, I get it.
That's maddening.
It's an awful job. It is an awful job. But if you're gonna work there, just change your damn diaper. You know, like these people, like let them go out with some dignity. My goodness.
877-881-1053. Happy birthday to Chop Sr., the host of Sunday Dinners with the old audio segment right here on The Fan. All right, this would make your dad happy. This is some old school East Coast radio, and this has to do with Chris Russo, that chicken-ass coward who said, I'm going to retire if the Phillies lose Game 7 to Arizona, which, of course, everyone knew he was not going to retire.
No.
So yesterday, Russo on Wednesdays, First Take with Stephen A. Yesterday, he went on the Howard Stern show, and Howard tried to talk Russo through paying up somehow.
You would got to do something that the audience says, I'm being serious now, because you made a statement, I'm going to retire. How about this? You come on my show. I'll come into Manhattan for this. We put you in a bikini, all right? And you walk down the street with a sign that says, I'm a douche. If you do that, people will say, okay, it's all right. Mad Dog sucks.
That's a little more reasonable. That one, that is a little fair. That's fair. That one would, I can live with that. That's not the worst idea. I don't. Do I have
And
to
by
have
the way,
sign?
and by the way,
do I
Mad
have
Dog,
to have the sign to announce it? Do I have to go that crazy?
Yes.
I'm going to tell
do.
you something.
All right.
If you do that, it'll make all the media and everyone will say, wow, this guy was stand up. He took it. You know, obviously he couldn't retire, but he was humiliated. He was in a bikini and he had a sign on that said, I'm a douche. And he walked down the street in Manhattan.
All right, so Howard Stern's his recommendation is to just basically
Howard's sliding himself in the story a little bit.
Absolutely.
He's like, I'll go to Manhattan. for
Yeah,
this.
I'll even go to work. I'll even go to work that day.
Yeah.
You know, I walk around like a douche all day. I don't wear a sign. Is this a punishment for me? All he's doing is living my life. That's what he's doing. He's going to just live my life. That's not a punishment. See, that was a miss. There was a way out of this. You retire. And like every professional athlete, you unretire. You say, okay, yeah, you know what? Man of my word, I'm going to retire. You take the rest of the week off, and then you unretire, and you come back on Monday. There's your out. Can't wear a bikini. That's something Wolchuk does.
Yeah.
Wolchuk did a Speedo. This is, you know, you're Chris Russo. This is you're not a bit guy.
You were disappointed in this. This is kind of like your dad of radio.
Yes. I mean, look,
Succumbing.
anybody who thought he was actually going to retire or this was serious, this is like saying, I'm so hungry I can eat a horse. He didn't really mean it. It was hyperbole. He was never going to retire. But, you know, I get it. He's going to put himself out there in a bikini in Manhattan, and that's way out of his range, and that's something he would never do. But, you know, this is also beneath him. Doing a stupid bit like that, parade yourself around in a bikini, that's beneath him.
Well, here's my theory. Russo was and is a king of New York. My theory is Russo, and this is some props to his personality, because Francesa, his partner, would never
do this.
Ever. This makes Chris, you know, more likable. He's willing to be a little bit more clowny, right? Francesa is like way too serious. More important than everyone, arrogant, you know what. Russo is still trying to win over the First Take crowd,
Missouri,
and like
Colorado,
and Howard Stern too. When he goes on Howard Stern, he's not thinking Mike Francesa wouldn't bow down to Howard Stern. Russo still has that approach.
Say it to somebody.
Like, yeah, I was a king of New York, and he's still obviously a humongous name, but he's still trying to win over. He's treating Stephen A. like Howard Stern.
Yeah.
So he's still trying to win them over, so that's why he's willing to stoop down to this level. And he should do something to pay off on it. You ran your mouth. You gave a guarantee. You didn't follow through on your guarantee, so you got to do something really, really stupid, and Howard Stern's going to help him. But the king of sports rants in 2023 is Don LaGreca. Don LaGreca's the one who went off on that New York Giants offensive lineman for calling out the fans. Destroyed it.
Evan Neal, right? It was Evan Neal.
Yeah. Best sports rant of 2023. Well, Don LaGreca is on the other station, the one that competed against Russo, WFAN, our sister station Odyssey, with ESPN on the Michael Kay show. So he gave his thoughts and went off yesterday on Chris Russo doing this stunt.
Why can't we be critical? If he was right here, we could be critical of him.
You didn't respect him. You said
I've lost a lot. I did. I can't lose respect for somebody? I know the guy personally. I lost some respect for him.
That's your elder.
Stop it. No, he's my colleague. He's a contemporary. I'm sorry. No, I don't kneel and bow. He's a human being. I don't have to bow down and kneel to anybody, David. Get lost. Go scratch. There. Give me a break. They opened the door. We kicked it down. All right? That was then. This is now. Enough already. Don't sit there and bow down to anybody. I mean, I like him, but I lost some respect for him.
And
Why would let me ask you this.
Go ahead.
Why would this deity, this God that we got to pray to, have to do a stupid little college gimmick to get attention? Why? He's Chris Russo. He's God. He floats on air. Why would he have to do something stupid like guarantee he's going to retire and then rescind it immediately like a weakling? Why would he have to do that if he's Christ? Why?
I love this guy.
That's pretty solid.
He's a lunatic.
He's a nut.
He's a nut.
Ice skating down at City Center here.
Oh, with you and him.
The Marriott.
That's right. Does he always go off like this? He's going to have a freaking heart attack on the air.
He has. He has in the past. He wasn't around when I was.
Man, if there's no other line that takes me back to having a foreign parent, and this goes for Hispanic parents too, I'm your elder.
Yeah, I'm your elder.
Oh, my God.
Oh, yeah.
My dad dropped this. Until I got my first, you know when that line stopped? I'm just your elder. I know more. You just shut up. And that's it. I just know more than you about everything. You know when that line stopped? When I started getting a paycheck.
When you paid for dinner for the first time?
When I paid for dinner and I didn't need any more rent money, I was like, no, we're going to disagree on this. Oh, Hispanic parents. I'm just your parent. That's the way it is.
Gather the foreigners.
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care what you think. I don't care who's right. I'm just older than you. I'm your parent. You have to listen to me, and I have to be right. I'm like, no, the age doesn't make you correct 24/7. Let's have a conversation. My pops eventually adapted, and he's like, all right, let's, we have more of a friendship relationship than father-son, but whoo, it took a while. He's your elder. Bow down to Chris Russo. So that's Don LaGreca with some New York radio wars. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy with you during the Expressway. Thank you for turning it on. That's what Tolo stands for. Let's get back to the World Series. Games 1 and 2 in our backyard. We preview it with our boy, Billy Ripken, MLB Network on the Show of Wales. There it is on the fan cam. Billy joins us next.
Let's get you healthy, boys and girls.
studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour kicking off on your home of the American League champs. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy with you. Bobby Belt is out sick. Thank you for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On and Leave It On. 105.3 The Fan. Babe Laufenberg will preview the Rams at 8:40. Patrick Walker, final hour to get you set for Cowboys against LA in Arlington on the station. And Mike McCarthy tomorrow at 6:30 and the replay at 8:40. But let's bring back on our good friend from the MLB Network, Billy Ripken, to get us set for games 1 and 2 of the World Series in Arlington. And Billy is joining us on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline. Guaranteed you did not think you'd be coming back on to talk Rangers Diamondbacks, right?
I actually kind of picked that once the playoffs started. Now, I didn't think anything. My dog's pretty happy right now. I didn't think anything was going to happen, obviously, during the beginning of the season. I'll tell you, my pick was the Blue Jays against the Padres, so I was way wrong there. But I actually had this feeling about the Rangers and the D-backs once the postseason started. It was pretty incredible run these two teams are on.
So take us through that, Billy, why you had that feeling about both of them.
Well, you know what? There's some things in the sport that you can't measure, regardless of what certain people think out there in today's world, in the sport world. I look at a little bit of mojo. I look at a little bit of momentum. I look about how things are going. And, you know, the matchups kind of played out in a way where I thought that both of these teams could do it.
What do we need to know about the Diamondbacks?
These guys don't stop. Pretty relentless group. They got some pretty superstar type caliber players, but they also have some role players that fit in. And I think Torey Lovello does an outstanding job of handling these guys in a way where they want to go out there and play for them. I think both teams are showing evidence of that, where they go out there and they compete for their manager hard every single night.
Does he handle his pitching staff, you know, very kind of new school where they go by the book, you know, 2 times through the order and out? I mean, how have they done it so far in the postseason? I know there was an issue with Merrill Kelly the other night.
Well, Merrill Kelly went 7, though, didn't he?
He did, but he clearly did not want to come out of that game, right?
Well, correct. But 7, see, there's a difference in my thinking of, shall we say, scripted and the plan. And even though they're kind of similar in theory, when you think about it, the idea of a plan, when you've got some firepower that he has at the back end of the bullpen, can you make the move right there to say, my guy coming in is going to be better than my starter, no matter how good he's throwing? And I understand that. And that's what I think he does. I think the script, when you go back and look at what happened to the Rays and the Dodgers years ago when Nate Snell was out there throwing 5 1/3, that was the script. That was flat out, like, he can't go through the order, 3 times. And when that pitching change was made, I think everybody in the Dodgers dugout threw a party. So I don't think there's necessarily, Torrey's a guy I've known for a while, and yes, he looks at numbers. Bruce Bochy looks at numbers. Dusty Baker looked at numbers. But what the information that you have right in front of you, like out there on the field, I think is why these guys were still in it as long as they were.
Who does Arizona remind you of? Like, what recent World Series team? They don't have to win it, but what recent team do they remind you of?
You know what? When you think about the record and where they come from, Minnesota Twins jump out at you back in the day when they didn't win that many games. I think this is the lowest win total of 2 World Series teams.
Yeah.
When you add both of them up, and that's a pretty good tribute to these guys, because maybe they lacked a little bit of consistency during the 162, but both of these teams certainly showed a lot of firepower, and I don't think anybody's lining up. When the Phillies got the matchup with the D-backs, prior to this NLCS, I don't think they were, celebrating the fact that we got the D-backs. I think they looked at this team, and you realize you got a couple guys up the front end that can pitch. You got a couple guys that are swinging the bats really well right now. Not a team that you necessarily want to run up against.
Billy Ripken, MLB Network, joined us here at 105 through the Fan. Zach Gallen, he kind of struggled against Philly. Was that a matchup, or is he kind of gassed? I mean, he's throwing more innings than ever, and then deeper into the season than ever.
I think that's going to chalk up to a little bit of matchup. I can imagine Zach going out there throwing pretty well this next series, but does Texas have a lineup that's semi-similar to what Philadelphia threw out there? Because, Corey Seager hitting in the first inning is no day at the beach. That's kind of like when you're facing a Bryce Harper in the first inning or Schwarber to start the game. That can be some instant, offense and thunder. You've got some left-handed hitters in the lineup with Carter and Heim that, can certainly put a thump on you if you make the wrong pitch. So there could be some similarities there. I'm not going to say Gallen was gassed yet. I think it could be some matchup. Because let's face it, Philadelphia, I think going into that playoff series was the most dangerous National League team. I still think Atlanta's the best overall team in the National League, but I thought Philadelphia was the most dangerous when it came to that lineup.
Billy, have Eovaldi and Montgomery solidified themselves as lockdown playoff guys in your mind, or you still have a little bit of doubt that they can still be had?
Well, I tell you what, they're throwing really well. And Eovaldi, I mean, did we not see September where he pitched to a 9 ERA in September? And when the lights come on at the end of the year and the postseason starts, this dude goes out there and deals. I love everything about that dude. And the more you watch Montgomery, the more I got this feeling that this dude, not only thinks he belongs out there, knows he belongs out there, knows he belongs getting the ball in game 1 or 2 every time he goes out there. There's something about him. It's kind of one of those things, again, that you can't necessarily put a measuring stick on. But when you look out of the dugout and you watch these dudes do their thing, it's like they belong. It's what they look like. They're out there on the bump. They're establishing themselves as this presence on the mound. But Montgomery, for the Yankees to have him and let him go, they could have probably used something that looked like that during the course of the year this year.
Yeah, for sure. Max Scherzer, what first 2 starts, not great, in the ALCS. What can you expect from him moving forward?
I think they're going to use him kind of similar the same way. Look, he's not Max that Max used to be, but there's still something about him, blowing snot rockets out there on the bump and walking around and pacing. I mean, he's the ultimate competitor. And he's one of the guys, and I know it necessarily hasn't worked out yet in this postseason or this run. He's one of those guys that doesn't have to have his A stuff to compete and keep his team in there. I think there's quite a few pitchers in the game now that have to go out there. They have to be throwing their max velocity. They have to be doing this. Max can seem to figure some stuff out. And I love everything about him when he's on the bump. And I think that they're ready to back him up with some guys. But I think this recent history of World Series runs and teams that win, 1 and 2 that are going out there doing their job, everything else seems to filter in behind that. And right now you guys have a 1 and a 2 that looks like can be counted on. So the Max game is going to be an interesting one to watch, but I wouldn't give up on Max, that's for sure.
Did you play with anyone, and I'm using this term affectionately, did you play with a psycho like Scherzer back in your day? Just a nut job. I mean, this guy's a nut job. It's incredible to watch. Did you play with anyone like that?
I think I played with quite a few nut jobs, as you would describe them, in psychos. I think that the pitchers are a little bit of a different breed anyway. Sure, I played with Mike Mussina, that's a Stanford dude, and very cerebral and going out there and, matter of fact about how he does things. But then it seems everybody else, when they pitch on day 1 and as a starter and you got 4 days off to be a goofball, there was quite a few people that actually got into that. There's not too many people like Max, though, that storm the mound and walk the mound and do the things that he does. He's a beaut. I would have probably liked to have played with Max Scherzer for sure.
Billy Ripken on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill hotline here on Sean and RJ. You're home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. So, Billy, would you rather be in the Rangers position? You're the favorite. You got the mighty offense. You got Eovaldi and Montgomery. Or would you rather be in the Diamondbacks position? You continue this miracle run. People are counting you out still, and you're just winning in all these different ways.
Well, I mean, look, I'm going to take the home side of this because the Rangers get to host game 1 and 2 and have home field advantage. And I would rather be that team. But if you were to ask any of the D-backs, including Torey Lovullo, what role would you like to be in? They say the one we're in. We kind of enjoy this, doing these things. But, you know, think about what happened with Texas and you know, we got to give them all the credit in the world because when you lose the last game of the year the way they did, get shut out up in Seattle. So you go from the 2 seed to the 5 seed, and you got to get on a bird and go from Seattle down to Tampa to play Tampa, who had, the best home record in all the American League. I think they were just 1 game behind the Dodgers, if I'm not mistaken, as far as home record goes. But you go down there, you play on the road, and you just smack them twice. You go into Baltimore, won the most games in the American League. They had a little layoff, but you go into Baltimore, smack them twice, go home, get to smack them one more time, and dismiss them. The stuff that Texas has been able to do, whether they lost a lead in the American League West or not and watched that evaporated and how it happened at the end, you got to give them all the credit in the world for being very resilient, very stubborn, and they bounce back and they put themselves – you know, in this situation where they should be the favorite in this World Series, I believe. And it's pretty amazing to see this. So I'm going to take the home team. And what has Corey Seager played about a full season now in Texas's ballpark? And he's got 50 homers. I kind of like that matchup.
Yeah. Yeah, that is true. It's about a full season now. Aroldis Chapman, what do you think the faith in him is at this point? It doesn't seem like they've got a ton of confidence in what he could do right now.
But you know, he's still hitting trip ditch when he's throwing the heater. He can still throw a breaking ball every now and then, and it's not the Chapman that we were used to seeing. But there's something about him that's still very dangerous. And if you go back to that Oriole game, he got himself in trouble. Bases loaded. Santander takes the first pitch strike, probably like he should because Chapman was all over the place. And then Chapman throws him a low heater down in the zone at 100, and he hits a ground ball double play. And next thing you know, we get out of it. So there's a little bit of a Houdini act. I'm not going to lie about that. But there's something still in that left arm that, leads me to believe he can still make a pitch when he has to. I know it's not pretty. But sometimes it doesn't always have to be. I think Bochy's going to keep running them out there because the system or the games being played and the Texas Rangers winning games and now advancing to the World Series, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I know he's going to be on edge from time to time, but I still think you got to be throwing that out there because that arm is too much.
It sounds like you're leaning our way. Have you made the official pick yet?
Well, when I was making my picks before and Texas did not lose, and I was being funny on air, and I said, well, Texas will sweep Houston because they haven't lost a game yet. Arizona's going to sweep Philly because they didn't lose a game yet either. And then I said, so it's got to go game 7 in the World Series. I do like a 7-game scenario right here.
Ooh.
And I do think that the Texas Rangers are probably going to win this one.
Billy Ripken here on The Fan. What does another championship do for Bochy's legacy all time? And where can you start putting him on the hierarchy?
He's slam dunk Hall of Fame, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And I don't know where it puts him on the hierarchy and when we start going back through time and everything else, but he's clearly one of the best that has ever done what he's done. And there's something beautiful about that dude whenever he makes a move. The player he makes the move with does his job. And you can go back to those 3 world championships that San Francisco had. And it's kind of strange because they win a World Series, they don't even make the playoffs. They win a World Series, they don't even make the playoffs. They win a World Series, they don't make the playoffs. That necessarily isn't the right recipe when you're thinking about the consistency and everything else, but there's something to be said when he gets into these games. And I can only imagine, like when I described that last loss in Seattle, I would have loved to have been inside Bruce Bochy's world when he's talking to the boys about what's going on. Because I guarantee something good came out of the mouth. I guarantee it wasn't long and drawn out. I guarantee it was probably short and precise. And the boys rallied and the boys responded. And I think that's part of being the manager and being a great manager is, like I started earlier with Torrey and the D-backs, the boys go out there and play for them. And it seems like there's a genuine respect and a genuine like. And that doesn't always translate. But Bruce Bochy, he's clearly one of the best that's ever done it. And you just look at his postseason record and what he's been able to do. And when you're in the postseason, you're playing the best teams because they're the only ones left. And he's figuring out a way to beat those teams with his team. So it's pretty good to watch Bruce. And I'm happy for both of these guys. I know I'm calling into Texas. I mean, it wouldn't bother me either way if Torrey wins one or Boch wins another when this thing moves forward, because I have respect for both of these managers doing their job the way they do it.
Love having you on. You're welcome anytime. Keep up the great work on the MLB Network. We'll be watching.
All right, boys. Good luck to you.
Thank you, brother. Billy Ripken on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline. Mavs ruined the Wemby debut, and Sooner fans said, we tried to tell you. We told you so. Next. But first...
personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214 or 817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
We know how important Tyson Chandler was to them winning a championship, but Derek Lively with the big finish. Okay, I see you, young fella.
Who's the real big man that came out of this draft that should be getting all the focus? That was Derek Lively with the and one on ESPN, and the Mavs with Luka Doncic and Kyrie's three, ending it late, get the win, and overcome their horrific early defense and beat the Spurs in San Antonio. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy with you. Bobby is out. We got Peyton and Ryan live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. So this was the fourth double-double by a Maverick rookie in his first game. Care to take a guess on who the others were? Mavs history, double-double in their first game as a Mavs rookie.
As a Mavs rookie.
So not just like a new Mav, like a Monte Ellis or someone. Mavs rookie.
Let's go Luka.
No.
Okay, let's not go Luka. I lied on that one. It's not Luka Doncic.
The big German.
No, I think he scored 2 points.
Oh.
Incorrect.
Let's go Josh Howard.
No.
Jaden Hardy. Are these remotely recent?
One guy is still on the Mavs.
Still on the Mavs.
Yes.
One guy, Dwight Powell.
Jason Kidd.
Oh, okay. There you go.
10 and 11. He had 10 points, 11 assists against Jersey in 1994. The other guy was kind of a bust here, was supposed to be a long-term backcourt partner.
Long-term backcourt partner.
Pretty recent.
Devin Harris.
No. Much more athleticism than Devin Harris. Borderline freak athleticism.
Marquise Daniels.
No.
Mo Ager.
More recent. Top 15 pick.
Oh, Dennis Smith Jr.
Dennis Smith Jr., 16 and 10 against Atlanta in 2017. The other was Mark Aguirre, 19 and 11, and Derek Lively joins that group.
Oh, okay. Good for him. That's a 50% of a good group to be with.
Give me y'all's thoughts on Wemby. Truckwreck.com text line. Can you see it? Can you see that he's going to be the next great Spur? Can San Antonio make some type of surprising run? Is he too brittle? Is he going to get hurt? Is his game too perimeter? Tell me what y'all think at 877-881-1053. After the debut last night where he could not stay out of foul trouble, he ends up scoring 15, 5 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 steals, 1 block. 5 turnovers, by the way.
I think
his plus minus was a 0.
Yeah, I think that you will have a very he's gonna be a good player. He's gonna be a good player. They did a disservice to him with this stupid he's the greatest prospect we've ever seen in the history of sports from Woj. Like Steven Strasburg retired this year.
Oh, Woj was apparently trying to get him paid according to that report.
Steven Strasburg had a great MLB career. His ERA was in the mid-3s. He's a World Series MVP.
Yeah.
He had a great career, and he didn't touch his hype.
Feels like it was a letdown to me.
Bryce Harper has had a great MLB career. Hall of Famer. Without question.
Without question?
Oh, yeah. I mean, and he has not touched his hype. They hype these guys up. Like, there are really, I can think of in my lifetime, 2 players who were the overall number 1 pick that matched their height. And that's LeBron and Peyton Manning.
And Tiger.
Right, I'm talking team sports.
Oh, team, yeah.
Tiger absolutely did. But in team sports, in my kind of era, I don't consider Magic Johnson my era. He was drafted basically the same year I was born. I don't consider it, right? I'm trying to think. Oh, Shaq. So 3 players who matched their hype who were drafted number 1. LeBron,
Duncan,
Shaq.
Duncan didn't even have that hype.
He didn't have that hype.
Yeah.
But, Shaq did. Shaq did. I'm not even sure if Shaq did, but he did.
He did.
But LeBron and Manning. That's it. And then Shaq. Like, that's the guys who match the hype. Nobody matches the hype. Nobody. Yeah, even all number one picks are hyped to some degree, but those three guys were hyped at a level of Wemby, of Tiger Woods, and like I said, Tiger Woods. Sidney Crosby matched the hype.
Yeah.
Okay.
A lot of the hockey guys.
I'll tell you what, hockey may match the hype more than anybody else.
Yeah.
And we'll see about Bedard here. Connor McDavid certainly has matched the hype. Austin Matthews has matched the hype. Jack Hughes has matched the hype. Those guys are all fantastic. Ovechkin's matched the hype for sure. A lot of the hockey guys did, but in the other sport, basketball, baseball, football, it's few and far between, man.
Yeah, most of the Tolos agree. They're still a believer. The 817 says he has some skills but needs to develop. 214, he will absolutely be a beast, but the 972 says bust already.
Bust already?
Yeah, Draymond's right. At the very least, he's going to be a really good shot blocker. And we saw that
Draymond
first possession.
Or Paul George?
Paul George said it, but Draymond, he said Draymond said.
Okay.
So he was just, reciting what Draymond had said. And we saw the first possession. I mean, he altered a shot, blocked a shot. He altered a lot of shots on the night. Didn't block any other ones. But he altered some shots. He caused some turnovers because of his presence. You could see that. Like, it's not going to show up in the box score. You could see that. But in terms of matching the hype, man, the chance that he's better than Kevin Durant, it's like a 10% chance, dude.
Luka cursed in complimenting him. Jason Kidd on the Mavs draft pick and big man.
I thought Derek was great tonight, to come off the bench. And, he, as I've talked to you guys about him playing with the second group and what that's looked like. And then we've shown him in the game, in that last preseason game, starting him. So he's been really good with both groups. And I thought, being able to bring him off the bench tonight and then being able to start him in the second half was something that we've had talked about doing. And again, he was great on both ends, being able to rebound the ball, being able to change shots, give us, second or third opportunities. And then again, it's not easy, playing with Luka, because Luka's going to throw it. He expects you to, catch it and finish. And he has some great lobs tonight. I think I was told he's had the most points as a rookie coming off the bench. So a lot of good things from our rookie tonight.
All right, little college football. OU fans are saying, told you. It was just a matter of time as the Sharks are circling around Lincoln Riley, who after the embarrassing loss the other day said, maybe the expectations got to us, and then Lincoln was a little too leaky was a little too sicky for his radio show.
He was under the weather, and he did not make his appearance on the Trojans Live radio show, man.
A no radio show. How many shows have Jason Garrett, Jerry Jones, and Mike McCarthy ever missed with us for being sick?
Let's see. I could think of 0.
Okay.
They missed. A number of OU fans hopped on social media to say, I told you so.
Yeah.
They've seen this play out before. One guy posted the GIF of Bill Murray and Groundhog Day, and it says, well, it's Groundhog Day again. Another one. If there only had been a way for Trojan fans to see this one coming. Another one. Hashtag he gone. I've been saying it for 2 weeks. He's got a jet on standby. We seen this at Oklahoma. Get ready to be upset, SC fans.
Who's coaching in the NFL first, Lincoln Riley or Jim Harbaugh?
The moment the NCAA suspends Jim Harbaugh, which is coming, the moment they do again, he will look for a job. He will get hired. So they'll both be. I believe they'll both be in the NFL next year.
Woo! What's the latest in Michigan? Because to me, I'm starting to think banishment for him. This is Spygate.
Man, they have Venmo receipts now. Printouts of the charts he's made. This is amazing what's going on at Michigan.
So is this some just obsessed lunatic fan who went and did this for them with the spying, even though he's on the team payroll? This kid?
No, he's he's part of the organization, and he's got something there.
But there's some Michigan manifesto that's out there.
Yeah, there is. So this now there was an old booster who's a critic of Harbaugh is now on the NCAA Committee on Infractions, and they believe he is the one that is diming out Michigan.
Oh.
They believe he is the one. He had a big hand in Rich Rodriguez getting fired. He has had a big hand in a lot of Michigan things. But they found a message board poster on VolQuest, a Tennessee message board. A Tennessee message board a year ago posted that this guy from Michigan was at the game filming the sidelines. He posted it a year ago on the message board. Nobody believed him. And it turns out that is true, and that is one of the things that broke here. They got the Venmo receipts. They have on the sideline a video of the C.J. Stroud Ohio State game from last year with Connor Stallions, who is the perpetrator, if you want to call him that, on the sideline next to the OC and on the sideline next to the DC. So when the offensive coordinator, when they're on offense, he stands next to the OC, looks at the signs, and tell them what plays they're going to run. And when they're on defense, he stands next to the DC, and you can see him looking in the same direction C.J. Stroud is in, and he's watching. And then as soon as they turn over, you see the video of all the players holding up the number one because they all know what plays are coming. He tells them, everyone, hold up the number one. They all put white gloves. They all have white gloves on. Hold the number one. It is like these are dang near irrefutable evidences they've got against this guy and against Michigan. If the NCAA does not vacate these wins this year and allows Michigan to continue on to the Final Four, man, you've lost all the integrity of your sport.
He's gone.
He's gone.
Banishment from college football. My prediction for Jim Harbaugh. He and Lincoln Riley, according to Chop, I'll say Lincoln is still there next year. Although who's the next Caleb quarterback? I don't know. Unless Caleb doesn't get his ownership stake.
There's talk of shutting him down the rest of the year.
Babe Laufenberg, getting you ready for the Cowboys and the Rams. The Cowboys color analyst. Can he keep Peyton undefeated with our football trivia? Babe Laufenberg stops by next.
Let's get you over to K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing, the official roofing and waterproofing partner of the Dallas Cowboys. If you want to be able to get that brand.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Texas, it is Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Unprecedented one-time offers. Claim yours before it's all gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Cowboys color analyst looks like he was enjoying his time off during the bye week. Babe Laufenberg, brought to you by Johnson Fitness and Wellness Home Fitness Equipment Stores, here every Thursday at this time with Sean and RJ. And let's see if Peyton can stay undefeated. Bobby Belt out sick today, Babe. So let's see whether Choppy and I can finally get the trivia.
I think you won't need Peyton's help this morning. And good morning, gentlemen. Okay, so Aaron Donald, we know he's coming in Sunday. He has made 9 consecutive Pro Bowls to start his career.
Okay.
Only one other defensive player has made more Pro Bowls to start his career, and that player is?
Junior Seau.
Reggie White.
Okay. Maybe we got to refer to Peyton. He always seems. Peyton, do you have any idea who this is?
Yeah, I'm going to have to go with one of the greatest defensive players of all time, Lawrence Taylor.
Oh, well, there you go.
Oh, it is.
Now look, you guys. Okay.
See, I was thinking Chargers. I was thinking Chargers.
Peyton needs his own show.
Listen to me. Here's what we're going to do next week. Here's what we're going to do, because the fix is clearly in. This is some Michigan Wolverine
Yeah, that's
crap.
what it is. That's what
next
it is.
week, Ryan in the back gets Babe on.
Babe Harbaugh.
And I'll put money that Peyton doesn't get it, because Peyton talks to Babe before, and Babe is feeding him the answer. There you go. You think you're smooth, Peyton?
I watch more football than y'all. Come on. I just got back from Vegas.
Did you go fishing?
Did I?
Yeah.
I sure did.
Where'd you
My
go?
son lives in Denver. My son lives in Denver, so I went to a place called Basalt, little mountain town, and did a little fishing. You know, it's funny, guys. I watched a lot of football is what I did. When I end up, you go to get away from it, and I sat there and I watched more college football than I have all season. But it was fun. Then I watched UTEP, drove down to Huntsville last night and watched them win 37-34 on the last-second field goal over Sam Houston State. And tomorrow night I'm going to the World Series with my brother.
Wow.
That's right, you're a baseball guy, Mr. I was drafted.
Let me know what section. Maybe we can grab a cold one if I'm cool enough to be in your company.
Well, if you come, you can find me. I don't know exactly where you're sitting. If you just come behind home plate, first row, that's where I'll be.
You are not in that section behind the catcher, that section on TV, are you?
No, I'm not.
All right. Well, we can meet by the G-Bag broadcast and then go for there. So look, one of the major storylines last time we spoke with you, a lot of people thought that Mike McCarthy told us everything we needed to know about Dak Prescott with the decision to be conservative against the Chargers end of first half. We haven't caught up with you since then, but it's a bigger storyline conversation. What's your reaction to that? You say what?
Yeah, it is. And at the time, obviously doing the game there with Brad Sham, and it was right in front of us, and I saw McCarthy go down right next to the official. I thought he was going to take the timeout, but he was going down there basically to say, we're not taking the timeout. And the official kept winding his arm. But here's the bottom line. I was okay with it. He talked about the game being herky-jerky, and I had talked about it on air saying this game has no rhythm to it. You know, it was all over the place.
Yeah.
And I always believe you play the game that's presented to you that day. For instance, first game against the Giants, you've got rain. All of a sudden, that game presented itself differently than, you kind of worked on during the week. So you take that into account. And I'll give you a couple of things here. I'm a big stat guy, but so 3rd and 13 in the NFL, they're at the 13-yard line, obviously, but 3rd and 13, that converts 13% of the time. That's in the open field. So you get down into that compressed area, it's much less. And I always say it's not a perfect game. Hey, New England played Seattle. Brady was still the quarterback for New England. They've got no timeouts. That's the whole key. You have a timeout. But they had no timeouts. They're at the 3-yard line. There's 6 seconds left. Brady gets called for intentional grounding. 10-second runoff, right? Half over. They don't get it. And even if you look at what they saw Sunday night, they being the Cowboys or anybody watching, right? You saw Tyrod Taylor go down at the 1. He had no timeouts. He hands the ball off. They screw it up. They don't get any points. So to me, line 1 was you got to walk away there in that game with points. And they did. So I was okay with it. And everybody kind of turned to he doesn't trust Dak. I don't believe that had anything to do with it. But from the 13-yard line, and basically you'll be without a timeout if you called it at 8 seconds. A lot of things can happen that prevent you from scoring. So, again, to me, number one thing, they had to walk away with points before the half, and they did. So I was good with the decision.
So speaking of quarterbacks, we all thought that Stafford's arm was going to fall off when the season started. Seriously, we just thought it was going to come off his body and fall off and wiggle on the ground. What are you seeing from Stafford and the Rams?
Sean, I'm seeing like blood spurting out of it as you're describing it's there, and
that's good. That's good for us.
They take the arm into the blue medical tent for an examination, and what's so funny? I'm watching the game last week against Pittsburgh. I mean, I'm watching the All-22 coaches tape or whatnot. But anyway, they run about a 20-yard in route, which teams don't even hardly run, right? I mean, it takes a long time to develop the whole 9 yards. Anyway, Stafford ropes this ball on the line the way you would throw it to a tight end who's hooking over the ball at 8 yards. I just was like, okay, well, that answered any arm questions for him. And he always had a cannon. I always remember, guys, I went to see him in high school. And I didn't know anything about him other than they had this kid at Highland Park who's, great quarterback type thing. And I go watch him play, and I just said, you could put him on an NFL team, take him to training camp, have him throw with the other guys, and no one would be able to say who's the high school kid. I mean, he had that kind of arm. And it was one of those deals where I just said, if somebody doesn't screw him up, this guy is, destined for greatness. Now, I didn't know he'd be the number 1 pick in the draft. I didn't know he'd win a Super Bowl. As we all know, they can all fail once they get up there. We see it every year, high draft picks, and they never turn out for whatever reason. But I just was like, I was like, okay, this guy is pretty good. I'll never forget too. Went to a restaurant, since closed, but I'm sitting there. I was there with a friend eating, and this was a number of years ago. But the manager comes up to me at the end, and I knew him, and he said, "Hey, babe, that was Matthew Stafford was over there." I said, "Oh man, I would have liked to say hello." I see him that year before the Cowboys are playing Detroit on the field. I said, "Matthew, hey, blah blah blah." Anyway, he said, "I said I'd love to say hello. I didn't know you were in there." And he said, "Yeah, I wanted to come over and say hello, but he said I didn't know if you knew me, if you knew who I was."
Oh.
And I'm like, "Okay, wait a minute." I said literally, "Okay, number one, do you know what I do for a living? Do you know where I live? And you were the first pick in the NFL draft. If I don't know who you are, I need to be fired."
Yes.
But he's a humble guy. That's my point. Is he's a humble guy.
Babe, I want to ask you about Puka Nacua. How do you cover? First of all, how do you cover these two Ram receivers when they're both healthy at the same time? It's got to be a nightmare on the field. But what have you seen from him?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting what they do with the two of them, because obviously we know they love to get the ball to Cooper Kupp, and when Cooper Kupp was out those 4 games, they didn't miss a beat. Puka Nacua looked like Cooper Kupp, right? The funny thing is too, I remember when the Rams took him, they were so high on him. They took him in the 4th round, but they took him with their 4th pick in the 4th round. They took 3 4th rounders ahead of him. And anyway, when he got drafted, everybody said, "Oh, they reached on this guy. They overdrafted him." And obviously, we've seen what he's done. He's literally been record-setting for the first 7 games of his career. But it's a handful, the two of them. And the interesting thing is, neither one of them is a true speed guy, right? They both came out. I think Cooper Kupp ran 4.62 at the combine. Nakua's probably around a 4.55, 4.6 guy. So neither one of them have that lightning speed that everybody loves to see, but both are, well, we'll leave Cooper Kupp in a class by himself. But for Puka Nacua to come in as a rookie, he's tough, he's shifty. The yards after catch, I don't know the exact number, but they're off the chart, and he's just been extremely impressive. I do think, funny, he has 3 older brothers who played college football. One, his brother Kai, bounced around the NFL. May still be in it, but he played 6 years. So I think when you've got those older brothers, you learn a lot from them when they're playing at a high level. And so he just looks like a guy, even though he's a rookie, he looks like a guy that knows how to play the game.
If I looked at Sean McVay's offense and routes and compared it to McCarthy's, what would I say?
Cooper Kupp is going to run the heck out of the option route. You're going to see that, obviously, underneath. That's why he catches 10 balls a game. They'll run him 3-4 times on option routes and let him decide where to go. They also, obviously, they throw the ball down the field. There's going to be deep overs, the 20-yard deep end.
Yeah.
So the difference is they are really trying to get big plays out of their offense, where, as we've seen, with at least through 6 games, Cowboys are going to try to a little more methodically march it down the field. The shots are in there for the Cowboys, but not to the extent that you see from the Rams. And it's nothing to do – Stafford could probably still throw it 75 yards, but has nothing to do with, well, Dak doesn't have the arm to throw downfield. It's just the way they operate in their system. They're looking for big plays.
Babe, Jerry made some news with us on Tuesday talking about possible trades. If I told you that the Cowboys could trade for something or someone, what would you pick? Gosh,
I don't know who the someone would be, because obviously we don't know who's available until they go somewhere, right? But if you're looking for a position, linebacker would probably be the area where I'd like to see them try to shore up a little bit. And they're trying to do that, but obviously they're picking up guys, free agents, bringing people off the practice squad. And I haven't examined his neck, but we know the history of Leighton Vander Esch and his neck and shoulder problems. So I don't know what type of player is going to come back when he's able to come back. And I don't know how long he'll be back once he does come back, if that makes sense. So, in other words, I wouldn't count on Leighton Vander Esch for the rest of the season, saying, well, he'll be back in X amount of weeks and we'll be good to go. I would be really cautious about all that. And it's funny, too, with Philadelphia in the division, nobody's been more aggressive than Philadelphia, obviously, in making trades. And, they just get a safety coming in, A.J. Brown, before the draft. I mean, they've just been so aggressive. And everything they've done seems to have hit, right? Yeah. I mean, it's almost uncanny what has happened, even to the extent of, as we well know, drafting Hurts in the second round when Wentz was their guy, paid him a bunch of money, all that. And, we know what Hurts is doing, and we know how well that's turned out for him. So I don't want to say they're playing catch-up to Philadelphia, but there's no question Philadelphia has continued to strengthen their team as they go along in this thing.
Let me know the section, if possible, and I hopefully will see you tomorrow night.
I will find you, I swear, Sean. I'm gonna find you, and I'm gonna text you.
All right, brother. I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, thank you, guys.
The great. Hey, no more.
Chop.
No
yes.
more.
What's up?
If my brother bows out, you're in.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
Right. I love that. On deck.
On deck. I love being everybody's number 2.
You're the Cooper Rush.
Yeah.
Of Laufenberg's Rolodex.
That's right.
Thank you.
Right.
Babe Laufenberg, brought to you by Johnson Fitness and Wellness Home Fitness Equipment Stores. RJ, get you ready for the World Series. And can Adolis possibly keep it up? Next. But I'm thrilled to sit here and tell you that now.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube on a Tolo Thursday. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Ralph, James, Choppy, and Peyton Russell. Corey Majors. Bringing my swag in here that you're going to see later today on NBC5. I got the great Cameron from Emerald Custom Pools. They're taking me to game one tomorrow. Wave on the Fan Cam, Cameron. You can go ahead.
Not even. You know what? There, just right there.
There you go.
To your right.
There you go.
There you go.
You're an advertiser on the station now. Get that sweatshirt on there. Get that logo right on there. So thank you. Appreciate you coming in. She got the swag. And I'm going out there tomorrow with Emerald for game one of the World Series. And I'll be on NBC5 today with the great Laura Harris to go ahead and preview. I know. My life. I'm finally living the RJ life. He's just sitting in the suites and he's getting private plane offers. And here I am going to game 1 and 2 of the World Series. And because
I'm not going to game 1 and 2.
Well, your Babe's backup plan.
I'm the backup plan. That's true.
And you might be going to game 2.
Might be going to game 1. Never know. Might be going to game 1.
Yeah. So I was like, okay, Kyle hit me up yesterday.
Kyle Yeomans.
Kyle Emerald Custom Pools. He goes, hey, you want to go to game 1? I was like, cool, I got the drinks. And he's like, well, my seats come with the drinks. And they come with the food. And I was like, dang. As Shaq would say, I'm sorry I was not familiar with your game. So because I have some extra spending money, first 20 Tolos that I see, either game 1 or game 2, maybe I'll make it 25, I got your first beer. If you shout out Tolo, Emerald, Sharif, whatever you want to do, if I see you tomorrow, let me know where you are. I'll try to meet at the G-Bag broadcast. Where are they set up? Where's G-Bag set up out there?
Center field.
Center
Second
field.
level.
That's a far away. That's
Yeah,
really
and
that's really far away from my home plate seats.
And you got to go up a level. You don't want to be part of that.
It's not on the same level.
No, he's on like the 200 level. You don't want to go up there.
Yeah.
You're
Middle
too
class,
good.
Sean.
Yeah, you're
You
too good.
don't
For
Yeah,
that.
you know what? I don't.
You can't go to the 200 level.
Yeah.
You can't be seen up there. You got to sit down in the single.
My
digit.
ears pop up there.
No, yeah, you can't. You really can't go anywhere with 3 numbers in. All right, you can't even go in the 100 level. You've got to be in the 2-digit level.
That's right.
That's really what you got to be.
Yeah. So if you see me tomorrow, along with Babe Laufenberg, maybe RJ Choppy, your first beer is on me. Or if I see you game 2, as I'm taking wifey out there.
Ground level is no level.
Ground
level. You got to go underground. That stadium's built 70 feet underground for a reason. We don't go ground level. We go underground. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. Get a set for the World Series.
as yesterday you had some growing excitement after some initial worry.
Yeah, I'm starting to get a little bit more excited about this thing. I wasn't exactly thrilled because I don't want any excuses. I don't want the national media to be able to point to it's the lowest rated World Series of all time.
Well, let me tell you what's happening. What's happening with the Tolos, the fan base, and yourself, and maybe even me to a degree. We haven't made the picks until tomorrow. We'll do it. Bobby out sick today. Thanks for bailing on us last second, 4 a.m., Roberto. Appreciate that. We're getting scared by the stage. If the Rangers were taking on Arizona in any of the other playoff rounds, you would say Rangers sweep or Rangers in 5. The way you did confidently, the way Peyton has done confidently through every round. You picked them to beat down. Now, we've gone wrong, right, wrong, I think. I picked the Rays, then I picked the Rangers over the Orioles, and then I picked the Astros.
Yes.
You were confident in one of the rounds. I think it was against Baltimore. Bobby and Peyton were very, very confident against Houston. They both said Rangers in 5. So we're letting the World Series stage, I think, worry us more in making this pick. And I think that was your initial feeling. If this was ALDS, the LCS round, first round, wild card, I think you'd be saying Rangers are going to smoke them.
Yeah, and I thought, I still think, yesterday I thought the Rangers were going to smoke them too. I was like, man, I got this feeling that the national media was going to overlook this series and the Rangers were going to get their just due for being the champs. And then, add the fact, well, it's probably, comparatively speaking, to like, a World Series like Red Sox Dodgers, which is going to get massive ratings. Diamondbacks don't have any real following. So what's and I'm like, the lowest rated World Series. I still have the dog on it. So here we go. I was looking for some reasons to get excited, and I started looking at Arizona, and I think we can. For one, this is new blood. What are the Astros doing right now? Peyton, do we know what the Astros are doing right now?
Retiring Dusty.
Yeah,
they're at home. Okay,
it's football season for them.
What about the Dodgers? what are the Dodgers doing right now? Dodgers are always in this thing. What are the Braves doing? Red Sox, Yankees, Cardinals. Where are these teams? Those are mainstays of the postseason. Seeing new teams in there, I think it's fun for a change. By the way, this goes to show you like what the Ranger franchise has done over the last 13 years. The Rangers have made one fewer World Series appearance since 2010 than the Houston Astros have.
What?
The Rangers have now made 3 since 2010. Houston's made 4. At the same time.
Yeah.
Now,
that's a nice way to spin that.
They've also all been since 2017.
Right.
So we got a 7-year head start on them.
Yeah.
The Rangers have made the same amount of World Series as the Dodgers since 2010. They've made 3 more World Series since 2010 than the New York Yankees. And 1 more than Boston. 1 more. So, like, this is, if you go look at it, this is what? Over the last 13 years, from a playoff World Series appearance perspective, Rangers are what? The 3rd best franchise?
It's a dynasty.
I wouldn't call it a dynasty yet, but we're getting there.
That's what we do with San Fran for Cowboy fans. We're like, we got 5.
Yeah, we won our way after you did.
Yeah,
that's right.
It's like, okay, who would you rather be?
Number 2, athleticism. I mean, both these teams got some really good athletes. Arizona's very fast. They swept like 8 bags in the final 2 games against the Phillies in the series. They will absolutely take the extra base. With about half a dozen players, they will try to stretch it into a double. They go first to third very, very fast. You want action with the plays going on? This is the matchup for that. Both teams, when Evan Carter's on first base, any single takes him to third, unless it's the left field. And if it's the left field and it's a slow ground ball through the hole, he might get there. Or if it's kind of a ground ball to the left of shortstop, where it's kind of up the middle, splitting the defenders, he's going to go first to third. Number 3, the youth. Carroll and Gallen, Young and Carter. These guys are going to be mainstays of the big stage for a decade. Carroll and Carter are going to be yearly MVP candidates. Carroll already kind of is going to be a yearly MVP candidate. And we think Evan Carter's going to be that. Carroll is easily the Rookie of the Year guy. The future of the sport is there's a lot of these 4 guys are going to be a major part of the future. Number 4, expansion. I don't mean actual expansion, but if baseball is going to thrive and be less regional, expanding away from the hotbeds of basically the Northeast and the West Coast. You got to do it. What is baseball here? It's, behind the NFL, there's college football, and then there's baseball, or at least Rangers.
And look, I'm not just saying this because the Rangers are in it, but look, I've made no bones about it. I've not hesitated in saying baseball got boring for me.
Mm-hmm.
These rules and these changes were perfect for a fan like me. It's brutal. It was brutal to sit there for 3.5 hours every single night. Awful. And I've cooled on basketball a little bit, but the action of basketball to me
far superior
to baseball. But I used to love Yankees Red Sox. I don't need, if the Rangers weren't in it, the Boston Red Sox being in it doesn't have the same allure for me. I loved it when it was Jeter and Poppy and Johnny Damon. It got oversaturated, in my opinion. I got oversaturated with it. So having your true teams that have always been there, it did capture me once and would keep me around. Not so much anymore.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm tired of the Red Sox. I'm tired of the Yankees. When they moved out of old Yankee Stadium, that playoff atmosphere for me, it just lost something for me mentally. It's cool to see the Braves back in it, but I don't care about having to see the San Francisco Giants or the St. Louis Cardinals. That's just for me as a baseball fan.
Hey, look, I love the sport. I want it to thrive. I want these TV ratings to be great. If you get Phoenix, let's just say the Diamondbacks.
Look, these are going to be horrible, awful national ratings.
Nationally, yeah, it'll be great here. This Rangers Game 7 had about 1.2 million viewers in DFW. Regular
Is
Cowboy,
that good?
It's great. Cowboy game gets Cowboys San Francisco on a Sunday night got about the same.
Ooh,
all right, so got about the same as the Cowboys Niners game. Now, granted, if the Cowboys are in the Super Bowl, they're going to get 8 million viewers in DFW because all 8 million of us are going to watch.
It's also one game versus
multiple. 7.
Yeah,
and we're not. You can't compare it to the NFL. You can't compare it. The NFL has captivated America like nothing else. But this is probably good for Phoenix. I mean, the Diamondbacks are easily the third team there. They love their Suns. They love the Phoenix Suns. They love the Cardinals. I mean, this is easily a distant third, and maybe that's good. And then finally, like that bullpen they've got, that is a fun bullpen to watch. I had a lot of fun watching them in that Phillies series. They work quick. They throw strikes. They throw balls that look like strikes, which is how you get a lot of swing and misses.
Yeah.
I could easily make the argument that the D-backs bullpen is the best unit in this series. Second best unit if you believe the rumors about a certain Texas Ranger. But the bullpen they have is a threat. Like that is if you look at all the units, bullpen of Rangers, bullpen of Diamondbacks, starting pitchers of Rangers, starting pitchers of Diamondbacks, offensive Texas, offensive Arizona, defensive both. That I could easily make the case the D-backs bullpen is the best individual unit in the series. It's fantastic.
And the Rangers offense would be up there, maybe second.
I would think so.
The great Buster Olney from ESPN joined G-Bag yesterday talking about the magical postseason run for Adolis Garcia on that offense.
I mean, shoot, the numbers are the numbers. When you got a guy driving in 14, 15 runs in a playoff series, and it began to feel like he was hitting a home run every other plate appearance, which is why in Game 7 we were surprised that Dusty Baker, with a couple of opportunities, didn't pitch around him. And it really, I think, reflects what you heard about him as a player coming up that, he's hyper-aggressive, and, he plays with a lot of energy. But within that, he's capable of making adjustments. In Game 6, after everything that happened in Game 5 with Garcia getting hit by a pitch and then reacting, Martin Maldonado, benches clear, and he's getting booed at the beginning of Game 6 in Houston, and he's striking out, and he's looking anxious doing that, and you're thinking, okay, well, he's done here, right? He's just going to fall into one of these funks that a player can't get out of. And not only did he hit a home run in Game 6, at the end of Game 6, but then he also goes deep in Game 7. And that was really cool.
And look, we are going to forever remember what happened in Game 5. You're getting viral audio everywhere. The Philly fan crying audio has gone viral. Peyton played it in the Payload at 640. Someone also sent us a Ranger fan after Game 5 on Fox 4.
The most heartbreaking sporting event I've ever attended.
For reals?
Yeah, and the fact that there's so many Astro fans here is disgusting.
Do you have a message for Houston after that game?
Yeah, just remember that Houston can't turn on a shower or a water faucet without people in Dallas flushing our toilets.
That could be a t-shirt as well. You can't turn on a shower, faucet, or flusher without us flushing our toilets, a sink, or a shower faucet?
Houston can't turn on a shower or a water faucet without people in Dallas flushing our toilets.
Dang!
So that's solid. That's solid.
That's good.
You're getting right. You're hitting with the core.
That's good. All right, let's figure out what trades the Cowboys should think about and get you ready for the Rams with Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com, and then we'll see if Mike Bassick has bought a Derek Lively jersey in Crosstalk. That's all next with Sean and RJ.
Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep. It is, of course, a Stephen Gilchrist-owned store, Gilchrist Automotive, hooking you up on that brand new Chrysler Dodge.
Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214 or 817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com, at Voice of the Star on Twitter. Joins us every Thursday at this time. Cowboys, Rams, Sunday on this radio station here with Sean Sharif and RJ Choppy. But, Patrick, I saw you live tweeting the Mavs last night. Are you a big Mavs fan, and what were the takeaways?
I have adopted the Mavs as my NBA team. I haven't had an NBA team in years prior to moving to Dallas. And really wasn't a team guy when I was coming up. I was more of a player guy, so like Allen Iverson and guys like that. But, out here in Dallas, it's like, hey, I felt like I needed to tap in. So I went to a couple Mavs games, and then Luka got into the mix, and I was like, yep. I saw him playing. I was like, you got me. So been a big, massive Luka Doncic fan ever since, and seeing the pieces that Cuban has put around him, trade for Kyrie and then gets Kyrie re-signed. And then you look at Lively last night and what he can possibly be as a rookie, and then bring back Curry for, defense, and then, Tim Hardaway Jr. I mean, all the pieces are there now, Luka. So it's fun. And then you see Luka being the assassin that he is. Talk about that step-back three to seal the game with two players, one of which being Wemby, and his 8-foot-long wingspan in your face. I mean, Luka for president, if you ask me.
Pat, you said this was an unheard-of injury report that came out of the Star the other day. Well, why was it unheard of?
In my recollection, I can't recall ever seen a mid-season injury report from any NFL team, not just the Cowboys, that was 100% clean as far as the active roster is concerned, guys. So obviously, the elephant in the room would be the absence of Trevon Diggs, C.J. Goodwin, and Leighton Vander Esch, all three on injured reserve. The LVE and C.J. Goodwin both have a chance of coming back this season. But, I mean, if you even including those three guys that were on your 53-man roster coming into the season, take those off, you still have, as we speak, before Thursday practice, knock on all the wood you can find, 96% of the Cowboys' active roster from September 11th is healthy going into today. This is week 8. Like, that's unheard of. I went and talked to PR because obviously that's who constructs the injury report. And I was just curious. I said, I was talking to Scott Agolnik, the PR guy, great guy. He's the one who has been doing it every week, every year for the past 20-some-odd years. I said, half jokingly, when's the last time you've seen it this clean mid-season? And he said, not in his tenure. So, no, I'm not crazy, guys. Like, this is unheard of. It's literally unheard of. But you got to love it because it puts the Cowboys in a position where they can maybe go on a strong run to end October and spark November. And Mike McCarthy's 11-5 coming out of a bye week, so that could be a good sign. Jeff Blasco is back. I mean, even the coaches are healthy. This is wonderful.
You lost all credibility when you said Scott Agolnik. Right down the drain. See you later.
That's true. You don't want
until I get a cigar.
Scotty B.
Until I get one of those fancy cigars. No Scott Agolnik mentions.
Listen, Scott is wonderful, especially when it comes to whiskey recommendations and cigar recommendations. Good guy. But
and
yeah,
some
I
cooking.
mean, he oh yeah, don't get him started on the cooking. He will absolutely go Bobby Flay on you. So yeah, he's a good guy. But like I said, this injury report, and it couldn't come at a better time for the Cowboys. 4-2 without playing a single snap last weekend. They gained ground by virtue of the Detroit Lions getting mutilated by the Ravens and the 49ers on a 2-game losing streak. And now they're in a situation where Brock Purdy might not start because he's in concussion protocol, which might put Sam Darnold out there. If Darnold doesn't perform, maybe they're on a 3-game losing streak. Eagles have suffered at least one loss. Cowboys are in striking distance, and they're healthy right now.
Patrick Walker joins us here, 105 through the Fan. Rams are what? Good, bad, dangerous, inconsistent? How would you describe them?
2 of those words, inconsistent but good. And good when they're on, but when they're not on, then, the game is yours. But any defense that houses Aaron Donald, you have to be concerned with because he can break the game open whenever, if ever you allow him to do so, and sometimes when you don't allow him to do so. So this being the third consecutive game of the Cowboys front 5 being together and now fully healthy, not, Zach Martin nursing a ham or die, not Tyler Biadasz with an ankle, not Tyron Smith with a knee. I mean, they're healthy. That interior is going to have his hands full as usual with Aaron Donald. And then if he gets free, Tony Pollard, he's going to have his hands full trying to block him. We saw what happened when Zeke tried to block Aaron Donald. Asked Tony yesterday, if you're in that position, what are you going to do? He said, hey, I'm just going to do my best and tell Dak to get that ball out quick because, it's Aaron Donald. So the Rams, they can present a challenge. They're a solid team. They can give you hell if you allow it. Biggest thing with them is the passing game. If you don't get home on Matthew Stafford, you're in for a long day. Cowboys got some horses on in the secondary with Deron Bland, Jordan Lewis, and Stephon Gilmore, but there's some horses in L.A. as well. Puka Nacua. I mean, look at what he's doing as a rookie. Cooper Kupp is back. And Tutu Atwell, he has the speed to kind of drag you across on slants and things like that, which is something that Gilmore has struggled with. So you got to get home. They are allowing a lot of pressures, though. The Rams are. Offensive line does not match up well, particularly if you look at a rookie at guard and Steve Avila, someone the Cowboys had some interest in pre-draft. But look at who they're lining up on the offensive line, inexperience and lack of production versus who the Cowboys are putting on the defensive line. The pressures will be there. Stafford is one of the few quarterbacks that is not mobile that the Cowboys would face. They'll have a lot of chances to get home on him, and they're going to have to. Otherwise, that ball's coming out and going out to some playmakers.
I've been a little disappointed in the Cowboys' run blocking. What do you make of that? How much better? Bobby thinks it will definitely improve as the best five play together. Let's talk about the Cowboys' run game a little bit. I also saw some numbers yesterday, Patrick, that last year Pollard was running outside the tackles more. It's not happening as much this year. What do you make of the Cowboys' run game?
I think it'd be interesting that Jeff Blasco is back because he missed several games of the first 6 on personal leave with the health matter. And in doing so, his duties, because people think that he's just the running backs coach, but he's actually also the run game coordinator. So his duties in coordinating the run game and coordinating along with the offensive line coaches, those duties were relegated to other assistants who may not have had the same vision or just weren't able to execute the vision as he would have if he were in the building and on the sideline. He's back. I think that's going to be a huge boost for the run game and the run blocking. I think also more reps for this front five is going to help. Obviously, the more reps, the better. This is their 3rd game back. First 2 games, you're not completely healthy, and you don't have a lot of reps, and you're going against 49ers front, Chargers front. I think the Rams front, even though they have Aaron Donald, presents a better opportunity to kind of set your feet. So, and then when you look at Tony Pollard not running outside the tackles, as you mentioned, I think it's just a difference in duty, D-U-T-Y. Because if you look at last year and the year prior, what was he? He was RB2. He was the complementary back. He was the one that was tasked with getting out in space and getting on the edges while Zeke was doing all the heavy lifting and all the dirty work. But now Zeke is out and Tony is RB1, and he's the one tasked with doing the dirty work, the A gaps, the B gaps, picking up those blocks in pass pro. So then when he does get the ball, maybe he is a little bit too beat up to hit the home run off of the edge as he would have in years past. Not to say that he can't do it because you saw the 60-yard catch and run. He still has that explosiveness. But it gets tempered a little bit when you have to be mostly the bell cow. And shout out to Rico Dowdle because he's having a great year as well. But Rico now is what Tony was prior to this year. Rico's the complimentary back, which makes him more fresh as far as legs are concerned. And that's why some of his runs look a little more crisp and a little more explosive. That's just how it goes.
Patrick Walker brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Have you guys had any fun trade discussions over there? If so, what were they? And what's one that you could maybe get down on if the Cowboys wanted to try to match or surpass what Philly did with Bayard?
Well, we've definitely had some fun trade discussions. And when I say we, I mean the media department, because I don't go upstairs and talk to Will about that. And
why not?
And Steven, yeah, I mean, when I see them at the training table and we're eating lunch, I might throw a couple things out there, but I got to let those guys cook up there. I trust that, especially when it comes to Will McClay. I trust that him and the scouting department know exactly what needs to be done. But I mean, without saying any names, because I don't want to be called for tampering, but a fun one would be a particular running back that used to attend the University of Alabama. That would be a fun one. But at the same time, I will qualify that by saying if you look at the Cowboys needing to get guys like Deuce Vaughn and Hunter Lipke involved, which I'm standing on the table for, don't necessarily want anyone coming in and stopping that progress, especially with Blasco back. Let me see if Blasco can get those guys going. And we talked about Rico Dowdle being very effective and Tony Pollard doing well in what he's doing. So let's see if that all comes back together. But for me, it's cornerback, and that goes to depth. I love Deron Bland and what he's doing in the absence of Trayvon Diggs. Jordan Lewis is healthy. He's doing his thing. Stephon Gilmore as well. But I harken back to last year when you suffered not only one injury but two injuries at that position, and you were in dire straits. And I believe Eric Scott will come along eventually. And I believe Nashawn Wright can be plugged in here and there. And I believe Izzy Mukuamu can be plugged in as well. But if it gets to a December game and seeding is on the line, or a playoff game with all the chips are on the table, and you suffer another injury at that cornerback position, I would prefer it be a dynamic veteran that can step in or is already there and can help that, instead of looking to these young guys and saying, well, here we go. Pressure's on. What can you do? That makes me a little bit nervous, because that's the same plan that turned Christian Watson into Randy Moss in Green Bay last year. So without saying any names, I would definitely try to upgrade the depth at cornerback, knowing that this could be a special year for you. But at running back, I mean, you're all set. There's going to be that fun name, the former Alabama guy. But, I mean, I don't see it happening. Plus, if you look at what you have to give up to get him, the Cowboys roster is just not in dire straits right now.
Is this DeMarcus Ware's day on Sunday?
Yes, DeMarcus Ware. His Ring of Honor induction ceremony will be at halftime against the Los Angeles Rams. And it is a magnificent time to not only honor the werewolf, but let's send him into the Ring of Honor the right way, with a win against the Rams. Make it a big win if you can, and just do right by good old number 94. Do right by him.
Patrick, thank you so much. We appreciate it, man. We'll catch up with you next time.
Yes, sir. Have a good weekend, guys.
Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com, every Tuesday and Thursday, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Jimmy Johnson got in, too.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he got in. Miami put him in.
Oh, yeah.
The Hurricanes just put him in.
Good for them. Where did they put him in? Because they don't have a stadium.
There's some people, probably the same people that think that your Rangers song jinxed them, even though they ended up looking dumb. There are people that do believe that until Jerry puts Jimmy in, they won't win squat. The curse of Jimmy.
Wouldn't it be funny if they refused to put him in, and then finally one year they put him in, they win the title that year, and it's just like, hey, guys, maybe this jinx thing is real. Not even a jinx. That's not a jinx. That's a curse. It's a difference.
Yeah.
I do believe in
curses.
curses.
Yeah, they think it's a curse.
Yeah, I don't believe in jinxes. Curses I could buy into. Very fickle. The line between curse and jinx is there.
Let's see if Mike Bassick has already bought his Derek Lively jersey after they ruined the Wemby debut that the national media was begging for. Mavs Crosstalk, and is Corey Majors back from the broken tooth? Let's find out next. But first, let me go ahead and get you set up with my peeps over at Trajan Wealth. Are you interested in wealth management that's designed?
Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Unprecedented one-time offers. Claim yours before it's all gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Shot clock at 4. Doncic. The step back 3. You bet! Luka Doncic, as Jason Kidd likes to say, is a bad man.
Mike's changing to NBA champ. Man, Kevin Hagelin has packed up all my stuff.
Hey, what do you think, 82 now?
I was watching him pack it all up.
I'm just
I
out of
didn't
here.
throw your stuff. I put it up there nicely.
Getting ready for my NBC5 Laura Harris appearance.
Wow.
On
What are you going to
TV.
talk about?
I kind of thought you'd quit, actually, and you're just ripping all the fan signs down.
I wanted to quit when I got the Bobby text this morning. I was not happy.
What did he say?
4 a.m. We've never had anyone
4 a.m. I'm just getting started.
at 4 a.m. bail on the show.
Oh.
After we were all texting each other like 8 hours ago.
Yeah. You even started a new thread, so I wouldn't text on that one. I didn't care. I was going to text on it.
I know. Well, Bobby started that. He started that thread with us, and at 4 a.m. he goes, I woke up, I vomited twice, I'm out. See y'all later.
No.
And that, I did not like that. That was not cool. But the injury that we need to check on is Corey Major's tooth.
Oh, yeah. Let me see it.
Right there.
Where? Which one?
Go check that out,
Hang on.
Choppy. What do you think? Mike's giving
What's
us...
he going to do?
He's going to see this legit.
Right there.
I mean, are we seeing, is it really...
No, it's a brand new tooth.
Oh, it's brand new?
Yeah.
What happened?
Bit, when you bite into something, and I had the fork that way.
Wait a second.
Oh, okay.
You had who?
Sideways.
Do y'all ever sideways the fork?
I don't typically.
And for
because
what
I know how to
reason?
eat.
And this,
I was taught.
You sideways
it was
the
a
fork?
bad. Yeah, it was a bad approach.
What were you eating?
It was eggs with steak in them.
Okay.
And so I was like, and it just went cracked, split. They shaved it down the entire thing.
Bleeding?
No, I had tooth in my mouth. And it was near a root. And they shaved the entire thing down and said, bloop, put a new one in.
What's wrong, Mike? You're throwing up the challenge flag. You're not believing it?
I don't know.
Oh, what do you mean?
Do you have a doctor's note?
I thought you were tough.
Hold on. You thought I was tough, meaning that I just live life without the tooth?
Yeah.
Did you get medication?
No. I had some medication at home that I used.
You already snorted? I mean, you already took it?
I used that for the pain like earlier in the morning. I didn't get into like 12:30.
Do you guys have the same dealer?
We're not a drug show.
Yeah, that's why he threw all my stuff out of the way so he could put his lines down.
Put it nicely in the chair. Because I didn't know when you were coming back. It was amusing.
What's coming up?
Man, we got a lot of variation of things to discuss throughout the day today. That's what I think is good. I really like whenever we have all the sports in action. My new favorite segment, Dunk in the Trunk at 10:22, where we review basketball.
Dunk in the Trunk.
Yeah, it's an old podcast Kevin used to have with Nick Nepic.
He vetoed the name then.
Yeah,
but
what was
now-
it back
where he
then?
is now.
Backboard
Oh
Basics
my
or something?
gosh,
I love
he has a
Nick.
baby. He's married and stuff.
Well, we're here. We have babies.
Yeah.
Oh.
We're working. We don't have broken teeths.
Wow.
What?
Tooths. Anything else?
In honor of Jose Leclerc's mom. Do you know Jose Leclerc's mom?
No.
Have you
Mrs.
ever
Leclerc?
become
Mrs.
You
what-
don't know.
Have you ever overcome a big fear for sports?
Big fear for sport?
Yeah, she's terrified of flying. She's going to fly here for the World
Mine's
Series.
the Cowboys defense.
That's your biggest fear?
Yeah, I'm scared.
Is
about
it they're not as good as you think?
Yes.
Because Micah's not as good as everybody thinks?
No, not that.
Oh.
Other reasons.
Are you not buying in on the ESPN theory or whatever? It was Carton this morning I was watching, and they were like,
Cartman?
Cartman. And they were like, oh, look at this. Look at his numbers. He's not very good. He needs to stop worrying about media and start worrying about football field.
Okay.
Is he live in studio for that, or was he
Prison? I don't know.
Mike, are you going to catch Derek? Have you caught the Derek Lively tweets yet from the Tolos saying, who is the real big man that should have been drafted number 1 last night?
I will say this. I do like Richard Jefferson and JJ Redick on a national game. I thought that they gave you education. They gave you like funny sarcasm. Like, I guess you could cut out that clip if you wanted to and say, can you believe Richard Jefferson thinks Derek Lively should have been drafted number 1 overall? If you'd like to just cut out one sentence and take it as like for real. Like, I thought that was funny when he was like, hey, JJ, do you think San Antonio made a mistake? But no, I do think Derek Lively showed a lot of real stuff, but like potential. Like there's something there that looks like could really help the Mavs for hopefully over a decade, because we're probably one of the worst in the history of basketball at center, right? If you just look at from 1980, I know the history of
Eric Dampier,
Kurt Nymphius, and obviously they tried Sam Perkins at center. You had James Donaldson, who made the All-Star team in 1988. Obviously, you thought you had it with Roy Tarpley from Michigan, but he had the Kevin situation.
No,
wow, that's cocaine.
But I mean, you just look at whether it was Donald Hodge or Sean Rooks or Lauren Meyer. I mean, you can just go through the history of the Mavs center situation. It's probably the worst in basketball history. So could Derek Lively be the first drafted center in Mavs history that actually stays here for a long time? Because James Donaldson was from, I believe, the Clippers. You had Tyson Chandler for one whole year in 2011. So this could be the first time, and I'm not being facetious here. This is maybe the first time in Mavs history they've drafted a center. It's one game, but it might be the first time that they've drafted a center who might actually be able to like help you in the NBA at that position for a long time.
Because 16 points at Duke, we called that February.
Like the whole month?
The whole month for him. Like, he scored 4 points in 2 NCAA tournament games combined.
Was he asked to do much more?
No, he was not asked to be an offensive player there. We've talked about this.
Hang on a second. Not being asked to be an offensive player and scoring 0 points against a guy named Euros in an NCAA tournament game.
The game, though, he also
Tennessee?
had like 12 rebounds and a bunch of blocks.
No, it was the game they lost as a favorite.
Well, that doesn't mean they
It was a game
do that in the tournament all the time.
He had 4 fouls by like the 8-minute mark of the first
And
period.
fouls are an issue, but
that's why Jason Kidd didn't start him.
good
From Mavs
hands,
Twitter.
good feet. Just be prepared. He's a rookie, so you run into this anyway, but he can be inconsistent on you, so just be prepared for that roller coaster.
And that's going to be Wemby, right? Like Wemby last night showed signs of greatness in the fourth quarter, showed how he's going to probably have a foul issue, trying to play a lot of minutes in the NBA. It doesn't take a long time, but it takes time to figure out, especially as a big man, how to compete at that level, how to stay out of foul trouble at that level.
You're going to make me, I'll get to Corey in a second to end the show, but I wrote down 4 things about last night. These are the questions, in my opinion. Did you see the greatness, the potential greatness? What did you see in Wemby? Did Luka's conditioning look that much different? Did the Mavs play that much different or faster? And did you see improved Luka-Kyrie chemistry? Kevin Hagelin, which one of those would you like to take?
Either one of those last two, I think, is pretty intriguing because I thought the answer is probably yes to that. Both of those.
You do?
Yeah, I saw it a couple times where I thought Luka would slow it down and he just went to the basket and I was like, oh, nice. Or he was trying to push it up court.
Exactly.
And I think what's really smart is you don't have to go all fast all the time. Have it in your arsenal, but Luka can do so many different things, so use both of them.
And I think that might be the most intriguing thing. Like, I get if people say the Kyrie-Luka chemistry is a bigger deal. I understand that. But being able to up the pace with Luka on the floor, that's a huge deal.
I thought definitely they played a lot faster with Luka on the court. I get, hey, when they make a basket, it's tough to. We're not going to Steve Nash, Phoenix Suns, or Dallas Maverick this thing where you just take the ball and just like give it to Steve Nash, and within 5 seconds they're putting up another shot. But I thought in transition off of rebounds, I thought there was a concerted effort, and you could see them outletting the pass, trying to get an easy, quick bucket. So yes, I saw that. And then they're trying to play faster. I thought it was going to be a complete lie if they played Luka the first 12 minutes of the game. If you're playing Luka the whole first quarter, you're lying about wanting to play faster. Even like Giannis doesn't play the whole first 12 minutes of a game. If you're going to play fast, you can't really play guys 12 minutes at a time. You're going to have to play them at most 9 minutes at a time. So I thought Jason Kidd's rotation was highly educated if you're going to play at a certain pace. So I did like his rotation if you're going to play fast pace, because you can't play guys 12 minutes at a time and play high pace.
Did you see the special qualities in Wemby or just his size?
I mean, to be that tall and shoot a three-pointer, and that's going to be tough to defend if he can make them more consistently.
And his ability to block shots from spaces that you wouldn't think that's a blockable shot.
So he didn't have one last night, right?
Yeah, the first possession on Kyrie.
Okay,
that was it.
That was it. But there were a lot of times where people were like, I think knowingly they were like, we can't just go challenge this dude at the basket. We got to make shots away from him a little bit. He made people stay away from him, and that's a positive quality. But I didn't look at it and go, man, he's changed in the league. But he could.
Well, I'll tell you what, when he went weak side to strong side and caught the ball the way Kevin Durant does and then faced up Grant Williams and made that approximately 12 to 15-foot jumper, I was like, oh, crap. That looked like Dirk. That looked like Durant. That was one of those moments where you're like, they're going to start figuring him out more like the Spurs. And I hear that, Pop's going to bring him along slowly and stuff, but I definitely saw some things. The other thing, too, is he doesn't understand the NBA yet, and he's not going to. Like, I thought they did a great job of pointing out when Tim Hardaway Jr. was hot and Wemby had Tim Hardaway Jr., and he's just helping way too much on Luka on the block, and then you throw the bounce pass for a wide open three. Wemby doesn't understand that yet. He's not going to. Derek Lively, probably maybe a little bit more educated defensively, is still going to struggle defensively at times on rotations. How quick do I need to help? How much do I not need to help? But Wemby's going to be a superstar in this league. I don't know if he's going to reach the heights of top 10 player all time, but he's definitely going to be a superstar in this league. It just takes time. Even Kevin Durant didn't make the playoffs with the Seattle Supersonics his first year, and I don't believe they made it the second year either.
So they had to move.
I'm going to be cussing you at lunch today.
Oh, no, why?
It's my bite your tongue theory. Like when you bite your tongue, it happens again. I'm going to be thinking about you eating that stupid fork sideways.
Yeah, make sure you just eat off the tip of the fork.
I can't believe it. I've never turned the fork sideways like that ever before.
I don't even know how people tip the fork upside down and eat it.
I am embarrassed, Corey. I am embarrassed.
Oh, upside down?
Yeah, you see the upside down fork people sometimes too? I don't even know how they do it.
I don't understand.
Upside down forks.
You righties who cut, use the knife in the right hand. I don't get it.
What are you talking about?
Everyone that's right-handed cuts their steak with their right hand.
Yes. Right. Because you need
I don't get it.
You need the precision.
It's dumb.
Yeah.
The dominant hand is for the fork.
No, we have the hand-eye coordination to be able to get it like this.
No,
that's
not
the stabilizer.
Efficient.
The left hand's the stabilizer. The knife is the precision.
You're messing up your efficiency.
How?
Do you eat the steak bite out of the fork in the left hand, or do you switch the fork to the right?
I eat it in the left hand.
You do.
My father, because he was taught the European way, Sean.
Oh yeah.
The classy way is to cut it with the right, fork in the left, and then put the knife down and then switch.
Not efficient.
That's the classy way. I agree, it's not efficient.
Yeah.
But I like to use a good precision.
Are you rethinking your whole life?
Are you right-handed?
Yes.
Do you cut the steak with the left hand?
No, I cut it with my right hand.
Everyone does.
But he's also left-handed, which
That's
is
true.
weird. So
you're ambidextrous?
no,
I used to be.
He was forced.
I cut
by
with my left hand, but I'm left-handed.
He's amphibious.
He was forced by a lady with a ruler and to hit right-handed.
But you're left-handed. Okay, so
Yeah.
you're doing
Yeah, I think. I haven't even thought about it, I guess.
you got to think about
Were
it.
you pantomiming?
Yeah,
cutting a
like if
steak?
I had like a steak in front of me.
Yeah. Get on
Am
the-
I?
Get
Because
fan cam, zoom
I'm
in,
eating
Ryan.
with I'm eating with my left hand though, so that would mean. Am I switching after I
that's
cut
what-
it?
that-
Am I switching?
You're
very
classy,
European,
Mike.
man.
We're
Very
asking you.
Very classy.
Do you
Very
know? See?
I'll concentrate. I'll figure it out next time. I'll
Get a
just
steak up
we
here.
just blew Mike's mind.
Very classy.
Tomorrow we have Mike
Mark
McCarthy
that.
and Jeff Bannister
Yeah.
to preview the World Series, plus a Rangers edition of High Low and a brand new choppy song. The KMC Masterpiece is next on The Fan.
Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. Corey Majors has returned. Mike Bassick is here, as is Alec Medford. Gentlemen, we are a little more than 24 hours away from the start of the World Series. 33 hours, I'm going to say.
Holy guacamole.
And you can hear Game 1 as well as all the World Series games right here on your home of the American League champions, 105.3 The Fan. Excitement level is what? Because you have to leave a little room for it to go up, right?
Oh, I guess I'm 10 out of 10.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm 1,000%.
Okay.
What were we doing here?
I mean, you guys are operating off of your own scale.
Oh, you didn't give us a scale to work with, dude.
On a scale of 1 to 10.
10 being
10 being the most you could possibly be excited. And if you say 11, your answer is dumb.
12.
You got me there.
No, I think that this is so rare. I don't know if the Rangers are going to be back. You look at the Atlanta Braves. They were the best team in baseball this year. I was going to be shocked if they didn't win it all. So I am shocked that the Atlanta Braves are not in the World Series. And that can happen to you. Next year, you might re-sign Jordan Montgomery. Go get, I'm just throwing out people, Paul Goldschmidt and Shohei Ohtani to add to this team. And you're like, dude, we are going all the way. You add a couple of relievers that you love. And you're like, there's no way that we're not winning it all, right? And you win 104 games, and you're like, we're going to do this. And you just have a bad 3 days. And those 3 days are, you're out of the playoffs. We're sorry. That's the way it works. That team outplayed you for 3 days. It doesn't matter how much better you are. So you got hot at the right time. You're a very good team. Are you the best team in baseball? Doesn't matter. You're in the World Series, and you're 4 wins away from being the best team of 2023.
The fact that you saw you could win a 7-game series with 2 starting pitchers and a patchwork bullpen, like a patchwork bullpen that had never shown this season that it could work the way that it's working.
Sure.
And I know you still have the day where Scherzer pitches or your 4th pitcher goes, and you're like, I don't know, we'll just throw it out there and see how it works.
Yeah, we have no clue who started that game.
But like that could be a bad bullpen day. But if they can just keep it kind of close, you feel like you always have a chance. I'm very interested in learning a lot more about Arizona, how we can hate them, because every series somebody will reveal their hatred, their reason to hate them.
They like Devin Booker.
That's a good point. That is a very good point.
They were really excited when Bob Dabalina, Joshua Dobbs, beat us in football this year.
They were. You know what?
Point number 2.
That's number 2 right there. Yeah.
I don't know how to hate Arizona Diamondback fans just by them being Arizona Diamondback fans.
Here's the tough part that you're going to run into.
The stadium's always empty.
Exactly. But the tough thing you're going to run into is they are very similar to the Rangers in terms of their path to make it to the World Series. Okay?
How similar?
Very similar,
like
Corey.
Eerily similar?
I would say eerily similar.
I love that word.
You weren't here yesterday. We could have discussed all this, but you weren't here yesterday.
Why couldn't you discuss this yesterday?
I had a lot of topics,
okay,
and Mike's
right.
like, you need to save that for Corey. Our show's loaded today.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right. The last day of the season, Arizona could have done the Rangers a favor. They could have beaten Houston.
And who would have known they did do us a favor?
Yes, actually they did. But they were like, nah, we're good. Spring training lineup it is. Because they're already set for
Jordan Lawler from Jesuit, shortstop. Throw him out there.
That's right. And he's played 2 whole postseason games.
Oh, Jack Leiter strikes him out.
So they threw out their BC squad lineup and they lost, which obviously propelled Houston to the divisional title. Here are the other ripple effects that it had that are wild. Had Arizona won in that season finale, the Diamondbacks would have moved up to the number 2 wild card spot, which means then they would have played Philadelphia in the best of 3 wild card series, as opposed to the NLCS. Obviously, the implications for the Rangers are they wouldn't have even played in that first round, and they would have gone home. We've heard 8 million times about the plane flying over Arlington, although they always say Dallas, on its way to Tampa Bay, and they didn't get to stop at home. Well, obviously, that would have been another issue.
How does that happen? How do they go from Seattle and then come all the way down to Texas and get to Tampa?
Jetstream.
I don't know if you're right about
you don't
this.
know.
I think I might
You
be.
got me here.
I think I might be.
877-881-1053.
Plane
What's
flyers.
the route? What's the
Yeah.
if you're a pilot, what's the route?
I think.
pilot.
Haven't you seen the weather? When it feels like it comes from the Washington area. I know it starts higher than that, the Washington State, and it starts swooping down through Colorado
Your segment's
into the
done.
plains of Texas. Through like Dallas, Fort Worth, sometimes down to the Gulf, but then it starts swooping into Louisiana.
How come you're not moving appropriately on the United States map when you're doing
this way?
Okay.
Washington. This is my view of the map.
Okay.
Remember, you have to see it upside down or whatever from the other side. Translucent, I think is the word.
That's not right.
Oh. And you go to Florida. That's how the weather moves. So we were moving with the weather. We were moving with the wind.
So the airplane.
She's like the wind.
How do flights go the other way, though?
Against the wind.
Okay.
It's slower. When we're flying to Phoenix, I think it's a slower flight. We're going against the wind.
Okay.
We're running against the wind.
All right. By the way, Carter, I don't know if you caught all that. I would really love it if you could put a video up of a weather map behind Mike.
I'm going to Twitch. Twitch will have the.
Never goes over Texas. I'm here. I got a picture up right now. It never goes over Texas.
If that one picture you found is also representative of all.
You have to watch out for other planes too. I don't know if you can take a direct line from Seattle to Tampa.
From airportia.com.
Okay, that sounds maybe real.
Mike is right. From K's 5555 on Twitch. Got it.
Okay, but that was. What are all the other ones saying this like? That's
Another
the
one.
dumbest
You're
thing.
right, Mike. I have two. You're right.
From the 469, I'm a pilot. This isn't really how it all works, guys.
Okay, thank you.
Dang it.
Thank you for also giving your credentials
Mike's
instead
not
of
right.
just stating one way or another. Like, Mike could be explaining the cardiovascular system and somebody could be like, that's true.
Yeah.
Jetstream to Phoenix is slower from D. Kizzle.
Okay.
5.
The 214.
five
That
right.
explanation was terrible, but he's not wrong about flight speed. Easy to West.
Okay.
See?
You were on my side about how it's terrible, but then you go, but he's not wrong. And that kind of undercuts our point just a little bit.
That's why I know clouds don't weigh as much as you say they do.
Look, I'm not the one who says that. Scientists say clouds weigh like 500,000 to 1 million pounds.
You're getting
Mike
caught
is
up in the
so
wrong
smart.
argument, Kevin.
You're 100% right. From Max EV Chap.
I don't trust the Twolos. I'll just put it to you that way.
Back to baseball.
They say things.
We'll see how long that lasts.
Look, well, this guy says that I'm like one of the
Not
Wright
1
brothers.
Uh-huh.
And the way you explain aerodynamics.
Hold on. Who are the Wright brothers?
They created a plane.
Okay.
They flew
They
it.
flew.
Good job.
I think they were on the wings.
The show.
No,
No.
are you thinking because of the cameras and everything? Okay. Good enough. All right. Arizona, now that we've, I guess, figured out the weather.
You brought it up.
Yeah,
Dan.
I
You
did
started
not.
it.
I didn't.
You said we've all
You're
heard
talking
the
about
story.
their path to the World Series, and the path started by getting on a plane from Seattle to Tampa
You
that
said
flew over Arlington. I didn't know it flew over Arlington, but I was explaining why it could have.
Bochy's the one that I heard Bochy say it. He said we looked down and we saw Dallas on the way.
All right. So don't forget the time change. That is not relevant to this conversation.
It was mountain
I
time.
thought we got rid of the time change thing, but I think next week we change the time again.
One more time, and then we're done.
I feel like they say that every year.
Since when? Last
Hey,
year?
He's about to give you a whole deal about how the Senate works and everything like that. So
All right.
we might save that for another segment.
Slowly.
All right. Slowly. All right.
The Senate works.
Here are other similarities between the two. And some of these are crazy.
All right.
All right. Just 2 years ago, the Rangers lost more than 100 games, 102. So did the Diamondbacks, 110. Both of them had losing records.
That's weird.
That is weird. But it gets weirder. Both of them had losing records last year. Both of them had runs that were the worst a World Series team has ever seen. So the Rangers had a stretch of games where they went 4-16. We remember that tough mid-August to early September stretch. That's the third worst stretch ever for a team that made the World Series. Hey, guess who's worse than them? From July 20th to August 11th, the Arizona Diamondbacks went 3-17. Think about that. July 20th to August 11th. Then, when they turn it around, That's when the Rangers start their run at August 16th. So they went 3-17. Horrific. Now they're in the World Series. The Rangers, 4-16. Horrific. They went to the World Series. Both teams had to win games 6 and 7 of their LCSs on the road. Both teams have general managers that went to Princeton.
What?
Both played basketball there too.
Together?
No, just kidding. But they did both go to Princeton.
Oh, okay.
And not together. They were separated by 4 years.
In birth.
When the one left is when Chris Young got there.
Probably in birth, honestly, if you think about it, because you're probably going to school at approximately the same age.
Yeah.
So they probably are 4 years apart, age-wise.
So
I'll find out.
I believe Chris is 44, Young, I believe.
It does feel like oddly similar trajectories for both of these teams. And then I want to take you to the gambling aspect of it. We joked about this off air. The odds, if you would have picked this exact World Series before the season started,
200 million to 1.
That is.
They're 14 years apart, by the way.
That is fair.
So other guys like Doogie Howser?
I'm sorry, never mind. I'll be back to you in a minute.
900. Do we need to do the math again? 965 to 1 is the odds that you would have gotten if you would have predicted this. All right, do we have new numbers?
3 years apart.
How did you give 14?
When I typed in Diamondbacks general manager, it came up and it was their manager, and I just went with his age, which is 58. And then I was like, oh, that's not the general
Torey
manager.
Lavello's that old?
Yeah, he's 58.
We were in spring training together in Cleveland in the minor leagues. He's a really nice guy.
And Mike Hazen is 47.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like we have learned in this segment.
We learned about pilots. We learned about Diamondbacks.
About Princeton, about ages.
Mm-hmm.
And let's talk a little bit about wagering. There was somebody back in June who put $25 down on the World Series being the Rangers versus the Diamondbacks. That has now cashed for $4,800.
How much did they put it on?
$25.
Congratulations. I would have said that's a waste of money. I'm wondering
I
this.
could see that.
How many $25 bets did that person make? Because I feel like there's no way they just, hey, I'm picking Diamondbacks Rangers 1 bet, right? I feel like you're in Vegas. We'll be in Vegas for the Super Bowl. Like we'll have, I don't know if the odds will be out for the World Series next year.
But will they be in our favor?
But like if we did that, would we take $100 and say, let's pick 4 different Ranger matchups?
Yeah.
Or maybe that person picked 4 different Diamondback matchups.
Sure.
I don't know. I'd feel like Ranger matchups would have been the one that person was picking because you had Jacob deGrom, you got Evaldi. Like you could look at the Rangers and go, maybe so. If you looked at the Diamondbacks to start the year, you're like, okay, they're still building. They got to see what they have. They have the Dodgers in their division. They have the Giants in their division. The Padres are going all in. Like I think in a way, the Diamondbacks are more shocking to be in this situation than the Rangers. Not saying the Rangers aren't shocking to most people. Wasn't there over under 81 wins?
Yes, I believe
in
that is
Vegas
correct.
to start the year.
I believe that
so they
is
get to
correct.
90 and now they're in the World Series. So yeah, man, here we go. I do think this World Series is a coin flip. I am picking the Rangers to win this in 6, but I can see the Diamondbacks winning this World Series.
Now, a couple more bits of feedback here from the 682. I'm a pilot, and Mike is correct. You should come co-pilot with me. And then from the 214, you guys have just guaranteed my grandson's failure in junior high geography and social studies.
How?
Yeah, I said from Washington to Colorado to the plains of Texas to Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida. I have gone through all the states correctly.
We're the KNC masterpiece, right?
Probably
here
have to go through Nevada a little bit.
on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Dunk
Maybe
in
Montana.
the trunk, reviewing the Mavs season opener and other NBA happenings. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Always a welcome sign for this club.
And gentlemen, your Texas Rangers are American League champions. Turn it on and leave it on. DFW's home of the Rangers, leading up to World Series Game 1. 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
We know how important Tyson Chandler was to them winning a championship, but Derek Lively with the big finish. Okay, I see you, young fella.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for a little dunk in the trunk. We're going to talk some basketball here. There's a lot of things happening, but obviously we're going to start with the Mavericks.
Can I ask you my first question?
Sure.
Did you guys enjoy me taking one thread that is all about just who we're having on 105.3 The Fan and turning it into my Mavs Twitter?
I did anticipate it because you've told us many times you don't have time to look through your messages.
And find the one that's just us.
Whatever the last mass text is.
Yeah.
Even though I would have thought after some issues with that in the past, you would have changed your ways, but
I didn't.
You did not. I liked your early defensive projections based on how many the Spurs had scored. Like, I think 4 minutes in, and then through the first quarter when they were on pace for 168 to 192 points. I enjoyed those.
The first time out, the Spurs were on pace for 192 points. Settled that one down, though, tremendously.
They did.
That was really fun. That was a very entertaining game. I watched Tim Legler after the game on ESPN, and he said, look, this is the way the Mavs are going to have to win. If they're considered a good team, they're going to give up a lot of points. They're not going to be good at defense. They're probably not going to be very good at rebounding. But their bet is in the last 3 minutes, they have played the game closely enough. It will be a high-scoring game. Can Kyrie and Luka, that combination, close out games better than whoever they're playing against close out games?
I will say this, for one game, and that's all we have to go off right now, I was impressed at the defense in the last three quarters as opposed to getting punched in the face in the first quarter. Because like you, like probably a lot of fans, you give up 43 points. Because one of the jokes in our thread was, hey, they're giving up 40, and then it was 43. It looked like, oh no, are we going to give up 140 points in this game?
Yeah, I actually, at one point early in the second quarter, I asked Choppy, because he's a gambler, I said, if I put the over-under on 129 for the Spurs, because I knew they weren't going to score 192.
Sure.
But I was like, I thought realistically, with 10 minutes left in the second quarter, I was like, I think they're going to get to 130 tonight. And they didn't. They got to 119. So, yes, to that point, the Mavericks did play better defense as the game went on, and I think that I give a lot of credit to Jason Kidd. The players deserve most of the credit, but I thought Jason Kidd did a good job of making adjustments rotation-wise to have scoring out there, plus try to slow down the Spurs' easy three-pointers or offensive rebounds, layups, and dunks.
Is that so? Number one, maybe talking point for y'all specifically coming out of this is it the different rotational patterns? Is it the ability to go faster? Is it Derek Lively? Like, what stood out to you?
Lively's the biggest story, I think.
Okay.
I really do. Like, I know
he looked really good yesterday.
I think I got what I expect out of Luka and Kyrie. You get your 55 points, something like that, out of the two of them.
Which, by the way, how crazy is that? Third 30-point triple-double ever to start a season across the NBA.
History of basketball.
Yeah, or third person, along with Giannis and Oscar Robertson. But I think you're right, Corey. I got what I expected.
Yeah, and
That's
Lively,
crazy.
first person ever in their debut to have 15, 10, and 85% from the field.
Is that
or something
right?
Like that. Yeah. So,
Whoa.
dude, you can play with stats all you want.
That's true.
It's fun and everything, and it is fun. But I think he's the biggest story. But I think that, like, Grant Williams is a story that's going to be understated, I think, because he's not going to get you 35 points every night. He's not going to be this and that, but he can be a very good. We discussed this in the conference room. You're glad that he's on your team.
Yeah,
you have a piece like that. Whereas it just felt like last year there was just a collection of people in Luka. And now it feels like they're kind of doing more team-oriented things on the court.
And I think that Kyrie, in a way, I'm not saying he had a bad game, but there were times in the fourth quarter where you're like, come on, fourth quarter Kyrie, where you at, right? Because he missed a little floater that you thought was going to be an easy shot. He missed an open three, but he came through when Luka threw the ball to him in the corner. Big three-point shot. They got out in transition off of playing good defense. Lively and Luka combined to play great defense, and then it led to a Luka pushing the ball and Kyrie getting a layup late in the game. Like I thought we saw some really positive signs of what they said they were going to do better from last year in the first game. Will it continue for 82 games? I don't know. Or 81 more? I don't know. But we did see the things they said they had to get better at or change, they did, at least in the first game.
I'm curious on the Josh Green front, how you're feeling about him. Is he this guy? And that's what we're like, he's always kind of going to be this guy?
But
he's our guy, so.
See, I don't know that, though. I feel a little bit better knowing they did make the investment in him.
Yes.
And he'll be here for several more years. It doesn't feel like you have to, look, I want him to get, and he got plenty of minutes yesterday.
30, yeah.
But I don't feel like you have to rush, because otherwise you're going to rush to try to maximize value this year.
Yeah.
But now you're like, well, we did get the extension.
I watched him play that Detroit preseason game. Lively looked really good in the Detroit preseason game, and I'm like, I'm not going to say much about it because I've seen Jay Crowder dominate in his rookie year in preseason, and then he ended up being a solid player in the NBA, but it was not like preseason Jay Crowder where I was like, dude, he is looking great. So in that Detroit game, Josh Green looked great, arguably your best player. It was Kyrie who was probably your best player, but Josh Green without Luka, you're like, damn, he's making all his shots. He's making great decisions. He's finishing. He's doing all of these things. So in game one, that wasn't like the Detroit final preseason game, but he did show in that Detroit final preseason game that he can have a major impact on this team. It'll be interesting going forward how they use him. Are they going to use him off the bench all the time? I do think that I could see him in the starting lineup with Williams.
Sure, I could too.
And Luka and Kyrie. And I think Lively.
Well, and because I also don't think you're going to see most of the season where Seth Curry almost doesn't play at all. Like there's going to be some variations, and I do realize that San Antonio was not supposed to be a good team.
Right. They're going to be probably a 30-win team this year.
But I was impressed with a few different things last night, and the Mavericks won.
Yeah.
So good start.
How many wins will San Antonio have?
I'm going to guess around 30. They won 22 last year.
Okay.
That's an 8-game improvement.
That feels about right.
Yeah. I think, Mike, one of the real fun things that we're doing is right now we're talking baseball games as if they're football games, right?
Right.
And basketball games, we just started the season. By the end of the season, it would be nice for the Mavericks to be in position where we have these moments where we can really do that. But I think we could walk away from a win to open the season, and you got to see Wembanyama. I mean, like, that was something you got to see too. I think you can walk away from it. And Mike, that might be the next, 8 years. We might have Lively and Wembanyama battles back and forth. That might turn into something.
I'm going to tell you something right now. If that's the case, hooray for the Mavericks, because we did great. If they're battles, as in this is a competitive situation, that would be phenomenal.
So when I became a Mavericks fan was in the mid-'80s, and it was Patrick Cummings and Kurt Nymphius as the guy. Like, it was horrible, right? And that's why they drafted Sam Perkins. So if you're like, how did they draft Sam Perkins over Charles Barkley? Because that is the way it went. Sam Perkins went 4th, Charles Barkley went 5th, Michael Jordan went 3rd. So that's who the Mavs drafted. Perkins had a great career, but the two guys sandwiched there are two of the 30 greatest players in NBA history. One of them the greatest. But the Mavericks have never been able to find a center. In the history, from 1980 to 2023, they have never been able to draft a center who was any good and stay with the team. Could this be the first one? It's one game. Yeah. And they probably did draft one in Roy Tarpley, but he was a drug addict and couldn't stay off of drugs. So
he was going to be awesome.
Right. They've drafted one in the history of the NBA, and he was a drug addict, unfortunately. So could this be the first guy ever that they draft and he actually is a starting center for the Mavericks for a decade, and you know who he is and reliable? I saw the one play from Derek Lively that I was like, oh, wow, very different, and didn't see this at Duke at all, was when he caught a ball underneath the basket. I want to say Luka passed it, and he went up and under, high off the glass with a little bit of maybe English. There was touch there. And I was like, the dunking, the rebounding, you saw that at Duke. At least if you watch stuff, you saw like, okay, he can definitely catch lobs.
That was AAU Derek Lively right there.
Yeah, but I was like, wow, that was more than just I can dunk a basketball player. I do have coordination and athleticism here around the rim.
Yeah, that play caught my eye because he looked like he had good hands there. But then there was another one later in the game. I think he got a rebound, and he faked one way and spun back around and finished with his left. And I was like, oh, we got a dude that can do a lot of things around the basket. And that's
good
something
hands,
that's
good feet.
Yeah, his hands
he's going to get
good.
stronger, too, because there are times where he got bullied, but he's going to get stronger. He's 19 years old. It'll probably take years. It's not going to be he's going to get stronger this year. But.
Yeah. But, Kevin, you say that was AAU version. I wonder if that's in him, and then he goes to Duke, and he learns how to be a teammate, and now you combine those two versions, and you got a really good player to go along with these other guys.
So the thing to keep an eye out for that is I've seen the AAU games highlights where he can shoot the three. I just never saw that at Duke, but there are people who will tell you he has that in his arsenal.
Right.
I'm not anticipating that immediately, but just somewhere down the road. If we could for just 1 second, I wanted to backtrack to Grant Williams because you brought it up, Corey, and I'm really glad that you did, is Grant Williams was brought in here for defense, and it's just one game. But if you can get Grant Williams to average, let's say 12, 13 points a game, I think that is going to be a good addition for this team.
Yes.
Not that it wouldn't be already.
I'm with you, and that's where finally the Mavs decided we don't just want one ball handler. Like, it was a concerted effort to have no ball handlers on the Dallas Mavericks. It was amazing to me. I'm like, you're sure you just want Luka and you really want 14 other guys on the team that really struggle to dribble and pass? They're like, yeah, we really just want them to catch and shoot. We don't want them to even think about dribbling and passing. Like, I don't think this is going to work out. And luckily, early on last year, they realized, hey, this is a really big mistake to have 0 people on the basketball court who can dribble and pass, because when Luka actually makes a pass, we want these people to be able to make a decent decision and be a triple threat. Dribble, shoot, pass. Very simple grade school basketball. And so now that you have Grant Williams and Kyrie Irving and Josh Green, obviously Derek Lively can't do those things. He's a catch and dunk, like, he's not a dribble passer guy. And yet, he's only 19. Maybe he gets better at it. But it was really good to see Grant Williams and a guy who, look, he got paid a hair over mid-level exception. He's a hair above average basketball player in the league, but he does have a skill set where if you pass him the ball, he's not, oh God, and nothing against Maxi Kleba. He has his value to the team too. But if Maxi Kleba does not catch and shoot the ball, he cannot dribble and he cannot pass. He just has to hand the ball back to Luka or Kyrie and go, you guys do something. I didn't shoot the ball.
I just wanted to throw this out there and see if you guys care about this. Did you see they're switching back all-star formats to the East versus West?
I like that. I just wish that they would try it basketball during that. And as long as they don't try, I don't really care. It used to be a game where the guys tried some, and now it's we tried none. So I don't care about that. Did you guys like Dwight Powell didn't play?
Not as much as you did, Mike.
The most important part about that All-Star game thing,
at what point did you want Dwight Powell in?
Is that they need to change their jerseys back to just wear your team jersey instead of whatever.
Oh, you don't like the unified East and West?
I want to know where they play, man. Like, give me that one. I want to see them representing my team.
I could definitely see that.
I mean, I know Luka's Luka, but I want to see him. I want other fans to see that jersey, you know?
And they're getting rid of the untimed quarter, so it's going to go back to your 4 12-minute quarters, East versus West, and that will be the All-Star game.
Says Dwight Powell had an illness, so
I know
he was sick of basketball.
He tries as hard as any human being in the history of basketball. I don't think he's ever sick of basketball.
Yeah,
I'll never question that man's effort.
There's a lot of people, if you're like, I could take your willpower and effort and put it in that person's body.
God.
Whew. We're the KNC.
Tomorrow night, right?
Yeah.
Another one? That won't be watched by many people.
I would imagine probably not. But what I'm hoping happens is Let's Go Rangers and stuff breaks out just like it did at Monday Night Raw on Monday. And so I'm hoping that the crowds are still watching and getting involved in the Rangers game. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Baseball Nuggets.
I'm a big believer in investing into what the wealthiest people in the
Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Unprecedented one-time offers. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
The pitch to Carter, swung on and lined down the right field line, hooking, fair, it lands right on the chalk. 1 run is home, 2 runs are home. The Rangers lead it by the score of 6-2. Seager ends up at third, Carter at second on a 2-run double.
Fancy masterpiece. We might be in trouble right here on 105.3 The Fan. We played the Evan Carter highlight coming back, but also Chris Arnold came in to say that Mike is totally right because he took meteorology in college
at OU,
and Mike
very good
was
meteorology school.
Spot on about his weather discussion earlier.
Thank you.
Okay, but that's still
and meteorology at Oklahoma is probably an important class because there's tornadoes left and right in Oklahoma.
But that's not necessarily flight patterns. Like that's what we were really discussing. No,
don't worry, I'm right.
Everybody's seen the
Let's get to baseball nuggets. I got baseball nuggets here.
Who's it brought to us by?
Brought to you by the Diamond Factory because I'm going around the diamond here. We're going World Series style around the diamond. MLB.com has broken down each position and who has the advantage. So when it comes to catcher, you would think, hey, we have an all-star catcher. Advantage Rangers. They say, wait a minute here. They actually say advantage Diamondbacks and Gabriel Moreno. Now, here's what they say. They say both teams have strengths here. So there's definitely a difference in Arizona making a big trade for a highly touted prospect. I feel like they're going prospect over the all-star, which I disagree with. I do think the Rangers don't have a big advantage here, but they give it to Gabriel Moreno, and they say to look at their regular season hitting line, they'd be about identical. Their OPS plus, Heim is 103 and Moreno is 104.
Wow.
But the shape there is very different, as Moreno overcame a slow start to mash in the second half, while Heim did the opposite. Now, it says also wrist injury caused issues in the second half for Jonah Heim. So they're taking more of Moreno's second half versus Heim's second half here to give the advantage. They say they both are good at throwing. Heim is strong and Moreno is elite. Given Moreno's late season hitting will ever so slightly give him the edge. So they give a slight edge at catcher to the Diamondbacks and Moreno.
Okay.
Moreno, he has 7 home runs this year.
Yeah.
He mashed. All right.
I guess you have to look at exactly when they hit what, but he is a super prospect.
Okay,
so
gotcha.
This is, I don't want to say Evan Carter, but this is a big time prospect that is coming on strong in the second half of the season for the Diamondbacks. At first base, they give the edge to the Diamondbacks here. Christian Walker is the best defensive first baseman in baseball. So he will probably win the Gold Glove. While Walker hasn't hit much in the playoffs so far, a 699 OPS, neither has Lowe a 698 OPS. With a strikeout rate nearly at 40%, given that Walker hit better over the course of the regular season, 830 OPS to 775 for Lowe. He retains the fielding edge, so we give a small advantage to the Diamondbacks. But it's close, right? This isn't a big advantage. So the first two, as we go around the diamond by the Diamond Factory here in the World Series, Diamondbacks advantage at catcher and first base. Second base, this is going to be interesting. Ketel Marte versus Marcus Semien.
So NLCS MVP, was Marte the MVP?
Yes. So they give the advantage to the Diamondbacks again. So 3 for 3 on the Diamondbacks. We said we wouldn't just look at postseason performance here. This is what MLB.com is saying. But it's a little hard to look past the fact that Ketel Marte has a 16-game hitting streak in the postseason, while Marcus Semien has had a pretty miserable October overall, hitting a mere 192. That alone wouldn't be enough to tip things Arizona's way, except we're guessing that plenty of people are going to be surprised to learn that Marte actually out-hit Semien by a little in the regular season. When they go with OPS plus, 128 OPS plus to 122 OPS plus. It's fair to point out that Semien is an elite defender and Marte is merely an average one. But Semien often gets talked about as baseball's most underrated star, and while that's true, it's true for Marte too. Advantage D-backs.
Is
this 0-3?
In the Phillies series, Kevin, he finished at 12 for 31 with 4 RBI or four doubles, a triple, 3 RBI, and a steal. So that's in that series alone. He was 12 for 31 with 4 doubles. So
Shortstop. With all due respect to Perdomo, we should remind you, all-star team, and then pitch. I'm just trying to skip ahead. They're like, look, this isn't close. It's Corey Seager.
1.
It's not like he cooled off in October. They're talking about Seager either. Seager is merely hitting .333 with a 1.127 OPS here in the month of October with 8 extra base hits. Major advantage, Rangers.
Okay.
Third base. Who would have ever known Evan Longoria was still in Major League Baseball if you weren't following the Arizona Diamondbacks? Because he was a major player in 2010 and 2011 when the Rangers were in the playoffs.
And yes, he means that Evan Longoria, the same one.
Major advantage, Texas Rangers. Here, Rangers don't have a high bar to clear here to gain the edge. And star rookie Josh Young has more than done that, following up a strong 23-homer season with 3 postseason homers among his 13 hits. Advantage Rangers. So now we are 2-3 right now. Left field, Texas rookie Evan Carter has been an absolute sensation on both sides of the ball in his first postseason. Remember again,
pretty good too, though.
Yeah, that I haven't given you who's winning yet. Again, that he only made his major league debut on September 8th. And even though the team usually platoons with him with righty Robbie Grossman against lefties, the D-backs don't have any lefty starters. So Evan Carter will start every World Series game. Now, it just matters on how much do they want to pinch hit for him in situations and put Robbie Grossman in. Remember, if the Rangers are up real quick by like 2 runs in the 7th inning, it's going to be an interesting situation. Let's just say they're 2nd and 3rd and 1 out. Do you pinch hit to try to score the extra runs, or do you say we need Evan Carter more defensively with him flying around the outfield over we pinch hit Robbie Grossman and then we do put in Robbie Grossman? And maybe you don't have to pinch hit with Robbie Grossman, but I assume you would in that situation, and then he would go to left field. But they say Walt Carter has been tremendous, a .308 batting average with strong defense. Gurriel has had a more up and down postseason, chipping in some big hits at times, but managing just a .250 batting average. It gives his slash. They say they give the advantage to the 21-year-old rookie, Evan Carter. We are tied at
Kevin.
3 as left field advantage Texas Rangers. All right, so if you collect baseball cards, you know in 2022, Alec Thomas was a very collectible player. He's a high prospect in the Diamondbacks organization. This is his 2nd year in the major leagues. In center field, we know who Leody Taveras is. It says pretty good defense for a center fielder who didn't hit that much this year in Arizona's Alec Thomas, but we go with Leody Taveras here. This isn't the spot where you'd find the biggest star on either side, and so there's not much of an edge here. We'll take Taveras due to the better regular season bat and that he's reached base far more often in October, a .354 on base percentage to a .290 on base percentage for Thomas. So it says Thomas does offer a little bit more power, but they give the advantage to the Rangers. So now after going 0-3, the Rangers are 4-0. So the Rangers have an advantage 4-3 right now until we go to right field.
Are we going to lose this one? This one is hard.
Corbin Carroll versus Adolis Garcia.
Alec, just keep that one around.
So this is 2 all-stars here. Easily the closest and most difficult call to make. And there's not a choice that will satisfy everyone or even anyone. Corbin Carroll is the breakout young star of the 2023 season and almost certainly the National League Rookie of the Year. So as we get to what they say about Adolis on the other side, Garcia, who has merely pounded his way through the entire postseason, mashing 7 homers, including at least 1 in each of the final 4 games in the ALCS.
That's pretty huge.
As I move forward, because I'm running out of time. Advantage, we don't want to pick. Please don't make us choose. Throws a dart. Rangers. They give the advantage barely to the Rangers here. It just says throws a dart Rangers.
I'll take
I don't know.
that.
It says we don't want to pick. Please don't make us choose. Designated hitter, they do give the advantage to Mitch Garver and the Texas Rangers usually in baseball for 100 years, maybe less than that because the DH came into play in the 70s, I believe, early 70s. Might have been late 60s. But then you'd always give the advantage to the American League at this spot because they had a DH and the other team would just use one of their guys off the bench. They do give the advantage to Mitch Garver over Tommy Pham. When it comes to starting pitching, who do they give the advantage to? They give the advantage to the Texas Rangers.
Oh, really?
So that's interesting because I do think both teams have a good three-man rotation. It's very different.
Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly, and Fat?
Yes.
Fott?
Yes.
Those three dudes are, they're really good.
They do give the advantage to Rangers. They do give a pretty strong advantage to the Diamondbacks in relief pitching. I think they did a good job here, guys. I don't really disagree with anything they did here. I think that at catcher, you could argue Jonah Heim over Moreno. But I think I agree with what they did here and their reasons why. I think Adolis Garcia, Corbin Carroll, that's a very tough choice. Those are two all-star guys and a very tough choice to make. Starting pitching, very close. Relief pitching, and they did give the advantage to the Rangers. Relief pitching, I don't see how you give the advantage to the Rangers at all. They said ERA so far in the playoffs here, 294 to 372.
Which, it's better than I might have guessed for the Rangers. But that means 6 for the Rangers, 4 for the Diamondbacks, 1 tie. Means we're going to win. We have more advantages.
Prediction, they say Diamondbacks in 7.
What?
The hell?
What?
MLB.com, is that what you just said?
Mike Petrelio, if I'm saying his last name right. I don't think it's Petrali. I do know who that is. That's Gino.
So you said the Rangers are better at more spots, but they're going to lose. Okay.
How does that make sense? We have more teeth.
You don't.
I don't.
You're turning into the Mankind or whatever his name was. Didn't he have teeth missing?
Yes, Mick Foley did have some teeth.
He turned into
missing.
Greg Ostertag. He lost teeth too.
Oh, no.
He texts me a lot about the Rangers. He's really in on the Rangers.
Everybody's in on the
if you're
Rangers
a huge
right
Utah Jazz fan, which I know Zero is, then you're probably right there with my man Greg Ostertag.
Who else outside of Utah? Nobody else is a Utah Jazz fan.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's the
either.
only person I know in my life that's a Utah Jazz fan.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next.
Kansas fan?
The pure foul-mouthed suffering of Philly fans. You're going to love it. Plus, our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are going to hear from our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, in just a minute. But first, Corey, would you like to hear the glorious sadness of Philly fans? Honestly, I don't care as much about this because it's the actual Phillies as opposed to the Eagles.
Okay.
So I don't know.
You don't hate the Phillies.
No, I have no.
You have no real reason to hate them.
Exactly.
Other than they're in that city.
Exactly, and that's not their fault, you know? Although, I guess it's not really the Eagles players' fault either, but somehow in my brain, every Eagles player made the conscious decision to go there, whether they were drafted there, traded there, it doesn't matter. Phillies players, they just ended up there by happenstance.
So people that are just born in Philly, that's happenstance also. But they get ingratiated in the culture very quickly.
There's a cutoff.
Okay.
Once you're 25, hopefully you have the means to move away.
Okay.
And like do something different. But you know what? That's all neither here nor there. But here's what I want to play. This is the video that Buster Delphia put together on Twitter.
Buster Delphia.
Yeah.
All right.
Which is quality. This is him interviewing Phillies fans after they lost Game 7 of the NLCS. And I need you to listen to this whole thing because Alec had to do a lot of work at beefing all of the things.
Okay.
Take it away, Philly fans.
We had home field for 2 games. 2 games. And you let them come here and beat us?
Phillies need to sell Trey Turner. That guy's an idiot. We went farther without that guy.
That kid's like 12.
Trade the whole team. This team blew. I want to say that I'm depressed. I had to ask 9 people for this cigarette.
Philly fans, we always stink.
Disappointment.
Oh, man, that was just straight garbage.
This sucks.
I hope they never play a baseball game again. Fire Topper. Topper! What's up, man?
Feeling like I want to go lay in traffic.
All them bitch-ass motherfuckers that couldn't get a hit when we motherfucking needed it.
I love how we spent $700 million for guys to go 0 for 12 combined.
Let's go Jets.
I'm feeling good because, we still got the birds. Go birds! Go birds!
Hit the fucking ball, man. Come on, really? Hit the fucking ball.
Overpaid
That.
Hey, wait, where'd you get this banana?
From a homeless guy.
Hey, how do we feel about Dancing on My Own as a song moving forward? You gotta cut it. Time to retire it. Find something new.
Still fires up the crowd.
Well, I'm pretty sure it didn't work this year, so it's got to go.
I'm crying instead of dancing!
I get shitty ass song. They need to ditch that
I don't want to hear that song ever again.
How about you shut up?
Amazing.
My favorite part, and Corey brought this up, I don't know if you can go back and isolate it. It's about a minute in where he goes, where did you get that banana? In the midst of like all of these angry fans.
They took a banana from a homeless man, dude.
Buy from the homeless person?
Hey, wait, where'd you get this banana?
From a homeless guy.
How are you going to do that? He's hungry.
Maybe he didn't want a banana. Maybe somebody gave him a banana, and the guy's like, I don't eat bananas. Homeless people can be picky, too.
Oh, man.
Can you imagine Kevin being a homeless person and people handing him food like, did you put salt on this? I don't want it.
It's too much.
We came out of the club one night. It was a bring your own alcohol club, and I had Seagrams and juice. I had gin and juice with me, and this guy was like, hey, man, do you mind if I get some of that Seagrams from you? And I was like, here, take the whole thing, dude. And my friend had just gotten out of prison, and he walks up and he's like, no, you want to hear about hard times? And took the stuff back from him.
What
He's like, I'll
the
tell you
hell?
about hard time. You ever been to prison? I was like, we got to go, buddy. His name was Kevin, too. That's wild. Back to you, Kevin.
Okay, so
he took stuff from a homeless man.
Those are the live reactions.
The girl with the cigarette when she was like, I had to ask 9 people for a cigarette. I'm like, just give up at that point, you know?
They're not that far removed from, and they were just in the World
So-
Series last year, and
I'll explain a little bit of me.
What?
Did you feel all of this video?
A little bit. My grandparents, the Bassick side of the family, grew up in Derby, Connecticut. That's where my grandparents are from. So a lot of watching sports for me is through that lens. Growing up, that's the house in Duncanville. I watched Cowboy games, and I watched Maverick games, and I watched Ranger games from. So those people that you just listened to, that's the Bassick family growing up. My mom could not sit with her in-laws, her mother and father-in-law, at Ranger games when my dad was pitching for the Texas Rangers, because my grandparents talk like that at the game while around Mike Hargrove's wife and Ben Tom Greaves' wife. Like, your husband has to catch that ball. Like, I mean, there was no, it's just great to be here in the major leagues. I'm glad I'm sitting in these seats or whatever. It was, these Rangers stink while their son is on the team around all the wives that are there at the game. So a little bit of that
oh my God,
is in me. And that's how I can sometimes get. And in a way, you also are being facetious and sarcastic and joking about it, but yet there's still a little bit of seriousness like in that. Like, so I hear him. I think it's funny. I don't feel like I maybe take it as serious as some of those people do, but there's also that is what I grew up around. Even though I grew up here in Duncanville, I grew up around that type of environment of watching sports, where I'm assuming you guys didn't.
Well, I mean, also
not to that level. Like, we watched a lot of sports, but the reaction was never like you just described.
Fire everybody,
Yeah,
fire them all. We spent $700 million on these bums. Like, it is wild because they are that close. They've been that close twice now. And they're like, get rid of the whole thing.
We were one of the few families in 1989 that were like, thank God they let Tom Landry go. That guy, this game's past him.
Oh my gosh.
That was our family.
What?
That was, we were, our family, the Bassick family,
y'all
was
celebrated
super,
Jimmy Johnson's Super Bowls.
Yeah, but our family was super okay. I was only 11 at the time. But I just remember my uncles, my grandfather, like they were totally okay and thought it was a good decision to let Tom Landry go.
From the 817, I heard Mike and his son taunting the Astros during Game 4 of the ALCS. Mike was way worse than his son. He's like, I'm not even going to try to.
I thought we were supposed to cheer for our Rangers.
Yeah, we were cheering for the Rangers. Yeah, man, it makes sense. I'm all right with it.
Like I was telling McCormick, nice route, Magellan, on that fly ball to right field.
Because he went the wrong way. He went all the way around underneath Brazil.
Man, this is taking turns that I did not anticipate whatsoever. You guys want to fire up a little bit of my buddies and idiots?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. 877-881-1053. It's time for some My Buddies and Idiot, and there are a lot of them today, and we're going to start with this. Believe it or not, Bishop Sycamore is scheduled to play a football game next month. Now, Mike...
That's a school?
I
didn't watch all the HBO thing. I watched like 20 minutes of it and then forgot.
The part about it being a school is very debatable, and the greatest moment in there is when the coach is like, where are the rules that say a 20 or 21-year-old can't play in this game? And then they do a cut of the Ohio State rule book like falling on the table. It's amazing. But yeah, so next month, they are scheduled, per the Richmond Times-Dispatch, to have a game against Life Christian Academy, which is from Virginia. They're going to play November 9th. This is after all of the fraud and terribleness.
Do you remember at all, after Bishop Sycamore got caught, who their next game on the schedule was?
It was going to be Duncanville, right?
Yeah. Is that in the documentary? I don't know.
It is. Yeah.
Their next game on the schedule, and Duncanville had to be like, we're not playing this game.
Yeah, it was. So apparently that's going to happen again. Phoenix Suns.
Okay.
The Phoenix Suns are idiots because, or maybe you think it's the NBA. Did you see that the Phoenix Suns lost a 2024 second round pick?
No.
For tampering.
Okay. I didn't know this. What did Chickenhead do?
It was for tampering with Drew Eubanks. Corey, I want you to honestly answer me this question. What do you know about Drew Eubanks?
He was like a saxophonist.
That is Kevin Eubanks.
All right.
No.
Was that Jay Leno or?
No. Mike, do you know Drew Eubanks?
I think if you're saying it wrong, I think you're talking about the guy who was born and raised in Dallas, Fort Worth, and became Let's Play 2 and Hall of Famer for the Chicago Cubs.
Ernie Banks?
Ernie Banks.
Drew Eubanks, I feel like he's like some sort of wing no-name
Okay,
player.
now we're on the right track. He averaged a robust 6 points for Portland. They lost their draft pick because they tampered with Drew Eubanks.
And nobody knows who he is.
Well, I guess the NBA was like, hold on. Why is this fella getting so much interest?
They looked him up.
There's
Well, after they traded for
something.
Bradley Beal, didn't they have like negative $40 million to spend? And they're like, who can we put on this team?
Dude, he had 3 blocks in the opening game against the Warriors.
Hey, maybe the tampering was worth it then.
4 points, 8 rebounds, 2 assists, and 3 blocks.
If you have 8 rebounds and 3 blocks,
I watched some
there's
of that
something
game.
for that.
I feel like the Golden State Warriors looked at the rule book and they thought, hey, is this an under 6'6" league? And the answer is no. You can play people over 6'6", Golden State Warriors. They did at times. They played Looney.
From the 214, Drew Eubanks was a game show host. That is Bob Eubanks. Also incorrect, but good for you guys.
JJ Eubanks. Hold on. James Eubanks. Nope, never mind. Back to you, Kevin.
Okay. Corey might be an idiot for whatever was the attempt that was having right there.
I was trying to read something about famous Eubankses. Eubanks I? Eubank.
Did you think the Arizona Diamondbacks guy was 13 years older or younger than earlier? You know, we're kind of making fun of you right now.
14.
Yeah. No, yeah. I thought he was
younger.
It was the wrong person. Yeah. I've had a couple of moments today. All right.
Get it together.
Bob Eubanks.
Which would mean like he's a 26-year-old general manager.
From the 817. I feel like we would have known that more. The 817. My buddy's an idiot. He tried hitting on his son's teacher, who is married, as is he. God. The teacher sent his wife an email, and now he's about to go through a divorce. I asked him if it was worth it, and he said definitely not. Okay, which is good.
Because she didn't go out with him.
Yeah, better than the other guy.
If they'd
who
have
called the
gone
other day.
out, if they'd have gone on a date, would it have been worth it?
I don't know how his marriage was going. I'm willing
Doesn't
to guess
sound great.
probably not great. Probably not
Or
great.
he was living a lie.
Yeah, that is a bold move. But yes, you're right, Mike. That's not as much of a crazy thing as the person who called in. I felt so bad. And they were like, my wife just left me, but you know what, if the Rangers win, then, I'd make that trade. It took such a hard turn I did not anticipate.
I love the Mavericks and Rangers. I would not make the trade to get divorced for them to win championships. Corey's thinking about it.
Hold on, Corey, while you think about it, Mike, will you restate, if Corey missed it yesterday, your thoughts about people who separate?
Make a decision. Hey, either get divorced or stay married.
Yeah, he said get divorced or don't.
So here's the deal, Mike. I always told Adrian I was getting married for her. I was with her no matter what. All right. But the marriage part of it was for her because she felt we had to get married. I was like, I'll be with you. It doesn't matter. We could be not married or whatever. So I could totally divorce, you know what I mean? But still be with her is what I'm not being separated either. I'm just saying like the marriage part of it wasn't like that big deal to me. It was just her that I wanted.
So I tell you this year,
that I want.
You get a World Series, Stanley Cup, NBA title, and Super Bowl all in the same year, but you have to get a divorce. You say?
I'm going to be with her still.
He's saying fake divorce.
Yeah, it's a fake divorce, dude. We're still together.
Is that going to be her interpretation of the situation?
Hold on. Do I get paid for any of this stuff?
You get paid in sports excitement.
I think she'll understand that.
What about a real divorce?
She gets me.
Not a real divorce.
No, I can't do that. Sorry.
Okay. That's good.
I couldn't be without her that long. That's just my thing. I like her a lot, man. You got a great butt.
That was so close to being a really sweet moment.
There has to be something else.
She's a super kind person. Like,
I thought you were shaking your head like, no, there's nothing else more than.
I really do love
her caboose.
She makes other people. That was the start. That's what hooked me, you know?
Uh-huh. Love it first.
Doesn't her dad listen to this show?
Hopefully not right now.
Guys, I'm going to go ahead and throw.
Hopefully he's in the garden.
Mel Tucker into the My Buddy's an Idiot category while also shouting out Reggie. Because I said this could be a struggle when it comes to deciding Mel Tucker, the former Michigan State coach. And Reggie's like, no, I don't think it's going to be that complicated. He violated company policy. And that is what a hearing officer at Michigan State has decided. There are several graphic things I could tell you, but essentially he did many things, some on the phone without her consent, and he was like, no, I was all consenting. And she's like, no, I definitely did not consent to that. And they say that means you violated the sexual harassment and other terms of your employment, yet so you were right to get fired and not get any money.
Are you saying we need to read the employee handbook?
Well, I mean, you probably should, but also you probably shouldn't just do things without consent. That just feels like a no-brainer.
Yes, I agree on that part. Now the rest of it.
Should read it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you read our employee handbook?
The one I got when I first got hired, yeah. If there's been like a lot of major
We're no longer
updates,
we aren't CBS anymore.
And we are not at the company after that. But I haven't read it in a while.
Okay,
so.
all right. Alec, you're a newer hire.
They say the same thing, I bet.
Did you read the employee handbook?
See, I had a lot going on the line here,
right.
so I was like, yeah, I better read this so I don't screw up the first radio gig, man.
Okay, all right. Well, there you go. There's one person out of all of the employees.
Hey,
in the world.
I don't even think we have an HR department anymore, but you should still read that employee handbook. And Mel Tucker learned the hard way. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. That is not, I don't know, maybe that is Adrian's dad.
I'm not
Adrian's
in the garden.
dad here didn't give a first name, and I'm not in the garden.
That's not his phone number.
Coming up next, this time we really will, we think, talk with Dallas Cowboys insider Mickey Spagnola right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Nighttime.
Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Window Nation and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now. Brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, fellas. How's it going?
It's going well. It's going well. Any important tidbits that you were able to garner from Mike McCarthy that we need to discuss to kick things off?
You mean from today?
Or ever. No, I'm just kidding. From today. I'm kidding.
What's the most important thing you've learned from Mike McCarthy?
Jalen Tolbert's taken the biggest second-year step. He would be at the front of the line if there was an election. Although I don't know that that's a riveting, announcement. Just watching things.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like, hey, we're putting him in and he's become our number 3.
He's going to play more. Yeah, but at least he, kind of gave you an idea of what Tolbert has done. I thought the other thing he sort of admitted to needing to run the ball better in the red zone because their yards per carry, overall is not probably what they want it to be. He said, he kind of pointed out there were some extenuating circumstances in some of the offense they were in, I would imagine, in some of those blowout games. But that did admit they need to run the ball better in the red zone, which kind of falls on, to me, the offensive line.
Okay, I'm glad that you said that because I was going to ask, and I understand it's to a certain extent a combination of the two, but if you're going to put it on offensive line or Pollard, or tell me a little bit more about that because it does feel like their preferred offensive line the last couple of weeks before the bye has been underwhelming.
No, I absolutely agree with you, and that's one of the things I think going forward that needs to show improvement. And maybe, we just assume that this group of 5 practicing together for 1 week and then 2 weeks was going to be back to, being one of the best offensive lines in the league, and that certainly has not happened, running the ball or protecting the quarterback. So I think when you're asking where's the most improvement needed going forward after 6 games, and I would say the play of the offensive line because, they weren't together in the offseason. They weren't together in training camp. Then you get to the season and, there was this guy injured, that guy, and go back to the Arizona game and probably no surprise they get beat and only score 16 points when you're starting 3 backups, 2 of them elevated off the practice squad and making their first NFL starts of their second-year career, right? They just haven't had that much work together, and I think there's something to, if you look around the league and see the teams that have played the best, they probably have had their offensive line intact, meaning 5 across the front. And, the Cowboys have had it for 2 weeks. Now you had a week off. Not that they did anything to improve it during the bye week since there was no practicing going on. But that's one spot I think that we can agree that as a unit they need to play better.
What are you seeing of the combination or individual production from Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp?
Well, Nacua, who would have thought, right? What is he, a 5th-round pick?
Yeah.
He's got 58 receptions to lead the league. He's 3rd in yards, and he has produced in, 7 games? Yeah, they're at 7 games. More receptions than any first-year player or, starting a career with the Rams. We can just start there. And I think the 100-yard receiving games is one of the tops in your first 7 games in the NFL. So, he's been awfully good, averaging 13 yards a catch, which kind of seems like it's more of a possession guy. But again, so what? They're moving the ball. And now having Kupp healthy after his kind of false start to start the season, that's pretty formidable. But in my opinion, when you say how do you control guys like that, you put pressure on the quarterback because it's hard if the quarterback's getting time to throw the ball for you to sit out there in man coverage and cover for 3 or 4 seconds. Then there's a reason why quarterbacks throw for that many yards. So to me, you got to control the quarterback to control that part of their passing game.
Yeah, I give Stafford a lot of credit for what Nakua has done, Kevin. I really just watching the way he's been getting the ball out, and he looks better than he did last year by far.
Yeah, and if that's your calling card on defense, well, you better put it up front, right? We put pressure on the opposing quarterback. Well, that better be the case come Sunday because, this is – I just don't think this is going to be as easy as some people think just because they look at their record. They got the number 5 ranked offense in the league. So they're moving the ball. They've had trouble scoring points. And I don't know if, turnovers have gotten away or whatever, but – I think this is an offense that you better be worried about, maybe with the exception of the kicking game, since they moved on from
Brett Maher.
Yeah, Brett Maher, and signed some guy, Lucas Harvasick. I think that's Haversick. They did work out Mason Crosby too, though. I guess they were trying to cover themselves.
Every possibility.
Everybody does.
Go find somebody's IT department.
Yeah, I think when you lose, what did they lose last week? 21-17, and you missed 2 field goals, or 24-17, you missed 2 field goals and an extra point. You're sitting there going, that might be a problem. So, poor Brett Maher. He just never has gotten himself back together after that playoff game.
Believe it or not, I had to break that news to my wife, and she was really sad because she became emotionally invested in his story last year when he kept missing the extra points. And she's like, oh, he looks so sad. I want him to succeed. When I told her he went to the Rams, she was very excited, and I had to break the news that he got cut again. So.
And did you explain to her he'd already been cut by the
it's been a tumultuous run for him. Now, you were talking about getting pressure on the quarterback. I'm curious, as we see more and more the need for Micah Parsons to play, I guess your traditional linebacker or whatever you want to call it, with LVE on injured reserve. How much faith do you have in the ability of the Cowboys to pressure the quarterback?
Yeah, you got DeMarcus Lawrence on one side, right? And if you think about it, last year when Dorrance Armstrong got a chance to play more after, Randy Gregory left, he ended up with 8.5 sacks.
Yeah.
So maybe playing him more at defensive end along with Sam Williams, they can, somewhat compensate for Parsons not being there, 70% of the times, 80% of the times at defensive end. Because I still think he's as valuable at linebacker because it's hard to double team a linebacker. It's easy to double team when he's lined up on the line of scrimmage. He's coming from there, right? Now, he may loop and things like that, but at least they've got an idea of where he's at when he's at linebacker. And if you want to use him in pass rush situations, well, they're not sure where he's going to be. And you can switch how he's lined up defensively before the snap, or you don't know if he's dropping, if he's covering, or if he's sitting there thinking, okay, I got to play the run. So I think, his value there is huge. We'll see how they decide to play him against the Rams, but I think we saw especially the second half against the Chargers, how much linebacker he was playing. I know he got his sack when he was lined up at defensive end, but, that's okay. If you got 2 linebackers on the field, they don't know exactly where he's going to be, and I kind of like their 5-man front when they put him outside of one of the starting defensive ends.
I know we've talked about him, especially the last few weeks, but wanted to give a little bit more attention to Dron Bland leading or third among all NFL cornerbacks with at least 100 snaps in lowest passer rating allowed. He's been phenomenal. What have you seen outside of just the numbers from him this year?
Yeah, I think, you know, if you think about it, he did both things last year. He started in the slot, right, as the nickel corner when Jordan Lewis went down. And then when Anthony Brown went down, he moved outside. So he showed the ability to do both. And I think he's done a really nice job. I don't think that evaluation that you just mentioned, you know, is inaccurate. I think he's played well. Now I think one of the things that's got to happen is they need to get Jordan Lewis back to, you know, where he was playing before his injury last year. And I think, I don't know, maybe that's why I've seen, you know, when you start reading stuff online and it's getting close to the trade deadline, you know, people are saying, well, maybe the Cowboys trade for a cornerback. And it was like, well, you got those three. Now, if you get another injury, then, you know, Eric Scott has got to jump into the scene, or Igbenogany. And I don't know that they've trusted him yet more than just special teams. But if they happen to think, oh, here's a sweetheart deal, you know, Gilmore's only playing on a one-year deal.
Yeah.
And next year he's 34. So, you know, if you happen to find a move where, you know, it's a guy that's been paid well, but on his first contract, and, you know, you don't have to account for a signing bonus, just the base salaries, you can look at it as say, okay, this is a chance for me to look to the future, not just right now. Because right now, I don't think cornerback's a problem for him. But you never know when something falls in your lap and somebody will take, you know, a third-round pick for a guy that probably is a first-round pick.
Yeah.
You know, I got no problem with that.
Appreciate the insight very much, good sir. We'll catch up with you again tomorrow and get that prediction ready.
Oh, yes. I'll sleep on it.
There you go. Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Who has been the biggest surprise of the NFL season thus far? 877-881-1053. You want to get involved in the conversation? We will do that next right here on The Fan.
Hello, this is Chip with Diamond J Properties. You're invited.
That classic Chevrolet, like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground, unprecedented one-time offers. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
8 straight runs. Fires. Touchdown, Texans. Robert Woods from C.J. Stroud.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Is that the answer right there? As we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. The question: who has been the biggest surprise so far this NFL season? I think Stroud is a viable answer. I think somebody you're about to go up against is a very viable answer.
From the 940, Brandon Aubrey.
Yeah.
In your face, Mike. You said we could never find a kicker.
I agree with that. I was wrong about that. He made...
Yeah, Derek Lively.
He made... Yeah, Derek Lively after a game.
Next Shaq.
Great pick. I don't know about that, but we're hoping for Tyson Chandler.
Sure.
But, yeah. Aubrey looks like the real deal, and it's nothing's going to phase him. I hope he's here for the next 4 to 6 years until he's supposed to make good money, and then we let him go and find another guy.
Yes!
Puka Nacua definitely is a very nice surprise for this NFL season, especially for anybody that was, I guarantee you, picked him up off the waiver wire after week 1. Nobody drafted him.
This is positive surprise, right?
Yes.
Because I think negative surprise, I am shocked how Deshaun Watson didn't get any better at that situation in Houston ruined him. He was a good quarterback in Houston. He's like now PJ Walker. I know why they'd go back to Deshaun Watson, the guaranteed contract, the money, but he's horrible. So I guess that's a surprise. I thought Deshaun Watson was going to bounce back and be in the category of, hey, is he a top 10 quarterback again?
Sure.
But he's one of the 5 to 10 worst quarterbacks in the NFL.
Is he ruled out again this week?
I believe so. I believe they've already said PJ Walker.
Well, yes, actually, he is already ruled out. It is going to be PJ Walker. If you wanted a couple of other injury updates, Kyler Murray was a full participant in practice yesterday. Now, that doesn't mean he's about to start playing this weekend or anything like that, but just be on the lookout. He's closer than some people might have thought. And then Brock Purdy. So Brock
He's
Purdy
in concussion protocol.
is in the concussion protocol, and Adam Schefter put this out there. Over the last few years, 25% of players who suffer a concussion will be back the following week when the game is 6 to 7 days away. So this does not factor in if you're doing the Sunday to Thursday turnaround or anything like that, but that's only a fourth. So only a fourth of players come back and don't miss a game.
Help me out. That was game 7 or 6 of the World's or the ALCS. I didn't watch barely any of that game. He played the whole game, right?
Yes.
So it was later that night. It was the next day. They discovered it,
but they have now been able to isolate what they believe the moment was that he suffered the concussion, because you can see a stat breakdown. I mean, he was doing fine. Like, their offense was struggling, but he was doing solid during the game. And then he had the concussion, and he had both his interceptions after that, I do believe. And so they believe they've isolated the time when he got hurt, but not in the game,
Gotcha.
which is obviously still a problem. And look, I know you just want to get Brock Purdy healthy. In his stead, they'll go with Sam Darnold up against the Bengals.
This is Sam Darnold's time. Time to throw about 2 interceptions that really cost the game and keep them out of it, man.
Do you think they lose? Look, I'm
They're
a
a good
big
team.
Joe Burrow
Injuries are
believer.
problem.
So I'm looking at, all of a sudden, could they be sitting there after beating the Cowboys and the confidence we thought they would have from that game?
Yeah.
They went into the direction of, we did it looks like. And they got to figure out a way how to get back onto like the track of, we've done nothing. The accomplishment of killing the Cowboys means very little if we peter away a lot of these games.
Devo's out too, so like there's a lot injuries are going to plague them all season, specifically because of the way they play the game.
And we were just talking yesterday about the usage rate of McCaffrey. I know he came back from Monday's game, but his usage rate is at the top of the NFL, and that's something that could be problematic.
For sure.
Now, good news for the Bucs. Baker Mayfield and Chris Godwin were both listed as questionable. They will both play tonight against the Bills. So, good news for them right there.
Who plays tonight, Bills and who?
All right, let's take about 15 seconds back.
Mm-hmm.
Tampa Bay quarterback Baker Mayfield and Chris Godwin, who are both listed as questionable, will play tonight against the Bills.
All right.
What's the answer, Mike?
Tampa Bay.
Man, it's probably good you got that right. I
would you have thrown your headphones?
I might have.
Wow, we're so close, Mike. It's only almost noon.
I heard Bills at the end, and they're Thursday night.
Mm-hmm. Well, what about the beginning part?
Wasn't listening.
I know, but why?
He was letting it filter in via osmosis, I bet.
Do you really want to know why?
I don't. That's
because I think it'll just make you more mad.
That is a fair counterpoint. I think you're right about that.
That's what Carter tells me when he's in trouble.
Yes.
I'm like, what happened?
But
Do you
know
really
what?
want to know?
And see, because he knows you well enough, just like Mike knows me well enough to know, you're better off not knowing the answer to that. All right, Corey, I'm going to go to a case that is in the no joke zone, but it is something that I know you have been fascinated with because this is crazy. Is Sergio Brown, the former NFL player who was charged with killing his mom and then bought a one-way ticket to Cancun after being the last person to see her, all of which
it was
doesn't
doing
look
live
good.
videos.
Yes.
And it was like, no, I have no clue what's going on back there.
And I believe what he said was the media was out to twist the narrative and get him. Well, apparently, all the authorities felt the same thing. Obviously, he was deported back to the United States, arrested. He has been denied bail as he awaits the murder trial. So, you have to go through the trial to see what happens, but that feels like a solid decision to me.
I know, again, this could be, this is I don't know if the cell phones of Brown and his mom were near each other, same location.
Okay.
At her estimated time of death.
That's the circumstantial evidence is pretty damning.
There's a lot of stuff there. I am kind of interested in this mindset of things because DNA. You just watched the movie Totally Killer, and she's like, I got the DNA, and they were like, yeah, we don't have. What are you talking about? and phones. Is there a way to change that? You know, I'm always kind of curious about people like covering something up like this, but there's a lot of evidence in that man.
I have no doubt that we have people listening right now who really kind of are in the forensic fields and could give you more information.
If you're in the forensic field
about that. I thought this was a great answer. Kevin Byard, or Baird if you're fancy, the safety who got traded to the Eagles, said his favorite part was it felt good to wake up and be 6-1. Because remember, he was on the Titans, and now he goes to, I think you can make a pretty strong argument, if not the best team in the NFL, the second best team in the NFL in the Eagles.
Yeah, because it looks like the Titans are just getting ready to fall apart, right? I mean, completely.
Yeah.
Like everybody, I'm starting to see a lot of these, we got Derrick Henry trades going on. I'm like, come on, that's not happening right now. But like they might have fire sale very shortly. But yeah, it's got to be good for him. And he's very talented. Is he the one that Dion was like, who is this guy? And he was like, I'm really good at this.
Oh, yeah. And he was like, I was on the All-Pro. And he goes, I never even heard of you. And he's been an All-Pro twice. Yeah. I don't know. Was that the same person? But I did think that was a great comeback. I was literally just All-Pro. So
I'm pretty good.
Things have gotten worse for Buffalo. It's looking like they're going to
playing Thursday night.
Which did you know that's tonight?
Tampa.
Okay.
Yeah, it is. But also tonight is, isn't it Stars and Blue Toronto Maple Leafs? Tonight? Isn't that at the AAC? Or is that Friday?
I'm impressed at the way you got there. I thought that was... No, yeah, that should be tonight.
I think it's tonight.
Because Friday is Mavs,
The Stars are hosting Toronto, yes.
Yeah.
But who's starting in the net for the Stars?
I don't think it'll be Westwood. Is it Wedgwood already? So he played a game and then didn't play a game and they're already backing up again?
Hey,
I figured like it'd be 3-1, but I guess not.
I mean, that might be the case as the season goes along. The one thing I would say about that is he played more games than Ottinger played more games than any goalie in all of the NHL last year. So they're probably like, we not only need to ease back, we might need to course correct a little bit more for that. All right, let's go from that to Patrick Mahomes. You know Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, he was at FC Kansas City or whatever last night, right?
Does that bother you?
No, isn't he a part owner?
Yes.
Yeah. Doesn't bug me at all, man.
Okay.
Dude's unbelievable.
You just sound kind of annoyed by that. He had his 10th career passing game with at least 400 yards. There are 7 other quarterbacks that have had at least 10 games of 400 yards passing or more. How many can you name?
1.
Okay, Mike, can you name more than one?
400-yard passers
that have done it 10 times or more.
I think so.
Okay, how many do you want to bid?
2?
Corey?
3.
You got it then. I'm not doing.
Oh no!
There's only 4. You're gonna.
I said there's 7.
There's 7 of them.
It's 400. 7.
Go ahead, Corey. We're doing fine. This is a great show. We're doing good, man. We're doing good.
Corey?
Pass it to Corey. Corey's going to do great.
3 of the 7 other quarterbacks who have thrown for 400 yards at least 10 times.
He's like going to guess Drew Brees. I think that's a solid guess.
Drew Brees.
That is correct.
Tom Brady.
It's a solid
correct.
Guess. I mean, there's old school Dan Marino, but I
thought you weren't guessing.
I'm trying to participate. You seem upset with me for not participating.
You get that though, right?
Yeah.
I want to say Norm Van Brocklin.
No, don't go that.
Oh, I think that's a decent guess.
Don't go that far.
But I also
back.
know the answer. So,
I mean, do you think Peyton Manning? He played a long time.
I feel like I could throw.
Do you think
Manning
Aaron Rodgers? Do you think Brett Favre? These are guys that have zillions of passing yards.
One of the 3
Phillip
that he
Rivers.
just said is correct. Phillip Rivers is correct. Whoa!
I'll tell you what. I know.
would not have guessed.
He
that.
always had to throw. He was behind all the time.
His elbow is an acute angle, and the only thing you want acute in baseball is a girlfriend. But I don't like that throwing motion. I'm not crazy about the Washington lefty quarterback college throwing motion. I don't know how high of a prospect he is, but I've heard he's a Heisman candidate. Hate the way he throws the football. And I get Phillip Rivers did it, but
Carter.
Name another person that you can remember where their elbow is lower than their shoulder that they were a great quarterback and threw the ball.
Okay, never mind.
Well, Phillip Rivers did. Phillip Rivers was a pusher.
Yeah.
And
yes, he's totally
I don't
right
know the
about
Washington
that.
quarterback's name. Sorry.
Penix?
Yeah, he's a pusher too. And I feel like that should limit you tremendously. Vince Young was a pusher of the football. He didn't throw the football. And I hate that motion because I know how much you're missing when you throw the ball that way. And during break, I'm going to do a physical trick with you.
I don't know if I
don't know if I approve of that either.
Was Matt Ryan on that list?
Matt Ryan was not.
Okay.
It was Dan Marino, Matthew Stafford, Drew Brees, Phillip Rivers, Ben Roethlisberger, Peyton Manning, and Tom Brady. Mahomes got there faster.
No Favre, Aaron Rodgers, huh?
Yeah, Favre and Rodgers I was surprised about. Good call on Phillip Rivers. Dak just gave you the whole list.
I get it. You know what Bobby Belt would say? That guy Mike McCarthy held those Packer quarterbacks back.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3.
When you're winning by 10 to 15 points in the fourth quarter, there's no reason to throw for 400.
Coming up next, my continued mental breakdown. But also, who's the number one Rangers player that must deliver in the World Series for them to win it all? 877-881-1053.
What are we talking about next?
We'll shut the...
Oh, my God.
We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
We're close.
You can hear Kevin. our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. The World Series gets started tomorrow night. You can hear all of those games on your home of the American League champions. 105.3 The Fan. Who's the number one player for the Rangers that must deliver in the World Series for them to win it all? So I think the good news about this is there's a lot of options, which you would imagine there probably would be for a team that's made it to the World Series. But I'm curious for y'all, for the YouTubers, the Twolos, fan text, who is your number one person?
All right. Thought a lot about this, Kevin.
Okay.
Since you teased it, before the break. That's when I started thinking about it.
Oh, dear.
I think it's big game Nate. Potential to pitch 3 times? Could he pitch 3 times?
Yeah, it would be like Montgomery. Right, Montgomery did that. He pitched game 1, 5, and 7.
Yeah. So since he's pitching game 1 because he has that potential to do it, the opportunity to do it, I think it has to be him. He has to deliver. And I know it could be Montgomery too, one of those 2 guys, but the one that has the potential to pitch 3. And I think maybe Montgomery might even be available, all hands on deck, game 7 of the World Series.
It would be tough if he threw 100 pitches.
Yeah.
You're not like super sore, but you're pretty sore after throwing competitively 100 pitches. So throwing the next day is highly unlikely.
But I think you need solid outings. That's my biggest thing, Kevin, is I think we're very still certain that there is a part of the bullpen that you don't want to expose or show off at all.
Sure.
And so the weakness really is starting pitching, because you have 2 really good starters, a third one that you're like, oh, he's still a competitor, But then everything else, I feel like run production can happen. I feel like the Rangers can score, but we got to make sure that they stop runs from being scored.
I like what you're saying, because Eovaldi can control his own destiny. Okay, because I think you ask a great question, Kevin, and I think you can answer it in many different ways.
Yeah.
I'll go back to 1990, and maybe that's too long ago, but the MVP of that World Series was Billy Hatcher on the Reds. Eric Davis, Barry Larkin, Chris Sabo, all of these guys. Why was it Billy Hatcher? Opportunity presented itself every time he came up to bat. Guys were on base to knock in. So it's a great question, but if I say Corey Seager, but let's just say Leote's batting 9th, it might be Evan Carter in this series, but let's just say Leote's batting 9th and then we know Marcus Semion's batting 1st, and they rarely get on base. Then how can Corey Seager superly impact this series if he's coming up to bat with nobody on base a lot? So opportunity has to present itself to the player that you pick, whatever player you pick, whether it's Adolis Garcia, Corey Seager, Evan Carter. Opportunity has to be there for them to impact, because if you're coming up with nobody on base, a lot of times it's very tough to impact this series. So that being said, I am going to go with Corey Seager because he is your best player, but I need opportunity to present itself. Also, how much will the Diamondbacks pitch to him? Yordan Alvarez got opportunities. He took advantage of those. Luckily, the Rangers did a better job of scoring than the Houston Astros did around Yordan Alvarez. So as long as Corey Seager is seeing strikes and they are pitching to him and the opportunity presents itself where he has RBI opportunities, he has to take advantage of that. Because once again, I don't think Evan Carter will be batting 3rd in this series because they have 2 or 3 lefty relievers. Yeah. So I don't think they're going to put them back to back, which that would put pressure on Garver, maybe Grossman, more likely Garver, but they might move Josh Young up there. They might move Adolis to 3rd. I don't know, but you're always going to want to face who's ever behind Corey Seager rather than Seager. But I'm going to go with Corey Seager. That's my long answer to that. But opportunity might present itself to Josh Young, and he's the MVP of the World Series because he had the opportunities to make the impact.
It might not surprise you. There are a variety of names, but one has come up a lot more than the rest. From the 903, it's got to be Semien for me. From the 972, I think the answer is pretty obvious. It's Semien. From the 832, El Capitan, Marcus Semien. And by the way, I just wanted to throw this in there because I don't know what else the guy has to do. From the 214, I think Bochy needs to deliver. No more iffy decisions.
What?
If that is your take going into the World Series, I don't know what to tell you.
They have to be speaking in general terms and not following the season, and so they just don't know any better. Because every button he's pressed, whether it was I'm moving Evan Carter to fifth, I'm moving Evan Carter to third, I'm putting in Garver in the Baltimore series over Grossman, and he hits a grand slam home run. I am going to put Montgomery in the game with a runner on third base after Max Scherzer. I'm going to go with Spores for multiple innings. I'm going to trust him. I guess like maybe they don't like Aroldis Chapman or they're worried about Leclerc, and then you have to ask the question. You can't go out and pick up right now a healthy Edwin Diaz from the New York Mets to add to your bullpen. So those are the guys he's dealing with. He has to manage this team, and he has done a tremendous job of manipulating this lineup without a three-hole hitter. What I mean by that is you do not have a guy that he just bats third no matter who's pitching.
I'm glad that you said that, because from the 817, the number one player that needs to deliver for the Rangers is batter number 3.
I agree with that.
And I know that is more of an abstract construct because it's not a specific person, but they're onto something there. And I don't mean this as a dig against Evan Carter whatsoever, but when we talked about the potential for him to go to number 3 in the lineup, is because they had very, very little production. And Evan Carter had a couple of games, specifically offensively, where you're like, good job. But he also struggled in other chunks of that series. So they need some consistency from that number 3 spot for sure.
I love
because you're going to have to make them pay.
Yes.
They are going to pitch around Seager at some point, which means that puts pressure on that guy.
You know, one of the things I always have loved about the game, Mike, is maybe you did have an error or something in the field, but then you make it up at the plate. You know, or maybe you just you're struggling on that side, and you're able to be just stellar in the field.
Simeon's play in the 6th inning, I believe it was the 6th inning in Game 5. I know it ended up, we still lost the game, but bases loaded, Spores gives up a rocket up the middle. Spores tries to catch it, also defend himself, and Marcus Semien makes that play up the middle. Looked like a game-changing play.
Yeah, and those that is the benefit of being in the field, being one of those players. Like when you're a DH, you're relied upon for one thing, and that is delivering at the plate. But whenever you have all these other jobs, you can really make a difference in a lot of different ways. And defensive plays can be like well known in the history of the game. Like you could be that highlight that's just there for a defensive play that you made in a World Series game.
From the 469, I think it's Chapman. My answer is actually Jose Leclerc, because
he'll be getting the final 3.
Exactly. And I see the merits of Chapman for sure, because look, I go back to Game 5, and I know it doesn't matter anymore because you won that series. I do still think part of the reason you lost that series is because Chapman could not finish off the 8th. When everyone talked about the delay with the fight and everything like that, and Jose Leclerc got cold.
Now, he didn't really have the opportunity to. He faced 3 batters. Like, you're going to have a whip of one, right?
True.
Like, he gave up a little hit to Kyle Tucker, and they took him out. So I feel like in that you can put some blame that he didn't have a 1-2-3 inning, but then you'd have to also, wouldn't you have to blame Bruce Bochy for not letting him face a 4th hitter and get out of a runner on first and 2 outs on his own?
I wondered if they went into that situation as like, if he puts somebody on, we're going to take him out of the game. I don't know.
No, they were because after Tucker, they went to right-handed hitters, and they didn't want him facing righties. But I do feel like that's a little harsh to go, if you don't have a 1-2-3 inning, you screwed us over.
And that's fair. He still makes me nervous
100%.
when he goes out there.
Me too.
And that's why I'm going with Leclerc, because I think you could definitely see some really tough games, or some really tight games, and you still need someone to shut the door, especially since, Mike, you brought this up last week, is you shorten up your bullpen almost to 3 pitchers, and then later in the series, leftover starting pitchers, right?
Yeah.
And so I think Jose Leclerc might be the person that's got to deliver.
Can I address a few questions that are on Twitch right now that I'm trying to answer? But I think these are legitimate questions. Hey, about the playoff roster. Hey, could we take Hedges off the World Series roster and add another pitcher? The answer is no. The answer is no, because Garver's going to DH most of these games, if not all of them. We really hope Garver DHs all the games, because that means he's doing so well that you don't have to try to maneuver another player into the lineup. When that happens and you have to pinch run for Jonah Heim, which happened in Game 5. You don't have a backup catcher. You don't want to, in the 7th or 8th inning, go, all right, we have no designated hitter the rest of the World Series game. So that's why you have to keep Hedges on the roster, because if at any point you need to pinch run for Jonah Heim and you go into extra innings or it's in the 7th inning and he's a very important run, you have to have Hedges come in defensively to catch, because you can move your DH to catcher, but then you have a pitcher hitting the rest of the game in that spot. So I think that's important. I was really thinking about Josh Young. I for some reason, it's weird. I just think he's going to...
Did I read the Josh Young text? I can't remember if I did or not.
No.
Somebody brought it up.
I just think that there's going to have... I don't know where he's going to bat in the lineup. If it's still going to be 8th behind Nate Lowe, but for some reason...
Does he need to stay there? I don't like him there anymore. I want him somewhere else.
It's going to be interesting with them having lefty relievers.
Yeah.
It's such a different series because you have all righty starters. Evan Carter's not going to have to sit out any game to start because there's no Framber Valdez. What I mean by that is a left-handed starting pitcher on their team. But at the same time, you might have to pinch hit for Evan Carter in a big situation because you just don't want him facing a lefty reliever in the 7th inning in a tie game with a runner on second base. You're probably going to hit Robbie Grossman. Maybe people won't like that at all. That could be I could see us next week talking about, why would you take out Evan Carter?
Yeah.
But they have to look a little bit at the numbers and his lack of production against lefties in the minors and majors and go, look, we're going to go with Robbie Grossman here.
It comes up from the 972. Their number one player that has to step up, or not step up, be on point in this series and deliver, Jonah Heim. Because they're quite simple. If you stop Arizona's run game, you're going to win the World Series. And I know there is a lot of concern about Arizona's ability to be aggressive on the base pass, especially compared to the Rangers.
Yeah. I will say for Jonah Heim, a lot of it, not all, but a lot of it is dictated on the pitchers giving him a chance.
Sure.
Does that make sense?
If it's a big lead and a breaking ball, you're already
right. I mean, you have to be, you have to be 1-3-5 or quicker to home plate. You want to be somewhere. I always feel like it's best to be 1-2 to 1-3-5. That means as soon as you break your hands or lift your foot, that clock starts. That ball needs to be in the catcher's mitt by 1.2 to 1.35 seconds. I think any faster than 1.2, and you're giving up movement and speed on your pitch. Anything slower than 1.35 and you put your catcher in a situation where it's going to be very tough to throw out a base stealer. Yeah, if it's Christian Walker trying to steal the base or Tommy Pham, I think you're going to have still a decent chance. Probably you can get away with 1.4. But with those Corbin Carrolls, maybe Ketel Marte, Alec Thomas, those guys, you need to be in that 1-3 range. And Jonah should take care of business. And that could be big too, because I hope as the series progresses, Arizona feels like they have to steal bases. And what that means by that is they're not getting the big hits. And they're like, we have to try to manufacture a guy in scoring position. So the more the Diamondbacks feel like they have to run, the better, because that means they're not getting the extra base hits to have runs. That's why the Rangers don't run much anymore. Last year, Woody ran a lot. He didn't believe that the offense could just score.
Yeah.
And so he's like, I have to try to get guys in scoring position because I don't believe we're going to string together 2 more hits this inning.
I do like this from the 214. Everybody's the answer, though, right? And I think that goes to what we said at the very beginning of the segment. Not only is it everybody, but what I do like about this team is, I tell you right now, Corey Seager will be the MVP of the World Series. You'd buy that, right?
For sure. I think he's the favorite.
If I tell you it's Adolis Garcia, if I tell you it's Marcus Semien, if I tell you it's Nathan Eovaldi, if I tell you it's Jordan Montgomery, if I tell you it's Evan Carter, I feel like there are a lot of people that you could see surge into that role.
If Leclerc is 4 for 4 on save opportunities, it could be Jose Leclerc.
Yes.
If it feels like this is a very close series, you have 3 saves that are 1-run saves, another, let's say, save that's a 3-run save, they might be like, dude, Jose Leclerc pitched in some huge situations, and he's the MVP of the World Series. There's a lot of people to pick from. It's always interesting in these small series. It's just what opportunity presents itself to your guys.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, really curious to see how this segment goes. In honor of Jose Leclerc's mom, who is deathly afraid of flying, have you ever overcome a big fear for sports? 877-881-1053. Plus, Mike Likes It. Plus, Adnan Virk from MLB Network. We got all kinds of stuff coming at you in the Expressway on 105.3 The Fan.
2-2. Here's the pitch. He struck him out swinging on a Slambio that was a foot outside. Well, he chased a pitch out of the zone the previous pitch, and Jose made sure this time he couldn't reach it. The Rangers are an out away from heading for Baltimore.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. I've been really fascinated with this story since last week, and we just haven't had the opportunity to dive into it because, obviously the Rangers have been awesome and everything like that. Is Jose Leclerc's mom said she told the Dallas Morning News that she was terrified of flying, but that she was going to be here if the Rangers made the World Series to see her son obviously pitch in the World Series. And she said, flying makes me very nervous. I'm already preparing, even though my heart is sinking. And this is before, they qualified in advance to the World Series and everything like that. So I was really curious about this for a very specific reason. Have sports ever helped any of our people, our listeners, anything like that, overcome any of their fears? Because I vividly remember having a conversation with somebody who wanted to come out to one of our remotes. They said probably at least 4 to 5 times they were going to be there, even though they were deathly afraid of crowds. And so kept like, I couldn't do it. And finally they came out to one of the remotes, and it was awesome because he was there to see us, even though that was not his scene at all. So I'm curious whether it's people being afraid of not clouds. Crowds.
Did you say clouds?
They do.
Because
Crowds.
flying,
Once again, they weigh a lot, and I was completely right. I am a meteorologist, and I know exactly how wind flows and how cold fronts come in.
But I'm curious if people are afraid of crowds or people are afraid of being hit by a baseball or just whatever that they've been able to overcome to either participate in or watch sports.
I will always remember in 1999 during the All-Star break, I was playing for the Akron Arrows in AA, and we went to, I want to say it's called Cedar Point. It might be Cedar Park in Sandusky, Ohio, home of Sandusky Auto Parts. Even though it's not there.
It's Cedar Point, yes.
Cedar Point?
Yes.
I was at that point scared to death of roller coasters. But I'm
really
scared to death. I would ride the Judge Roy Scream was the scariest thing I ever went on in my life.
And even that one, like for roller coasters at Six Flags, is softer.
Small. Yeah. And I just wouldn't get on the Texas Giant. There was no way I was getting on the Titans, the big red one, right? Is that the... Here at Six Flags.
Yeah.
But I remember getting on the roller coaster, scared to death with my girlfriend and some of the other players, and just swearing and cussing by accident because I was so nervous and so scared on that. But after it was over, I was over that fear. And I've rode roller coasters ever since.
And you like it? Love it?
I will say recently, I didn't go to Six Flags this year. The year before, I went to Six Flags with my boys, and I'm starting to get, I think at my age, I feel like I get a little bit sick afterwards. So I'm not scared anymore of like the drop. I find it thrilling. I find the fear and adrenaline, and then that gives me like, I like it, but I don't like the way I feel after it's over. Like I literally feel like off balance a little bit. So I feel like at my age, for some reason, my body's not handling it anymore. But I remember in 1999 getting over my fear of roller coasters.
I used to be afraid of clowns, but then the Rangers whooped the Astros, and so I don't fear clowns anymore. Oh, because seriously, they're a bunch of clowns.
Okay,
are you really afraid of clowns?
I was actually,
but you're not anymore.
So it had something to do with it, but I also had a wallpaper that
like the old Tim Curry version or the book.
No, the book actually helped me get over that fear. When I read the book, like I guess my imagination is a lot better because my imagination, what I saw on TV in the Tim Curry, the new version, Kevin, not as scary as that old version was to me. And after I read the book, I was like, "Oh, well, this is great for me."
Did you know Tim the Toolman Taylor was a Coke dealer?
That is a different person as well, though.
What? Oh, that's not him? The comedian?
Yeah,
actor?
that's Tim Allen.
Tim Allen. Tim the Toolman Taylor? Isn't
that's who that is. Tim Curry, the person who originally played it and was in the movie Legend, which is terrible, but I love it if you've ever seen it, is who Tim Curry
fathered two amazing basketball players, Mike.
No.
Yeah. Steph and Seth. Clay. Well, they go together like peanut butter and jelly.
From 903.
They've been together a long time.
I'm afraid of heights. I sat in the next to last row in the nosebleeds to be at ALCS Game 5. And one of the good things about a lot of, especially, I know football can be tougher, more modern arenas or ballparks, is you feel like you have a pretty decent sight line regardless of where you sit. But the hike up there or the spot you're up at in the arena or the stadium, that can be intense, especially if you're afraid of heights.
I have had moments where I've been at that very high level of stadium and you're walking down the steps and it feels narrow, doesn't it? Like the distance from the wall to the front. I feel like if I fall down a step, I'm done. Like I'm gonna go right over the edge. That's always my fear when I'm walking.
Yeah.
So Kevin, that's why I've decided to become a suite man. Because I'll only go if you have a suite for me, so that I don't have to deal with the heights.
Oh, okay. See,
yeah.
and here I thought it was a nice moment that you were saying, but
No,
you
yeah, I want to
literally
stretch. I want to stretch out, and not wrinkle anything. You know what I
Okay,
mean?
all right, I got that. Man, there are a lot of interesting answers to this. Is from the 408 California girl. See, she knows. She's like, I knew you don't know that area code. Finally decided to go see the Cowboys for Thanksgiving game against her boyfriend's Raiders. Had to make 2 layovers for a 3.5-hour flight. She was scared S-less. Now she's a pro when she goes to Dallas, and she's trying to go fly to Philly and Washington, D.C. Like, I just think those stories are really cool, and that's what Jose Leclerc's mom is going to do.
I have, once again, a hypothetical for you that we've kind of gone over, Kevin, but I believe it is a fear of yours, Corey. I think I'm right about this. His fear of wearing burnt orange. If there's any way. Now, I know that your first son right now is at UTA, and he's still trying to get to UT. Am I correct about that?
Correct.
So you won't wear burnt orange for him at all because he's not participating in any type of event for Texas. If he goes there, he'll just be trying to get his education there. But if Noah, 17 years from now, gets some sort of athletic scholarship or some sort of, he's competing at the University of Texas, could you get over the fear of burnt orange and wear a UT shirt for your son?
For my kid, I definitely think I could do that.
The only way I'd ever wear like Laker gear is if my son played for the Lakers. Like, no way will I ever put on.
What if it guaranteed the Rangers won this World Series?
I'll do that.
Okay.
I'll tell you what. I will do that. Not the other thing you said off the air.
Can I?
There's nothing that will have me doing that for a championship.
I have a lot. This is a weird thing, and I know there are a lot of texts coming in. I have a lot of anxiety when it comes to speaking on a microphone in front of people.
You do it all the time at Buffalo Wild Wings.
In here
tomorrow, right?
Yes.
Grand Prairie.
In here, I feel like I'm just talking to you guys, and we're just talking.
Sure.
You know, and then but when Kevin, you know this about me for a long time. I get real nervous. I try to plan everything out, and then I get up there, and it never goes the way that I think. But whenever I guess for sports, I've gotten over that fear of public speaking by doing it often at Old 75 and at Buffalo Wild Wings. Like, even whenever Mike and I were at was it Redneck Heaven? Is that where we were? Yeah. I would be like, Mike, go give the speech, dude. And he'd go rile everybody up. And I was just like, gosh, that was good. I was very impressed. But I've gotten over it with the things we've been doing lately.
Yeah,
for
that's
sports.
Delightful. For sports, from the 903, I took a special needs friend to a Rangers game who was afraid of heights. We were in the upper level. He was white-knuckling his seat the whole game. Wouldn't get up to go anywhere. But that experience has now helped him overcome that fear of heights.
Awesome.
And that's the wild part to me, is I appreciate how we talked the other day about how sports can help people come together.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I know that's probably a tough sell for a lot of people right now because there's a lot of awful things happening in the world, and you saw that again last night. But you've got somebody right there. They're afraid of heights. To go to a Rangers game, help them bridge the gap. Somebody who's afraid to fly. The Cowboys helped her overcome that gap. Jose Leclerc's mom wants to see him play in the big leagues. Is now going to fly over because she's terrified of flying. You even look at John Madden. He was like, I have to come up with a new thing to be able to keep my job going.
I feel like, to your point, sports, the teams we root for, if you take out, and look, there's more important things, there's tons of more important things in sports, but if you take out kind of your family accomplishing something, what I mean by that is your son or daughter accomplishing something that you're at, hitting a home run, scoring a goal in a soccer game, whatever it is, you take out marriage or you having a child, right? Is there anything that gives you more joy or pain than your sports team doing well or bad? Trying to take out, obviously, the getting married, having a child, your child doing something where, your boy running in cross country and doing a great job in it. Like, I understand that. But like, if you take out that, because we have more affiliation with these teams than listeners do, just because we get to meet the guys and stuff like that. But like, we still don't really know them.
I think about this all of the time, Mike. When you were talking about going to the Lumineers concert.
Yeah.
And it was at a point where you're like, I should just quit watching sports. Because like half the time you're like, that was awesome. Half the time you're really sad.
But every time you go to a concert, you're
like,
pretty much
maybe they didn't play
excited, happy.
all of the songs, but you're like, oh my God, because my day is ruined because they didn't play Ophelia. Like, that's probably not what's happening when you leave a concert or you're like, I still really liked it. Like, how often if the Rangers would have lost Game 7, I wouldn't want to hear anybody saying, it was a heck of a game, though. I'd be like, shut the hell up.
There is a link. They've shown studies about how sports and heart attacks and stuff, like your heart rate raises a lot. You're taking years off your life in small increments by watching sports a lot of times because of what it does to you. I was wearing my watch during Game 7, Mike, or Game 6, and my watch had my heart rate on it, and it was up because I'm sitting there watching a very intense game. Same thing happened during the Mavs Western Conference run as they were doing that. It was the same way. So,
well, you want to get to a little Mike Likes, or you got a little?
Yeah, no, hit me with some Mike Likes.
By the way, I did sit back and watch a Lumineers concert the other night on TV, and I even texted Mike. I was like, Mike, I can't believe this.
That was at Austin City Limits, and that was my
show.
daughter was at that one, and then the next week I went to that one.
They put on a hell of a show, man. It was awesome.
So coming up here in about 7 minutes, we'll have on Adnan Virk. He's of MLB Network. So did I say it correctly? Virk, sorry. And so he is going to join us here for most of Mike Likes It.
Okay.
But we talked about it earlier, so I understand if you can't Tolo the whole time. If you are, thank you so much. I did want to have about 5 minutes here just to discuss the Mavericks again.
Okay.
Just because I want to just be honest here. I was pleasantly surprised, especially after the first quarter. I am not hyped on this Mavericks season, but that really helped me out. So I have this question to you. I have no clue of your hype level towards this Mavs season, but I was just underwhelmed by the offseason. And maybe a month from now, I'll be underwhelmed again. But after one game, and I know it was against the Spurs, and they're probably not going to make the playoffs, but I was pleasantly surprised by Derek Lively, by the, I guess, cohesion or chemistry that it seemed like at times Kyrie and Luka had, especially in crunch time. So can you guys give me are you pleasantly surprised? Did you see what you thought you would see? What were your kind of like feelings and emotions after watching the Mavs first game of the year?
I had little expectation, like any good or bad. I really didn't have much expectation. I had probably more negative expectation early for the Rangers, and then somehow out of nowhere I got really excited. I think spring training really helped me get excited about the Rangers, talking to the manager, seeing those guys. So I started to grow expectation, but I had little. But so I guess that's a good place to start, Kevin, because like with Napoleon Dynamite, my expectations were high.
Too high.
And then by the time I got there, I was like, meh. So whenever I watched last night, my Derek Lively, I was like, I just want to see if he can transition to the NBA. And I feel like I saw something that proved that he could. And then I really want to watch more develop with Kyrie and Luka as they go along here. Last year is tough to try and get it all real quick. And I feel like an offseason may have helped that.
I think the biggest thing that bumped up my expectation levels, because I was much like you. I know we didn't phrase it exactly the same way, but I said 44 and 38. So, and I thought they would be in that 8 to 10 range where they'll make it to the mini tournament. We'll see how that actually plays out. But one of the things that I love yesterday, in fact, the number one thing I loved yesterday was not Derek Lively. He was played really well. It was the pace of play that the Mavericks were able to move the ball up and down the court with Luka. That's the biggest thing. Because I know you've seen the Mavericks can move fast without Luka. I liked that when he was on the court for spurts, you saw them being able to push the ball up the court fast, and I liked that a lot.
Okay, so the next thing I'm wondering about, so it's a question I'm going to pose, and it's one game. I'm wondering if that's somewhat the rotation we're going to see, that there's these sparing minutes for a Derek Jones Jr. or maybe later in the year, Omax Prosper, or there's 5 to 10 minutes a night for a Seth Curry, possibly. And I know there's going to be injuries. Jaden Hardy didn't play at all. Dwight Powell didn't play at all. And I get they say ankle injury, they say illness for Dwight Powell. But I'm wondering how close to the minutes that we saw, whether the starting lineup changes, is, look, there's really no time. As long as this team is this team, there's no time for Jaden Hardy to play.
I do kind of think you're going to scale back 5 to 7, maybe even more minutes on Hardaway and Lively, likely, and kick some of those. For Hardaway, kick some of them over to Curry would make sense.
But none to Hardy, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and so I'm not sure how the Hardy party works into all of this, because that's somebody that I want to see. Like, I would rather see
Dane Dunning.
Which is unfortunate, because that is a really apt comparison right there.
That's
because
why I said it.
You're so smart.
Thanks, Kevin.
Is multiple people have brought up what's happened to Dane Dunning in the World Series, because he was, as like expectation level to actual production, I thought he was off the charts. I felt the same way about Jaden Hardy last year, expectation level to what he actually did. But I hear what you're saying about the minutes crunch, and you're like, well, where does it come from?
Yeah, I don't know if he fits into a small ball category at some point, or I don't know exactly where he goes, but if called upon, needs to be ready to score. And I think that's what they really expect. And Mike, you were saying even this preseason, he was distributing more. He was doing a couple of other things that were a little different. So when it comes to Jaden Hardy, I don't know how those minutes go. That's the Jason Kidd problem that he's got to figure out. But getting him on the court, I think, would be beneficial to you if maybe somebody becomes a trade situation down the road, and maybe that is a place he is good.
The last thing I want to talk about the Mavericks before we get right back into baseball here is I look at the Mavs team, and it's interesting. It seems like they're going to go with veterans besides Derek Lively. They're going to go with veterans over the young guys, right? Omax isn't going to play. He's not as veteran as Dante Exum. He's not as veteran as Derek Jones Jr. And so doesn't it feel like at times teams go in the opposite direction? We're going to give the young guys the early time and see if they can handle it. And if not, we have veterans to back them up. But they seem to be going in, it looks like, after one game, once again, the opposite direction.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And we want to bring to you from MLB Network. By the way, MLB Network's live coverage from Globe Life gets underway 2 p.m. with Media Day, and you can watch our guest coming up hosting MLB Tonight at 5 p.m. throughout the series from the field. It is Adnan Virk. Good afternoon, sir.
Kevin, Corey, and Mike, pleasure to be with you guys. How you doing?
Well, we're really stoked to have you on, but it's impossible not to be excited with the World Series, especially two teams that, maybe we didn't think we're going to be here playing for the title.
Oh, exactly. I think that's the big part of it, is the unpredictability. I think that's what makes it exciting. And, who doesn't want a little new blood, right? We've seen Astros, Phillies in the past. And, to actually have this matchup with the Diamondbacks and the Rangers, and it's great. I'm here in Fort Worth right now, just getting some Subway, just locking in this fine city. So I look forward to it, man. Honestly, I just think the fact that it is new blood, and both these teams are flawed, by the way. So I think that means that it could be a really exciting series, right? Like, if you have one dominant team and one underdog, you're like, this could be a 5-game series. But both these teams are flaws, but have been on run. So I think it's going to be a great World Series. I really do.
But what I really took away from that, when you said you like seeing new blood, you were really stoked that the Rangers beat the Astros, right?
Well, there's no question, fellas. I was like, I'm not the biggest fan of Houston, just in general. Maybe it's improved. I'm Canadian. I'm from Toronto. I covered the Raptors for years. So the last time I was in Houston was whenever Bosch was going anywhere, I would go, of course. So, by the way, Dallas guy. So when the All-Star game was in Houston, I would go and cover it. I remember going to Houston, and people would criticize Texas. And I said, you know what, Dallas is better than I realized. I said, it's quite cosmopolitan. I said, there's lots of nice restaurants. People are very friendly. It's obviously great sports. And, I like Dallas. It's going to be a little hot in the summer, obviously, as you guys know. And then Houston, I said, no, I really don't like Houston. I said, I'm much more pro-Dallas. They said, what is it about Houston? I said, I said it's very vast, and it doesn't seem to have as much, personality as Dallas. It's just vast, empty space. It's very populated, but I'm not crazy about it. And then that extends to the Astros, who, again, it's not even the cheating scandal stuff. I'm just like, been there, done that. Like, how many more times am I going to stand next to Jose Altuve and a couple of short guys talking, and Bregman and Tucker and all the rest of it? So I'm with you guys. I shouldn't publicly announce this, but yes, I was pro Rangers over the Astros. And by the way, I think it's just a tremendous story. The fact that Bochy comes year one, gets this done, the road team wins every game. The Rangers really are a cool story.
Talk with our brand new favorite guest of all time, Adnan Virk, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
We need to give him some barbecue places to go check out, though, right?
I think he's just trying to butter us up because the Stars are playing the Maple Leafs tonight, too. So maybe that's part of the deal. I was curious your take on, and I don't mean this to disrespect Max Scherzer or anything like that, but we have seen the Texas Rangers are a great example of a team getting to the World Series with two great pitchers. And it used to be the thought was you got to have at least three. Have you been surprised by that kind of evolution of pitching in the playoffs?
Yeah, I have been. In the past, you're right. You need to have three guys, and there's a big three-headed monster. You go back to Braves and Glavine, Maddox, and Smoltz and all the rest of it. But you're right. Now it's a two-headed monster, and then just cobble together the rest of the outs. And my buddy Alex Cora, who I worked with at ESPN, is obviously a brilliant manager. I remember him really doing that successfully with the Red Sox, with Nathan Eovaldi, of course, in that Game 3 of the 2018 World Series. He pitches 6 innings in relief. And Cora said right there, we won the World Series. He saved our bullpens. We were good to go. So this whole concept of even starters being able to come back on short rest, Randy Johnson doing that 2001, that Game 7, coming in relief of Kurt Schilling, piggybacking a starter on what would have been his throw day, just having him come in and throw 2 innings. It's kind of been a new part of baseball now. So you're right. You just give me 2 great starters, which they have in Montgomery and Eovaldi, and then the other guy's like, we'll just figure it out. Like, Max, can you give us one time through the order? And think about that, how little you're asking of a future Hall of Famer, Max Scherzer. But we're looking for one time through the order. If you could get into the 4th, like 3 2/3, 2 runs would be fantastic. And then after that, we'll use an assortment of Andrew Heaney and Dane Dunning and, relievers and kind of get through it. But, yeah, that's kind of how the game has changed. And I think the most important thing is for Texas, they've got 2 legit guys. I don't know how many people would have thought that. I think they would have thought Eovaldi for sure. He's got an ERA in the postseason of like 2.75, and in the regular season it's a skosh over 4. So he clearly is a big game pitcher, and that's not a small sample size. He's been doing it for a while. The surprise is Montgomery. I mean, this is a guy the Yankees discarded for Harrison Bader. That trade didn't really work out for the Yankees. And with the Cardinals, they were willing to flip him because their season couldn't go anywhere. He's always been like a number 3, number 4 guy. And also now he's pitching like he's Andy Pettitte. So he's really coming to his own. He's going to make a lot of money, as you guys know, pending free agent.
Yeah, another guy that kind of pops up, you can get him from the Cardinals as well, but a guy that pops up is Adolis Garcia, who just said, I'm going to take control of this series. We were discussing earlier, he's the most emotionally unstable out of the bunch, I think, in the
best possible way.
In a good way. But like this guy, like the ceiling and floor are just 2 wild places for him. What have your thoughts been on what he's done through this playoff run?
No, I love the use of unstable with him. You're right. He's so exciting. I mean, right now, if you said to me, who are you most excited to watch on the Rangers, it's him. Again, with my Blue Jays ties, I love seeing what he did that one year in Toronto, hitting all those 43 home runs at second base was ridiculous. And obviously, Seager is such a great, steady presence in that lineup. But Garcia's a firecracker, man. I mean, I can't wait to actually meet him because I'm 5'8", and someone said he's around my height. So I want to ask him, how the hell can he be my height and hit the ball 440 feet? And, of course, the best thing about it is he admires those home runs. I mean, even that game where in the Game 7 he hit that long single, and you're like, probably could have been on second base, and Smoltzer's criticizing him. No problem. First pitch, he stole second. So there we go. So now it's a moot point. And he's able to score later on, of course. And, he's just so much fun to watch. I mean, that's what, listen, I got kids. That's what they want to watch, man. They love Tatis. They love Acuna. They love these young stars that enjoy the game and enjoy themselves. And he'll bash those home runs, and he'll celebrate epic bat flips and getting Martin Maldonado's face, benches clearing. He's the guy right now. If someone said to me, who's the most exciting player to watch in the Rangers, I'd go with Adolis Garcia. And in the regular season, as you guys know, he just drove in so many runs. The guy's an RBI machine. So I hope he keeps it going in the World Series.
Okay, I'm really glad that you said that because we were talking about this earlier in the week, and I wanted to get your perception. Obviously, you have a gigantic platform with the MLB Network where you can catch all of these games from the field leading into the game. Do you think that nationally Adolis Garcia has arrived then? Because not only did he play really well in the ALCS, he had all the sizzle to go along with it.
Yeah, I think every time in the playoffs, right, there's a coming out party for a player. And this year, it's definitely Adolis Garcia because I think everyone knew about Seager and Simeon. Obviously, they're making $500 million together. And I think Eovaldi is obviously well known, even by casual baseball fans, what he does in October. But Montgomery has definitely stepped up. This has been his one shining moment as far as the pitcher is concerned. And the hitter would be Garcia. I think now, again, if you're an avid baseball fan, you knew what a good regular season he had. But if you're just watching the playoffs, you're like, okay, this guy's a ton of fun to watch. And he really is a star in his own right. So, yeah, I think it's been his time. And listen, there's other Rangers players that I like a lot. Jonah Heim, Mitch Garver, Nathaniel Lowe, Josh Young came to MLB Network back in July. Met him, great guy. So, I mean, their offense is powerful. And I think if you believe it's a short series, like if you think Rangers in 5, I think you'd have to feel that Montgomery and Eovaldi will be dominant. The back end will be great, which, Leclerc is a little up and down. We had that one shaky outing. But other times he'll get you the 4-out save. And I love Spores. I think he's been incredible as a weapon for Bruce Bochy of the bullpen. Hopefully Chapman can contribute something. But if you feel like Texas wins it easily, you think it's because their offense. You just go, you know what? They're going to put up 6-7 runs a game, and they'll just beat up on the D-backs. And, I think Garcia's arrived, along with those other players as well.
So you get to talk to a lot of great retired baseball players, and we have this kid, Evan Carter, who just turned 21 when he arrived to the major leagues and has just been unbelievable. He wasn't like, let's just say, a Adley Rutschman, Bobby Witt Jr. He wasn't the first or second pick in the draft. He was the 50th pick. Everybody on draft night was just like, nobody knows who the hell this kid is. He's not on any board anywhere. What the crap are the Rangers doing? What have kind of the veteran guys said when you're watching these games or after you're done watching these playoff games about Evan Carter and what he's accomplishing?
Yeah, Dan O'Dowd, who's a former executive of the year of the Rockies, he is locked into the draft. He says he remembers when he saw Carter and the upset that he had. So he isn't surprised he's been such an impact player. But Harold Reynolds, of course, my colleague and running mate more often than not, he loves him. And he said, he brings so much to the table. And he said that's what's so great about this late stretch of September in the postseason. In the past, you'd wait to call up. You'd have the September call up, of course, but then after that, postseason would be a time for the veterans. And now baseball's shifted. Go, no. Like, these guys are ready to go. We're going to use them come playoff time, and that's a different part of our arsenal. And Carter's totally been that. I mean, I remember looking at that roster and thinking, wow, like he's 21 years old. He's hitting third in a Game 7. Like, clearly, Bruce Bochy trusts him to not be overwhelmed by the moment. And I think it's been cool to see, and I hope to see more of that. As you said, there's certain guys you just know, the Rutschmans, the Bobby Witts. Corbin Carroll was expected to be the Rookie of the Year this year, and he was. And he's the focal point of that D-backs offense. But a guy like Carter, you go, man, if he's rolling right now and he's hitting the ground running, let's keep it going. And it could be the part of a really special career. There's no question about it.
We already knew down here that who was going to be a villain when it came to the Astros. But when it comes to the Arizona Diamondbacks, who do we pin that on? Like, what do we need to know about them that we can be like, all right, that's the sports hate right there?
Yeah, I think that's the problem, right? Because if you haven't been following baseball, you don't really know, like, what's like, how are the Diamondbacks in the World Series? They're number 6 seed. So by virtue of the fact they're an underdog, they're actually quite lovable because they beat the Brewers, they beat the Dodgers, and obviously being in this position, nobody expected them to be down 3-2 and beat the Phillies in Game 6 and 7. So there's no Adolis Garcia. There's no guy who's going to be bat flipping or getting in guys' faces. They're just a really fun, smart team. Carroll's their best player, so you probably hate him by virtue of the fact he's great. Ketel Marte might be the best second baseman in baseball. He's riding a 16-game postseason hit streak, which is one shy of the record. So he's a guy you can hate a little bit just because he's so good. But yeah, there's no guy who's obnoxious or going to get in your face. If it was the Phillies, maybe again you'd hate Bryce Harper or Nick Castellanos, someone like that. But no, the D-backs, they're all good dudes, and I think they're just thrilled to be in this position.
Well, I don't love that answer, but I appreciate your honesty about that.
Everything else is phenomenal.
We talked a lot about how the Rangers and Diamondbacks have taken really remarkably similar paths to this World Series. Do you believe in the concept of, like, people keep saying, oh, team of destiny, this and that, but it feels like both of these teams could make that claim?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what ends up happening is that in the past, if you had a great regular season, by virtue of the fact baseball had the smallest playoff structure, you would end up being rewarded in some fashion. But what's happened is that now by increasing the playoff teams more in the mix, you're more ripe for potential upsets. So the downside of that is just say, how do you have 3 100-win teams and they win one playoff game collectively? That's disappointing on some level, right? If you're a fan of the Braves, the Orioles, the Dodgers. But I think the flip side of it is there was passion and interest in baseball markets that are non-traditional late in the season because people wanted to see if the Arizona Diamondbacks would make the playoffs. I don't know what the number one sport is in Arizona. I would guess the Cardinals, because football so big. The Suns obviously had their great run. Maybe it's them, but I don't think it's the D-backs. But now that they're here, as I said, they're playing with house money. Why not them? And I think for Texas, they at least feel more like a favorite because, as you guys know, you were in first place 138 of 139 games. For most of the year, you were the first place team. It was just that terrible stretch in August, losing 16 of 20, bullpen imploding, and they were able to rectify it. But the team of destiny label applies to both because I think for Texas, you say, man, all they had to do was that last game of the year win. They win the division. So they lose 1-0 to Seattle, and everyone said they're done. That's it. It's preordained now. Houston's going to go back to the World Series. Yeah. They're division champions. Texas lost that game. It's over. And instead, they're road warriors. As you guys know, it was like 7,000 miles on the road before they got back to Texas and have been able to be successful. So I think both teams can kind of lay claim to that label of team of destiny because they both overcome a lot of adversity to get to this point. And one more point, when people say, there's not going to be as much national interest in this, right? Fox executives are going to be slitting their wrists because there's no Yankees, Red Sox, Mets, Dodgers, Phillies. What matters more than anything, if you're a sports team, like you're going to watch the World Series if it's competitive games and if the games go long, meaning in terms of games, so actual time of game. So if we get a 6 or 7 game series and most of those games are within 1 or 2 runs, people are going to watch. If you're a sports fan, you're going to watch the World Series. And for me, my favorite World Series non-Blue Jays is Twins-Braves. Like 91 was incredible. Those are two worst to first teams. Every single game was compelling. And you guys know, if I could do tomorrow, Minnesota-Atlanta World Series, you go, oh, my God, click. But that doesn't work out that way. So I think it's going to be a compelling series.
Man, awesome stuff. We love everybody on MLB Network.
You're great, man.
And can't wait to check you out. MLB tonight, 5 o'clock, throughout the series, live from the field. Appreciate the time very much, good sir.
Hey, thanks so much, fellas. Go Rangers.
Yes! There it is.
Feels good.
Adnan Virk right here on 105.3 The Fan. I was going to answer that, but then I thought I could get in trouble because we're trying to get more MLB Network
I think
people.
he knew. He listens.
Okay, he knows.
He started listening to us during that Rangers-Blue Jays series back in the day, Kevin.
That was delightful.
Yeah, I didn't want to ask him about that when he's like Blue Jays. I'm like, oh, well, he might be like, maybe I don't like the Rangers so much.
Hey, when he started off talking about Houston, I thought maybe he'd be like, oh, yeah, there was lots of people pouring beer on kids and stuff. It was crazy. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors and a special guest.
Yeah, the voice from inside the stadium, Chuck Morgan, will join us next.
Tomorrow means Buffalo Wild Wings.
Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors and a special guest.
Yes, it is a special guest of ours, a man we love so near and dear to our hearts. It is Chuck Morgan from inside. Well, are you inside the stadium right now? Because I feel like you're always there, Chuck.
Yeah, I'm inside the ball. I'm pretty much here all the time. I am inside the ballpark.
Is it weird that I thought you were going to be like, your attention, please?
I could have. Kevin, your attention, please. There you go.
That is awesome. I feel like you're like,
right, I'm out. I'm done for this segment. I got
that's
it.
all you
I'm
need?
good. I'm good.
That's whenever we did the first baseball buckets, whenever he did our intro for it, I was like, I don't ever need anything else.
I was curious about one particular thing, if there's any difference or anything like that. I know you've been through this before, but how cool is it going to be able to welcome everyone to Game 1 of the World Series?
Well, as a baseball fan and a longtime employee of the Rangers, there's not much better announcement you can make than to welcome everybody to the World Series. That's pretty cool. Now we did. This is my fourth World Series, 3 with the Rangers, and then we had that the one in 2020 where I was the Dodger announcer and the Tampa Bay announcer.
Right.
So this is a little bit more special because we get to welcome Ranger fans to Game 1 of the World Series.
Do you have it all written down what you're going to say, or is that something that you're just like, I let it fly? How does that work for you?
Well, I'm right now. Corey. I'm in. I guess you could say script writing hell. I'm writing a bunch of. I have to write scripts for Game 1 and 2. And to turn into MLB, and they'll check them out, make sure they're okay. But I write some things down, some things that I've done this for so long, I can ad lib, and then sometimes I get in trouble by doing that. But no, I have most of it written down.
Do you talk to yourself kindly when you're writing these scripts? Because when I used to work at the newspaper, I would be like, "Hey, good job, idiot! Try again." I was not kind to myself.
That sounds very familiar. Chuck, you idiot! What are you doing? Come on now, come on. Now you suck it up and write something.
You mentioned that you have some meetings with MLB, and is there a lot of like guidelines that they have for you guys for the inside the ballpark entertainment?
Well, it's more of taking care of MLB's national sponsors to make sure that we run their spots at the right time, run their ribbon panels at the right time, things like that. They've got a few things in game that they want us to do, a couple of things pre-game that we do, but other than that, we'll still be able to get the crowd to make a lot of noise and have a lot of fun out here.
Chuck, how did you feel about really rocking some Creed, especially during that Baltimore game and I guess the first game against Houston?
Mike, it's similar to it doesn't bother me because if David DeLucci wanted to hear the theme from Godfather to walk up to, whatever would make him get a hit, and if that helps him, that's fine with me. And if Creed helps the Rangers bond together and they enjoy it and they hit and they win games, whatever they want to hear, as long as it's in good taste, we'll take care of them. So you want them to feel at home. I mean, you've been in that clubhouse in the dugout. You want everybody to feel at home and that we're willing to do anything we can for them.
How tough is it at times? I know you've done this for decades upon decades, but here it is in the World Series that you don't let your emotions get too much on the microphone. I get you say things very positively for the Texas Rangers, but that if something just happens that's a negative situation, that you're just able to announce Alex Bregman is coming to the plate right now.
Yeah, that's pretty tough. But Mike, what I have trouble with is, and my wife makes fun of me, my kids make fun of me, but I get emotional over things that, like Monday night, I'm standing in Minute Maid Park, and we've just had a big inning, and I hear Ranger fans going, "Let's go Rangers," and I'm watching Astro fans walk out of their ballpark, and I almost started tearing up right there. And my wife says, "You okay?" I go, "I think so." But anytime, introducing Pudge Rodriguez or Nolan Ryan or Juan Gonzalez coming back through the gates, that I get kind of emotional about that. But if somebody has just hit a big home run like we had here last game we had here, it's kind of tough to say, okay, next batter is Alex Bregman.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand that. Chuck, I did see you on TV whenever you were standing right over the dugout as those guys were walking into
so did a million other people.
Yeah, that was awesome. that must have been a really great feeling, though, knowing that you've been through all this with the Rangers organization. There you are, welcoming them into their dugout before they go party.
Well, there were so many people around me that were, they said all kinds of things about us sitting down there. There were a lot of Astro fans around there, and I just wanted those guys to know that there was a Rangers fan standing there in row one, making sure they knew that somebody cared about them, and that Corey Seager had just knocked the hell out of a baseball. So I wanted him to know somebody cared and enjoyed it very much. I don't get to do that. That's one thing I get to sit down and have a beer and a bag of peanuts. I don't get to do that while I'm working.
That makes sense, right, Corey?
Yes. It is a fun experience. Trust me. Well, and that's what I wanted to ask you. The crowd has grown. It seems like they've grown to know what their responsibility is inside that stadium. How has that taken on a new life of its own as you've been watching these playoffs?
Yeah, and it's been growing all year long, and they're really the fans really understand now when there's two strikes, it's time to make noise. Or if our guys about to get a walk, they make noise. And the one thing that we did learn in 2020 at that World Series, I would sit there during those games and hear how loud the crowd was, and I thought, wow, how loud is this going to be when the Rangers are playing in the World Series or in a postseason game? And it's proven to be that. It gets very loud here, and I can't thank our fans enough for the support they've given us, and they just do a great job.
Boy, Chuck, to your point, how quick this has turned around. There's one game that me and David Murphy had to miss for COVID in 2020 because we did all the road games. So we were at the stadium when nobody was there and watch it on the big screen and then do the post-game show there. The Rangers in 2020, in the games that me and Murph did, in the 29 games, were 5-24. The one game we didn't do on the road, they did win. They were 6-24 in 2020 on the road, and in 2023, they're in the World Series.
Is that? I mean, obviously you played, but that is amazing to turn this around. Really, tip of the cap to Chris Young and all of our baseball people, and bringing in Bruce Bochy and turning this thing around like that. It's, I've been following baseball since I could hardly walk, and it really amazes me how this has been turned around. It's just, and a credit to the players, man. All the things they've been through, all of the injuries here and there, and the tough stretches we had, and to be in the World Series after what we've been through is pretty special.
Do you have an early breakdown or thoughts about the game 1 and 2 national anthem singers that the Rangers are going to be bringing out there?
Well, let me tell you this. We don't have a say in we give MLB we have to give them a list by the 1st of September of who we would like to have. But and we get to pick for the division series and the championship series. They do the picking for the national anthems for the World Series. Go ahead.
I got to tell you, the person they picked for game 1, Gabriella Wilson, better known as H.E.R. her.
No, really?
She is 26, already has an Emmy, a Grammy, and an Oscar, which means, Corey, she's close to the coveted EGOT.
She's almost there.
That's pretty impressive.
It's pretty impressive, and I thought, man, it's going to be a long introduction because she's got so many awards. But it's going to be a good one. We're got a rehearsal tomorrow at noon, and I'm sure she'll be great.
We were discussing this a little bit earlier. The guy who absolutely has to show up for this team. I said Nate Evaldi. I believe Kevin was Simeon. Simeon and Leclerc were like names. Do you have a specific person that you're like, this dude has to show up for this team?
Well, not one in particular. I am a huge Corey Seager fan. I have watched baseball a long time, and I remember how hard Julio Franco hit the baseball. I'm not so sure. I've not seen anybody that hits the ball off the bat as hard as Corey Seager, and I don't think you have to worry about him showing up. So he will. But I think Simeon getting things started at the top of the order is important. I think Josh Young, Tavares. They're all. It's all going to be it'll be a team effort. But I love watching Corey Seager bat.
Yeah, it's a blast. That dude, his aggressiveness at the plate. Sometimes I'm like, hey, take a pitch, but then he comes up and he hits a home run, and you're like, all right, fine, man, just do whatever you do. But he does. It almost is a violent swing, but it's really smooth at the same time. I can't describe it because he's not Palmeiro. Palmeiro had this smooth butter swing, but it gets the job done. I love it.
I know Mike will remember a guy named Tom Robson, and that's what he was a Rangers hitting coach for a long time, and Tom Robson, who is the uncle of Mike Moustakas. Anyway, wow. Tom Robson used to preach violence in the swing. You got to have violence.
Chuck, somebody asked me this question the other day. It's a very minutia question, but you'll know the answer. And when did you guys, was it at the new stadium you were able to start doing kind of a light show when a reliever comes in? And then do you only do it if it's a tie game, or does it matter when the guy comes in? And if people don't know because they haven't been to Ranger games recently, like when Aroldis Chapman or Leclerc comes in, because of the LED lights, you guys are kind of putting on a light show when they come in out of the bullpen.
Yeah, we got the LED lights over at the ballpark at Arlington, and at that time, Mike, the TV people didn't like for us to do much with them because I think they felt like it had some sort of effect on their cameras. And then we didn't do it for a couple of years over here. We've always had the ability. We've had the ability for about 4 or 5 years, and we just didn't want to upset the TV people. And this, with the entrance of the New York Mets closer a year ago, and then during the World Series, I saw where Atlanta Braves, sometimes they go completely dark when a visiting pitcher's coming in and things like that. And we met with the TV folks and we said, hey, we want to do some of these things. And they agreed to it, and we worked with them on it. So usually if we've got a lead, tied or have a lead, we'll do that. If we're behind or something, we don't do as much effects as we do if we're ahead. But that Chapman intro, when he comes into the game, it's a pretty good event. And now I got to give a credit to Chris DeReicher, who works for me up in the scoreboard control room. He had an idea that before we do that, we kind of go dark with the lights, and he has everybody turn their phone lights on, and then Chapman comes through the gate, and then we start the music and the light show. But yeah, we've had that ability, but this year is the first year we've really been able to utilize it, and we're able also to we got a couple of songs where the lights are they match the song as the song singing the beat of the song. So, but
like Stranglehold.
We try to have some fun. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, we try to have some fun with it.
Are y'all having any plans on away game watch parties still?
Yeah, they're working on that. They had I was at the first couple because I couldn't go on the road right away until we'd had a postseason game here. But yeah, we had a couple that were very successful, and the ones that we had for in the Houston series were successful. So yeah, they're working on that, and they'll announce something the next couple of days about the road game watch parties.
Fantastic, man.
You can feel the excitement in his voice.
I'm
I
so
hope you
ready.
can tell we're excited too.
I'm so ready, Chuck. We are so pumped right now.
Yeah, I've been ready for a long time too. I've been waiting for this, so that's it's a great thing. It's a great feeling, and people say, "What do you?" I've been interviewed by TV folks this week. Hey, what do you want to tell the fans? Soak it all up, because it's and Mike Bassick knows this it is hard to get to the World Series. So soak every minute of it up, because it's pretty special.
To your point, Chuck, I know we're 4 wins away, but I almost don't want to take my brain there, because I don't know when I'll stop celebrating it. I don't know when I know that things will happen. I don't even want to talk about those things, but I just wonder how long the celebration could last in our Metroplex if this thing ends up getting 4 more wins.
No, it'll be a lifetime celebration for me. I'm telling you that you're exactly right. And I'm like you. Let's take one game at a time. And I'm very confident in these guys. They're going to do their jobs, and they're going to represent our area and the state of Texas in great fashion.
Well, Chuck, you put on a heck of a show. We always appreciate it, and always appreciate you hopping on with us. You started the season with us. Let's finish this one strong.
Yeah, that started out pretty good when we swept the Philadelphia Phillies. So hopefully we can have a great week here against the Arizona Diamondbacks. But I really enjoy listening to y'all and appreciate y'all's support. And let's go Rangers.
Man,
there it is. Let's go Rangers.
I love it. Thank you very much, good sir.
Thank y'all.
I kid you not.
His voice is so distinct, dude.
By the way, it sounded kind of funny. It sounded just then like the thank got cut off just a little bit. It sounded because you just kind of heard the y'all. And I know he was saying thank y'all, but that's kind of funny. One of the first people that we talked to that was a big fan of the show was Chuck Morgan.
Yeah.
And I thought when we were on at nights, and I thought, okay, well, they're probably doing pretty okay if that is the case.
That was the moment where you were like, we made it.
Yeah.
We finally Chuck Morgan knows us.
You know what? I'm so baseball stoked right now. We're going to do a football segment next. The hell with it. Coming up next.
Have you seen the bruise on Chaz McCormick's leg?
Okay, we need to talk about that, but also ranking every player in the World Series.
Whoa.
Let's do that.
Who is number 1 across both teams?
Who's 52?
I actually have an answer to that as well. 877-881-1053. We'll do that next right here in The Fan.
Glad I'm not in this world.
Wisconsin.
1-1. And there's a swing and there's a drive. Deep right field. That one's on its way. That ball is history. Way up in the lower deck. Pitch to Corey Seager. You're risking that. It's 1-0 Rangers in the first.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. I just want to talk about baseball. Like, I get it. Cowboys got their game coming up against the Rams Sunday, which you can also hear right here on 105.3 The Fan. But with the build to the World Series, which starts tomorrow, and guess what? You can also hear that right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Kevin, I'll ask you this. If the Cowboys are in the Super Bowl and we're in Vegas, how much do you think we're talking about anything else other than the Cowboys in the Super Bowl that week?
None.
Let me check the Mavs and Stars.
Oh, my gosh. I love that you include stars in that now, too.
Surprised you didn't say that first.
Yeah, absolutely. So I really want to talk about baseball, and I saw Kyla McDaniel with ESPN put out a list ranking every single player in the World Series.
Every player.
So you go, this World Series, not all World Series.
Oh, okay.
That would be amazing.
The day before the Super Bowl, the Mavericks host the Milwaukee Bucks.
Are you kidding me? How is that even possible?
What do you mean, how?
We get those two things in consecutive days. Like, how would we get that, man? We're so lucky to be sports fans.
I mean, I do agree.
It'll be
with
tough
that.
on that Friday. Cowboys, we're kind of previewing Cowboys in the Super Bowl.
It will be tough to decide how to balance Mavs Bucks regular season against Cowboys in the Super Bowl.
Yes, I think
check the stars.
Well, it won't be tough. We're gonna axe Mike likes it from that show.
Wow, Mike. He's already eliminated your segment.
But
from the day before, the weekend before the Super Bowl.
Oh man, it must be the All-Star break or something for hockey.
No one knows.
They played January 27th, then February 6th. That feels like a long
The
layoff.
All-Star break or something. I like that. All right.
The NHL skills competition.
Does that happen the same day as the All-Star game?
I don't think so.
It does not. All right.
It's where they put plates out there and they bash plates in the goal or something.
Kind of. Actually, that's actually pretty close. Do you want to go to the worst players on the list before the best ones? Or does that?
It makes me feel bad because I would be on this list somewhere between pitcher or player 48 through 52. This is where I would fit in.
3 of the bottom 4 players are Diamondbacks. That makes the difference.
It's not Jordan Lawler, is it?
No.
He's not active.
Jordan Lawler is active.
Okay.
He's 46th on the list.
Josh Smith, not the last one.
Josh Smith is the next to last Ranger. Number 48.
Is it
Check out that number on his ass.
Yeah.
Austin Hedges.
But he's a great teammate. He had one of the greatest lines ever, right, Corey, about being a great teammate?
Yeah. Hey, what was it along the lines of, I guess I've been in a slump my entire career?
One of his veteran players when he was a rookie is like, hey, you can always be a good teammate. You're going to go through slumps. He's like, I'm a great teammate because I've been in a slump my whole career.
But he keeps getting shots, dude. And how much Austin Hedges, has he played in the playoffs at all?
No, because he was going to come in extra innings if there was, because you had to pinch run for Heim and Garver in the 9th inning of Game 5.
But think about how much we discuss the dude just because he's a vibe all to himself.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And just to put that in perspective.
Mike stuff.
I love that. Dude, have you guys seen and he brings out the pistols?
I do like that.
Awesome.
What's the sound you think he makes whenever he does that, Mike? Is it womb or?
What do you think? You think that's it?
Actually, I do kind of think that's exactly right. And just to put that in perspective, Hedges is 52. Jordan Lawler is 46. People think the world of the future of Jordan Lawler. It just reflects where they're at right now.
Yeah.
All right, so good news for the Rangers. 3 of the bottom 4 are Diamondbacks. And then if you go to the top of the list,
Seager won.
7 of the top 10 are Rangers.
So let's just me and you, Corey, real quick.
All right.
Gallon? Is that how am I saying it right? I hope so.
Did he
He's going to be in the top 10. Oh, yeah, you weren't here yesterday. I think I was saying Galleon.
Yes,
and
you've said it for a while, and I've never. I just let
Gallon,
it go.
Galleon.
Decided this
I don't know.
I could be like, hey,
look,
dumbass.
you guys thought I was dumbasses about the weather, and I was just perfect about it.
Do you think
and the flight patterns?
Do you think Corbin Carroll?
Carroll's in the top 10.
Marte?
You know what? I think those are the 3. Are those we named the 3 that are in the top 10?
Corbin Carroll, number 2. Ketel Marte, number 4. Zach Gallen, number 6.
We did it.
All right. Mission accomplished. See y'all tomorrow.
Okay, well, what about the Rangers?
Seager won.
Seager's won.
Do you think Evaldi, because of how great he's playoff history, over Montgomery?
Man,
and Evaldi is game 1 in this series.
Only one of those two is in the top.
I wonder if I wonder if Adolis.
It's Evaldi.
Okay.
I'm guessing. Who would you guess in the top 10 players? He's saying one of our starting pitchers is out. Would you guess Evaldi or Montgomery's in the top 10?
I'll say Evaldi.
I think so too.
Ethan Evaldi, number 9
Your face,
on
Kevin.
the list. Jordan Montgomery, by the way,
11.
he is number 13.
What? That's despicable.
Hey, motivation.
Yeah.
That dude's about to get paid so much money.
That is
in
true.
Your face, Kevin.
Corey Seager, that's fair. Corey Seager, number 1. I told you Evaldi's 9. So you guys have
And
got
Corbin Carroll's 2.
Yeah, I told you the Diamondbacks.
I know. I'm just making sure because we're going to number 3.
Corey Seager's 1.
Sorry.
Corbin Carroll's 2.
Kevin, I'm engaged in this segment.
You are. So
I'm
I take
paying
it back.
attention.
You know what, Mike? I appreciate your thought out question.
Do you think it'll be Adolis 3 because of what he just did?
I do.
I'm sticking.
Adolis Garcia, number 3. Ketel Marte, number 4. Which actually makes sense if you think about it because they put the ALCS MVP back-to-back with the NLCS MVP.
Simeon?
I think you kind of have to.
He's Golden Glove. He's probably going to be Silver Slugger at second base, too. He's probably going to win both of those awards.
Yeah, go with him.
Correct.
All right, so we've named 4?
You've named the top 6 because we got 3 for the Rangers, 3 for the Diamondbacks. So you got to get
And we have
7,
Evaldi at 9.
8, and 10.
And
7.
Montgomery's at 13. See how I pay attention?
I love it.
Okay, so obviously
Young?
we have Josh Young. He's an all-star.
Josh Young is number 7.
Heim?
Jonah Heim is number 10.
I think they're going to give Carter love. I think Carter's getting love because he's batting third, and I don't think he'll bat third in this series. They're going to give Carter.
It's Leote, right? Like I just don't think it's Leote. And Leclerc probably they're not putting him up that high.
No.
Yeah, let's go with Evan Carter for the bank.
Number 8 on the list.
Yes!
In your face, Kevin.
Is
Jaguars 6, Carter 8.
What?
Mitch Garver. No, I'm just kidding. It is Evan.
His face.
It is in fact Evan Carter. Man,
how was
you
Mike?
would have thought I just kicked his dog.
He
or
was still
something.
smiling, but you could tell he was stunned by what you just said.
He was
Like there
like,
was a smile of, hold on, I'm about to hit you.
Yesterday we did NFL Power Rankings, and I think the Jaguars were 6,
It
and
was
so I
so
celebrated
ridiculous.
it.
You would have thought they had just won the Super Bowl and Trevor Lawrence was named the MVP. But yes, Evan Carter is in fact number 8 on this list. Interesting note that I do not agree with whatsoever is they have Aroldis Chapman ahead of Jose Leclerc.
Name recognition?
I guess, but if you're
He's
looking,
a borderline Hall of Famer. No, I'm with you. Leclerc
just
is more
right
important
here, right
in this
now,
series.
I think that's absurd.
I think this is from ESPN.
Yes.
I do think there's a little bit of name recognition
on
going
that.
into that.
Now-
Because I think I'm surprised Aroldis Chapman is in there and not Seawald. Am I saying his last name right?
He's
I say
12.
Because he's
He's
a guy that I
outstanding.
wished we could have got from Seattle, and I just thought when that trade happened, it was weird because Seattle almost made the playoffs. They traded their closer at the deadline to Arizona, and I thought, God, I would have loved to have gotten him, but I wonder if Seattle was like, hey, we're moving. We don't think we're totally out of this, but we're not moving our closer to the Rangers.
I am kind of like interested in like Chapman doesn't face a certain section of a lineup, and it just feels like you're just comfortable with Leclerc pretty much anywhere. You're like, dude, it's 9th inning, it's time to shut it down.
Or part of the 8th too, right?
Yeah, and Chapman's kind of a specialist for you, even though he is your, like you said, part of the 8th inning guy.
Do you want more national predictions? I have more national predictions for you.
I'm trying to look at the lineup. I know this is maybe for tomorrow. I was just like, your Chapman part of the lineup. That's going to be interesting because could there be, to your point, I don't think they're opposed to pitching Chapman in the 7th and Spores in the 8th.
I agree.
So I think if you're at the top of the lineup, but I have to go look at Ketel Marte's numbers versus Aroldis Chapman, but Marte, Carroll, Moreno, what a young lineup there to start. But I'm wondering if Walker, Pham, Gurriel is kind of like, hey, we'll avoid that because those are a bunch of righties.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe Chapman will be facing more of the top of the lineup in this series.
Fox has 4 expert predictions. Is that an acceptable number?
I will accept.
All right.
Although it feels like you need
Is it
a
A-Rod, Poppy?
No,
Poppy might pick the Red Sox in 6. I have a feeling that could be his pick, and that would be off.
2 of their writers picked the Arizona Diamondbacks. 2 of their writers picked the Texas Rangers. We need a tiebreaker.
Who are their writers? I don't know.
They have the Bear on there, Chris Felicia.
That's her.
Will Hill, Jason McIntyre, and
the new kids on the block.
And there's one other person. We need a tiebreaker.
Justin Timberlake?
No. Yeah, you know what, Mike?
I'll break
Marky
the tie.
Mark and the Funky Bunch. They're asking new kids, people.
We go to the Dallas Morning News for the tiebreaker.
Evan Grant.
Evan Grant.
I bet he picked the Rangers.
Is that,
I bet if we go to the Arizona Free Press Gazelle or whatever they write on.
Gazelle? It's Gazette.
I think, no, the animal's the Gazelle.
Yeah, dude.
Tim Kalishaw, Evan Grant, Sean McFarlane, and Kevin Sherrington.
Oh, the dude who created all those silly things.
What?
Sean McFarlane?
It's Todd
Family
McFarlane.
Guy. Yeah.
No, that is Seth MacFarlane.
See?
I got it right. A good writer, though. He does a good job covering the beat.
All 4 of those writers
picked Arizona.
Picked the Texas Rangers in 6 games. So not only did they all pick the Rangers.
Has anybody picked the Diamondbacks to win a series?
6. I just told you the Fox people were 2-2.
No, I'm just saying, like, when they played the Dodgers, were there people picking
no, they were
Arizona?
I'm
when
sure probably
Philadelphia started the NLCS, I feel like this is the thing. I'm picking the Rangers in 6, but
it's a tough series.
Arizona keeps surprising more than Texas is even surprising. There was no way that they were supposed to beat the Dodgers and especially destroy the Dodgers. And they did.
Rangers in 4.
Oh, my goodness.
I don't mind that at all.
You know what I love about Poppy, Mike, is when he's asking a question, he starts with, "Oh, you're so great at this. I've always admired this about you." And he talks for about 10 minutes and then goes, "But how do you feel?" And you're just like, what was that, dude?
That was the setup.
I gotta start asking more
you know
questions
what?
like
Here's
that.
my request tomorrow.
But how do you feel?
Big Poppy?
Mike, I actually think you would be best suited for this. I want you, in the smarmy way that you do it sometimes, to go down all the lists of Jerry Jones achievements, and then your question is just, how do you feel? Because I could see you really selling that.
Okay.
I might regret that.
We're at Buffalo Wild Wings tomorrow in Grand Prairie.
That is
I might
true.
bring some Evan Carters. Not him, the person.
Okay.
I don't want him doing that.
Well, I mean, what if he wanted to show up?
I
He's
want.
like, I love you guys.
That'd be okay, but I want him focusing and concentrating. I mean, he's living in a hotel for a living.
We're the KNC Masterpiece.
He is.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next. We will
Do you think he's moved into one
Stop
of those
talking, Mike!
7-day places?
To live in a hotel.
We will chit-chat.
You get a discount
with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. They are live
your
at
clothes there.
Shakerton's in Arlington. We will talk with them next on 105.3 The Fan.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider.
It's Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Unprecedented one-time offers. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
K&C Masterpiece right here at 105.3 The Fan. Or no, Mike, I do not want to bring up what you just said. What I would like to do instead, courtesy of D&M Leasing, is chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation as they are live at Shakerton's in Arlington. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Awesome, Hagee. How are you?
We are doing great. We've had a lot of fun. It feels impossible not to have fun with the Stars are out to a great start. They play again tonight. The Mavericks got the win last night. And then, of course, everything leading up to the World Series tomorrow right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, on your home of the American League champion, Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
You love to hear it. And are you guys going to be broadcasting from Globe Life Field tomorrow?
Oh, my God.
Yep, that's the deal. It's a dream.
Don't wear Rangers gear, though.
Yeah,
I'm going to be
wearing Ranger gear.
Don't you? You pack it in your sack, right? And then you bring it in.
Well, I'm going to buy it. I'm going to buy it when I get there. Bet payoff heading for me tomorrow. I'm going to do the Mike Maddox, which is where we have to wear his mustache, soul patch, sunglass combo for an entire week on the show, which will be fun. It'll be World Series. It'll be festive. So I got to buy a Rangers hat tomorrow. I hope the folks at MLB don't mind an FM radio personality doing a bet payoff during the World Series in their stadium. Hopefully they'll forgive me for it.
I'll tell you what,
also
man.
showing support to the home team.
You're a golfer.
Generating fan passion. Yeah.
And I believe John Smoltz said that Mike Maddox has 12 hole-in-ones in his golfing career.
What? That's incredible.
Yeah.
Wow. What's he play? All par threes every day of his life?
Is this like mini golf? What are we doing?
I don't know,
12?
but I've heard he is a scratch golfer, that he's a below par golfer. And I believe in his life, he is documented he has 12 hole-in-ones.
That's super impressive.
Same here. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
He had
So I'll
two
brag
in
about
one
my
in one
hole-in-ones.
in one round. Supposedly, Mike Maddox had 2 in one round.
Jeez. I was freaking dialed.
So maybe we should all wear this costume when we play golf.
We should.
I want to come up and just put my hand on your shoulder and give you advice about your swing.
Cover
That's
up
what
the
I wanna
mouth
do.
ever so slightly.
Yeah. Hey, and cover my mouth while I'm doing it.
Yep.
Okay, when you take it back and get the parallel, that kind of thing.
How dialed in to the Mavs?
What's the bit going on right now? Why are you guys doing the show slow today?
There's a delay.
Yeah,
there's
there's
a
a
delay.
delay.
That makes sense. Okay.
See, and
I'm
I can
sorry.
actually, I can hear our echo in the background of where y'all are when the questions are getting asked. So we don't mean don't mean to be doing
All
that
right.
on purpose.
I thought you guys were messing with us today.
No,
I did too. I thought this was a bit.
I promise.
I once did an entire show with Mike. Well, I think you were at the studio and I was at a location, and it was on a delay the entire show. And it was the wildest thing I've ever experienced. It was a lot of fun though, because that was back when Mike and I didn't even work together.
All right, Mike has no thoughts about that. What did you guys?
Good plan.
What did y'all think? Golly, what did y'all think about the Mavs' performance last night? Obviously, I know it's against a team that not a lot of people think is going to be very good, but it seemed like there was a lot of positives in that game.
Yeah, I'm encouraged overall. I think they're gonna score. We just need to get this defense figured out. But yeah, I was gonna ask you guys yesterday. I said 47 wins. I just think there's a lot of credible basketball players out there, and I think they're at least heading for that.
What we saw from Derek Lively, I think, was incredible. I don't think any of us expected to see what he was able to do last night. It was a pleasant surprise. The energy, the way he was able to get you some extra possessions offensively with his hustle, tipping a ball back late in that fourth quarter to Josh Green for a rebound. Josh Green continues to look good. Look, when THJ shoots like that, we know we need him to continue to do that so you can flip him at the deadline. I think that's the dream. Let's just have THJ have an amazing first half of the season. You flip him. I loved Kyrie and Luka, what they were able to do. And Luka, how about that? He locked in back-to-back defensive possessions
He did.
at the end of the game.
And I don't think I saw Luka cry to a referee.
No,
one single
you did
time
not.
It's
last night.
amazing.
Nope. I'll tell you what I was impressed with was Grant Williams, the way he kind of played defense last night.
Yeah.
You know, he was matched up. That's a big body guy, kind of.
Yeah, he is.
Kind of handling his business there with the,
I like the post-game presser, too, where Luke is in his Texas Rangers shirt, and he's like, when did you become a baseball fan?
Yeah.
And Luka was prepared, man.
Ready. Yeah, ready to go.
Well, and congratulations to Grant Williams. He's now on a team that is just going to be serving up open corner threes to him.
Hell yeah.
On the regular. Gosh. And that's a beautiful thing.
He's about to be an all-star.
Yeah, if he can average 13 points a game, I'll be stoked about that.
I do need to say, Tolos, turn it on, leave it on listeners out here. You're going to need to get to Shakerton's in Arlington because we got a bet payoff going live right now. Eric, speaking of basketball, is doing the emo Jimmy Butler. I've already had somebody quote tweet the picture I posted saying, is that Pete Wentz? But this is an outstanding look that our guy has, and you don't want to miss this live in person. Shakerton's in Arlington, where this place is awesome. I mean, the vibes here are really, really fun. They got couches you can lounge on. The menu's outstanding. The beers are flowing. But you really got to see my guy Eric here.
Yeah, it was pretty amazing this morning or this afternoon. I was putting my fishnet gloves on, and my daughters were painting my fingernails.
That's so awesome.
They probably loved it.
It was an amazing
3
moment.
nose rings, 2 lip rings, some mascaras in there.
All of it.
It's a hell of a job.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you to my wife and daughters for pulling this off for me.
Was this ever from like a time in your life before, though?
I never went like super hard into it, but there was definitely some emo skateboard years that maybe I'd like to have back.
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't blame you for that, but you pull it off well. You know, I could see you fronting an emo band right now.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
really could.
A little My Chemical Romance or something?
Yeah, alternate reality.
Panic at the Disco.
All right,
every time I looked at myself in the mirror today, I was just like, and I'm so sorry.
Wolchuk did a great job of teasing it. Anything else y'all want to throw out for the program today?
Yeah, pure gold as always. Thanks for asking.
Love it, love it, love it. Go see the G-Bag Nation at Shakerton's. And if you can't, at least listen. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Come see us tomorrow at Buffalo Wild Wings in Grand Prairie, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
One more sleep, Kevin.
Oh, my God. And then it's World Series time.
The Fan. G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on your home of the World Series bound Texas Rangers. Welcome into the show. It's festive. You have Chiafalo in a emo Jimmy Butler a bet payoff situation. He chose to do it today. It's a double bet payoff Friday coming tomorrow as we're finalizing plans for that, as well as, it's just too good to be true. You got the World Series coming up. You have the Cowboys and Rams on Sunday. Bet payoffs and Flagtober. You can get your 2023 G-Bag Nation Pure Gold as always flag right here, right now. Shakerton's in Arlington. It's right off of Collins here, off of 30. And welcome into the show. General at your service. There's Broadus, the Super Bowl champion, the Emmy Award winner. Lucius Alexander's back in the Pimp Cup at Master Control as per usual. You do have your Nosebleed Brothers, Wolchuk and Chiafalo. Carter Freeman is coordinating your video. Ruben Portillo, the remote engineer on site. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Guys, how the heck are you doing here on a Thursday?
Incredible. I mean, this is going to be a fun challenge sitting next to Eric the whole show. I mean, you did it up, man. I'm loving it. The fingernails painted, the hair, the piercings. This is just a typical Wednesday night for you, I know, but gosh, you're really pulling this off.
That was part of my my cheat code, putting this on the bet payoff board. Was I already had all this attire just waiting in my closet to be used for a
just
special
a good
moment.
bondage up night.
This is usually a behind closed doors outfit for me, but busting it out for you boys,
You're
and I'm
killing
excited.
it, bro.
I'm excited to give serious sports takes while looking like this.
I really want you to get mad and go on a serious rant while you're looking like emo Jimmy Butler.
That would go viral, for sure, on Twitter X or wherever.
I think they've dubbed us the wrist bleed seats.
The wrist bleed seats
on
now?
Polo right now.
I like it.
On Twitch.
That is classic. Okay, Jerry talking at today's practice is the big story today with the Cowboys, isn't it, Brian?
Yeah, I think so. There was some mixed messages. Depending on who you follow on Twitter X, it was Ed Werder kind of took you in a path that Jerry is interested in getting something done, and that's his the way he wants to operate. And then if you follow the others who were part of the same interview, whether it's Todd Archer or Calvin Walking, those other guys, it's like, well, they're not going to do anything to, they're going to, once again, allow you to come to them if you want to make deals and stuff like that. So it was really kind of it was a mixed.
It's confusing.
Yeah. It really was.
People are trying to read between the lines on Jerry Jones once again. It sounded pretty clear to me. I know, sometimes being present to pick up what Jerry's putting down, there can be an important context clue or just a vibe that you get. But he said, by nature, I'm active, and I'm a risk taker. Don't come by unless you want to be struck at. So we will trade. Make no mistake about it. We will make a deal. But it's certainly got a higher bar because I like our team. I guess to me that kind of sounds like they're absolutely going to do a deal. And it's certainly got a higher bar. That can be a little bit confusing. Like, does he mean it's not going to be an exciting deal, or it is going to be an exciting deal? In order to make a trade that improves this team, it sounds like Jerry loves the team, and it's got to be a great player.
I take that as it's a high bar of it's got to be a great deal for us.
Mm-hmm.
Like
that's where I think
I don't feel
going.
Like I don't feel the need to upgrade my roster. But if someone picks up the phone, because I'm not picking up the phone, if someone picks up the phone and calls me and gives me the deal of a lifetime, then I look forward to making that deal. That's how I read it.
That Houston says sense. Like Brandon Cooks will take on some of that contract. Plus, it'll be a 5th-round pick, a 6th-round pick. Yeah, man, we're open for business. Let's do this. It's just crazy when you look at your counterpart within the division in the Eagles, who have been to 2 Super Bowls here recently and were very close to winning a second one. And you look at the reports of around the league, Howie Roseman's always working the phone. He's always on the phone. They're like, heck yeah, Howie's calling. He's always calling Cowboys. And who knows what they're actually doing behind closed doors. You would know better than anybody, Brian. But to me, it sounds like, hey, unless a deal falls into our lap where it's a mid to low round pick, the compensation in terms of the financials, where it's not going to impact the salary cap, if all of that stuff isn't perfect for us, probably not making a deal.
Okay, well, then I just got to know, am I in an alternate reality right now? Are you guys just deciding to not give any credibility to him actually saying, we will trade? He said that. Make no mistake about it. We will make a deal. So I'm taking that as there's a trade that's coming. He knows they have needs on their roster. And he's also telling everybody around the league, bring me a great offer.
Yeah.
This is greedy
no,
Jerry.
He's throwing chum in the water. There's no question he's throwing some chum in the water. The Cowboys make it sound like, though, when it's a deal, it a little bit on their terms. We're not interested in giving you. We're not interested in giving you,
He
premium.
doesn't want to take a risky deal. He wants to dominate the deal.
That's what I'm saying. To me, if there's a corner out there, if there's somebody out there that, to me, that warrants a first round pick, I think you have to listen, because I said it on a couple different platforms. I said it on his own platform on the break the other day. This thing is wide open. To me, you don't let this thing go by the wayside because you didn't do anything to try and put your team in a great spot. And if he can add defensive help here, or Gavin, you were talking about even adding a running back. I think personally the problems with the running game is the offensive line. But to me, if they add another defensive player, a corner, a linebacker, I'm willing to give a one to go get somebody like that. And I trust them. Mm-hmm. I trust Will McClay and Alex Loomis and those guys much better than when I was doing this thing 20 years ago. I just put myself in that spot. Jerry, with me, was standing at the dice table with it in hand. He's pushing chips around, and, it's a little bit of a gamble with some of the stuff because we weren't exactly knocking him out of the park at the time.
Yeah.
But he's got a group of guys now that can go and put him in the right direction if he wants to stand at that table again and roll him.
I would love to see him roll him. I don't know to what extent he is going to. I think the offensive line was pretty similar to last year. Tony Pollard was just faster. Yeah. Now he looks like Zeke. That injury took his burst away. I didn't think it would, but when I saw him get snatched, was it in their last game?
Yeah, against the Chargers, that 60-yard
He's
pass.
not running away from guys. If you can't run away from guys, you can't get through the holes that you are getting fast enough to be productive. And Tony Pollard went from being one of the most 3 or 4 statistically productive players to very average now. I don't know if you can replace him in the trade market, but I'd love to see him try. We saw Brian Schottenheimer get over 5 yards per carry in Seattle back-to-back years with a much worse offensive line than what they have right now.
Yes.
So then you look at the quarterback, and what Russell Wilson is doing with his legs brings up Jerry Jones. He was asked the next quote here. He said, he's unafraid of Dak using his legs. We all know what's involved there when he has to make those kind of calls, but the reason I'm saying this is not only do I agree with it, there's nothing I can do about it. He's going to play the game the way he's wired. They seem to be open, more, and they should be, because teams are getting better at taking away the intermediate to longer pass from Dak, and also the Cowboys' running game at the same time. He is the way out of this. He is the way to efficient offense. And to me, that sounds like Jerry's changing his tune, doesn't it, guys? Jerry's changing his tune on Dak running the ball.
Yes.
With these quotes.
Yeah, because they have clearly been, I didn't know if this was something that was sort of mandated from the top down, or if this was just sort of Dak internally, post-injury, trying to, rein in the idea of just cutting it loose with the legs. But I think we've gotten to a place, and you see so many other quarterbacks doing it and taking advantage of it, even at Pat Mahomes. Even Pat Mahomes, it was like, okay, if the best quarterback in the league is still going to decide to take off and go steal first downs every single game, then, gosh. And that's what happens. Pat Mahomes had to adjust a little bit. He doesn't have the cheat code Tyreek Hill anymore. He had to morph the way he sort of played a little bit. And so now you're seeing him take off and run. You're seeing it across the league in your own division. Dak's there on the sidelines watching across the field Jalen Hurts take off and run on his own team. Sure. It's like, gosh dang it. Well, it's about time I start doing that. And then you find success. You got a little taste of success with it now of, oh, yeah, look what happens when I run. I'll scamper 19 yards for a touchdown.
Yeah, they could have had a couple more rushing touchdowns with Dak.
This year
they
for sure.
They absolutely. Some of those that he pulled, when you go back and watch the all-22 after those games, there were a couple different times that ball's pulled. Dak's got 3 rushing touchdowns.
And I think
that's exciting. That's a solution for what they have.
It is. Yeah. And maybe this is a sign of, hey, we did do a good job during the bye week of going back, looking at some things that maybe could be a strength for us. And a lot of it, to me, offensively, you are helped a bunch when Dak is using his legs. That was very evident against the Chargers. And maybe they did a good job of some self-scouting. I do think another positive maybe for the running game getting better. We saw yesterday Jeff Blasco is back with their team. who is their running game coordinator. He's been gone for, was it medical or personal reasons?
Both.
So, it's good to get him back, and that might be also a reason why maybe the running game hasn't been as good as we thought it would be.
The coaching has been, coaching is always going to be a factor here, but they're not playing very well.
No, the offensive line's not been
you
good.
could sit down and watch them. Scout Gavin can sit down right now and watch Steele and Martin not get pushed. He can watch the tight ends get compressed into the play. They can watch guys pull and not get up to the second level.
Yeah.
They're not running the ball with any kind of and yeah, you're right. Pollard's in the situation right now where he doesn't look as explosive and quick as he once did. But there are no holes for him. Plays that are supposed to go right to the edge or the outside or getting funneled back the inside, and it looks like a terrible. Well, why is McCarthy calling inside run here? Because the back's got nowhere to go.
That's fair. I'll take that. It's
no. I mean, but he's not as explosive. You're not wrong. You're not wrong at all that. I'm just saying that.
Yeah, I think Pollard is different than last year significantly.
He is. Well,
in terms of the burst, so is Steele
for sure.
And so is Steele.
Martin,
and having Tyron out there instead of Tyler just takes youth and athleticism out of your running game.
Yeah.
When you're looking at the left tackle, left guard combo, neither one of their sides right now are.
Biotish hasn't been very good for running the football. He really hasn't.
Wolchuk mentioned the Diana Rossini report. Howie Roseman not done yet when it comes to potential trades. I've talked to tons of teams around the league, and it's like, yeah, Howie's calling. Of course, Howie's calling, and Howie's not done. By the way, was her quote on that entire situation. What do you know about Denver? Are they gonna would they be able to get Surtain? Because I think that's the nightmare for Cowboys fans if they would load up with like 2 1s and a 3 and try to get Patrick Surtain out of Denver.
I don't think Patrick Surtain's going anywhere. And please read into it all you want for my connections there. Okay. I don't think Patrick Surtain's going anywhere.
Yeah,
from the conversations I've had in that organization.
I don't believe they would trade him. That'd be a dream. And the Cowboys certainly liked him during the draft. Patrick Surtain, I think, was hoping he would be a Dallas Cowboy at some point.
That's what I want. I don't want the Broncos to trade him now.
Yeah.
Because I know if they are, Howie Roseman will crush you in that trade.
Yeah, they will.
He'll be like, oh, yeah, we'll overpay. Certainly, because we want all-pro players.
Yeah.
And next year when we're worried about this third-round pick, we'll think, oh, yeah, that's right. We have one of the top 3 corners in the NFL. It doesn't matter what our third-round pick does.
Absolutely. I don't think he's going anywhere. I think the big-name corner, if you're going to land one, and hopefully Chicago's open for business there, would be Jalen Johnson, as we've talked about.
Yeah.
That would be cool.
I saw he's got the second lowest passer rating allowed.
Yes.
And number 1 is actually Deron Bland. So how about that?
Yeah, you're going to play one this week. And we get into Krusty's Corner, I'm going to talk to you about this defense, the Rams.
Cool.
This will be an interesting challenge to the corners they have.
Yeah, Broadus and Krusty's Corner coming up at 2:40. World Series tomorrow. We have lots of Rangers content for you throughout the day. One more thing on Garcia. I was just reading game previews and stories and stuff. I didn't realize what happened after his final strikeout was so powerful in winning the ALCS MVP. In his last 6 at-bats, while heckled at unimaginable levels by the Houston crowd, 3 home runs, and he drove in 9 of the 15 runs. All came in his final 6 at-bats as you're winning Game 6 and then dominating Game 7 as well. His 20 RBIs in 12 playoff games is already just 1 behind David Freese in 2011 for the most in a single postseason by anybody ever. So he's about to break the RBIs record as well for all of Major League Baseball. And,
amazing.
Eclipse what the Cardinals did with David Freese there.
Something happened to him, though, through all those strikeouts. Something clicked on him because even it was to the point where, guys like Hicksy were like, why would you throw this guy a strike? He's swinging at every single pitch. But something clicked to him, maybe sitting in the dugout there, or, the hitting coach walked up to him. He became much more of a patient hitter. He really did. He wasn't chasing. He took more opportunities to look at some pitches. It didn't look like he was pressing. It looks like it naturally came to him that they made some mistakes, but he punished them for his mistakes.
He did.
But by working counts, it forced him to have to get better pitches.
It's been a theme, I think, for the Rangers for a long time. When they get too eager, the opposing pitching staffs really preyed on them in the second half of the regular season. To start the playoffs, they hit it hard. I feel like a lot of guys got more patient, and you've heard Smoltz talking about it. if the Rangers can be patient and start driving balls the other way, I'm going to feel great about their offense. And it clicked. But for Garcia, I think the emotion of Game 5, he came out wanting to single-handedly tear the heads off of everybody in Houston, and he needed to fail massively to humble him and bring him back into that right mental space to be patient enough to end the series in the way that he did. And now, it's just a matter of, is he going to continue to be one of the most exciting players in baseball? Lucky can we be? Could we be lucky enough that they're going to keep everybody and he'll be your DH next year when Wyatt Langford comes up?
Could be the case.
I loved that from Buster Olney yesterday, where he's like, what if you just DH him and you could just have a rotation of DHs?
Yeah, because he's so good defensively with his arm. He's one of the best in terms of runs saved in Major League Baseball, and that's been the case for the last 3 years.
You can have one, boys. You can have him or you can have Montgomery. Take a pick.
I'm taking Montgomery. I don't want to be made to make that decision. I hope Ray Davis is willing to push this payroll to 240. Because we're already pretty close to 200 projected for next year.
And you've got Adolis for next year at least.
Right, he's under control, but that doesn't include what the number is going to be. Is it number 15 if it's arbitration? Is it 20? And if it's a contract, what is it, 6 and 150?
Yeah.
It's 6 and 200. I don't know. I think he is definitely breaking out. He's the breakout star of the playoffs, and if you do that in the World Series as well, you're heading for a massive inflated payday.
No doubt.
So I don't know. Do you want to do a long-term deal with him? He's going to be on the other side of 30. There's a lot of interesting conversation to be had as far as what this Ranger team is going to look like next year.
You guys didn't answer.
But we know you can't.
I don't think you have to choose.
But if you had to choose, I think you would have to go Montgomery. You have the pipeline of guys. We're talking about the embarrassment of riches in the outfield, but it would be insane.
And the age factor.
Right, and the age factor for sure. But it would be extremely difficult. After the run he's on, he's the MVP of the ALCS, and then who knows what he's about to go do over the course of 4 to 7 games in the World Series. It's like, my dear God, that is not a guy you want to cut ties with. But we also heard Buster Olney say, Jordan Montgomery is going to be the top free agent on the market, especially when it comes to pitchers. Everybody's going to be after him.
You're going to have to pay a premium, but after next year, Scherzer and Eovaldi's contracts will end. Why not make the huge... We're going to have a stupid 5-man pitching staff where everybody could make the All-Star game. I think if you don't win it now, you bring both of them back. If you do win it this year, maybe you can be a little bit more selective in how much you have to go for in 2024. So let's go win the World Series and then see how much Ray wants to go back-to-back. We're live at Shakerton's. 5 DFW locations, The Colony, Allen, Prosper, Dallas, and the newest location that opened just this past August, right here in Arlington. This is going to be a great place to watch the World Series at the Shakertons nearest you. We have Rally House prizes, and we have a big show. Initial impressions of the Mavericks, and how does my 47-win prediction look to you now after an impressive offensive performance next year in the G-Bag Nation? Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. And we are live at Shakerton's in Arlington on your home of the American League champion Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. 5 Shakerton's locations. And if you join us at this one, we have some cool Texas Rangers prizes for you, 2023 G-Bag Nation flags, and some Rally House prizes as well. I'm not quite sure what to make of this bucket hat that Wolchuk has adorned himself with.
Yeah, I got to put the loops in there.
Looks more like a wizard hat.
It's a wizard.
It's a Ranger wizard hat.
It's big, and I had to put it. Oh, I had to put it over the headphones. The headphones wouldn't really go over it.
Yeah, but remember the old episodes with Dan Aykroyd, the cone heads?
Yes.
It's kind of got a cone head.
Give me that.
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe
okay.
a Gilligan's Island feel as well.
You need to puff that hat out. It's kind of...
Yeah, I mean, it just came out of the bag, so we're going to make it work.
Could usually
I think it
work.
actually looks good. You should have brought your shirt that had the wizard sleeves on it.
I should have. My wizard sleeve
Flying
shirt.
nun.
Get a bet payoff done here with the Halloween costume.
Yeah.
Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to truckwreck.com. I'll be doing a Mike Maddox bet payoff tomorrow. Beard's coming off for the first time, I think, in about 15 years.
It ain't fun, but I'll tell you
Wow,
that.
dude. Hey, that's damn impressive. Do you shave it yourself or do you trim it yourself?
Yeah.
And you've never had a mistake that forced you to just do away with it all?
No.
Very impressive,
No,
man.
I use some clippers and a guard,
Well
usually
done.
just knock it down like a 2 or a 3 length, but I'm going to take it all down, and then I'm going to have just a mustache Mike Maddox style. I'm going to dye that mustache black, so I'll be as Mike Maddox-y as possible.
Soul patch?
Yeah, soul patch.
Yeah.
And then I'm just going to be giving out like gems of pitching advice to people, throughout the day. So if you, work on your cutter, your slider, or maybe get a scouting report on the Diamondbacks hitters, just swing on by the broadcast position tomorrow. We will be at the stadium, rocking the house with you starting at 2 o'clock. Doors should open at 4:30 tomorrow or something. So please do swing by. Okay, Mavs last night, I got to tell you, pretty impressed with the offense, pretty impressed with how they're organizing, getting Luka and Kyrie turns on the ball. I think there's a lot of gold to be harvested there as far as efficient offense. And you can almost play 2 different styles in the half court, one that Kyrie wants and one what Luka wants. And asking a defense to be able to match up with that personnel-wise, but also play in and play out and anticipate who's going to be doing what, how are they going to be attacking us. I think that's just a nightmare for defenses. So offensively, great. Defensively, a lot to be desired. But I'm so excited about Derek Lively. And Grant Williams as well. Grant Williams is the ideal player for today's game. He's a perimeter player and a big somehow at the same time, and can knock down threes. Stronger than hell, So there's going to be a lot of players who are going to hate seeing Grant Williams if they're matching up at the 4, because there's nowhere on the court you can go where he's outgunned. If you want to be strong with him, he's like, cool. My legs are tree trunks, and if you want to take him on the perimeter, somehow he can handle that as well. He's a very unique player, and I love that the Mavs went and got him. But it's really about Lively, isn't it? Yeah. And I think what it comes down to is, give me the next 5 games. I don't even need a double-double. Can you average 10 and 8?
Man.
Can you average 12 and 7? Like, give me good production for another 4 or 5 games. I didn't think he was enough of a dog at Duke to project that he would be athletic and fast and strong enough to compete at NBA level against grown men. But last night was a great step in the right direction against a young San Antonio team. That's my thoughts.
Only Maverick rookie ever to record a 15-10 one-block game and be at least plus 20 in his plus-minus from the floor. Did it in his first game. He's also the first player in NBA history to record 15 and 10 on 85% field goal shooting in their NBA debut. I mean, he was every bit as good, if not stealing the shine away from Wemby last night. That's why everybody tuned in, but it was our rookie, Derek Lively, who I think really put on the better show between the two. Certainly, you saw the flashes of the brilliance from Wemby late in the game, his ability.
Range.
Yeah, I mean, he's a freak in his length, but man, if you can get this from Derek Lively, and maybe Tyson Chandler deserves some credit for this, for working with him this offseason as well, but this could be a dream situation. I think we felt really confident about Grant Williams, type of player. He is exactly what this roster was lacking. The big question was your bigs. They really went ahead and remolded that position. You knew they were going to ask Derek Lively to do a lot. Last night, he answered the call. Can he do that for the remainder of the season?
There's a couple of things real quick that I was noticing myself was I was glad that Wemby got in foul trouble because the way he played down the stretch, if he plays the whole entire game, that game might go another direction. But what I was really, really happy about, Eric, was that last season the Mavericks struggled in those crunch time games. We get to the last 4 minutes of a game, and it was 50-50 whether they were going to be able to survive it or not. Last night, as Gavin was talking about, they looked organized on defense. They got some stops. It looked like a team that's better equipped to handle the end of games, where last year it looked completely chaotic in those situations.
Luka was taking defense very seriously. Maybe that should have been a foul on the steal where he came behind the big.
Yeah.
But they were letting him play.
Well, he said in his post-game presser, right? I mean, in his interview with Cassidy Hubbard of ESPN. I mean, also he dropped the F-bomb in describing Derek Lively, which was amazing and hilarious. But he said, hey, she asked, what was the key down the stretch? He said, defense. Defense. We were locked in. And Luka saying that is a big deal.
Todd. I mean, they did give up 119 to San Antonio, so there is work to be done, but at least they finished great on defense. Time now, live from Shakerton's, to go back into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander has the G-bag of the day.
If you go to a Jay-Z concert, that's when you know Jay-Z's about to start. You hear, you're like, oh, here it goes. Here we go. Hove. Yeah. Here we go, baby. All right,
What's Lil Wayne do before he starts rapping? Doesn't he flick a lighter?
Yeah, it's usually a lighter sound.
Yeah.
Yeah, you hear that.
Iconic.
Ow. And he gets to doing this thing. Our winner and champ of G back of the day so far. What is this? Maybe the third day for this? Baltimore, Tolo Eric.
For 4?
Maybe number 2.
Oh, he's looking
he
for
got voted. Yeah, he got voted yesterday.
Looking for 3.
Yeah, looking for
3. Jesus. All right, Tolo Eric from Baltimore. Heard Broadus talking about all of his gear that he had in the crib, all of his sports memorabilia and paraphernalia that he's got in his crib, and he said he's gonna pull a kick door. That Baltimore just jumped out of him when he heard it,
Hey, yo, if I ain't with Broadus, I would hit a lick on Broadus. I'd run all up in his crib. He got mad yo. Like, Broadus just be on the radio telling people all the he got. Like, fam, we know where you live at, yo. Like, I come up on one of them Mickey Mantle hats and one of them classic-ass Derby cups. It's a couple bands right there around with Broadus.
We ain't finished.
I hope he got that DFW security. Motherfucker snatch his crib like they did that truck. But I Broadus though. He's cool people.
He's cool people.
Man, pastry chef Eric will bring your mom chocolates.
Yes.
Baltimore Eric will kick your door in.
Yeah,
That's right. Yeah.
That's where it was so funny to see him yesterday afterwards. He was just like, he's like, he didn't even know what to say. I'm
That
like,
was
bro,
funny.
I thought you and I, he's like, man, I'm good, man. We're good, right?
Yeah.
We're good, right? I'm like, yeah, we're great. Don't worry about it.
One time, hold on, let me get my vibes right. Cause I'm up in the den. I'm up in the den, y'all. Where's my hazardous duty pay? I come in here, they got Fox News all on this joint. I was like, wow, okay, it's real up in here. I know y'all ain't listening to me, anything I got to say then. I know that's a fact. All right, let's see. You ever heard of Twisted Sister?
Yes.
The band?
The kids are back.
Shoot, yeah.
Dee Snyder.
It's that groove right there on the guitar. Dum, 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 dum. That right there. All right, here we go.
1984, dude. My parachute pants. Walking the bus stop.
Yep. Let's go to Rangers #1 fan, John Renner. He was on Fox 4 with Peyton Yeager. He was out there in Houston for that Game 5 situation. He was super upset. He went viral for it. But they caught up with him after, beating Houston, and he's a happy man again. Listen.
Remember Rangers fan John Renner from Friday night?
That's the most heartbreaking sporting event I've ever attended.
For reals?
Yeah, and the fact that there's so many Astro fans here is disgusting.
Do you have a message for Houston after that game?
Yeah, just remember that Houston can't turn on a shower or a water faucet without people in Dallas flushing our toilets.
Thank you. Fast forward a few days, we met up again. This time, under better circumstances.
It was almost a euphoric feeling knowing that we were going to get to take Houston and crush their soul. Those salty tears are delicious. Couldn't happen to a bigger bunch of jerks.
Yeah.
It's just kind of just mean-spirited. If this guy's married, then his wife is filing for divorce. LOL, how embarrassing. Well, I'm single, so there's no one to be embarrassed but me.
Renner says his 5 minutes of fame is now in the past, and he's focused on a serious matchup against the Diamondbacks.
I think a swimming pool in your ballpark is a very minor league move.
So last time we were here, I asked you about a message for Houston. What is your message for Phoenix?
Snakes, I think historically, are just kind of a symbol of evil. It's biblical. And yeah, the Rangers are coming, and we're going to cut off the head of the snake. But my prediction's Rangers in 6.
Wow. That is quite a report there.
This guy's a beast.
Yeah, shout out to Peyton Yeager for putting that sauce in there. Shout out to Peyton Yeager. She caught up with the man. You talking about a follow-up in journalism. She had a follow-up that was better than the first part.
That's amazing.
Her part 2 was better than part 1.
Let's go, Peyton.
Yeah. And snakes, knowledge. Actually, it's knowledge. It's about knowledge. It's about knowledge. They're not evil. Yeah. I mean, I don't want a snake in my life. I don't want a snake around me, metaphorically and physically. But when it comes to the knowledge of the snake, what would you think is on on the Egyptian pharaohs? They had a snake up here on the top of their thing. It's about knowledge, bro.
Knowledge and energy, I think.
Let's see what else here we got for you, boys.
That's what the Cobra reacts to. That's why those snake charmers can just do whatever they want, because they're super chill and cool and appreciate the snake. Cobra only lash out if you're nervous. What do I got to do to get an interview with Peyton Yeager?
You said super cool and appreciate the snake.
Yeah,
that's all Dwight Howard wanted, by the way. That's all he wanted. That's all he wanted, and it just blew up in his face.
I hear he's a big D-backs fan.
Literally. Let's go to the Yes Network. Michael K, Don LaGreca, Peter Rosenberg. Caller goes. Well, Don LaGreca goes off on a caller. Caller said, "Mad Dog is his elder and needs to be respected."
Why can't we be critical? If he was right here, we could be critical of him.
You didn't respect him. You said
I've lost a lot. I did. I can't lose respect for somebody? I know the guy personally. I lost some respect for him.
That's your elder.
Stop it. He's not my elder. He's my colleague. He's a contemporary. I'm sorry. No, I don't kneel and beg. He's a human being. I don't have to bow down and kneel to anybody, David. Get lost. Go scratch.
Scratch.
Give me a break. They open the door. We kick it down. All right? That was then. This is now. Enough already. Don't sit there and bow down to anybody. I mean, I like him, but I lost some respect for him. Let me ask you this. Why would this deity, this God that we got to pray to, have to do a stupid little college gimmick to get attention? Why? He's Chris Russo. He's God. He floats on air. Why would he have to do something stupid like guarantee he's going to retire and then rescind it immediately like a weakling? Why would he have to do that if he's Christ? Why?
Let's go. I don't mind Don LaGreca this week.
He's
been pretty good. He's been on it, man.
Dude, this guy is impressive. His skill set really knows no bounds. And what was that he said? Go scratch?
Yeah.
I've never heard that before. That's fantastic. That's fantastic, dude. I don't know what it means, but it's provocative.
He sold it well. It's all about the delivery. What do you say, Lucius?
Let's do it.
We're live at Shakerton's. It's time now to vote for the G-Bag of the day. Couple of Tolos over there waiting to pick up their 2023 G-Bag Nation flag. We'd love to see you come out here as well. We have great prizes, and Rally House dropped off some amazing prizes as well. And Shakerton's has an amazing weekend brunch that you need to get affiliated with. Maybe Chiafalo and Broadus could have their much-anticipated brunch off.
Brunch off here?
To decide who knows brunch the best. Is it the pastry chef, Eric? Is it Rangers' #1 fan, John Renner? Or is it Don LaGreca going off on the caller who was caping for the Mad Dog? I'm going to vote for John Renner there with Peyton Yeager. Chief, how about you?
I'm going to rock with the champ.
We're tied at 1. Lucius, what do you say?
Peyton Yeager, Fox 4. John Renner, stand up. Shine time on you, John.
It's 2-1, Wolchuk.
That's tough. Give me the champ.
2-2, Brian.
Champ.
By a score of 3-2. And still your G-Bag Today champion, casing Broadus's house as we speak. It's pastry chef Eric from Baltimore. Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Where are you taking us, buddy?
Yeah, I'm going to take you on a journey to talk about this Rams defense. We'll do that next.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, we get you.
It's Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet, and like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Well, thank you very much, Lucius, and thanks to Shakerton's in Arlington for having us out today. An incredible sports bar for you to come watch the baseball game, the football game, whatever it might be this weekend. Of course, both the hockey and basketball teams playing as well. And right now we have 2023 G-Bag Nation flags. We have Rally House prizing and some great Ranger prizes as well. All you have to do is swing by Shakerton's here in Arlington and pick one up, and you'll be happy. It's the G-Bag Nation here on your home of the American League champion Texas Rangers. Pre-game tomorrow night, 6:30. Here's Broadus with Krusty's Corner.
Thank you very much, General. Hey, Lucius, you were talking about snakes and education and smart and all that stuff. It's on the logo of the medical press.
I've been trying to.
Snakes are on the medical, so doctors.
I'm so
like
glad you said it, because when I say it, I get shot at. But when you say it, they're like, hey, maybe I should Google it and see something.
No, that's right. You know what? It was one of those things when you were saying it, I'm thinking, man, I've seen snakes with smart people before. And I remembered it's on the medical, like the doctor's crest with the snakes, the interlocking snakes. So there you go.
I've had the wrong idea about snakes.
I didn't freestyle that, man. I don't freestyle this stuff. I wouldn't lie on this microphone. I might make a mistake on the microphone, but I'll never lie on it.
Hey, I make a lot of mistakes on this microphone, but they keep me around for some stupid reason.
There's something really cool about them.
So when we get to the Rams here, and by the way, real quick, I got my first meal as a senior today.
Oh, did you?
Yeah,
What'd you have?
I went and had lunch.
Luby's?
And they gave me, like they said, they gave me the senior discount. And I'm like, oh, well, thanks.
Oh, you
but
didn't?
But I walked out.
You went to the Asian buffet, didn't you?
No, I walked out.
How old do people think Brian is?
But that's what I'm saying. On the wall, it said 65 and older.
I know.
And I went.
They just assumed your age?
They assumed I was over 65.
Next, you're going to tell me they assumed your gender. This is ridiculous.
Yeah,
man.
well, I tell
Pisses
you what,
me
I
off.
walked out of there. I was like, I appreciated him doing it. Appreciated it. But then again, I went, it's 65 and older. I go, God, do I look that bad? But anyway.
Great.
All right. Well, speaking of not look bad.
You don't look a day over 62 or 3.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate that. Well, I got a discount. It saved me $4 today.
That's a win, man. Consider that a win.
Shut up. I don't know why I brought it up.
I'm happy for you.
No, you're not.
I wouldn't bring it up, Brian.
No, but was it like IHOP or?
No, it was just down the street. It was. Don't worry about it.
I'm going to go give them a piece of my mind. How dare they insult you?
I was kind of grateful, and then I was sad. All in the same.
Just take it with the grace, right?
Yeah,
That's
Eric's
what
acting like, oh, they gave you $4 off.
We'll go wireless at the World Series tomorrow and see how old people think Brian is.
That would be a good idea.
Great idea.
That's a good idea. And or it could be really,
too.
or
I
it could
might
be
do a
really
sing bet
depressing. Like I could read the fan text. That would be even more depressing when we do that. That's
gonna
a bet payoff.
That's going
by
to
the
be
way.
a good bet payoff when you decide to jump into those.
We only do that on
waters.
Toxic Tuesday. I think we should read text someday. Just like pick the 10 most toxic we've received over the last hour and let people just get a sample.
I tell you
what we endure.
I would. It was another bet payoff. Real quick, I'm going to get these Rams. I promise. Another bet payoff is me lead the show for the 5 hours.
I think that would be classic.
That would
be an all-time G-Bag Nation.
That would be a disaster.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going on record right now and saying that 5 hours would be a disaster for the station. We can't do it. I was thinking, maybe we'll do it at the. No, you can't do it tomorrow.
I think you could kill it. It would just have to be a big football Friday with Cowboys.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you'd
or
have
get
to
a bunch of guests.
You'd have to let Zach prep it.
Yeah.
Well, I think the idea. I think the idea is we would still do our normal, but you would take the role of Dawson, where you're
saying.
bringing it
There's
all
no
in
way.
and out. You don't have to come up with every topic.
this is
idea.
easy. I got the easiest job on the show.
You know, it would be great though
good.
if he does make the show sheet, and it's just like 5 hours of nothing but Cowboys, and I got questions from my guys. And
Ask Brian.
Ask Brian.
A lot of that.
Awesome.
Ask Brian a bunch.
I don't think we can trust a senior citizen with those duties.
No, you can't. Really can't. All right, Aaron Donald's the guy you really kind of need to worry about here.
Pretty soon.
I'm trying to get to this, Dawson. Okay, Aaron Donald. You hear me? Aaron Donald.
AD.
But yeah, I'll tell you this though, and I know I said Aaron Donald first, but I want to start with something different here with the Rams. This secondary, and I'm talking about their corners. Akilo Witherspoon, and then also Deron Kendrick.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to be a little bit of a challenge for the Dallas Cowboys come Sunday.
Boundary corners?
Both boundary corners. Colby Durant is their nickel. And I'm gonna say this in a way, and I'm not trying to oversell this or scare anybody, all that. But these two guys, when you watch them play as a combo package, they're looking at opponents are throwing the ball at them completing about 52% of the time.
Jeez.
So these guys are not, when you start to talk about Witherspoon is one of the top. You mentioned Brand
passer rating against.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing about it is, when you look at Witherspoon, only 44% of the balls thrown his direction get completed. So this is a team that plays a ton of zone coverage, but they don't give you any completions.
Do they bump you?
No. It's like their zone. It's 77% zone, but you run into them, and then they're able to adjust once you're into their area. Now, the problem that they struggle with, Colby Durant is the nickel, and he is kind of a thinly built guy. So what happens is, though, he's got really good quickness, good feet, but he's kind of like a slight, thinly built guy. So people take advantage of him a little bit. He's the one guy in this secondary that you can complete passes on. But that's only right about a 64% clip. So you got two corners, like I say, in Witherspoon and Kendrick, that can cover playing zone. Dallas might think about, okay, how do you attack this group? Maybe it's with Cooks or Lamb playing in that slot. Mm-hmm. Because on the outside, Witherspoon and Kendrick are gonna match you up pretty well in this football game. This is one of the better, when it was corner, I'm saying, damn, they play a lot of zone coverage. But then you watch, they've only given up 4 touchdown passes all year.
Is it exotic zones, or is it,
no,
it's pretty basic?
It's pretty basic what they do. It's like they'll play a little bit of the 2 deep, and then they'll play a little single high. The single high is a little bit more man. But these guys, usually you think zone, they're going to, routes are going to happen in front of them, and they're going to give it up. No, they're driving on the ball. They're making pass defenses, or that you're into their area on the out, and they're running with you because you're in their zone now. So I don't know. Prescott usually thrives when it's a zone defense.
Especially this year.
Yeah,
his numbers are really good.
Because the Jets did that. We talked about the Jets corners and how they played a lot of zone, and Dak ate that thing up.
He did.
So we'll see if you're gonna attack somebody, I think Witherspoon, Kendrick, kind of stay away from. Maybe the nickel Durant is the guy to work on there, because he's the guy I kind of feel like that he could have a little some problems.
Did you notice with Kendrick? Because the one thing I've remembered about him, he can be a guy that'll get flagged for some holding. He can be a little aggressive.
But he's such a smooth athlete, and I think that the smoothness actually is. And when you watch him play, like when he was in college, there was a lot of that gravitas. But here, because of how good of an athlete he is, he's able not to have to grab as much. But he was a really good. I thought he was a really good press man corner in college.
Runs really well.
But he plays so much zone now that he's getting comfortable doing that. So just keep an eye on these corners. The nickel might be the guy that you want to try and go after. All right, we know about Aaron Donald. He's going to play wide technique. He's usually a 3 or that under tackle. He's going to line up closer to a 4, so he's going to be a little wider. When I mean 4, usually a 3 is on the outside shoulder. He's going to be more in the gap between the tackle and the guard, and they do that so they can get him on the move. This is a front that likes to slant. So with how they stop your running game, they give you about 4 yards a carry, a little more than 4 yards a carry. But they like to slant the front to your strength. Let's see if Dallas could take advantage of that. The Cowboys have problems when teams move the front a little bit on them and run twist games is another. And that's the thing that the Rams, when they rush the passer, that's what they do with Aaron Donald. And then they got this Byron Young from Tennessee, University of Tennessee, who was an outside linebacker, really an edge in college. He could stand up. He could put his hand down. He's a legitimate pass rusher. So now you got Donald, Young, and they have this guy Michael Hoyt that is a kind of a linebacker. He's opposite. They play a 3-4 front, so he's opposite Young. So they've got 3 legitimate pass rushers on this team, and they like to move the front. They slant the front away, or they slant it to the strength. They run twist games. Dallas has had some problems when teams have moved the front and then also run games because they haven't passed off the stunts as cleanly as they have in the past. So how you deal with this defensive line, Aaron Donald especially, and then Byron Young. He's a rookie. He's another guy I think the Cowboys are going to have to account for in this football game.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank
Brought
you.
us with Krusty's Corner every afternoon at 2:40. He's been all over the slanted front since day one here for you in the G-Bag Nation on your home of the American League champion Texas Rangers. We're just right down the street from the yard here at Shakerton's in Arlington. And, I just found out that that brunch, Chief, kids 5 and under eat free.
Hello. Game changer.
Road trip, baby. We'll be there all the time. Every Saturday and Sunday, 10 to 2, $20 for adults, $12 ages 6 to 12. And, you heard right, 5 and under eating free here at Shakerton's. Okay, but today it's all about Flagtober 2023. We have prizes from Rally House. We have Ranger prizes that we brought from the station. And we'd love to see you here at Shakerton's in their Arlington location. Former Rams player, now part of their radio broadcast as an analyst, DeMarco Farr joins you next right here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Thanks to our Tolos. Those are our... From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and we are live at Shakerton's in Arlington. 5 DFW locations: Colony, Allen, Prosper, Dallas, and now this spot right here, right down the street from AT&T and the Globe. A great place to watch the Rangers, and we have some great Rangers prizes for you. A lot going on in the world of sports. Holy cow. Mavs won last night. Cowboys and Rams Sunday. World Series tomorrow. By the way, the Stars are 4-0-1.
Right.
Host Toronto tonight,
Big
one of the
game
best
tonight.
teams in hockey. And I think if the Stars win, it'll be their best start in franchise history or tie their best start in franchise history. Either way, it's a dominating time right now in DFW sport. And we want some help previewing this Cowboys-Rams game, which will be Sunday at noon right here on The Fan. And joining us now is a former Rams player. He is now part of the broadcast team as an analyst. Was a Ram from 94 to 2000, Super Bowl champion with the greatest show on turf. And then he started broadcasting. You saw him on the best damn sports show, period. Remember that on Fox Sports?
Sure do.
And he's just been broadcasting since then. And he joins us now here, DeMarco Farr here on 105.3 The Fan. Good afternoon, sir. How you doing?
Afternoon. Yeah, I was frequent fodder for Tom Arnold on that show.
Man, that show was a riot, though. I forget all the guys, John Sadler, but it seemed like you guys were having so much fun.
Oh, my God. I learned so much about baseball and about life just sitting next to John Kruk. We had such a great time, really. John Sally was awesome. It was a great introduction into the media, joining that right after I retired. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it was sort of ahead of its time as far as being a little bit more of a relaxed and banter and a debate and having fun type of deal. I mean, it was definitely made a huge impression on me as I was watching and participating in sports media. I always think fondly of those times, DeMarco, but of course right now we're talking Cowboys-Rams with you. And at 3-4, I'm trying to figure out how good are these Rams right now?
You know, I think they're trying to figure out how good they are. I know they have one of the better quarterbacks in the National Football League, Matthew Stafford. I mean, he is absolutely phenomenal. He can make all the throws. He can get it to anywhere, from anywhere. Played his guts out last week. It's just a shame you didn't come away with a victory. So there's no way you could tell me that the LA Rams aren't better than the Pittsburgh Steelers, except that Pittsburgh left with a W. So it's just one of those things that stays with you, but they're still trying to figure out how good they can be and putting together a both sides of the football, all 3 phases coming together for 4 straight quarters. Haven't had it this year.
How's that offensive line right now? I remember last year when we matched up with the Rams, they were pretty banged up front. Has that been corrected at all? How are they playing?
Pretty solid, yeah. Alaric Jackson has come in. He's kind of held down that left tackle spot. That was an area of contention there. Kevin Dotson. They made a trade with the Steelers to get Kevin Dotson, plugged him in at right guard, and let me tell you, they went from wide zone to a downhill running football team overnight. I mean, they went from tall guys, athletic that can get out on the edge, to a bunch of road graders overnight, and they really took it to Pittsburgh up the gut running the football. Just couldn't finish, couldn't get the win, but man, have they really been running the football downhill.
DeMarco, it seems like, though, that with Cooper Kupp being out and Nakua, they find him, man, it looks like it's completely strengthened the 11 personnel attack that you guys could throw out there.
Yeah, Puka Nakua has been a revelation, but they've kind of known that since training camp. They kind of kept him in ice. He would practice but would not play, so they told us he was going to be a big part of the offense. We were expecting more of a Robert Woods type player, a guy that you can give it to on end arounds. You use him in the run game, and he'd catch whatever Cooper Kupp left on the field. But then Cooper Kupp gets hurt, and Puka Nakua steps forward and becomes the number 1 option. So he has really been a tremendous player for Matthew Stafford and this offense. Now, if we can get Cooper Kupp and Puka Nakua going at the same time, you've really got something going on offense.
All right, other than Aaron Donald versus Zach Martin, what's the matchup you're most excited about?
Wow. Micah Parsons versus everybody. We had this discussion. Our play-by-play man, J.B. Long, and I love him to death. he is more afraid of your pass rush, of the Dallas pass rush, than the Pittsburgh Steelers. And I said, I'm more afraid of Micah Parsons than I am of the Pittsburgh pass rush, because that guy can beat you from anywhere, and he's an absolute nightmare. So that matchup scares me. Anybody that's covering CeeDee Lamb at this point, I think you might have an issue there. You're getting good pass rush. You're not getting a lot of sacks, but Aaron Donald is still winning his one-on-one. But the problem is the ball's getting out, and they're making completions. That's what happened at the end of the Pittsburgh game. So anybody in a Rams uniform that's covering a Dallas receiver gives me nightmares right now.
Well, I'll tell you what, though, DeMarc, when you watch your tape, though, I see Witherspoon and Kendrick, even as much zone coverage as you guys play, they seem to be okay. The slot seems to be the issues of where you guys are having some of your problems.
Oh, there was a big problem with the slot definitely last week at SoFi. But, Ahkello Witherspoon is having a heck of a year. He is very opportunistic, reminds me of Marcus Peters. He's a guy you just kind of get lost in the shuffle, you kind of forget about, and then all of a sudden he jumps in front of you and makes a big play. But there's been some issues towards the end of games where you need to get out, and receivers are making catches down the field. Kendrick, too. Kendrick is a guy that he's kind of like Maverick from Top Gun. He flies by the seat of his pants. He's a tough guy. I love him. I love his swag. But every now and then it becomes an issue in the back end. But the pressure's there. If you can get some coverage to go with that pressure, you might have a chance to get off the field in Dallas.
It's DeMarco Farr here with you from Rams Radio on 105.3 The Fan. We saw Brett Maher miss 4 PATs last year in the wild card round. How desperate were you guys at kicker to have to bring him in for the first 6 games?
Man, I thought he was okay. I really did. I mean, there was nothing but confidence in Maher until there wasn't. So it is what it is with place kickers. And that was a game where you absolutely should have had it. Missed 2 field goals, and I think the extra point was the one that really kind of drove that home. And kind of some bad body language, the wrong signals to send to a coach like McVay, so you have to make a move there. But I would think now when you make a move at place kicker, that's going to change your play calling. You will probably be going for it more on 4th down than you thought you would have to.
How are fans looking at McVay, or how are you looking at McVay? Do you still feel like he's at the top of his game and a guy that gives his team a chance or an advantage in places on game days?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. He just became a father. He and his wife, they just had their son last night, so tremendous. We've watched him grow from the youngest coach in the NFL to Super Bowl champion, now to father. Absolutely. Ultra competitive, prepares as hard or harder than anyone. He wants to win badly, and he's still the same guy. He can talk to the 14-year vet and the rookie with similar passion and get the best out of them. So, tremendous head coach, and there's a lot left for him to do.
DeMarco, as a former defensive lineman, it looks like to me you guys found one in Byron Young playing for the rookie from Tennessee. Talk about how he's developed there through the first half of the season for you guys.
He's a 4.3 guy. I mean, he's got speed. He's off the edge. I'll go back to the Philadelphia game when Jalen Hurts was just running all over the field and exploiting the defense and, keeping plays alive. The only edge guy that could actually catch him was Byron Young. So he's the guy that's getting nothing but better. Same with Puka Nacua. He was handed the job right after the draft. So he's taken every single rep in practice. He's taken all the game reps. So he's getting nothing but better. He's the guy you want him off the bus first. I mean, man, does he look good. He really does as an athlete. And as a pass rusher, he's starting to learn when to pick your spots and when to go. So he follows Aaron Donald around in practice. It's funny. Aaron gets sick of him asking questions, but the guy just will not stop. He wants to get better. He has a desire to get better as a pass rusher.
Kyron Williams was playing really well before he got banged up. Should we expect a heavy dose of Royce Freeman, or what's the order of operations in the backfield?
It's funny. I just left the Rams facility, and I saw Kyron Williams. The last time I saw him, it was right after the game, and he was in a boot, and he had one of those little carts where you kind of kneel yourself around.
Yeah.
So I'm like, oh, my God, I thought you were healthy, and now he's out. And then I just saw him again, and he's walking. So he's getting closer to healthy. But Darrell Henderson is a guy that used to be here. His first carry, he was on the couch for a year. His first carry for the Rams went for 15. really carried it well. And Royce Freeman was an absolute hammer. So I would think you'd see more of those two than anyone else running the football for the Rams this Sunday.
Yeah, DeMarco, how did they together, they had 120 yards rushing against the Steelers. Usually we think about the Steelers and their front seven. How were they able to navigate that last week?
Short answer is Cam Hayward was not there. But the long answer goes back to what you were talking about with the offensive line. Bigger, stronger, faster. I mean, this carried over from Philadelphia to Arizona to Pittsburgh. I mean, they have been getting nothing but better up front and more physical up front. They're leaning on guys. And Sean McVay can call plays off that and throw off play action. Matthew Stafford knows how to play with a running game. So they're really doing a fantastic job of, knowing who to get and how to get them, and then running the ball physically behind that, and then throwing off that to Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp.
How worried would you be as a player if you're going up against Dak Prescott in this offense this week? What do you think of it so far to this point in the year?
I kind of like Dallas. Dallas is still they're still running the football. They're not having a ton of success doing it, but they're still trying it. So Dak Prescott, I think they're asking a lot. They run it on first down, run it on second down, and ask Dak to bail them out on third down. So it seems like if you get pressure on Dak, zone coverage seems to be an issue with him. So if you can get pressure on him, perhaps you can get him to throw it to you, or you can at least get them off the field enough to get your offense on it. So, but I still think Dak Prescott is one of the elite. Until he shows me otherwise, he's the guy that you have to really worry about if you're the Rams on defense.
How much would he benefit from playing for a coach like McVay or Shanahan or one of the better ones? And to that point, does McVay have any more assistants trained up that are ready to go be a head coach of a team maybe next year?
Yes, you can't have them. Not at all. You can't have them.
Share, come on, please.
Well, DeMarco, we appreciate you so much for your insights. Is there anything else about this game, this matchup, that you'd like to let us know before we let you go?
No, look, I went on record and said this is a must-win. It really is. The trade deadline's coming up. You're 3-4. You have to come back from Dallas with a W. You have to keep this thing going. You really do. Matthew Stafford, Aaron Donald, the Super Bowl champions, your leaders are still here. If you come back from Dallas with an L, things can change in a hurry. So I think you've got to get this done if you're the LA Rams.
Well, Dallas eliminated one recent champions run a couple of nights ago in baseball. Maybe they'll make it 2 for 2 this week against the Rams.
We'll see. That's why they put them on the schedule. We'll see what happens.
DeMarco, do you think this could literally be a one of those games where you figure out whether or not you're going to be buyers or sellers at the trade deadline? Like the win or loss sort of determines that?
I think it's a real factor. I really do. Another loss, a loss in conference, a loss to Dallas could change a lot. That could change a lot of minds. It is what it is. A lot of teams are kind of on this same bubble. That's why, and this all starts because you dropped one to Pittsburgh that you should have had. So you have to go down to Dallas with this mentality. We have to get this win to keep us alive. If not, that opens the door for option B and option C.
DeMarco, last one for me. Talking about being buyers and sellers, I think we were all loving what the Rams did, being so aggressive a couple of years ago when they went and won their Super Bowl. We'd like the Cowboys to kind of replicate that a little bit from a front office standpoint. The fallback on that is, okay, if you go ahead and do that, then you'll be in salary cap hell, and then you're going to face those repercussions. Do you feel like the Rams are facing any of that after being so aggressive a couple of years ago?
Look, it worked out. You got the W. You won a Super Bowl in your hometown. I mean, look, no one's ever going to say that was the wrong move, but there are consequences to that. But as long as you have that guy at quarterback, your number one guy, your most important asset is your best player, your quarterback, then go ahead and do it. But if not, you're going to have issues. And it does kind of suck when every draft comes around and you're not really involved in the first round. But it is what it is. I wouldn't trade anything. I wouldn't, if I had a do-over, I wouldn't change a single thing. Winning that Super Bowl was everything to the LA Rams. But there are repercussions to going all in and trading for a Super Bowl contending football team in a season.
Thanks for your time, DeMarco. Enjoy the game, and we'd love to catch up with you next time.
Definitely, guys. Talk to you soon.
Cheers. DeMarco Farr, Rams Radio with you here on 105 through the Fan as we broadcast live in Shakerton's Arlington location. A lot of great prizes and 2023 G-Bag Nation flags. You should come on out, maybe watch the hockey game tonight, the baseball game tomorrow. Shakerton's now 5 DFW locations. It's the place to be. I think Chiafalo's emo Jimmy Butler is worth showing up for as well. You can get a look at that at 105thefan.com, Twitch, or YouTube. And it seems like the Tolos are just bringing you an absolute buffet of beverages. This might be drinking emo Jimmy Butler here before too long.
Yeah, man, we're swimming in the Miller Lite. It looks like we're about to be swimming in the Fireball. Walchuk just gave me the look like we're doing this Fireball thing together. So
yeah, I'm going to do it, man. I'm drinking my meals, of course. I got a big weigh-in tomorrow, so I'm probably going to have one of these shots. Then I'm going to be a little loose. So this could go a lot of different ways.
Maybe Chiafalo will get hammered. We'll break out the wireless mic. That could get real fun.
Oh, yes, I'm in.
That's how they do it here at Shakerton's, though. It's always a good time to be had. And the broadcast continues with a trip around the rim. We'll get you some of the top basketball news as the NBA is off and running, including a Mavs victory last night. It's coming up next year on The Fan.
One of the G-Bag's hottest segments, LA Live.
American League champion Texas Rangers. Talking with the Cowboys superfan Tattoo Mark over here at the break. He's very passionate about this team.
He loves this football team.
I don't know if he's going to like this news that Brian has.
No, Michael Gelkin was first to report this, that Tyron Smith is on the injury report with a neck issue.
Jeez.
Yeah, and this is a stinger.
Coming off a bye?
Yeah.
a stinger?
How'd you get hurt on your bye week?
Happened in practice.
It must have happened to him in practice, but yeah, they added to the injury report with a neck, but it's actually a stinger. So we're really not sure. We're kind of in that mode now where tomorrow's Friday, Saturday, and then a game. So it'll probably be close on Tyron Smith this week. Adoga filled in, pretty well for him when given the opportunity, but. Here's another Thursday. Here's another starter. Here's another injury with your football team. But he's dealing with a stinger, and that's something that's slowed him down in the past before. It's that where it robs him a little bit of that strength.
Yeah.
So it'll keep your eyes open for this one the next couple of days if they can get him right for it.
Is this? And I can't believe I'm saying this, right? Tyron Smith, one of the best all-time Cowboys.
Be
future
careful.
Hall of Famer.
Be careful. I care about you.
But Tyler, I think we agree, better at tackle.
Are you going to call Tyron a progress stopper?
Well, I mean, I think that we all kind of were feeling as though the move should be made that they do put Tyler out there at left tackle. You'd love to have Tyron back healthy, but could this end up maybe being a better thing for Tyler Smith kicking back out to left tackle and Adoga, the strength that he played with at guard?
Yeah, Adoga struggled the last the last couple of games. He really had a great game, I felt like, against the Patriots.
Yeah, when he played guard, right?
And then, the 49ers will mess you up a little bit, and then, pre-bye, the Chargers got after him a little bit there as well. I've kind of always felt like that his best position was tackle, but they don't care what I said. 2005 was the last time they cared what I say about him. But I think they're going to go with Adoga. They've done it in the past. And
just leave Tyler at guard?
Just leave Tyler at guard and not try and move him around a bunch.
Well, I think I'm going to pick the Rams. We'll talk about that a little bit more. Obviously, we got a lot of baseball content coming up as we're live at Shakerton's in Arlington. Come get your 2023 G-Bag Nation flag and enjoy a little trip around the rim here with the Chief.
Yes, sir. For the first time in Shakerton's history, we cut the lights out. We put the kids to bed. The G-Bag Nation is going all 56 inches around that rim.
All right. Rain dance.
Rain dance.
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
Always a special occasion when emo Jimmy Butler gets involved in a rim sesh. There was a reporter who covers the Miami Heat a few, weeks ago when Jimmy Butler pulled his bid off on Media Day. He literally said there was 98.6. He reported. It was Michael Wallace, covers the Heat. Says there's 98.6% of members of the Heat organization despised what Jimmy Butler did that day.
Really?
Now, that doesn't surprise me. I don't imagine Pat Riley opens up the media pamphlet and sees that Jimmy Butler emo photo and is met with oh yeah, this is awesome. I'm really glad my guy is doing this. Old school Pat Riley is not feeling that way, but 98.6 was the number reported. So I don't know how he got to that number, but that's a journalist who means business. Facts are facts. He didn't round up to 99. He didn't round up to 100. He didn't say many members. He went with the boom. 98.6% of the members of the Heat organization couldn't stand Jimmy Butler that day.
What's the average body temperature of a human?
98.6.
98.6.
Standard human body temperature.
Yeah,
I bet he was taking his kid's temp that morning.
Yeah, he went human body temperature.
Threw that number out there.
Just making crap up.
I absolutely did.
Taking a page out of your book.
The number of people that were offended by that, I'm sure, in real life could be counted on one hand.
We all thought it was highly
loved
entertaining.
it.
Yeah.
Yes. Media day sucks. Media guides suck. If Jimmy Butler wants to go emo or do whatever bit, he's improving it.
Amen. Yeah. And I love, now that the season's underway, we've gotten some preseason and the regular season is now upon us. You've seen screenshots go around Twitter of when they put the lineups up before the game and everybody's face, and it's the emo Jimmy Butler face right there when it's right before a Heat game. So it's pretty nice that's going around, and they're actually using it. We'll see how long they actually use it, because last year when he did his dreadlock bit, they halfway through the season they were like, all right, we're not gonna do this anymore.
They used
we're
his
just gonna,
video game one?
Yeah, they used his 2K,
Yeah.
which I'm like, why wouldn't you just go to the previous years? Why do you have to use the 2K? But either way, it doesn't matter, because the Dallas Mavericks are 1-0, and they took down the rival San Antonio Spurs. What a week! I mean, to be able to,
Let's go.
to end the dynasty of the Houston Astros and dominate them, and then to just start 1-0 versus the Spurs in their house, and that felt like a Game 7, biggest game of their lives last night. Right before the game, when you're watching, and it's like, okay, we're going to black this thing out. Everybody's got their cell phones. We're going nuts. And it's all because of Wemby, and of course. But, like, if you didn't know, you'd be like, this is a playoff game.
Well, they've been
They're
waiting.
treating it like a playoff game.
Spurs have stunk for a couple of years. They've been waiting for a moment like this to have something to celebrate, and I'm glad Derek Lively ruined it.
Yes, he absolutely did. The rookie, Derek Lively, 16 points, 10 boards, 87% from the field. What was he, plus 20?
Yeah, he was.
Plus 20. I mean, he was active.
I'm telling you, man.
Very active.
Long,
He's
athletic.
catching alley-oops.
Yes, put to the put. I love the putback dunks.
Yeah.
When your guy misses it and he's like, don't worry, I got your
here.
back.
I'm here.
And then he just, boom, with the flush.
Well, and then the little give and go that you had with Luka and him, they looked like they were on the same page. I love the way they closed it out with Kyrie, who was the best fourth quarter player in the NBA. Luka was willing to play off ball. It was beautiful.
You know, I think my biggest takeaway of the night was just how impressed Luka seemed to be with his young big. And not only after the game talking glowingly, but also during the game when it was like, okay, here's a stoppage, and Luka's talking to him, and he's patting him like, no, you're the man. Like, he's saying, like, Derek Lively's like, hey, that was on me,
Mooney!
or whatever it was. But it was, okay, we got the Michigan man, Mooney the mayor, in the building.
Somebody take his phone. He might be photographing what's going on here.
Hey, he's wearing a Woodson jersey. Show him
on
respect.
strike right now, Mooney?
Yeah, Mooney is filming this show right now, and he's going to send it back to Harbaugh. Get ready. We're going to see it. Yeah.
So, for me,
is that lip thing bothering you a little bit?
I'll tell you what. I don't know what's more annoying, the lip ring
or
the hair in my eye. But they're both troubling.
But you got to leave the hair there because the look is simply
That's the
outstanding.
payoff.
You are crushing this today.
That's the point of the payoff, man. It's got to be uncomfortable. It's got to be uncomfortable.
It's uncomfortable for me just looking at you.
I know. I feel
You
bad.
did, like during Krusty's
feel
corner,
bad.
you were looking at me about it, and I was like, I wasn't even sure to make eye contact. I just
It's hilarious.
I'm going to look at it.
It is
fantastic.
hilarious.
I'm glad you guys are suffering a little bit along with me here. But there is no suffering at Shakerton's. This
No,
place is
no
kick-ass.
suffering.
We're having a blast. The pizza's phenomenal. The beer's even
How's
better.
the alcohol?
How about the fireball?
The alcohol's good.
How
man.
about that fireball?
Now I'm
Chuck?
zooming. Now I'm on one. Let's get some more.
Zooming like Derek Lively and the Mavs were last night. And, I mean, how about that? Where Derek Lively's the headliner when Luka Doncic had a 30-plus point triple-double.
Yeah.
I mean, my dear God.
Yep.
And he had a bagel in the box score when it came to bitching at the refs and not getting back on defense.
It's funny. I was listening to the game while I was watching Rams tape, and Chuck Cooperstein, every time there was a foul, he would make mention of that. He said, well, Luka's just going down the court. No complaining here. No complaining.
No complaining.
Need 81 more of these. Just is all we need. Everybody was kind of aware of that. For sure.
It was a great start in a lot of ways. I think at one point, Lively even went over the back. There was no call, but he like mossed a dude. Like, give me that ball. I'm like, who is this guy?
Yeah.
And I'll say this: whatever scout front office guy decided we got to get this dude after watching the Duke tape. I don't know what his workout was like, but I saw a beta. They were like, no, this is actually an alpha. He looks like a beta right now. He looks like he couldn't even beat 20-year-olds, and now he's out here.
I blame Duke's coach. They clearly weren't using him right.
Well, see, this is where, because, like, if you listen to what Heggy's a huge Duke fan, and Heggy wasn't too, fired up about.
Was iffy.
Yeah, Heggy watches every game, and then when he's talking about him, it wasn't like in glowing terms. So,
well, this is why they're our baseball show of record, not our basketball show.
Well, I tell you what, though, I
tell that to Baskey.
Hey, if you're watching the games every day, I mean, I'm gonna believe what you're saying.
When you have 2-point guards like Luka and Kyrie, I think it opens up things for Lively very significantly.
For sure. There's something to playing
Grant
with two.
Williams was good, too.
Yeah, Grant Williams
was fantastic.
Grant Williams is getting a bunch of open looks, and I saw it was like Grant Williams had only a couple of games throughout his entire Boston Celtics career where he was afforded the opportunity for like upwards of 5 corner threes. Last night he had 6.
Well, he's playing with the best in the league. It's setting him up. So I'm
No
with you, man.
question.
That's going to be a fantastic thing this year to watch because Tatum and Brown were able to get him involved in that way.
What about Hardaway last night?
First half was brilliant, and we need him, like I said, to keep that going because THJ to me is a big-time trade piece.
The problem with THJ is he can never keep it going.
He's streaky as hell.
He's as streaky as it gets.
So you're taking the Gavin approach is play as well as you can so we can trade you.
Yes, and I believe that
Gavin's
the
guy
Mavericks would love that.
Porzingis had a run last night too, by the way.
Well,
Just wanna let
Boston
you know that,
fans
man.
enjoy that today because how many of those KP games are they going to be getting, Gavin?
Probably 45 or so, maybe 50. For the year. You keep your fingers crossed he's healthy for the playoffs.
But he
Mavs
was
couldn't
damn
get him
good
healthy
last
for the playoffs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it'll be
Gavin
interesting
wanted
to
to
see if
get
they can
rid
make
of
that
him,
work. I think them going away from Smart and Grant Williams, I think there's a price to be paid for that.
I agree. I don't think they're going to be as good. I think they're going to regress.
Who knows, though? Maybe they make it work.
Maybe.
Yeah. I mean, the toughness factor in Boston. I mean, we had Boston Nick in here earlier, big-time Tolo, big-time Ranger fan, hyped up right now. And I was like, dude, how about your guy Porzingis? And he was like, nah, I'm not buying it.
Yeah, that's a smart basketball fan right there.
But by the way, it was Iztok Franco, by the way.
30 points last night.
No, it was, hey, listen, the unicorn, man. He'll give you one of those. And
you
it was
watched him here in Dallas, right?
Yeah, I did.
He'd give you a couple of those.
Yeah.
But the problem is he just plays half the year.
We have so much more NBA stuff to get to, and we'll dip into some more in the hodgepodge, but I just wanted to clarify that Grant Williams nugget, and it speaks to the dominance of playing next to two Hall of Fame offensive talents that are, some of the best we've ever seen in the sport in Luka and Kyrie. In 288 games with Boston, Grant Williams had only 2 games with more than 5 corner 3 attempts. Last night, he had 6. This is just scratching the surface. What Luka and Kyrie are able to do offensively and making everyone around them better. And the question was just how much better? Well, with Derek Lively, it seems like tenfold better. With Grant Williams, it seems like considerably better. And he's 4 of 8 from downtown. And and part of that's because, he's getting open looks from the most efficient shot on the court, which is the corner 3.
And he really muscled the rookie on several moments in the game. You felt Wembanyama was knocked off balance, made to feel uncomfortable. I think what he does defensively is even better, I think, because you lose Bullock and Dorian Finney-Smith from last year's team. You're replacing them with different guys, but I think Grant Williams not only gives you the offense and the corner 3 looks of those dudes, but a better, more versatile defender. And the guy can actually dribble and pass. I mean, he's like a full-on basketball player, and I think that's one of the most exciting things about this Mavs team is they finally got out of this mold where they thought they could get guys that just shot threes and played defense, or they could make Dwight Powell somehow because he could screen and roll to the rim really well in the regular season. Like that was going to be enough to make him a great NBA player, right? And they made massive mistakes. But dang it, I think they're on the road to recovery, and that's probably way premature. But between the rookie and Grant Williams, they're actually finding full basketball players now who can perform with a vast skill set on both ends of the floor. Novel concept.
No more one-trick ponies.
No more one-trick ponies, yes.
Oh, man. It's amazing. You have more ball handlers now. That was always an issue with the Mavs, right? It was like you got Luka and nobody else. Everybody just catch and shoot.
Yeah. Thank you, Tyson Chandler, for putting some alpha and some toughness into our guy, Derek Lively. I think that helped a little bit.
He's doing good work there. So is Wolchuk, and the NFL news of the day comes most days at 3 o'clock, but today we had DeMarco Farr on, the Rams radio analyst, if you want to go back and listen to that. We're live at Shakerton's in Arlington with Ranger prizes and 2023 G-Bag Nation flags, plus some goodies from Rally House if maybe you want to win a gift card and go shopping. Where are you taking us next, Wolchuk?
Tua is not happy about this, and we got some awkwardness from RG3 talking about Joe Flacco and Lamar Jackson. That's next.
I got to chat Frankles with you, though, before I do anything else, because if you're hurt in an accident and it's not
get started, download the Odyssey app today. That's AUDACY. And search for KRLD. Available for Dallas-Fort Worth listeners only.
From G-Bag Nation's Eric Chiafalo getting in trouble sitting on the players' couch in spring training.
No one told me I couldn't. No one told me.
To Jared Sandler beginning the Creed craze.
And singing, can you take me higher?
Nobody brings you Rangers coverage, Tolos, like 105.3 The Fan.
It's Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet, and like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find the roads.
Well, thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Just posted on Twitter at G-Bag Nation. Picture of us hanging here at Shakerton's in Arlington, having a time. And it is time now for the NFL news of the day. Here he is, Zach Wolchuk.
Thank you very much. We got Bucks and Bills tonight for Thursday Night Football, and Baker Mayfield was dealing with a knee injury. Leading up to tonight's game, he said it was going to be pain tolerance, and his movement would be the reasoning as to if he'd be able to play or not. But he is expected to go tonight with that knee injury, as he was listed as questionable, as was one of his favorite targets, wide receiver Chris Godwin. He was listed as questionable with a neck injury. He should be good to go. Now, Vita Vea will be a true game-time decision with a groin injury, according to Tom Pelissero and Mike Garafolo. So some injuries there for the Bucs as they play the Bills in what has now become a big-time game for the Bills. As they dropped one last week to the Patriots, you're going to have to do a bet payoff, I know, tomorrow, Brian, for that. But, I mean, these are two teams now that are sitting with opportunities to win their division. This is a big Thursday Night Football game, but I think more important for Buffalo, certainly.
Yeah, and Buffalo, the problem that Buffalo is running into right now is all of a sudden the Jets are 3-3 coming off a bye. And so
they're not going away.
And the Jets play the Giants at the Meadowlands.
They do.
Home game for both teams there. But, man, if you're Buffalo, you started off as, 2-3 weeks ago we were saying, well, who are the better teams in the National Football League? And Buffalo was one of those names you automatically threw in there. But if their quarterback continues to turn the ball over and make mistakes, they don't score a lot of points in the first half of games. I mean, they boat raced the Dolphins, but since then they have not done anything
on
offense. And those interceptions are troubling the way that he's throwing them.
They are. But you're right about the injuries, Eric, specifically defensively.
Defensively, yeah, that's a huge nightmare for them right now. And Milano, their linebacker, was one of the better ones in the league, and now they're paying the price for him not being on the field for sure.
Yeah, and Tre'Davious White, certainly, no doubt. David Montgomery for the Lions expected to miss this week as well. He was out last week. Jahmyr Gibbs, their rookie out of Alabama, who they took in the first round, handled the majority of the touches for them, so expect that again. Now, today, we got news on Tyreek Hill. He didn't practice yesterday. He's got that hip injury. Eric told us that during Football's Finest. He told reporters today he's fine. He's planning on playing on Sunday for the Miami Dolphins.
That's a quick recovery.
That's good news for Tyreek Hill.
I mean, my goodness. They go from Ian Rappaport saying, like, fair chance or whatever it was, like, he's not going to play. You had Tua saying something of, like, yeah, we'll get Tyreek. We'll get him back down the line, like he'll return down the line. And it was like, oh, okay.
Sounded like he's out, right?
That feels a little ominous, like he might miss extended time, maybe not even just this upcoming week. And now he's back at practice. He's donning a Fu Manchu, is Tyreek Hill.
Oh, that's a good look.
And he said he was just looking for some attention. He said his mom hasn't talked to him in a few weeks. And he said he's looking for some attention.
Mom, I miss you. Come on,
don't know.
Give me some love here.
That's another guy, though, that's like cut from the Jimmy Butler cloth a little bit of like would do some bits.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Well, in fact, the guy that this happened like a couple weeks ago, but the guy, he was trying to throw his mom that touchdown ball in the end zone, and somebody intercepted it, and then people were yelling, no, that's his mom behind him, that's his mom. And he said, and he gave him back. He ended up going back and finding that gentleman, showed up and surprised him one day while he was at work, and gave him a bunch of signed autograph stuff.
But it didn't look like initially the guy was going to give the ball up.
He wasn't going to until everybody yelled at him and said, that's his mom.
He cradled it, and everybody was yelling at him, and he wasn't moving.
He was going to keep that ball.
Yeah,
and then he realized the situation.
Bro, you can't do that.
No doubt. All right, sticking with the Dolphins here.
Some
the Dolphins
balls you just can't keep.
The Dolphins.
Don't tell Dwight Howard.
Yeah, that's
ball,
true.
You gotta be careful.
Dwight's certainly one that's going to keep all the balls.
We actually have an exclusive. We're going to hear from Dwight Howard later on in the program.
Oh, I cannot wait for that. So the Dolphins are on the in-season version of Hard Knocks, which they had started doing last year.
What's
They
that
did it
called?
with the Colts. It's just called Hard Knocks.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
same thing. But
I haven't
Tua,
watched it since we were on it.
Tua is not thrilled about this. In fact, he was asked at the podium by reporters, and he didn't really even have a great answer as to how he felt because he's that put off by being on the in-season Hard Knocks. Here's Tua.
It was. That's probably my reaction. Yeah, that just like that's. I have no control over that. So that was probably necessarily not the best body language I've had in a team meeting as it was being introduced to us that we were going to be on Hard Knocks.
So he's not happy about it. You also had Xavier Howard, their corner, formerly of Baylor, said Hard Knocks is bleep, especially during the season. No, I'm serious. I'm not a fan. To reporters earlier as well. So the Dolphins not happy about being in season Hard Knocks. And this happens after the offseason. Jets didn't want to be on. I mean, the NFL can't find teams that want to do this anymore.
Yeah.
I still find it entertaining, but I don't know. The league's got an issue here.
It's a good bit. I love the content of listening to guys talk, when they're not answering questions from the media, even if it is a little bit scripted or it's a little bit fake because they know the cameras are there. It's just good content. Guys on the sideline celebrating touchdowns. It's great content. I think what they should do is rotate it. Like, you're going to be on the schedule for this week. That way it's fair.
Okay.
We got 2 camera crews. We got 32 teams. We got 18 weeks. We can get this figured out. You're not going maybe week 1 and not week 18, but the other 16 weeks we're in 2 different spots and we're just churning out content. That way everybody can share the burden. Or you could just kill the bit, but nobody wants to kill the bit because it's worth a lot of money.
It is.
And that's what Tua needs to realize. I'm sure he does. The reason you get to make millions of dollars playing a sport is because of the cameras. That's the only reason. So I would love it. I would appreciate that camera at every turn. Thank God cameras are here, because if it wasn't for y'all interrupting us with these stupid questions, we would be playing sports for free.
Yeah.
That's what it comes down to.
Well, the Rams, of course, they're coming to AT&T Stadium.
It is a pain in the butt, though.
Oh, I bet it is.
Massive
And
pain
you've
in the
got-
butt.
you've
I mean,
got a-
it just from a standpoint of trying to do your job, and you're not wrong.
It's great for
It's
fans.
about the TV. It's about the billions. It's about all that. It's content. But when you have to live it every single day,
Yeah,
it is.
That's why they shouldn't do
a-
it to one team for 3
It is
months.
just-
That's brutal.
It's tough.
That's not fair.
No.
It is a pain in the ass, and you can't talk about things the right way because somebody's got a camera or somebody's going to leak a story.
Yeah.
This is what happens, though, when you hire the most entertaining and fun coach in all of football.
Damn right.
And you're a good, sort of fun, aesthetically to watch team.
Yeah, and you got a lot of personalities on that roster. I
Well,
can
the head
understand why the
coach,
NFL
that's
wants
the
him.
thing, too.
But,
You're
you know,
right
Mike
about
McDaniel-
that.
I just saw that
Incredible.
story of how he became a coach.
Oh, yeah.
Just incredible. Ball
From
boy.
being a ball boy with the
Mom
Broncos.
marries a dude who he made friends with while he was being an 8-year-old ball boy.
It's
A
incredible.
coach was like, man, I love how much you like football. He's
Yeah.
like, well, let me introduce you to my mom.
Yeah.
Right.
It's amazing. It's simply amazing.
What a wingman, huh? Best coach in the league and a Hall of Fame wingman.
Absolute stud.
His story, though, of alcoholism.
Yep,
and
that's
stuff
another
like
one.
That was another one where Dan Quinn was involved with, stepping in and saying, "Hey, man, you're drinking way too much."
Yeah.
Oh, he's got it.
He's got
Yep.
a Dan Quinn story where when he was with Atlanta.
He does. He
That's-
does. And that's
yeah.
something we can probably get to because there's audio I'm sure we can pull from another time.
When he was with the Texans, when Kyle Shanahan and Gary Kubiak was the head coach, Gary Kubiak fired him because he was routinely late for these important meetings or whatever, and everybody knew he was out drinking every night.
Damn.
And Kubiak was just like, dude, you got to learn a tough lesson. I fired you. And then he went to coach in the USFL for a year or two, and then Shanahan brought him back to Washington, I think.
It's amazing. Absolutely amazing story. And look at him now, head coach of the Miami Dolphins, one of the
Like
most
him even
entertaining
more
coaches
now.
in
He
football.
got fired for drinking. That's freaking legendary.
Yeah, it is. Sean McVay, though, did become a father. DeMarco Farr just told us that at the top of the hour. Now, there was questions as to if he was going to have to miss a game because his son would come during a game. And he was asked that at a press conference. Sean McVay was not worried about this whatsoever.
My wife's doing great. I think there was a lot made about me missing a game. I'm not going to miss a game. My son knows better than to come during a game.
And he sure did, huh, Coach? You're teaching him up right. Jordan John McVay was delivered yesterday, so congratulations to the McVays. And the LA Rams put out a transaction, LA Rams transaction, delivered Jordan John McVay on their transaction report yesterday. So pretty cool. McVay also talking to the media today in regards to the Cowboys. He says, as excited as I was yesterday, once you really dive into the tape of the Cowboys defense, you're thinking, wow, maybe I should have stayed at the hospital.
Ooh.
So McVay giving the Cowboys some love there when it comes to their defense.
Must have watched the 4 good games.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Wolchuk. NFL News of the Day every afternoon here in the nation. We're live at Shakerton's in Arlington. Come get some Rangers prizes, a 2023 G-Bag Nation flag. Multiple Tolos in the house if you'd like some fellowship. And the Rally House gave us prizes as well that you could win and go shopping over there with. It's time now for the Texas Rangers today. What band had an epic fail when they tried to wear Rangers jerseys at a recent concert? And is there really a guy on the other team named Fart? You'll get the answer to those questions and more coming up next. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan.
Sports with lots of laughs mixed in. Sean and RJ. The KNC.
Turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. It's hour 3, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. It's time now for some Texas Rangers today, as you're now 27 hours from the first pitch tomorrow night right here on your home of the American League champion and World Series-bound Texas Rangers. We find ourselves right here in the shadow of the ballpark, Shakerton's off Collins in Barlington, one of our favorite municipalities here in the Metroplex, where the mayor himself, Mooney the mayor, is here in his Michigan gear. We'd love to invite you. Pick up a 2023 G-Bag Nation flag. We have Rangers prizes. Got a question for you on the truckwreck.com fan text. What kind of bold predictions do you have for this World Effing Series at 877-881-1053? By the way, you might have heard me all week long referring to it as the World Effing Series.
It is.
You might not know why. You might know why. But in 2010, when the Rangers finally got there, Greg the Hammer Williams, a.k.a. Grego, spent the better part of the first show since they clinched the World Series just saying, man, I can't believe it. We're going to the World Effing Series. And whenever Richie would say something and set him up for a topic, he'd say, I don't know, man. All I know is we're going to the World Effing Series.
Here we are.
And it was a genius bit, as Grego was known to do, you know. And it excited me so much. And I love thinking back to those times and all the parallels from this team to that team and how it's been now so long. I mean, 1/8 of a century has elapsed since we first went to that World Effing Series, and now we're back. And I feel like this time it's to bring that trophy back to Arlington. So it is a very exciting time right here on 105 through the Fan, a time where sports fans are reflecting on the great journey and every bridge and travail that has happened between then and where we find ourselves now. You're never quite the same after your team wins the championship. You know what I'm saying? You're a team that hasn't won a championship, and then suddenly you've won one. And that leaves a mark on your team's history that you can always be proud of and remember, and it can fortify you in times of great weakness for your organization. It really can, as long as you've had at least one. And you know, your opportunity to experience it starts tomorrow night right here on 105 through the Fan. Maybe you're going to be like Brian and just listen to the games. He likes listening so much.
Yeah,
it seems like maybe a lot of people are doing that. Actually, if you look at our ratings for the last month or so, holy cow. So salute to the Rangers, though, for being a great partner and making this such a fun ride. It's just they're so awesome to work with and work around, and everybody involves a total class act, which makes it that much better.
And I'll tell you what, like leaving some of these, leaving a couple of these shows and listening or driving around and listening to Nadell and Hicksy and Jared, and especially after these games in the victory and the post-game party and everything, like it's just special. And the other night we're leaving from the show and listening to the pregame when they were in Houston, and they're giving you all the insights of what's to come in the game, and then boom, it's exactly what happened. Here's the keys, and then boom, they all unfold, and the Rangers runaway victory. And it's just great to hear Nadell, Hicksy, and Jared all together on these calls. It's really, really fun to listen to. And I think baseball is probably the top listening sport.
Yeah.
If I was going to go through all the sports, the number one to listen to on the radio, baseball is far and away number one.
There's a nostalgia to it, no doubt, and we're lucky that we do have the best broadcast team in all of Major League Baseball. I mean, the job that Jared did this year when Eric was out was fantastic. Him and Hicksy have such a great rapport. I've been lucky enough to be in that booth with them at times, and those guys are a wealth of knowledge. So, I mean, there's no better way to consume a Rangers World Series than to enjoy it with them on 105.3 The Fan.
They'll be back on the call tomorrow night, pregame at 6:30. Bold predictions coming on the truckwreck.com fan text here in just a minute. How are we doing on the updates on the starting pitchers, Wolchuk?
Yeah, so game one will certainly be Zach Gallen, of course, for the Diamondbacks, and it'll be Nathan Eovaldi. Still haven't officially put out the games 2 and 3 starters, but for the Rangers, it probably will be Jordan Montgomery and Max Scherzer, and then it will be Merrill Kelly, I'm assuming, for game 2 for the Arizona Diamondbacks, and then Fott, their rookie, and it is Fott for game 3. That will be an outstanding matchup.
Are you saying fart with a Boston accent when
Fott,
you say that?
yeah, it was saying Fott. That's exactly what it is. It's we got Fott, the rookie, on the bump here for game 3, going up against Max Scherzer, the 39-year-old veteran.
He did stink in the regular season, by the way.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Now, there are certain hitters for the Diamondbacks that have really good numbers against the Rangers from their regular season games, but that's in our past, man. They caught us at a bad time when the Rangers were really, really slumping. This is a different Rangers team now. I don't know that you can take those numbers, carry that over for this series, but Jared did put out President George W. Bush is going to be throwing out the first pitch before game 1 of the World Series, and Pudge Rodriguez is going to be catching for game 2. It'll be Adrian Beltre who's going to throw out the first pitch, and he's going to do it to Fergie Jenkins. I'd rather get Adrian Beltre to be in the box and maybe just take a swing and drop to a knee, the classic Beltre home run.
How hard do you think W's going to wing that thing? He's thrown some amazing first pitches over the years. He's got to be, 75 or so now, maybe closer to 80. I think he's still got 70 miles an hour in that arm, though. He's a good athlete back in the day.
With a little bit of sink, too, I'd imagine.
A little sink?
Yeah.
I wouldn't put it past him.
Man,
okay.
That 9/11 pitch that he threw.
With the bulletproof vest on.
Yeah, talk about the pressure, though, of, the whole world is watching you.
Yeah.
We make fun of these guys and gals that go out there and they throw it over the backstop or 40 feet, and
that's just the Rangers bullpen.
Yeah, but he stood on the mound, waved the crowd, and just fired a strike, and it was kind of like, wow, okay,
yeah. That's a guy that had been living in the bullpen for probably 3 or 4 days leading up to that.
It'd be pretty cool if we could get some 9/11 vibes, like right as he's throwing it, like a stealth bomber flies over. Well, the roof will be closed, right? So
it'll probably
that wouldn't
be
as quite as cool. But I always do enjoy a good flyover in a presidential first pitch. Okay, K-pop's band tries to ingratiate themselves to the local audience with the Texas Rangers. You guys hear about this story?
No.
They plan to wear Texas Rangers jerseys. The K-pop is the Korean, teenage gals.
Yeah.
Korean
pop. Gals.
This was a K-pop
gals.
band.
Okay.
Their managers accidentally got them the Glasgow Rangers jerseys from the world of Scottish professional soccer. So they show up to do a concert in Dallas, and they got these cut-off Glasgow Rangers jerseys out there. They're like, hey, guys, we love Dallas. Go Rangers.
And they're not even wearing Ranger jerseys.
Isn't that great?
Oh,
God. Yeah, pictures circulating on social media showed the girls of the girl group wearing the Glasgow Rangers kits from 96-97. They got some nice retro throwbacks.
It says McEwen's in giant letters on the front.
That's amazing.
Got like their sponsorship. I mean, it's all in English, right? And they're like, yeah, looks good to me. I guess the name of the band is Stayc, Stayc. I don't even know what a K-pop would sound like. I'm imagining like some techno type of pop music. But I don't know. I haven't really gotten into it. But it sounds like it's very popular. And I think that's a hilarious story. Airfares have been soaring for World Series-bound travelers. This is bucket list time, and if baseball is your sport, maybe you're a Rangers fan. You've, relocated across the country. Unfortunately, you had to leave the great state. But story here in the morning news from this morning at 7 a.m. My parents got in last night. They had a bunch of frequent flyer miles saved up, but they said it was the most they'd ever had to spend in frequent flyer miles. I think you're probably in for $1,000 each for the ticket and $1,000 each for the tickets. It's like $2,000, no hotel, no food, no car per game, basically, just to come here and watch the Texas Rangers.
The gouging feels insane right now.
Yeah. Okay, so you're looking at 60,000 frequent flyer miles to go to Phoenix for games 3 and 4. That's insane.
Yeah, they're going to try and
it's a very short flight.
Up those 100%.
Yeah. And you can't blame them. I mean, the whole deal is to just charge as much as the market is willing to pay. And, Rangers fans, after this many years, absolutely, I think a couple of grand for a lot of people is nothing to sneeze at when it comes to getting in the game. I just hope you win. It would really stink to have to swipe a credit card. It's one thing if you can swipe the debit card. If you're going into debt to go, damn it, they better win.
Yeah, and I wonder, like, can you even, like, Walchuk, you were going up and down the stairs of Section 131 the other night at Globe Life Field versus the Astros, encouraging Rangers fans to get going. You were a little bit perturbed. You're a little bit upset at your fellow Ranger fan from time to time throughout the course of those 9 innings. But I don't know if we're even allowed to be upset now if we don't feel the same type of energy in the building that you would have if the tickets weren't astronomically high.
No, it's like wealthy people or
businesses.
Or bucket list.
Yeah.
Wealthy, bucket, or business is your groups. And only the bucket listers are going to be wanting to really turn up.
Yeah, and I didn't get to go to any of the World Series games in 2010, 2011. Maybe some of our Tolos and Ranger fans, 877-881-1053. You can let us know how it was at Globe Life Park at that time. But, yeah, I mean, you expect that. That's why, Ryan, we've even talked about this. Like, a lot of times it's more special to witness the conference championship game amongst your fellow diehard fans than it is a Super Bowl, because that ends up just being a high-priced event where the true, real fan is not able to attend.
The year that we went to the Super Bowl and won, I was more excited about what happened at Lambeau Field in the NFC Championship game, because you're with your crowd, you're with – the Super Bowl feels like a totally different atmosphere when it comes to your fan base. You go win a championship game at your stadium, that's a whole nother. I remember standing on the field feeling, man, this is great, but the 2 weeks prior to that was even more special to me.
Yeah, and I bet you got the special feeling back when you wheels down and hit that parade with no parkas.
With no parkas, that was crazy. We landed, we were all hungover, left New Orleans basically like at 7:30 in the morning, flew back into Green Bay, landed, they loaded us on these buses, open-air buses, and we went and did a parade.
That's insane.
When it was like, it was probably
should have swung
20
through Dick's
degrees.
Sporting Goods.
Yeah,
Crazy.
But what happened was the fans were giving us their jackets. Wow. So we were all on the buses and stuff wearing these orange hunting jackets. And like Mike Holmgren had on this like Wisconsin State Trooper like police jacket. Like none of us were prepared for the parade, but they had it the minute we landed. It was kind of fun.
That is a fantastic story. One of my favorites from the Chronicles of Broadest Tales from a Football Life. As we continue the Texas Rangers today here on your home of the World Series bound Rangers, Ketel Marte extended his hitting streak to 16 games to start his postseason career. It's the longest start to a postseason career. So he's coming in on a record. You have Adolis Garcia coming in on a record. Both of these teams lost 9 games in a row and are attempting to tie the 1954 Yankees for the longest losing streak to then end up as a World Series champion. But check it out. That wasn't the worst run that Arizona had during the regular season. Losing 9 in a row is bad, but not historic. What is historic, at one point, they lost 34 of 50 games. They went 16-34 over a span of 50 games from June 13th to August 11th. Nearly 2 months, they were playing .320 baseball for 2 months, dude. A third of the damn season, and somehow they ended up here. It's the lowest winning percentage in a 50-game span by an eventual pennant winner in the history of the big leagues. So congratulations to Arizona. And I think to the Rangers, you do have to acknowledge it's a better team than their regular season record. But they've been hot and very lucky to get here. And I think it was Buster Olney that told us yesterday it would be the least accomplished World Series champion in the history of the sport.
Well, the thing about the Rangers, though, for 80% of the season, they were in first place.
They were, yeah.
It wasn't like it was – there was at one point in time it was 5, 6, 7 game lead, and then it went back down, and then you had the terrible August, and you're like, oh, please don't let this fall apart, and then you lose, the chance to win the division on game 162. So yeah, it was a complete roller coaster ride for everything you had to deal with, but that's what it is. You get hot at the right time. I will say this though, I think it's super impressive who Arizona took out to get here, though. I mean, and the Rangers with Tampa, Baltimore, the two 100-game season
and
winners.
then of course the Astros defending World Series champs.
Exactly, that's super impressive. But you look at like the Dodgers, they took out some. Both teams took out some powerhouse.
Brewers, Dodgers, Phillies.
Yeah,
they didn't have to go through the Braves, which was nice. The Phillies knocked out the Braves. I personally think the Rangers was a more impressive road, but you're right. The D-backs did absolutely take down some big-time teams.
I didn't think anybody was going to beat the Dodgers. Or the Dodgers, the Braves. I didn't see them going to get beat. I just did not.
Rangers in 6, says Brandon in Fort Worth. Also, Garcia shatters the postseason Ribby record by ending with 27. Lewis and Rowlett, I was at World Series in 10 and 11. Craziest Rangers crowd ever destroys what we've experienced so far this year. That Baltimore Game 3 was electric.
It was incredible.
It was.
I don't know what happened that day, but it was different than the other postseason games. Was a season ticket holder, went to every game 10 and 11. It was amazing, however, we lost this year buying memorabilia instead of $900 seats for nosebleeds. Yeah, different approach for everybody. I think if the World Series comes, you have to, as a sports fan of that team, you have to try to get to at least one game. Now, right now, they're sitting at $1,000 a ticket just to get in. You don't want to go standing room only if you can help it, because you're going to be wrestling for good view of the field.
Right.
Just to be honest with you, like standing room only is cool to get in there, but that's a lot of money to not be guaranteed any kind of view of the field. I'm kind of waiting for tomorrow. Saturday, and what could happen to the ticket price? What if they go down and they're coming home for Game 6? Rangers fans turn. They turned after losing the first game to Houston.
Yeah.
Game 4 was cheap, way below face value. I think you got to have a little bit of strategy and maybe a little bit of patience if you're trying to get to a World Series game on a budget. And heck, even if they're down, you feel like you're going to watch the momentum shift one more time. So I wouldn't be worried about getting in with that kind of a ticket at all. We got to run though, Nation, and we are live at Shakerton's in Arlington, an amazing sports bar off of Collins, just off of 30. Great place to watch the game. And today we have 2023 G-Bag Nation flags. We have Rally House prizes and Rangers gear as well that we brought from the station for you guys. So come join us at Shakerton's off Collins. We're back with the Wooly Bullies Top 10. Where are you taking us today, buddy?
Yeah, it's National Chicken Fried Steak Day. I've got the top 10 places in the state of Texas to get you a chicken fried steak. Where's your go-to spot? That's next.
I'm going to tell you the best place to get your testosterone. It's Men's T Clinic. I know there's a lot of testosterone replacement therapy. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. It's time for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. We are live at Shakerton's in Arlington. 5 DFW locations. The Colony, Allen, Prosper, Dallas, and the newest one right here. We have Rally House prizes. This is walking distance from AT&T. It's across from Boomer Jackson. They are introducing the Welcome to the Weekend all-you-can-eat brunch every day, 10 to 2 on Saturdays and Sundays here at Shakerton's. It's a great place to watch games, and there's one near you. It's time now, though, for Wooly Bully's Top 10, brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Franklin Frankel for a free consultation. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. Brought to you by Soda as well. Now here he is, Zach with an H, the Wooly Bully.
Thank you very much, General. It is National Chicken Fried Steak Day. What a delicious day it is. And we've been, of course, consuming all the deliciousness that is Shakerton's. Get on out here right off Collins, and they're doing media days right behind us at the ballpark as the Rangers are getting set for the World Series tomorrow, Game 1 against the Arizona Diamondbacks. But let me know where you like to go to get your favorite chicken fried steak. I'm going to get into the top 10 places in the great state of Texas for it. Before we get to that,
dude, I'm excited about this list. I want you to know personally, this is
you're a big chicken fried steak guy. I know it is.
But this is going to be educational for me as well.
Yes, because we're going. I mean, there's some good spots really all around the state. So wherever you're listening, and I know we're able to reach out there to Waco. So there might be people in certain areas that maybe this is closer to them. World. This is fantastic. And in the Odyssey app, Saudi Arabia, you can listen to us, man.
Saudi Arabia,
South Africa, you can be listening to us. So, go ahead and book your trips for this. Do have some little sports nuggets to throw your way before we dive into it. This from our buddy Ben Grimaldi. Rams' red zone defense could be what helps cure the red zone woes for our Dallas Cowboys. Rams have allowed an 80% success rate in their 3 road games this season. Cowboys have a chance to maybe cash in and rectify some of their red zone nightmares for this season. So there's a little chicken soup for your Cowboys soul, as you like to say, Gavin.
Yes, dude. I mean, they can use whatever help they could get. I mean, the Rams are desperate. 3-4, I do not think they're that bad. I think the Rams are a dangerous football team, and this game has me nervous. So to hear stats like that, fortifies me.
Try and be a little more optimistic.
Thank you.
Bring us back in here.
I saw the Rams are running the hell out of the football.
They are. And what DeMarco Farr told us last week, and he made a good point, right? Casey Hayward, best run defender out for Pittsburgh, because it was surprising because their offensive line's been a little bit iffy there, but they ran the ball well.
I was surprised how positive he was about their offensive line because I felt like the tackles – little shaky there right now.
Now we know Steve Avila, our guy from TCU, who the Cowboys were interested in. Sure. He's definitely been an upgrade there, and his matchup against Mozzie Smith in their playoff game, I think, was really what helped him move up the ranks of guard play because he had a great game against Mozzie. Sure, he really, really did in that playoff game. Now it's also going to be a special day at AT&T Stadium. DeMarcus Ware will be the 23rd Dallas Cowboy to be enshrined into the Dallas Cowboys Ring of Honor. I believe when Brian and I have your halftime, we're going to do like a quick analysis and then hopefully throw it to D. Ware's speech. So if you're driving around, you're not able to watch the game, of course you can listen to it right here on 105.3 The Fan. We will hopefully be bringing you DeMarcus Ware's halftime speech as well as he gets inducted into the Ring of Honor. And then finally, there is apparently a Tony Romo documentary that's out right now. It's called Now or Never, a Tony Romo story. It digitally premiered last Friday, and you can probably find it on Amazon Prime. You can find it on YouTube, Google Play, a variety of different platforms. It's from ZGN Production. But apparently, the reviews that I've heard, it's really, really good. And if you love Tony Romo or you just love football and love docs, this is one maybe you should put on your list.
Well, I do love football, and I love docs. Ditto.
2 out of 3 is not bad, right?
Yeah, it's solid.
Football docs.
Didn't love Tony Romo.
You think when they call it was all about me? What's the title of this thing?
Now or Never. A Tony
Now or
Romo
Never.
story.
I thought it was all about me.
Turns out it was never.
Was he kind of an all about me guy?
I'm just throwing it out there.
What a weird title.
I thought it was a weird title myself.
Now or Never.
Yeah.
Sometimes it can be tough to name these.
Jim.
Well, it's not going to be Never. Oh, Jim, Tony. Let's go. All right, let's get into some chicken fried steak talk, shall we?
Do you think there's a part of them in that documentary that wants to show like a little bit of how he preps for games, but they're like, damn it, we have no material.
Gosh, when did he stop watching?
We wanted to go inside the preparation for an analyst.
What the hell happened?
He's out there just hitting golf balls in the backyard.
And this is how Tony prepares for Sunday's outing.
It's just him playing with his kids in the backyard.
Just how he prepared for game days when he was a player.
Awesome.
Kansas City and Buffalo. What's going to be the preparation? 4!
With his hat on backwards, just on the links. Man, that's awesome. So where is the best place in the state of Texas
Put
to get
these
your chicken fried steak?
Skechers on and you'll walk everywhere.
Got some love for Grandy's.
He ain't walking anywhere
on
if
the
he's seen
Twitter.
that waistline. He needs to get some steps in.
Whoa,
Yeah,
he
he's using the card.
No, he looks small. Is he not small?
Well, the muscular
He looks
part
small,
is small.
on TV. Am I missing something here? Yeah.
I don't know.
Did he slim down after that golf event we saw him at a couple of months ago?
Oh,
maybe we shamed him.
He's got a
to death.
jacket on usually.
Maybe he's on soda.
He's probably hiding him. Maybe he is state of the art. Shout out to Soda. Got a big weigh-in tomorrow.
Over the summer, he was all torso.
Yeah,
for sure.
He was all in the hips. Our buddy David Hellman chimed in. I put
geez.
put this out on Twitter. He said, "Man, every time I see a tweet like this, makes me miss Babes. And Babes does have a mean chicken fried steak if you've never been."
So I don't know if this is like offensive, but like I when I go to Babes, I'm all about the fried chicken.
I always do get the fried chicken.
And when I go to Grandy's,
Smoked
I'm
chicken's
all
good.
about the fried chicken.
Really?
Like this
chicken
is
fried steak at Grandy's is good.
The only place that I go for my chicken fried steak is, of course, Dairy Queen. If I'm going to get the steak finger basket.
Okay.
Basket.
Which I think is the 1 seed. Honestly, for me personally, I'm just going to be honest. But then Prairie House.
Prairie House, okay, yes.
Prairie House, another personal
Prairie
favorite.
House out there, Denton, Aubrey area.
That's synonymous with chicken fried steak for me. But every other of these places is chicken fried chicken.
And Cartwright's got some love
What I
from
prefer.
Ryan Maxon. And Cartwright's in Denton does have a mean chicken fried steak as well. Absolutely. All right, let's go back to the Pim Cup. Lucius, when it comes to chicken fried steak, do you have a spot that you like to go to?
No, I really don't, man. I feel like you can get chicken fried steak anywhere good around this Metroplex. You know,
Yeah, we do,
like,
right.
Yeah. But if I want some southern, like southern cooking, I go to South Dallas Cafe.
Okay. South Dallas Cafe. We got Rocket, Texas, Rocket Cafe from the 214 being texted in. Howell's Cafe in Springtown getting some love. A lot of that Rocket, Texas, Rocket Cafe is getting texted in right now. Twin Peaks from the 682.
Yeah.
They do have a good chicken fried steak. That thing is
Very
pretty
diverse
large.
menu.
Very large, very in charge. Mary's Cafe, which we'll get to. Certainly that will be on the list. A lot of good texts coming in. And West Side Cafe from the 817, West Fort Worth off Camp Bowie. That is a mean chicken fried steak. Number 10, best chicken fried steak in the state of Texas. We go to Midland. Scotty's Soul Food and Barbecue. Make your way to this local loved hotspot for a delicious meal, a chicken fried steak covered in signature cream gravy. And be sure to snag a basket of their cornbread and a side of their braised collard greens to round out the meal with some soul food flair. So Midland. Got a good spot there.
Got all the
I
oil,
love when they're
oil people
dominating
there.
multiple things.
Yeah.
You know, you get soul food and barbecue at the same time.
That's where it's at.
We were at a place like that last year for Flagtober in Burleson, I believe.
Burleson's a good city. We're getting a lot of requests. Like, can we go back out to Burleson? Might have to get with the sales
Dude,
team, get a
Burleson's
G-bag.
blowing up.
It
too.
is.
Like, if you haven't been to Burleson for 10 years, you should swing back through and be like,
Be completely different, right?
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The amount of growth, it is wild. Abilene comes in at number 9 with Skeets Texas Grill. At Skeets, they don't skimp on the food or the flavor. And every meal on their menu will fill you up without emptying your wallet, but the chicken fried steak is their signature item.
I heard it was a little salty.
Is it? Skeet. Yeah, the Skeet.
They got that. They got that special recipe for that gravy.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. That secret sauce for the boss. Number 8, it's my place. It's Ellen's in Dallas. Ellen's features a chicken fried steak with perfectly spiced cream gravy that is the stuff dreams are made of. And Ellen's, their breakfast pot pie, that's the thing that I've really shown a lot of love to.
Yeah.
I have not tried their chicken fried steak, but I might need to.
You don't mind that she's rude to her employees?
I know that was
Is
my
she?
thing. Yeah.
That's a DeGeneres thing, isn't
Ellen,
it?
It's an Ellen joke.
Yeah.
I'm really, I'm shooting a lot.
You are.
I got my Tim Hardaway Jr. on.
People are driving around
over the
listening,
basket
and
on
they're
that one.
hilarious.
I might have been the only one, but I liked that salty.
No,
note
that
you
was
made a
good.
second
No, the
ago.
salty one I got. I picked up what you were laying down.
Hey, but the idea of a spicy twist on the milk
gravy?
gravy, I've never.
Little kit.
I've
That
never.
sounds amazing.
I've never done the
Yeah.
spicy gravy. That sounds fantastic.
Would be
Alan.
good.
Number 7, we go to Houston. This is Pappy's Cafe in Houston. Number 6, we got Galveston. Miller's Seawall Grill, located on the seawall since 1926. This Galveston Island hallmark has been serving up their chicken fried steak with 2 eggs, your way, and crispy hash browns.
This sounds like this sounds like a breakfast deal.
Sounds like a
country breakfast thing.
I'm glad you said that.
Yeah.
I'm glad they're bringing that. I feel like the chicken fried steak for breakfast is actually the best version
Better than
of
the
chicken
steak.
fried steak.
Better than serving the steak.
I usually do order that,
now,
actually.
You're probably taking that out of the stretch too far for me
No,
personally.
no, steak and eggs is good, but the chicken fried steak and egg with hash browns?
I'd rather go chicken fried steak than just steak and eggs as well. Just for breakfast, I would.
I agree to disagree there, but I do think the chicken fried steak, when it's at the height of its powers, it's at breakfast with a side of runny, over-easy eggs.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Number 5, we go to Fort Worth, Horseshoe Hill Cafe. They feature 5 different ways to let your hunger inner Texan indulge in chicken fried steak.
5 ways for a chicken fried steak?
Yep. You can get your steak fried up and topped with an ancho chili cheese enchilada sauce. You can get it with chili gravy and a fried egg, or you can keep it classic with peppered cream gravy. And any way you indulge, it always hits the spot.
This sounds very much like if you have 2 quarterbacks, you have no quarterback.
Oh, so you're going to crap on them here.
Well, I'm just saying,
Sounds like you're crapping on Fort Worth.
No. It's 5 ways of eating chicken fried steak. If you're known for a chicken fried steak, it's a one-shot deal, right?
It's really just kind of the sauces that they're putting on it. The actual chicken fried steak is still consistent.
Man, I'm just telling you, though, you got to do it one way, and I think, you got 2 quarterbacks.
You're
playing.
watering it down a little bit.
I think you are really wrong about this one.
Okay.
I mean, it comes in at number 4. I mean, the appreciation for this is
It's
strong.
at 5. It's the
Or
top 5
excuse me.
item.
My
You know,
apologies.
I think we need to go and judge for ourselves. After football
They're not
season,
going to let me in there now.
No,
after
they
my
will.
take.
They will. Because they want to prove you wrong on this, Brian.
Should we go on I
wonder if they'll give you the senior discount.
Boy, I got that today. It's much to my dismay.
A bit of a tour.
A tour day chicken fried steak?
Yeah, like a chicken fried steak tour.
Oh, this would be fun. We
Bring
should do
some
this.
flags.
Let's set this up. Number 4, we go to Austin Moonshine Patio Bar and Grill. Their chicken fried steak boasts a spicy chipotle cream gravy, and it's big enough to make its way to the top of our best in Texas list. Number 3, San Angelo, Zentner's
There
Daughter
you go.
Steakhouse.
That's it right there, man.
San Angelo's the way to go.
That's it.
Number 2, Spring Branch, Writer's Antler Cafe comes in at number 2. But number 1, and this one got texted in, and our Tolos know where to find the best chicken fried steak.
Bubba's.
Enormous.
Strawn.
Cotton Patch.
Strawn, Texas, at
Okay.
Mary's Cafe.
Mary.
Smack dab between Abilene and Fort Worth. It's the best chicken
Fort
fried
Worth.
steak in Texas. And
We'll
if
be
you're
a
not
judge of
having
that.
it, you're not doing it right, says.
Do they have 5 sauces?
No, they're just traditional.
Oh, okay.
Well, we're doing a lot of things right here at Shakerton's where you can pick up a 2023 G-Bag Nation flag, some Rangers prizes, and some Rally House gifts as well. Shakerton's the place to be to watch whatever game is on, and there's now 5 DFW locations, including this spot right off of Collins. Great place to come, maybe hang out tomorrow on your way to the yard, or Sunday morning. You can grab a brunch starting at 10 a.m.
Brunch.
Cowboys game at noon. Shakerton's. We got a little micro on the scene, though. A little college football micro segment is coming up next. Which one of you fine gentlemen was going to conduct that for us?
You know, we can probably tag team this thing. Let's see what we got going on for this
cow.
college
Show
football
prep
stuff. We
working
got
at its
Texas,
best.
who landed
Yeah.
a 5-star recruit, hot seat rankings, and we got to talk about the candy
Tell
guy.
him, Wolchuk.
That's next.
All right.
Wild Wings, but it's also a Flagtober Friday. Come tailgate with the KNC Masterpiece as we get ready for Game 1. Pick up your flag, register to win Cowboys tickets and Cowboys merchandise thanks to Miller Lite at the Buffalo Wild Wings in Grand Prairie, 2315 I-20 West from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Let's Masterpiece on the Fan.
It's Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet, and like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Well, thank you, Lucius, and thanks to Shakerton's in Arlington for having us out. We're here off Collins, about to get a college football micro segment. You put a finger in the air, Brian?
I did, because Scott Agolnick from the Cowboys PR staff chimed in on his chicken fried steak place.
Ooh, yeah, what you got, Scotty?
And Scott said Lulu's in San Antonio, with they use gravy or queso on theirs. And he said he remembers eating there with Mickey one time, and they have a thing called the deputy or the sheriff. That's the size of it. And he says it's insanely large chicken fried steak. So Lulu's, San Antonio. Thanks, Scotty, for listening to us, brother.
I got to get down there. I mean, you're mixing in queso. You might totally change the game.
It's a huge move. It's a huge move, and it's got my my wheels spinning a little bit. I'm thinking about a chicken fried steak Parmesan, like a chicken Parmesan, but a chicken fried steak Parmesan, where you got the marinara and the melted cheese and stuff like that. You Italian style, the
that
Southern
would be
comfort.
chicken Parmesan.
Yeah, but you're shoving steak for chicken.
You fry the steak.
Right.
Yeah.
Steak Parmesan.
But it would be steak.
Oh, but you're doing steak. But I see. Instead of using chicken, you're using steak.
Steak parm.
I see what you're doing. I'm sorry. My bad.
Steak parm.
I was like, you're just having a chicken Parmesan. Is what you're doing.
We're just subbing the meat out.
Okay, so here's an idea. There's chicken, and then there's marinara, and there's cheese. What do you guys think?
Dude, that sounds epic. Let's call it
Broadus
chicken
thinks
Parmesan.
I'm dumb enough.
Every time I look, I can't even look at you with your face. I'm like,
People are loving it, man. Come on out to Shakerton's if you haven't seen this in Arlington. One, the place is incredible. The food's great. The drinks are flowing. But you can also see Eric doing his bet payoff in the emo look. It's fantastic.
It is an incredible bet payoff. We have Zach Martin coming up at 5 o'clock. And it's time now for a college football micro segment. Just 6 minutes to get this in, gentlemen.
Okay. Let's microdose this then. 5-star wide receiver Ryan Wingo is saying, I'm not going to Mizzou. Kevin Gray's throwing a fit somewhere. He is committing to the University of Texas. He's the number 2 wide receiver in the country. A lot of people were expecting him to go to his local Mizzou Tigers. He's from St. Louis. He said, nope, I'm going to go be a Horn. I want to go play with Sark and probably Arch Manning there at Texas. Texas also is going to be starting Malik Murphy, their backup quarterback, with Quinn Ewers out. Coach Sark saying today was Malik's best day of practice since he's been at Texas. He's a redshirt freshman. He got a lot of interest to transfer out of Texas. They assured him, look, Quinn goes down. You're going to be the guy to come on in here. We'll see if he can keep the Horns afloat. They got a big game this week against Sark's alma mater, BYU. Now, this game is in Austin. It's not in Provo. But do you guys think the number 7 Texas Longhorns can stay afloat with Malik Murphy, or could BYU possibly knock them off? It's their first Big 12 matchup. BYU's 5-2. They're 2-2 in the conference so far.
I'm old enough to remember BYU and Taysom Hill absolutely crushing Texas.
Was that a 66-7 game, or was that a UCLA Texas game? There was one where BYU, you're right, just
BYU
smashed.
ran for like 400 to 500 yards on the ground. Yeah. I don't think it was that bad, 67-7. You might be
there was a
thinking
UCLA
of like Oklahoma,
Texas game, I think.
A&M.
But yeah, the BYU game was a bad one.
But that was a bad one.
Yeah,
it really was.
I do think Texas fans are always a little bit queasy when the opponent is BYU, and if you don't have your starting quarterback, you're nervous. But I am excited, with no skins in the game here. Like, I'm excited to watch Murphy and just see what he brings to the table because he's such a physical freak show.
He is. He's a big dude.
Would love to see him unleashed.
Yeah, it'll be fun to watch how he plays. Big game this weekend is Oregon at Utah. That'll be a Fox game. That's a 2:30 kickoff here locally. And then, of course, I mentioned Texas and BYU. Florida's going on the road to take on Wake Forest. And then big noon kickoff is going to feature Oklahoma on the road against Kansas and the Jayhawks. Now, we got the hot seat rankings. Who do you think are the top 2 coaches right now, according to CBS Sports, on the hot seat? One is indeed Jimbo Fisher at Texas A&M. And then you got Tom Allen at Indiana. Other notables right now, Jim Harbaugh's seat warming up a little bit with all the allegations, and then Sam Pittman at Arkansas. This has been a really, really bad year for the Hogs.
Ooh, brutal.
really bad. And
They had a rough schedule, though.
Yeah, I don't think you need to be firing Sam Pittman. They fired their offensive coordinator this week.
Dan Enos. But, see, that's the thing about it is if you look at the games, the only game they didn't score any points was last week against Mississippi State. I don't know if it was Dan Enos.
7-3.
Yeah, I don't know if it was his fault. Because you look at the games, it's like 31, 34, 28.
They were competitive against Bama. They made it a 3-point game. I think Sam Pittman's still the guy there. I wouldn't fire him, but I understand the frustration for the Hog fans. We got a lot here in the DFW Metroplex. Lincoln Riley, you brought this up yesterday, Brian. He's battling pneumonia, so he missed 2 days of practice, but he's back today.
Okay.
So he should be on track to coach USC's game coming up this Saturday.
That margin of victory for BYU Texas, it was a 47-6 game in 1988. Yeah, I didn't know this. BYU's 4-1 lifetime against Texas. How about that?
They're 4-1?
I had no idea when we were talking about Texas getting absolutely boat raced by BYU. We were going all the way back to the 80s.
Yeah.
And that is I appreciate the education on that.
No, they're 4-1. I mean,
but you're right.
I knew
Longhorn fans are probably nervous as hell about this game right now.
I thought it only went back to Taysom Hill. I didn't know it went all the way back to the
I didn't
1988, yeah.
That's
crazy.
bad. And the American Athletic Conference has voted to add Army. Army is going to join them. That's going to be a 14-team lead. They're going to replace SMU in 2024. So congratulations to Army. And we can shut this bad boy down. Ryan, have you ever heard of a candy guy, a designated candy guy on a team?
Is he the guy that hands out
candy?
The gum? What is it, gum or candy?
It's candy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a gum guy.
At Rice, we've got a designated candy guy.
You got to have a gum guy, too.
This is the best job in all of America and certainly in college football.
They have gone viral. They've got an assistant at Rice who is the designated quote-unquote candy guy, and there is a video of him handing out gummy worms to players along the sideline during one of their games. And one coach asked, can I swap out the gummy worms for jelly beans in the second half? The candy guy goes, Coach, I got you. Second half, he's got the jelly beans instead of the gummy worms. I thought maybe this was just like an October Halloween bit, but no, they're rocking this. And look, they went on to win 42-10. Rice knocking off the Golden Hurricanes. Maybe the candy guy's got something to do with this on the sideline.
You got to have a gum guy, though. That's important, too.
I'm sure he can double up as the gum guy.
Somebody always has to carry sticks of gum on the sideline.
Is that just for the coaches or is that for the players?
Sometimes you just need it. It's really for the coaches.
Right.
But sometimes you're just sitting there and you have to have a stick of gum. Now, Pete Carroll overdoes it.
I was going to say, Pete Carroll's got two gum guys.
Way overdoes it for the gum stuff.
Wouldn't you feel like we're missing out on some like 21st century nutritional insights that we should be? I mean, I get it. Like, you know, in the 80s, my dad would give me a candy bar before I played sports thinking it would make me hyper.
Mm-hmm.
And it did for about 20 minutes. Problem is the game's an hour and a half.
And then it crashed.
Yeah. Is this, do you think this is good sports science?
Gummy worms? For me personally, whenever we had a huge rain delay in high school and our coaches were frantically freaking out as we were sitting in a locker room for like 90 minutes to make sure this game still gets played, and then they came barreling in with boxes of Snickers bars. We went on and had a dominant second half.
There you go.
They work for you.
I'm pro candy. I'm also pro Uncrustable. Not full on PB&J sandwich, but just go give me some Uncrustables. You know, that's gonna get the blood flowing.
The orange slices were very popular.
They're very popular in my house right now. The Uncrustable. I'm probably doing 2 a day.
The Uncrustable's delicious.
You go grape, you go strawberry.
Oh, it's all
There's also a honey one now.
There's a honey one? Aren't those things like 1,300 calories a sandwich?
Maybe.
It
like
might be
a
double
king
that.
of Uncrustable, but I checked the nutritional. I'm looking at 280 a pop.
I'll tell you what, but I tell you what, I've seen chili dogs work, shrimp po' boys work.
Chili dogs?
Yes.
At halftime?
Yes, McMahon, Favre, those guys. Like I told you that
that's
story.
right.
They give
Is it just because they're young and their body doesn't care what it is?
Their
They're just
second
hungry?
half loading up on chili dogs, going out there and winning ball games in the NFL.
Huh. I wonder what good nutrition's really worth. Maybe we should just be giving the kids powdered donuts.
You guys should go down
Powdered
the rabbit
donuts would
hole
be
of
not
Chad
bad idea.
Ochocinco and Shannon Sharp arguing about nutrition on their latest episode.
I bet.
It's hilarious because, you know, Ochocinco is the McDonald's guy.
Yeah.
And then Shannon's going back at him like, oh, well, you didn't end up achieving the ultimate greatness that you could have. Like guys like Jerry Rice, like all the best of the sport, they work out. Ochocinco goes, well, how many surgeries have you had? And Shannon Sharp's naming off all the ones. Ocho's like, I never had any.
Ooh,
that's McDonald's, baby.
Scoreboard. Thank you, Wolchuk. Always do for a little college football here on the show. Even when you have the World Series, sitting 26 hours and 5 minutes away. That's where we are right now, ladies and gentlemen. At Shakerton's, right down the street from the ballpark. Come get some great Rangers prizes, a 2023 G-Bag Nation flag, pure gold as always, and Rally House gave us some great prizes. Shakerton's, now with 5 locations across our Metroplex, an absolute tremendous place to go watch sports and have something to eat and drink. And now with their weekend brunches, 10 to 2 every Saturday and Sunday. Kids under 5 eat free. Okay, it's time for the Zach Martin Show. We'll hear from the Cowboys Hall of Fame right guard next here to the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Let's go ahead and swing on over.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It is hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We're having a great time. And we're live here at Shakerton's in Arlington. It's right down the street from AT&T Stadium and from the Globe World Series tomorrow. Cowboys on Sunday. A great place to watch the game here. Shakerton's now with 5 DFW locations. And it is time now for the Zach Martin Show here on 105.3 The Fan, as the Cowboys starting right guard, future Hall of Famer, joins us now here on The Fan. And good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
We're doing great. You know, huge weekend coming up. It is so much fun to be talking sports right now. Big game coming up for you guys as well. So how you doing? You enjoy your bye?
I did. I enjoyed the bye, relaxed a little bit, watched some baseball, rooted on them Rangers, and recharged a little bit.
How crazy was that Game 5 Friday night, though, after Adolis hit the home run to go up, and then they lost it? I was stunned.
But that was the one. Was that the one Altuve hit?
Yeah.
That was a gut wrencher, but
Shoot,
came back and won two at Houston. That's pretty damn good.
Yeah.
So, do you have a Rangers hat?
I don't. I may need to get one this week, though.
Yeah, you got to get one. With the World Series
I've been
logo.
noticing more and more of them in the locker room.
I bet.
Ooh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Is there a baseball fan of record, like in that locker room, the guy that's the most fired up?
I don't know. I know JT Tolbert played college baseball. He's probably pretty fired up. I don't know any other baseball guys. I know Dak was at the game last week.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of celebrities at the game last week. Do you ever feel like going? You going to go to a World Series game?
I would love to. If it it starts tomorrow, right? And then
Yes,
when does it come to Dallas?
Will that be next Thursday?
So we'll get tomorrow and Saturday, and then I think we'll circle back for games 6 and 7, which will be Friday, Saturday, maybe
next weekend. Yeah, so we'll get the first 2 and then the last 2. It's a 2-3-2 format now.
Yeah, probably. It's a 2-3-2.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I don't know. We'll see if it works out. Friday, Saturday will be a little tough.
Other than football, what other sports were you playing growing up?
I was a hooper, man. I was obsessed with basketball all growing up until I got into high school, and 6'3", 6'4" center don't go a long way. So I pivoted to football.
So was little Zach Martin, you were dreaming about being an NBA star?
Oh yeah. I was obsessed with basketball. Played the AAU. I loved it. And then
that's an Indiana thing, right? Aren't you guys, when you're all Indiana, you're obsessed with basketball?
Yeah.
Right?
And basketball is definitely the sport in Indiana. I mean, the football's picked up a ton.
Sure.
As of late, there in Indiana, but most definitely a basketball state.
Now, I told you a couple weeks ago, my family's from Indiana, and we had framed pictures of Bob Knight in our living room, actually. So they were Hoosiers. If you had success at basketball, where were you going to head off for college? Would it have still been Notre Dame?
Well, my folks went to University of Kentucky, so I grew up a diehard Kentucky fan. Still root for them. Kentucky would have been the pinnacle for me.
Zach, what do you remember about going against Aaron Donald at the Senior Bowl?
Pretty much the same thing as you see now. I mean, I played against them.
It was amazing, you two going at each other that
I played against
that
them.
week.
We played against them all 4 years in college, so I knew about them all the way through.
That's right.
And then obviously, people knew about him, but obviously kind of after that senior year when he started going to the Senior Bowl Combine, he started blowing up, and then obviously guys start to actually watch the tape. And but no surprise to me because we went against him every season there at Pittsburgh.
How different is playing against him compared to other guys?
He's he's an anomaly. I mean, he is. I don't even know what else to say. I mean, the guy's an absolute freakazoid.
Is it?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry there. I'm interrupting you. I was thinking because of the leverage of how low he is he hard to get under?
Well, he just makes you guess because it's like, all right, I'm going to fire off the ball. Okay, he'll just swim you real quick and you'll fall flat on your face. Okay, I'm going to try to get my feet down and just cover him up. Well, he's about as explosive as they come. And, what he does so well is he reads the blocks very quick. So you come off slow to try to cover him up, he'll explode into your chest there and stand you up. So it's kind of a constant chess match of switching up sets, different looks for him, because you're going to see everything from him.
Zach Martin Show here on 105 through the Fan.
So, Zach, I saw something like with Duke Manyweather and what you're doing in terms of helping your body. How much better do you feel after the bye week, and how important has that been for you going across as you're getting later into your career about just maintaining your physical health and working week to week?
Yeah, the bye week's huge. I mean, you wouldn't think just 1 week would make that big of a difference, but just to get off your feet and relax and recharge a little bit, it is big, and it came at a good time. And then, taking care of my body, I was one of those guys coming into the league. I didn't really, young guy feeling good, would practice, go home. And, the last several years I've, realized and found out the importance of putting in all that extra time outside of the building and making sure you're ready to get going on game day. So that's been a huge part of my routine the last few years, and it's really helped out.
Okay, we had this discussion, Zach, about things that you eat at halftime. And I was with the Packers, and, the quarterbacks like Favre and those guys, they were eating, chili dogs and stuff like that wherever we were. Could you eat a chili dog and then go out and play the second half of a game?
No, that's like a preseason deal. You play a little bit in the first half, and then at halftime you run in and you find the hot dogs in the locker room. But I keep it pretty light. I mean, I'm not a huge eater on game day. I mean, I may have some energy chews or maybe a little peanut butter and jelly.
That's right. You
told me about that. But I'm not a big. I can't eat a whole lot on game day, so I keep it pretty light.
Creamy peanut butter, or is that a crunchy situation?
No, that'd be a creamy situation.
Yeah,
there we go.
Love a good creamy situation. Zach. We were just doing a college football segment, and Rice has a bleeping candy guy on their sideline. He's giving gummy worms and jelly beans out.
I've seen that before. I've seen that before. Yeah. I feel
so,
like I don't know about now, but I mean, I definitely some DBs, receivers. They got some candy going there.
Interesting. So, what would be your candy of choice since it is Halloween season after all?
I'm definitely I'm a gummy sour candy over chocolate. Maybe unpopular opinion, but definitely a fruity gummy candy.
Is that a Sour Patch One seed situation, or
my actual favorite is the Trolley sour gummy worms. That'd be number one on the list.
And what do you think of the Gobstopper?
Gobstopper's good. It's solid. Sometimes it takes a little longer, but Gobstopper's good.
So it really is everlasting.
Yeah.
What about the schnozberry?
Schnozberries taste like schnozberries.
Hell yeah, Zach Martin with us in the G-Bag Nation. So who's throwing the Halloween party for the team this year?
That's a great question. We got to. We've lucked out the last couple of years. We've had our bye right on Halloween. We were a little early this year. We didn't plan quite as well, but I'm sure we'll have something going here the next week or two.
At the Martin household, though, for Halloween, are we handing out big candy?
Oh yeah, we're a king size house for sure.
Is that because as a kid you got mad at the people that were cheap to you?
Well, that was just because if you found a king size house, that was the house to go to. So.
It always is, man. You got to know the neighborhoods. And speaking of which neighborhood can we find yours in?
Don't worry about it.
Exactly.
How much volume are we talking though? How many king size are going out there?
We got screwed last year. Well, we didn't get screwed. We screwed ourselves. We waited to get them a couple days before, and inventory is light when you wait that long. So we've been loaded up for the last 3 or 4 weeks. We're ready to rock.
There you go.
Now, the childhood trick-or-treating, did that involve a pillowcase that
Yes.
Zach Martin would do? Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Same here.
Yeah.
What was your greatest costume you ever pulled off?
I mean, my one last year was pretty good. I was pretty proud of my costume last year. Me and my wife went as Homer and Marge Simpson. And really went all in on it. My wife got the big blue wig. I had the fat suit, the uniform. It was all yellow. It was great.
Zach Martin here on 105 through the Fan. Okay, Jerry today said a trade is going to happen, and everybody in the media is talking about the trade deadline. It's coming up next week. Is that weird for players when stuff like this comes up to be talking about it?
I mean, to be honest with you, we don't really talk about it all that much. I mean, at all in the locker room or obviously in our team meetings and stuff like that. So I think it's something that obviously we're aware of the deadline. It's all over the place, but it's not really something that's discussed.
Not a big thing. Okay. A lot of players there now with the Rams game coming up. Sitting here at 4-2, the Rams under 500. How big of a game is this for you guys as far as coming out of the bye week and showing what you're made of?
Yeah, it's a big game. I mean, obviously, we had a good win there out on Monday night, but I think coming out of that game, there's a lot of things we need to clean up. And like you said, we got that week off to kind of recharge, and we've got a big stretch here, and it starts Sunday with the Rams. And although they're 3-4 when you turn the tape on, it's going to be a good football game. They play the right way. They got a lot of players, obviously headlined there by 99, and it's going to be a great test for us.
Coach McCarthy wants to put emphasis on running the football. And I would just always assume as an offensive lineman, that's music to your ears, right? Yeah. Let's just tee off and run the ball. Overall, as you had time to reflect, what have been kind of the strengths and maybe weaknesses in y'all's run game through the first six weeks?
Yeah, when you look at it on paper, you're averaging 120 a game. It's not bad. But then you kind of look deeper into it at some of our run per attempt and some of our core runs. I think we can get a lot more out of them. So, again, like Coach said, getting more bats at the plate and really focusing on those combination blocks and getting that first level taken care of, so our backs can get on the second and third level and make some plays. And then obviously, the flavor of the NFL is the line movement on first and second down. I mean, defenses aren't dumb. They know the best way to stop the run is to move the line and get you off those combination blocks. So really an emphasis on getting our footwork down and fitting up and taking care of those down guys.
Defenses are getting pretty good at this stuff, aren't they? How often do these things evolve? As you're talking about the line movement there,
yeah.
How often are these things getting updated as far as what the alpha strategy is?
Yeah, I think it's every couple of years. Whenever you have, let's say like a dominant defense, teams are going to go and look at what they're doing, and even our rush package. Some of the stuff we do with our rush package with guys off the ball, the defensive ends inside, doing all that stuff. You can see that's rubbed off around the league. And then, I look at it a lot of San Fran, what San Fran's been doing the last couple of years. You kind of see that all over the tape around the league. So everyone always says it's a copycat league, and, why not do what the best teams are doing?
Yeah, and everyone wants to now try and do the tush push like the Eagles are doing. I know you guys have done it. You did it once really well, and then last week Dak said they didn't push my tush enough. What do you think about the tush push?
Well, I mean, it really is. I really, I hate to do it, but you got to tip your cap to Philly. It is pretty impressive how they do it, because everyone's crying about getting it out of the league, and then you look around the league and people are getting stuffed and they're consistently getting those first downs. So we've definitely looked at their tape and seen how they've done it, and going to go out there and try to put our spin on it and emulate it.
Appreciate you as always, Zach. It's great to hear your insights. Best of luck on Sunday. We'll be pulling for you.
All right, appreciate it, fellas.
Thank you, buddy.
Cheers. Yep. There he goes, Zach Martin, Hall of Fame right guard on 105.3 The Fan. Always fun. He's always up to talk about whatever with us. Should be a great game. And the pregame is at 9 o'clock on Sunday. The pregame tomorrow for Game 1 of the World Series is at 6:30. We're here in Arlington where all the greatness is going to go down. We just have to get out here and soak as much of it up as possible. We'd love to see you. And we have a 2023 G-Bag Nation flag with your name on it. Some Rangers gear, giveaways from Rally House as we broadcast live from Shakerton's here on Collins. Okay, we're coming back with the Expressway, 35 minutes of uninterrupted sports content. I believe we have some football's finest, but also what old Jer Bear had to say about making a trade when the media cornered him at practice today. What did he have to say, and is he ready to strike? It's next here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat D&M.